Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 670 to Chapter 727. Please recommend me, Ba, this is the place. Master Xuanji's face was filled with sorrow as he chanted loudly. He told Ling Yan that this was where Master Xianming used to live. Ling Yan's eyes were solemn. He released his powerful divine sense, which instantly enveloped the entire room. Then, his figure flashed, and he came to the front of a simple bed. He put his palms together and kowtowed 3 times to the empty bed. Ling Yan's expression was solemn and serious. It was as if Master Xianming was sitting on that empty bed. "Thank you, Master, for saving my life," Ling Yan said in his heart. Even though Qin Qiuyue had already noticed Ling Yan when Grandmaster Xianming arrived, if not for Grandmaster Xuanming's appearance, Sikong too would have already found Ling Yan and killed him. Perhaps Qin Qiuyue, who just happened to come up the mountain, would have suffered as well. Thus, Ling Yan was truly grateful to Master Xianming for what he had done. "May I know which secluded sect both of you are from?" Ling Yan asked Master Xuanji after bowing to Master Xianming. Ba, senior brother, and I are from the Xiankong Temple," Master Xuanji chanted loudly. Ling Yan nodded and said sincerely, "Ling Yan will definitely repay Master Xianming for saving my life in the future." Young benefactor Ling Yan, there's a saying in Buddhism that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Senior brother saved you at the right time. You were just a baby then, so I would have done the same. I'm telling you all this to fulfill a wish of my senior brother. As for repayment, there's no need. Master Xuanji shook his head slightly. Ling Yan didn't say anything else. He just smiled. I wonder if Master knows where my auntie Qingniao fought with Sikong too. I would like to go take a look. I know, please follow me. The two of them left Master Xuanming's room. Ling Yan used telepathy to call Morong Feishui out. The two of them followed Master Xuanji out of the Lingjue Temple. After exiting the Lingjue Temple, they followed a rugged mountain road to the east. Master Xuanji quickly brought the two of them to a cliff. This place had not been developed, and there were no fences on the cliff. Even tourists rarely dared to come here. Ling Yan came to the edge of the cliff and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The scene of Qing Niao risking her life to protect him and fighting with Sikong Tu until both of them perished appeared in front of his eyes. The cliff protruded out of the mountain with a circumference of no more than 9 meters. Outside the cliff was a precipice. Ling Yan could totally imagine Qing Niao being forced into a corner of the cliff with no way to escape. Moreover, she had to think of a way to delay Sikong Tu, who was more powerful than her, in a life-and-death battle. Auntie Green Bird, if you're alive, I, Ling Yan, will definitely find you and repay you for saving my life. If you meet with misfortune, I, Ling Yan, swear to kill everyone in the devil sect and Sikong Tu to avenge you. He returned to Morong Feishua's side and bowed to Master Xuanji. Master, as long as the Xiankong Temple and Master Xuanji need my help in the future, be it money, manpower, or anything else, I'll do anything for you as long as it's within my capabilities. Ling Yan swore in his heart. Ba, you're too kind. Master Xuanji put his palms together. Master Xuanji, I still have something to do today, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now, Ling Yan continued. Go ahead, young benefactor. Master Xuanji smiled. Morong Feishue thanked Master Xuanji and left the Lingjue Temple with Ling Yan. On the way back, Morong Feishue knew that Ling Yan wasn't in a good mood, so she didn't let him drive. Instead, she let Ling Yan sit in the front passenger seat. Ling Yan, I didn't expect you to be in the Lingjue Temple. Morong Feishue swallowed the last half of her sentence. I was picked up. Ling Yan smiled. Faintly. He didn't care about that at all. Big Sister Morong, there's something I need to tell you now, but you have to keep it a secret. Ling Yan thought about it and smiled at Morong Feishue. Morong Feishue was delighted that Ling Yan was willing to share a secret with her. She glanced at Ling Yan and asked, what secret? Big Sister Morong, have you heard of the Ling family in Beijing? Ling Yan smiled. Yeah, didn't Xu Yongwang mention it before? Morong Feishue seemed to have thought of something. That's right, I'm a descendant of the Ling family. My biological father is the 3rd young master of the Ling family, Ling Xiao. Screech. Morong Feishue slammed on the brakes and stopped the car. What? She couldn't hide the shock on her face. Morong Feishue didn't know martial arts, and neither did Morong Wenshi. However, the Morong family was powerful enough to know about the 7 big families in Beijing. Why, you're really from the Ling family? Morong Feishue repeated in disbelief. Why, are you going back on your promise to me? Ling Yun nodded with a smile. Morong Feishue rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. Of course not. It's just that I heard that the Ling family was harmed badly back then. It's not what it used to be now. Then Morong Feishue was obviously worried about Ling Yun. Big sister Morong, don't worry. Just watch patiently. I'll make the Ling family rise again and stand at the top of the Huaxia family. Ling Yun's voice was calm and indifferent, but Morong Feishue could feel the confidence and pride coming from Ling Yun. It made her heart palpitate. Big sister believes in you, but you have to be careful. Morong Feishue stepped on the accelerator again. Ling Yun, did you leave Xianxia this time to go to Beijing? She asked after a pause. That's right. My father and uncle went missing a month ago. Now that the college entrance exams are over, I have to rush to Beijing as soon as possible to find them. Ling Yun nodded. Ling Yun thought of Xianxia again. He suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. The Land Rover returned to Tianqi Pavilion in the antique market very quickly. Morong Feishue returned to Tianqi Pavilion while Ling Yun drove back to mansion number 1. At this time, the sun was about to set. Ling Yun parked his car and flew to the Xianxia herb. Indeed, there were another 3 boxes of spiritual fluid that were just filled. Ling Yun put the spiritual fluid away and placed 5 jade bottles that were about the same size. Whether it was the jade box or the jade bottle, they were carved with imperial green jadeite. A small spirit gathering formation was engraved on it to collect the spirit liquid inside, without the slightest overflow of spirit qi. It seems like the Xianxia herb will mature by noon tomorrow. I should be able to collect 5 bottles of spiritual fluid this time. That's a total of 20 bottles. That should be enough. Ling Yun said confidently as he stared at the 7th yellow spot on the Xianxia herb. Once the Xianxia herb matured, Ling Yun would go into seclusion to cultivate the divine yang cultivation technique and break through to physique tempering stage 9. Next, Ling Yun gave Tai Xiaohu some pointers. He taught him the Qigong technique of the 1,000 miles godly steps, as well as some acupoints and combat techniques. He allowed Tai Xiaohu to use the spiritual energy in mansion number 1 to cultivate on his own. After dinner, Ling Yun drove to the luxurious hot springs manor and taught Lin Menghan the Arctic palm. Lin Menghan cultivated the Arctic ice technique and was extremely talented. She was already at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. Of course, Ling Yun taught Lin Menghan attentively. He waited for her to demonstrate it perfectly before telling her that he would be going into seclusion from tomorrow onwards. He told her to focus on her cultivation and not to disturb him. That night, Ling Yun went to Nanghui Gardens and taught Yao Ro the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique. He also told her to focus on her cultivation and not to worry about the clinic in the future. Ling Yun, you're leaving Xianxia? Yao Ro could guess that Ling Yun was about to leave when she saw that Ling Yun was in such a hurry to impart the Kung Fu mantra to her. Ling Yun nodded. I'm going into seclusion tomorrow. It will take about 9 to 12 days. After that, I'll leave Xianxia for a while. You have to be careful when you go out. Don't worry about Xianxia. I'll take care of it for you. Yao Ro was definitely a good wife. Ling Yun patted Yao Ro's shoulder gently. Ro, don't worry. I've already made arrangements for Xianxia. You're now at the mid-stage of Hotian realm level 8. Since you've started cultivating, the most important thing for you is to cultivate. Try to break through to the Xiantian realm as soon as possible so that you can be of great help to me in the future. Do you understand? Yao Ro nodded obediently. She suddenly blushed and wanted to say something. Ling Yun was a little surprised. He knew that Yao Ro wanted to say something. He smiled and asked, Ro, what do you want to say? Yao Ro blushed and bit her lip. I don't dare to say. Ling Yun pinched Yao Ro's voluptuous chest and laughed. I'll forgive you. Hurry up and tell me the truth. Yao Ro moaned from Ling Yun's pinch. Her body trembled as she asked shyly, Hubby, who have you been dual cultivating with until now? Lin Menghan, her realm is slightly higher than yours. She's already at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9, so you have to work harder. Ling Yun chuckled. I guess that you've been dual cultivating with big sister Lin. Yao Ro said with a trembling voice. She let Ling Yan's big hand caress her lower body. Then, is Ro Air jealous? You have so many women around you. I'm the worst one, but you took me so early. I can't be more than happy. Of course, I won't be jealous, Ro Air, you really know how to talk. Hurry up and put on that new set of black underwear for me to see, hubby, didn't you say that we can't do that in the near future? I'll just take a look. Ling Yin didn't stay too long at Yao Ro's place. He returned to mansion number 1 around midnight to absorb the power of the moon and the billions of stars in an attempt to break through to the third major realm of the stellar condensation technique. God was on his side. The weather was unusually good these few days. Even though tomorrow was the Dragon Boat Festival and the moon wasn't out yet, the Milky Way shone brightly. The power of billions of stars gathered in Ling Yan's body, allowing his stellar condensation technique to improve further. The next day, the 5th day of the 5th month of the lunar calendar, China's Dragon Boat Festival arrived. However, Ling Yun wasn't in the mood to celebrate it. He returned to mansion number 9 at Qingshui Wharf and brought Bai Xianer back to Qingshui City early in the morning. Today was the day the Shikyu herb ripened. Ling Yun would go into seclusion when it matured. He didn't want anyone to disturb him. Only Bai Xianer could protect him. Under Ling Yan's persuasion, Shui Mining left mansion number 1 reluctantly and returned to her own home. Of course, Miao Xiaomiao accompanied her. Ling Yan instructed Tang Meng and Yao Ro to buy groceries and cook for Bai Xianer on time. After that, he let them leave mansion number 1. Noon came, and the sun shone brightly. Ling Yan and Bai Xianer stood beside the Shikyu herb, waiting for it to ripen. Xianer, when the Shikyu herb ripens, I'll remove the spirit-gathering formation around it. Then, I'll go into seclusion there, Ling Yan pointed to a patch of grass in the distance. That was the center of the Shikyu herb and dragon saliva herb. He had already set up the spirit-gathering formation there. You have to create an illusion formation to separate me from the outside world. Don't let ordinary people see that I'm in seclusion, understand? Xianer understands. Bai Xianer nodded obediently. Also, I'll be in seclusion for at least 9 to 12 days. I won't stand up, and don't let anyone disturb me. No matter what happens, you can look for Auntie, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu to handle it. If anyone dares to trespass mansion number 1, kill them without mercy. At noon 7 days later, the spiritual energy of the Shikyu herb will be completely released. You have to follow my instructions and carefully collect the entire Shikyu herb. Don't let it wither. I still have a use for it. After the Shikyu herb matured, it could only survive for 7 days. If the spiritual energy was released and no one collected it, it would definitely wither and die. If that was the case, Ling Yun would not be able to refine the Shikyu pill. Xianer understands. At around 1 in the afternoon, when the sun was at its brightest, the Shikyu herb finally matured completely. Ling Yun collected 5 bottles of spiritual liquid and stored them all in his spatial ring. Ling Yun destroyed the small spirit-gathering formation around the Shikyu herb and didn't let He Yuping go. That was because all the spiritual energy released by the Shikyu herb for the next 7 days would be absorbed into his body to cultivate the divine yang cultivation technique. At the same time, he would be breaking through to physique tempering stage 9. The moment the Shikyu herb ripened, it released spiritual energy that was 10 times thicker than before. In an instant, the entire mansion number 1 was filled with spiritual energy, more than ever before. However, the strong spiritual energy was like a stream of air, slowly gathering towards the new spirit-gathering formation that Ling Yun had set up. Ling Yun knew that there was no time to lose. He said to Bai Xianer, set up the illusion formation. With that, he sat cross-legged in the middle of the spirit-gathering formation. Bai Xianer's graceful and unparalleled figure shuttled back and forth in mansion number 1. Her 2 slender and fair palms drew mysterious and inexplicable trajectories, setting up arrays one after another. Ling Yun sat in the middle of the spirit-gathering formation. He took out all the metal spiritual stones and fire spiritual stones that he had plundered from Qingshui City's antique market and placed them around his body. To cultivate the divine yang cultivation technique, one could only absorb metal spiritual energy, fire spiritual energy, and pure yang qi. He couldn't absorb any other spiritual energy. For this reason, he had already set up several spirit-gathering formations around the earthing grass to prevent the yin qi from leaking out. Dragon spiritual energy naturally belonged to the category of yang qi. Therefore, Ling Yan took out the mysterious gourd, thinking that he could drink the dragon's saliva if it wasn't enough. 15 jade boxes filled with spiritual liquids and 5 jade bottles filled with spiritual liquids were placed in front of Ling Yan. They were within his reach, and he could drink them as he pleased. This showed how much pure yang qi was needed to cultivate the divine yang cultivation technique. Ling Yan had just started cultivating it, and this was only the first minor realm of the divine yang cultivation technique. Ling Yan checked his surroundings to make sure that he didn't miss anything. He then calmed himself down and started cultivating the divine yang cultivation technique. This time, Ling Yan forced all the yin qi in his meridians back into his energy center, leaving only pure yang qi in his meridians. At the same time, Ling Yan began to absorb the spiritual energy released by the Shikyu herb. He absorbed as much as he could. Every time he reached a critical juncture, he would drink a box of spiritual liquid. Ling Yan chose to drink the spiritual liquid instead of the dragon's saliva. It wasn't because the dragon's saliva was bad, but because the spiritual liquid contained the immortal spiritual energy of the emperor brush. This was what Ling Yan had purposely injected into the Shikyu herb. This was the limit of what the herb could withstand. He had prepared it long ago just for this day. Days passed slowly as Ling Yan cultivated in seclusion day and night. In order to protect Ling Yan, Bai Xian'er even gave up on her own cultivation and focused on protecting Ling Yan. Bai Xian'er could see that after 5 days, the 15 jade boxes and 5 jade bottles had all been used up and stored in his spatial ring. Ling Yan began to cultivate with a spirit stone in each hand. After a period of time, he used up all the spiritual energy in the spirit stone and replaced it with 2 more. Another 2 days passed, and all the spirit stones Ling Yan prepared were used up. At this time, the Shikyu herb finally stopped releasing spiritual energy. Bai Xian'er carefully stored the Shikyu herb according to the method Ling Yan taught her. This way, Ling Yan could only absorb the spiritual energy of the Heaven Yang herb and Dragon Saliva herb. He started to drink the Dragon Saliva. 7 days had passed, and Ling Yan's cultivation of the Divine Yang cultivation technique had reached its most critical juncture. There were only 2 days left, and he had to reach the first minor realm of the Divine Yang cultivation technique in one fell swoop. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. At the same time, Bai Xian'er felt the temperature in mansion number 1 getting higher and higher. It was at least 20 degrees higher than outside the mansion. Many of the flowers on the lawn had already withered under such heat. This was caused by the pure yang qi in Ling Yan's body overflowing. However, Bai Xian'er wasn't affected at all because she basically cultivated the fire technique. She liked the pure yang qi the most, so she benefited a lot from it. The 9th day, at this time, Ling Yan's body shone with a dazzling white light as if he had turned into a blinding sun. Even the night was as bright as day. This was the main reason why Ling Yan asked Bai Xian'er to set up the illusion. He knew that such a phenomenon would occur once the Divine Yang cultivation technique reached the first minor realm. Boom! 9 days later, at noon, Ling Yan finally reached the first minor realm of the Divine Yang cultivation technique. He was well prepared, and he drank more than 10 kilograms of dragon saliva in 2 days. Finally, it was a success. For the first time in 9 days, Ling Yan slowly opened his eyes. With a smile on his face, he let the pure yang qi circulate through his body once more before he stopped cultivating the Divine Yang cultivation technique. Phew! I've finally succeeded. No more, no less, 9 days. Ling Yan exclaimed but didn't stand up. He said to Bai Xian'er telepathically, "Xian'er, go and destroy the spirit-gathering formation around the earthing herb." Bai Xian'er flew over and destroyed the spirit-gathering formation. In an instant, the yin qi accumulated by the earthing grass surged out and swept toward Ling Yan. The yang qi in Ling Yan's body was at its peak. With the help of the yin qi, he reached the balance of yin and yang. At the same time, he activated the yin-yang harmony balance. The magical energy center began to rotate slowly. Almost instantly, he broke through to the mid-stage of physique tempering stage 9 without any hindrance. Ling Yin continued to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance for another 3 days. At the same time, Ling Yin didn't forget to cultivate the stellar condensation technique at night and in the morning. Because 9 days had passed, it was already the 15th day of the 5th month of the lunar calendar. The full moon hung high in the sky, and the stars shone brightly. It was the best time to cultivate. 3 days. Later, Ling Yin managed to stabilize his realm at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. He wasn't greedy and didn't attempt to break through to the qi cultivation stage immediately. Ling Yan's stellar condensation technique finally showed signs of loosening. However, he still couldn't reach the 3rd major realm. Ling Yin could only give up for now. After cultivating the divine yang cultivation technique, Ling Yin had the most domineering attack power. He didn't care too much about improving his defense. After 12 days of seclusion, the first minor realm of the divine yang cultivation technique, pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. I've gained a lot, however, at the same time, the consumption was huge. Ling Yin had used up all the spiritual liquid, metal spirit stones, and fire spirit stones. He had also drunk more than 10 kilograms of dragon saliva. It was definitely extravagant. However, it was all worth it. Absolutely worth it. Ling Yin flew up with a long roar. He immediately expanded his divine sense to the maximum and realized that it had more than doubled. It could now cover a radius of more than 80 meters. Ling Yin landed on the ground and picked up a broken spirit stone. It had a diameter of 7 to 8 centimeters. Ling Yin activated the yin-yang god eye and saw through it. Ling Yin estimated that he could see through at least 10 centimeters of stone if he used the yin-yang god eye to its maximum. Ling Yin laughed and squeezed the stone into powder with his right hand. With a flip of his hand, he scattered the powder on the ground. Xianxia congratulates Master on achieving great success. Bai Xianxia's figure floated in front of Ling Yin. She couldn't hide the excitement and pride on her beautiful face. She was happier than her own advancement. Hee, what great success. This is only the first step in my long journey. Ling Yin smiled casually and raised his hand to pull Bai Xianxia into his arms. To be continued. Ling Yin had been in seclusion for 12 days. When the news of him coming out of seclusion got out, it shocked many people. The first to know was, of course, Tang Meng and Yao Rou, who came to deliver food to Bai Xianxia. Tang Meng hugged Ling Yin and jumped for a whole minute like a child. Get lost. I'm going to kick you if you don't let go. Ling Yin looked at the teary-eyed Yao Rou and thought, I haven't even hugged my Rou heir yet. What's the matter with you hugging me like this? Throwing Tang Meng aside, Ling Yin dashed to Yao Rou's side in a flash. Hugging her, he planted a deep kiss on Yao Rou's face. Ling Yin was shocked because he realized that Yao Rou had the Earth Emperor's true qi circulating in her body. Furthermore, she had reached Hotian realm level 9. Rou heir, how did you cultivate so fast? Ling Yin was in disbelief. Even with Yao Rou's talent, she could only reach the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8 in 12 days. It would be considered good if she could advance by one small realm. Yao Rou blushed. I don't know either. Didn't you give the clinic 10 days off? Other than cooking for Sister Xianxia, I spent the rest of my time cultivating the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique. Yesterday, I suddenly felt an indescribable feeling, and Ling Yin knew what Yao Rou was talking about. That was the feeling of her body and soul undergoing a sublimation and baptism after leveling up. It was a wonderful feeling that was hard to describe. Ling Yin thought about it. He felt that Yao Rou's cultivation speed was due to her focus and perseverance. No matter what she did, she was too focused. She was 100 times more focused than the average person. That was why her cultivation speed was the fastest. Yao Rou's focus and perseverance were shocking. Very few people could compare to her. Alright, Rou heir, you don't have to worry about the ordinary people's clinic anymore. Just focus on your cultivation. Tang Meng, in the future, hand over the trivial matters of the ordinary people's clinic to that Sun Yujiao. Let her take care of everything. Try not to let your sister Rou worry too much, understand? Ling Yin said as he turned to look at the depressed Tang Meng. Tang Meng nodded and said, I understand, big brother Yun. In his heart, however, He was thinking about who would be responsible when Sun Yujiao was taken by Yu one day. Tai Xiaohu and Abing arrived very quickly. Ling Yun knew that Tai Xiaohu had reached Hotian realm level 6 the moment he saw him. This brat had a strand of immortal spiritual energy in his body, and he was cultivating the raging wave's internal skill that Ling Yun had specially made for him. Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, and even Aunt Mei rushed over excitedly to congratulate Ling Yun for coming out of seclusion. Shui Mining, Miao Xiao Miao, Lin Menghan, Long Wu, Zhang Ling, even Morong Feishue was here. Then, it was Cui Lao, Miracle Dr. Shui, Morong Wencher, Song Jingyang, Yu Xingjin, those who were supposed to be there were all there. In an instant, mansion number 1 was filled with people. Ling Yun was so busy that he didn't know who to talk to. Everyone was looking for him, and he didn't know who to talk to. With so many people, it was impossible to cook at home. Ling Yun asked Tang Meng to call the Shangri-La Hotel and book a few luxurious suites for dinner. Miracle Dr. Shui chuckled and said, "There's no need for that. The cucumbers will be cold by the time you call. I've already called the Shangri-La Hotel and booked 5 of the best suites. Let's go now, the older, the wiser." Miracle Dr. Shui was very considerate. Naturally, the place was crowded at noon. Everyone was excited, and they chatted merrily to celebrate Ling Yun's coming out of seclusion. Ling Yun didn't hide anything. When he was almost done drinking, he stood up and told everyone that he would be leaving Qingshui City in 2 days. He said that he was going to Beijing to settle some matters and told everyone not to worry. As for what Ling Yun was going to do in Beijing, only a few of them knew. Most of them didn't know. Those who didn't know naturally didn't think much of it because Ling Yun had already finished his college entrance examinations. It wouldn't take more than a morning to fly from Qingshui City to Beijing. Moreover, which of these people hadn't been to Beijing before? However, people like Cui Lao, Qin Dongxue, and Morong Feishue knew what Ling Yun was going to Beijing for. Especially Morong Feishue. Her expression changed unnaturally for a moment, but she hid it well. Zhang Ling could also guess that Ling Yun was going to Beijing to find Chao Shanshan. However, she didn't know that Ling Yun had something more important to do. At that moment, everyone had their own thoughts. Some wished Ling Yun a safe journey and had a good time, while others told Ling Yun to take care of himself. After lunch, the banquet ended. Everyone returned to their own matters while Ling Yun returned to mansion number 1. Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, Bai Xianer, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu followed him back. The others knew that Ling Yun had many things to prepare, so they didn't follow him. "Big brother, I want to go to Beijing with you." Ning Lingyu was worried about Ling Yun. She was the first to suggest going with him. Ling Yun patted Ning Lingyu's shoulder. "Lingyu, you can't go this time. Big brother has something important to do. You've just started cultivating, so it's better for you to focus on your cultivation at home." Ning Lingyu bit her lip. "Big brother, isn't it the same wherever you cultivate?" "I'm worried about you," Ling Yun smiled faintly. "Lingyu, think about it. You're staying at Qingshui Wharf while I've been staying at mansion number 1. Haven't we not seen each other for more than 10 days? Since we can't see each other, there's no difference between distance. What do you think?" Qin Dongxue naturally understood what Ling Yun meant. She knew that Ling Yun would face many dangers on this trip and couldn't let Ning Lingyu tag along. Therefore, she started to help Ling Yun by softly comforting Ning Lingyu. "Big brother Yun, I want to go with you too." Tai Xiaohu finally spoke after a long silence. Ling Yun smiled. "You've been cultivating very quickly recently. You should think of a way to reach the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9 first. Big brother Yun, what about me?" Tang Meng asked excitedly. Ling Yun glared at Tang Meng. "Why are you getting involved? Just focus on your business." Qin Dongxue finally managed to convince Ning Lingyu. She stared at Ling Yun for a long time and asked worriedly, "Rascal, who are you going with you? I won't let you go to Beijing alone." Qin Dongxue had to protect Ning Lingyu if she didn't go. Therefore, she could only find someone to go with Ling Yun. Ling Yun thought about it and said, "I'll make some preparations. I'll only go to Beijing with Cui Lao. This trip shouldn't take too long. We'll be back soon." Bai Xianer wasn't happy with Ling Yun's words. She thought that Ling Yun would definitely bring her along, but Ling Yan didn't seem to have any intention of bringing her along. "I want to go." Xianxia was very straightforward and said that she wanted to go. It wasn't that Ling Yan didn't want Xianxia to accompany him, but he was worried about the East Asians and the Devil Sect's Holy Virgin. He was also worried that the Sun and Chen families would send people to Xianxia City to destroy his nest if he went to Beijing. Xianxia City needed a true master, so he could only leave Xianxia behind. Xianxia City was too important to Ling Yan. He didn't dare to be careless. Even though the previous Devil Sect's Holy Virgin was his biological mother, Ling Yan wasn't sure if the current Holy Virgin was a friend or foe. If she came looking for trouble, the only one who could go against her was Xianxia. Even Qin Dongxue wasn't a match for the Holy Virgin. "Xian'er, you really can't go. After I leave Xianxia City, Ling Yu, Ning Er, and Tang Meng will need someone to protect them. Can I bring you along after I return from Beijing?" Ling Yan tried to coax her, but no matter what he said, Xianxia wouldn't listen. She insisted on going with Ling Yan. In the end, Ling Yan had no choice but to scare her. His face darkened, and Xianxia accepted it with tears in her eyes. "Ling Yan, since you're going, prepare well. Remember, if anything happens in Beijing, the Qin family will support you," Qin Dongxue said domineeringly before sending a telepathic message to Ling Yan. "Rascal, the Devil Subduing Conference at the Wind Thunder Valley will be held in a few days. Can you make it?" "Don't worry, Auntie. Even if I can't make it back to Xianxia City, I'll definitely appear at the Devil Subduing Conference," Ling Yan replied telepathically. Ling Yan definitely had to go to the Devil Subduing Conference because the people from the Tranquil sect would definitely attend. Ling Yan still wanted to see Zhuang Meifeng. Even if he couldn't, he could at least capture 2 people from the Tranquil sect and find out her whereabouts. The main purpose of this trip to Beijing was to meet his grandfather, Ling Lai, and find out where Xianxia was. No matter what happened to the Qiao family, Ling Yan had to rescue Xianxia. Naturally, he would be able to meet Ling Lai once he reached Beijing. As long as he knew where the Qiao family was, Ling Yan would be able to find out where she was. All he had to do was to act according to the circumstances. Qin Dongxue gave Qin Wei's contact information to Ling Yan in secret. Then, she reminded him gently, "Beijing is under the feet of the emperor. There are many families and many mysterious departments in Huaxia there. There are also many foreign forces. The situation is treacherous and complicated. You have to be careful." Ling Yan nodded solemnly. "Auntie, I know. I have enough power to protect myself now. There won't be any safety issues." Not wanting to delay Ling Yan's preparation time, Qin Dongxue brought the reluctant Ning Lingyu, Xianxia, and Aunt Mei back to the Qingshui Wharf Villa. Ling Yan left Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu behind to assist him. The 3 of them busied themselves for 2 whole days. Ling Yan successfully made a total of 120 Shikyu pills. Each Shikyu pill was the size of a soybean. Every pill was white and crystal clear. It was the best among the pills of the same level. This was Ling Yan's greatest reliance in breaking through to the qi cultivation stage. To be continued. Ling Yan was an alchemy grandmaster. The same medicinal herbs in his hands would be hundreds or even thousands of times better than other alchemy grandmasters. There was no doubt about that. While waiting for the Shikyu pill to be ready, Ling Yan also made dozens of talismans, including the Fire Talisman, Healing Talisman, Gold Talisman, Defense Talisman, and many more. They were all level 5 talismans. Moreover, he tried to make more than 10 spirit cleansing talismans and succeeded. Ling Yan kept 10 of these talismans for himself. As for the remaining ones, he gave them to Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to distribute to their close friends and family. He also told them how to use these talismans to protect themselves or to save themselves. "Xiaohu, when I'm not around, you stay here and cultivate. Try to break through to Ho Tian Realm level 7 as soon as possible and protect these 3 herbs in the yard. You will have done a great service. Do you understand?" Ling Yan's Heaven-yang grass, Earthing grass, and Dragon saliva grass were his treasures. Naturally, Ling Yan had to remind Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu nodded his head to show that he understood. After everything was settled, Ling Yan let Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu leave. He returned to the living room of Mansion No. 1 and sat there in deep thought. After a while, Ling Yin started calling Kong Xiuru and Su Bingyan. He told them that he would be leaving Qingshui City for a period of time and that they didn't have to worry about him. That night, Ling Yin drove to Chui Lao's place. After a simple dinner, they started a secret discussion. Outside of Qingshui City, 20 kilometers away, in the darkness of the night, a black luxury sedan was driving at full speed towards Qingshui City. If a regular driver saw this scene, they would immediately know that this car was going at least 200 miles per hour. 200 kilometers per hour. At this speed, they would reach Qingshui City in 7 to 8 minutes. However, after 3 minutes, the car slowed down and finally stopped. A figure in military uniform jumped out of the car. He first looked up at the highway behind him, then carefully looked to both sides. Suddenly, he lowered his body and dashed into the dense forest by the roadside. He didn't even care about the luxury car anymore. He sped towards Qingshui City as fast as he could. This man was at least at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8. Through the dim moonlight, it could be seen that this was a young man around 21 or 22 years old. He was 1.8 meters tall, had a handsome figure, and looked very handsome. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes like stars, a straight nose bridge, and a tightly pursed mouth. However, his face and body were covered in blood, and his military uniform was torn in many places. In some places, even his skin and flesh were exposed, revealing bronze-colored tendons that bulged like a horned dragon. It was filled with masculinity and beauty. After the young man escaped into the dense forest, he didn't even think before running for his life. He didn't care about the branches, leaves, and thorns in the forest at all. There was only one word in his mind: run. A minute later, an equally luxurious silver-gray sedan rushed over from the highway. The people in the car were stunned when they saw the black sedan parked on the highway. One of them laughed coldly. "Aha, Paul, did you see that? I told you that the gas in this praise car would definitely not be enough for him to escape to Qingshui City. How about it? I was right, wasn't I?" The voice was cold and sinister. "Foreigners? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop the car. That prey is about to enter Qingshui City." The man named Paul said coldly. "If we can't catch this prey and master blames us, we can forget about drinking fresh blood." His voice was cold and sinister. It was enough to send chills down one's spine and make one's hair stand on end. "Why are you so anxious? To think that you still want to drink fresh blood. Have you forgotten the ability of the blood clan? I can smell the prey's blood even from 2 kilometers away." The third person didn't say anything. The silver-gray sedan stopped beside the black sedan. He was the first to jump out of the car. He sniffed with his nose and stuck out his bright red tongue to lick his lips. He was also a foreigner. He was tall and burly, had blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and looked handsome yet sinister. His face was strangely pale, and he was wearing a black tuxedo on such a hot day. "Jim, have you found any traces of the prey?" Paul jumped out of the car. He had the same pale face and was wearing the same tuxedo. He was very gentlemanly. His speed was incomparably fast. In a flash, he leaped over the sedan and arrived beside Jim. "I found it. It's in the dense forest 3 kilometers ahead. It's running away." Jim licked his bright red lips again and said coldly, "Lester, you drive. The two of us will chase after the prey. Please drive faster so that you can catch up to us," Paul said to Lester, who was in the driver's seat. Without thinking, he dashed into the dense forest. He followed the route that the young man in front of him had taken and sped away. His speed was obviously much faster than the young man in front of him. Jim followed immediately. He also dashed into the dense forest and caught up to Paul's footsteps. The two of them were oblivious to the branches and thorns beneath their feet. They only cared about rushing forward, and their speed was actually faster than Chester's car. "Oh, d***it, why am I the one driving again?" Chester cursed as he drove. In front of them, the handsome young man was still running for his life. Now, he had a tri-edge bayonet in his hand. He waved it wildly in his right hand and slashed at the dense leaves in front of him. He only hoped that he could go faster. He was only 5 kilometers away. With his speed, he would be able to reach Xianxia City in 5 to 6 minutes. By then, he would be much safer. With such a crazy speed, the handsome young man's face and eyes had long since been injured. Blood flowed into his eyes, causing him to constantly squint his eyes. His vision was blurry, and he couldn't see clearly. "Grandpa, Daddy, Mommy, Xianxia, wait for me. I will definitely find Ling Yun and save you. Our Chao family will not perish." Chao Tianlong, it was indeed Chao Tianlong. He had lost contact with his family for a long time, and he found it increasingly strange. During the Dragon Boat Festival, Chao Tianlong had applied for home leave. When he returned home, he realized that something was amiss. Everyone seemed to treat him coldly. This made Chao Tianlong's hair stand on end. Luckily, he had brought a few of his comrades back with him. Since it was daytime, no one at home would make things difficult for him. He found an excuse and fled the house with his comrades. The Chao family had been invaded and completely controlled by the Blood clan. Relatives? He couldn't find them. Troops? He couldn't go back, because this would bring a calamity to the Chao clan. They would be destroyed in an instant. Chao Tianlong racked his brains in fear, but he couldn't find a way to save the Chao family. Finally, he thought of Ling Yun. Chao Tianlong remembered that Chao Xianxia told him that Ling Yun had many strange abilities and that his medical skills were unparalleled in the world. He could cure any illness. However, Chao Xianxia had never mentioned Ling Yun's realm to him. Chao Tianlong thought about it. The Chao family had been invaded by the Blood clan for no reason and had been completely controlled. The only thing he could do was to find Ling Yun and have him bring more people in during the day to treat the Chao family. That was why Chao Tianlong decided to come to Xianxia City. Chao Tianlong's comrades had all been sent home by him. They couldn't find out about this because it was too shocking. Chao Tianlong fled frantically towards Xianxia City. Finally, 10 kilometers away from Xianxia City, the fuel in his car was completely depleted. He made his final escape. Xianxia City was his target. Chao Tianlong didn't know Ling Yun's contact details. He only knew that Ling Yun lived in Xianxia City's Qingxi Villa District's Mansion No. 1. As long as he entered Xianxia City, the Blood clan wouldn't dare to hunt him down openly in order to avoid detection. However, just as Chao Tianlong was about to rush onto the highway, he heard a cold voice behind him. "Still trying to escape? Come back with us. What's wrong with being a member of the Blood clan? At least you can live for a long time." Before he finished his sentence, the person was already close to him. Chao Tianlong knew that he was in danger. He turned around and saw a descendant of the Blood clan behind him. Without hesitation, Chao Tianlong stabbed out with his tri-edge bayonet. Rip! The tri-edge stiletto instantly pierced through Jim's tuxedo and ruthlessly stabbed into his pale chest. The sharp tri-edge stiletto didn't disappoint Chao Tianlong. He used all his strength and stabbed straight in. However, Jim's eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He casually pulled out the tri-edge bayonet and threw it away. As for his chest, not a single drop of blood flowed out. The wound healed quickly. Chao Tianlong was shocked. He ran for his life again. He saw a gas station at the T-junction in front of him. The lights were on, and a car was parked there, refueling. Seeing this, Chao Tianlong was elated. As he sprinted, he turned around again with a military pistol in his hand. Without hesitation, Chao Tianlong aimed at Jim and Paul, who were chasing him. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple shots were fired. Even in the silent night, the sound of gunshots could travel a few miles. All the bullets hit their mark, which caused Jim and Paul to slow down. Chao Tianlong finally had a chance of survival. He flew out of the dense forest and used his qinggong to the fullest. He suddenly appeared on the highway around the city. Then, Chao Tianlong tapped his toes on the ground and flew directly under the gas station. He ignored the driver and the refueling staff who were shocked by the gunshots and Chao Tianlong descending from the sky. He got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. Paul and Jim removed the bullets from their bodies. Their eyes were cold, but they didn't chase him out of the dense forest. At this moment, the gas station's camera was working diligently. It captured the scene of Chao Tianlong flying out of the dense forest and hijacking the car. To be continued. Oh. 2 idiots, the prey still escaped in the end. If it were me, this wouldn't have been the outcome. Chester stopped his car at the T-junction and waved his hands regretfully. However, there was no sign of regret on his face. He was still as cold as ever. Soon, Chester made a turn and drove onto the highway. After driving a distance away from the surveillance cameras, he waited for Jim and Paul to rush out from the side of the road and enter the car. What do we do now? You 2 idiots. Chester shrugged his shoulders out of habit and said resentfully. There's a surveillance camera at the gas station, so we can't do anything about it. However, he definitely can't have gone far. Even if he enters Xianxia City, we still have a way to find him. Chase. Jim said coldly. Chow Tianlong was already exhausted. He was running at full speed, and he was being chased by 2 members of the Blood Clan. He was completely exhausted, and he didn't even have the strength to step on the accelerator. However, his expression was determined, and he continued to drive. In his heart, he had to make it to Xianxia City alive. It was still nighttime, and there was still some time before daybreak. It was the time when the descendants of the Blood Clan could do whatever they wanted. Chow Tianlong could only make use of the bustling city and the surveillance cameras to escape the pursuit of the Blood Clan. A few minutes later, Chow Tianlong exited the highway from the north of Xianxia City. He followed the northern section of Gufeng Road all the way south. The city was getting more and more bustling, and there were more and more vehicles and surveillance cameras everywhere. This made Chow Tianlong feel more at ease, and he finally had a chance to relax. Qingxi Villa District 4. I think it shouldn't be too far from the Qingxi Villa District 3 that my sister used to live in, Chow Tianlong analyzed silently. Chow Xianxia had lived in the Qingxi Villa District for 3 years, so he naturally knew where his sister lived. Very quickly, Chow Tianlong arrived at the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road. He glanced at the road signs and immediately drove forward. This place was very close to the Qingxi Villa District, only 3 to 4 kilometers away. Chow Tianlong arrived outside the Qingxi Villa District and stopped a patrolling security guard. Without getting out of the car, he asked directly, "Hello, may I know how to get to Mansion No. 1 in District 4 of the Qingxi Villa District?" He did not dare to get out of the car because his military uniform was already tattered and could not even cover his body. If he was suspected by the security guards, he might be arrested as a car thief. In fact, this car was really stolen by him. Your face is badly scratched. Sir, why are you going to Villa No. 1? That's Ling Yun's residence. Ordinary people aren't allowed to enter. There were simply too many people going in and out of Mansion No. 1 to look for Ling Yun. Mansion No. 1 was famous now, so the security guard naturally knew the rules of Mansion No. 1. Ling Yun is my brother-in-law, Chow Tianlong said in a low voice. When he heard that Ling Yun's Mansion No. 1 was so famous that even a security guard knew that it was his mansion, he immediately felt a lot more at ease. He decided to quickly go in and see Ling Yun first. Hearing this, the security guard's mouth twitched. He wondered which beauty's brother Ling Yun was. There were simply too many women around Ling Yun. Seeing how handsome this person was, he definitely would not lie. Thinking of this, the security guard immediately saluted, then raised his hand and pointed. Hello, sir. Do you see that? It's the biggest villa near the lake. There's a private dock next to his villa. I heard that he's going to buy a luxury yacht soon, Chow Tianlong thanked him in a low voice. Without thinking, he stepped on the accelerator and sped towards Mansion No. 1. The roaring sound of the car startled Tai Xiaohu, who was cultivating the stellar condensation technique in the courtyard. His thick eyebrows arched as he stood up immediately. In a flash, he arrived at the entrance of the mansion. Who's there? Tai Xiaohu shouted in a low voice. Quick, find Ling Yun, save me. I'm Chow Xianxia's brother. Chow Tian Long. Chow Tianlong finally saw him. He opened the car door and said those words to Tai Xiaohu through gritted teeth. Then, he collapsed to the ground and fainted. Under such a huge pressure and the threat of his family's destruction, Chow Tianlong managed to escape. It was already a miracle that he could hold on until now. Now that he was completely relaxed, he collapsed and fainted. What? Chow Xianxia's brother? Tai Xiaohu was shocked when he heard this. He knew that something was wrong. Ignoring Chao Tianlong who was lying on the ground, he took out his phone and called Ling Yun. Because Ling Yun was leaving Qingshui City the next day, he knew that there would be many calls for him. Therefore, he didn't keep his phone in his spatial ring for the past 2 days. Of course, he picked up immediately. Ling Yun was in the middle of a discussion with Cui Lao. When he saw the call, he smiled and took it out. He was wondering which wife it was this time. When he saw that it was actually Tai Xiaohu, Ling Yun was a little puzzled. F***ck, didn't I tell you before I left that I was going to discuss something with Cui Lao? How dare you call and harass me? Ling Yun frowned and picked up the call. He scolded, what's wrong with you again? I'm going back soon. What's the rush? Tai Xiaohu said immediately, Big Brother Yun, there's a young man who drove to mansion number 1 to look for you. He said that he's Chao Shanshan's brother, Chao Tianlong. He said that he wants you to save him. What? Don't hang up, I'm rushing back now. Ling Yun was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Don't hang up, I'm rushing back now. Something had happened to the Chao family. Ling Yun didn't even bother to talk to Cui Lao. He took his phone and flew out the door. He didn't even drive. In the city, his Qinggong was more than 10 times faster than a car. Ling Yun used the Dragonfish Phantom ability to its limit. He traveled a few hundred meters in a flash as he rushed toward mansion number 1. He managed to shake off Cui Lao, who was chasing after him. 4 minutes later, Ling Yun appeared at the entrance of mansion number 1. His figure flashed again as he entered the courtyard. Where is he? Ling Yun put away his phone and asked in a low voice. Big Brother Yun, he's unconscious. I got him into the house. Tai Xiaohu said to Ling Yun. Ling Yun flew into the house and scanned with his divine sense. He saw Chao Tianlong's face clearly. He was indeed Chao Shanshan's brother. Ling Yun had once visited Chao Shanshan's mansion and seen Chao Tianlong's photo in her room. Of course, he knew that this was Chao Tianlong. He's fine. He just suffered some superficial injuries. He's just exhausted. Ling Yun said in a low voice. Ling Yun could already tell that Chao Tianlong was an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. How big of a deal could it be to make an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8 so exhausted? Ling Yun came to Chao Tianlong's side in a flash. He didn't touch him. He pressed his right hand on Chao Tianlong's body and slowly transferred a stream of pure yang true qi into his body. Very quickly, Chao Tianlong woke up with a groan. He looked up and saw Ling Yun squatting in front of him. He asked in surprise, You're Ling Yun? Chao Shanshan had sent Ling Yun's photo to Chao Tianlong after she got back together with him. That was why Chao Tianlong recognized Ling Yun immediately. Don't talk. If you want to talk, we can talk later. Ling Yun said in a low voice as he continued to transfer pure yang true qi into Chao Tianlong's body. Pure yang true qi was naturally more effective than any miraculous medicine. Chao Tianlong's vital energy was restored in no time. With a flick of his left hand, he took out more than 10 level 4 healing talismans and used them on Chao Tianlong's wounds. Chao Tianlong was shocked to find that all the scratches and palm wounds on his body had healed. There wasn't even a scar on his body. This, Ling Yun said in a low voice, you're fine now. Now isn't the time to be shocked. Tell me, what happened? How is Xianxian? Ling Yun asked. He turned to Tai Xiaohu and said, go get a glass of water. Then, go to my wardrobe and get a set of clothes for him to change into. Tai Xiaohu replied and left. Chao Tianlong sat up and moved his body. He was shocked to find that not only were his injuries healed, but he was also full of energy. He finally knew that he had found the right person. He was overjoyed. Something happened in my family. Something huge. Chao Tianlong said with lingering fear. Our Chao family has been completely controlled by the blood clan. Blood clan? What blood clan? Ling Yun asked in a low voice. He then asked, how is Xianxian now? Ling Yun was most concerned about Chao Shanshan. Chao Tianlong's body trembled as tears welled up in his eyes. I didn't see Chao Shanshan. After I returned home during the Dragon Boat Festival, I realized that there was a strange atmosphere in the house. Everyone was cold, pale, and spoke coldly. There was no sign of life. I felt that something was wrong then. This was the first time my grandfather didn't come out to welcome me when I returned home. In the past, my grandfather would come out to welcome me personally. It was daytime, and the sun was blazing. After I felt that something was wrong, I asked my grandfather to come out. However, he didn't come out. I knew it was over. Then, I found an excuse and escaped. Chao Tianlong's mind was in turmoil, and he was speaking incoherently. However, Ling Yan understood the gist of it. The Chao family was in trouble, and it was under the control of the blood clan. Chao Xianxia might not be in the Chao family now, and he had no idea where she was hidden. You didn't see Xianxia? Then how did you become like this? Ling Yan didn't care about the blood clan. He was anxious to know Chao Xianxia's whereabouts. I was chased by the blood clan and escaped all the way here. If I'm caught by the blood clan, our Chao family will definitely disappear from Huaxia. Ling Yan, I know that your medical skills are great. Chao Tianlong, beg you. You must think of a way to save my Chao family. Save my grandfather, my parents, and my sister. Chao Tianlong's eyes were tearing up. He actually wanted to kneel down to Ling Yan. To be continued. All 8 chapters were completed. Wasn't today's plot exciting enough? Everyone, please reserve your monthly votes until the 29th. I'm asking for full subscriptions and recommendation votes. Thank you. Ling Yan obviously couldn't let Chao Tianlong kneel. He waved his hand and sent out a gentle gust of wind, which made Chao Tianlong sit back down. Ling Yan's mind raced. After a while, he said, "Where are the people chasing after you? How many of them are there? Where are they now?" Chao Tianlong was stunned. Ling Yan didn't even touch his body, but he could feel a gentle force supporting him. His body couldn't kneel down anymore. He was extremely shocked. 2.5 months ago, Chao Xianxian called him from the field of Qingshui High. At that time, Ling Yan had just broken through the limits of his body. There are 3 of them. I just stole a car and got rid of them temporarily. They must have entered Qingshui City by now. In just a short while, Cui Lao had already arrived at mansion number 1. When he saw Chao Tianlong, his expression changed, but he didn't say anything. Cui Lao knew Chao Tianlong, but Chao Tianlong didn't know him. There weren't many descendants of the 7 big families in Beijing who knew Cui Lao. Do you have any way to lure them out? Ling Yan asked as he stood up. They can smell the fresh blood on me from 2 kilometers away. They are from the blood clan. Chao Tianlong replied. Cui Lao's face changed as he asked in a low voice, "What? Blood clan?" Cui Lao was so shocked that he suspected his ears were playing tricks on him. The blood race and the Chao family. How did they get connected? Alright, you don't have to shower then. Cui Lao, we don't have to wait until tomorrow morning. We'll leave tonight and head to Beijing. Ling Yan had done what he needed to do anyway. It didn't matter if he left tonight or tomorrow morning. Now that he knew that something big had happened to the Chao family and that Chao Xianxian's life was in danger, how could he wait until tomorrow morning? Xiaohu, your body is stained with Chao Tianlong's blood. Take off all your clothes and give them to me. Then, go take a shower. Ling Yan said to Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu continued walking. Fortunately, there were 4 men in the house, so there was nothing for him to be shy about. He quickly took off his clothes and went straight to the bathroom to take a shower, completely naked. Ling Yan grabbed Tai Xiaohu's clothes and didn't hide it from Chao Tianlong. With a thought, he stored all the clothes into his spatial ring. Chao Tianlong was dumbfounded. Wait for me. Ling Yan didn't explain. He flew back to the house and took off all his clothes. He changed into a black night suit made from the golden black devilish silk. He changed both inside and out. At this time, Tai Xiaohu had also finished showering. Ling Yan made him wear a singlet and a pair of casual pants. Then, she said to him, "You don't have to stay in this villa tonight. Go back to your place and rest. After tonight, when there's no danger, come back to cultivate." Even the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8 couldn't do it. Tai Xiaohu was only in the early stages of Hotian realm level 6. If someone came looking for him, wouldn't he be killed? Oh, right, one more thing. My Land Rover is still parked in front of Chui Lao's house. Remember to drive it back tomorrow. Before Tai Xiaohu left, he said to Ling Yun with tears in his eyes, Big brother Yun, you have to be careful this time. Xiaohu will definitely cultivate with all his might and try to break through to the Xiantian realm as soon as possible. Ling Yun smiled and patted Tai Xiaohu's shoulder. You're a martial arts prodigy. You'll reach the Xiantian realm in less than a year. Don't worry, I've already taught you everything. Just focus on your cultivation and don't worry about me. No matter what happens, remember to give me a call. Tai Xiaohu nodded his head and left. Ling Yan threw the clothes he had just taken off to Chao Tianlong. Where this next time, Chao Tianlong was 1.8 meters tall. Their figures were similar, so it was no problem for him to wear Ling Yan's clothes. Ling Yan. The Blood Clan is basically immortal at night. Are you sure you want to travel tonight? Chao Tianlong didn't expect Ling Yan to be even more anxious than him. He was afraid that Ling Yan didn't know the strengths and weaknesses of the Blood Clan, so he reminded him. They're immortal at night. What about during the day? Ling Yan asked calmly. They don't dare to come out during the day because they're afraid of the sun. The Blood Clan lives on the blood of humans and animals. They're extremely strong, have amazing defense, and are extremely fast. When they transform, their strength is many times stronger. Chao Tianlong said. Alright, we'll talk about the rest on the way. Since it's not daybreak yet, let's hurry. I'm afraid they won't catch up to us. Ling Yan laughed coldly. With that, Ling Yan led the two of them out of the house. He let Chao Tianlong drive that old car while he drove a random black Audi. With Chui Lao at the back, the three of them and two cars left mansion number 1 slowly. Don't drive too fast. Just drive slowly. We'll talk after we leave Qingshui City. Ling Yan used telepathy to speak to Chao Tianlong, who was driving in front. At the same time, Ling Yan sent a message to Ning Lingyu and Tang Meng, saying that he had urgent matters to attend to and had to leave Qingshui City. With Chui Lao, he would give them a call once they reached Beijing. Ling Yun didn't forget about the 3 spirit herbs in the courtyard. He asked Bai Xianer to rush back that night to protect them. Once everything was in place, Ling Yun focused on driving. He followed Chao Tianlong and headed north. Soon, they were out of the city. Along the way, Ling Yun covered a radius of 80 meters with his divine sense. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He started to speed up and drive alongside Chao Tianlong. Why are you driving such an old car? Ling Yan teased Chao Tianlong. He could see that Chao Tianlong was very nervous. His nerves were too tense, which could easily cause inner demons in his future cultivation. I robbed it at a gas station near the highway. I almost lost my life then. I made use of the gas station's camera and bet that the descendants of the Blood Clan wouldn't dare to show themselves. That's how I escaped with my life. Where's your own car? It's out of gas. It's about 10 kilometers ahead. Tang Meng, I have 2 things to tell you. First, there's a car parked on Jingqing Highway, about 10 kilometers away from Qingshui City. Arrange for someone to drive it home. Remember to clean it first before driving it home. Ling Yan was speechless at Chao Tianlong's ferocious actions. He had no choice but to give Tang Meng a call again. Second, someone robbed a car at a gas station north of the city. Inform your father about this and tell him not to bother about it. The car will be returned immediately. Chao Tianlong heard everything clearly from the side. He thought to himself, how powerful is Ling Yun in Qingshui City? How is it that no matter what happens, he can resolve it with just a phone call? The 2 cars arrived at the T-junction that Chao Tianlong escaped from. At that moment, several police cars were already parked there, their lights flashing non-stop. They were interrogating the car owner and the gas station attendant. Ling Yun chuckled. I say, have you fully recovered? Can you get out of the encirclement and get into my car after dropping this car off? Chao Tianlong saw that Ling Yan had always been calm and collected. Even though he was angry, he never showed any signs of anxiety on his face. He always exuded a kind of charisma that calmed the hearts of his men. No problem. Chao Tianlong's inner demons were completely dispelled by Ling Yun. His confidence was slowly recovering. With that, Chow Tianlong stepped on the accelerator and sped towards the gas station that was surrounded by police cars. "There's no need to investigate anymore, I'm here to return the car," he yelled. Chow Tianlong stepped on the brakes as soon as he finished speaking. Before anyone could react, he had already leaped up and landed beside Ling Yan's Audi. He opened the door and got in. Ling Yan laughed heartily as he stepped on the accelerator. The Audi sped off into the night like a bullet. After driving for a kilometer, Ling Yan slowed down the car once again for fear that he wouldn't be able to lure the enemy. At the same time, he took out the clothes that Tai Xiaohu had worn from his spatial ring and threw them to Chow Tianlong in the back seat. "If you don't have enough blood, let out some more." "Damn, I was too thorough just now." Chow Tianlong was still a little worried. "Do I really have to lure the 3 members of the blood clan over? I really can't deal with them." Ling Yan smiled proudly. "Don't worry, just do as I say. You'll be fine." Chow Tianlong thought that the Chow family would really be saved if Ling Yan really had a way to deal with the blood clan. If he didn't have a way, then the Chow family would definitely be finished, and there would be no point in him living. He made up his mind. He raised his hand and pulled out a military dagger. He aimed it at his left arm and fiercely slashed it. Fresh blood gushed out and covered Chow Tianlong's arm. Very quickly, it dripped onto his body. "How manly," Ling Yan said with a smile as he used his divine sense to sense everything. Then, from the rearview mirror of the Audi, Ling Yan saw a silver-gray luxury sedan following behind them unhurriedly. "Is that the silver-gray car?" Ling Yan asked Chow Tianlong directly without turning his head. Chow Tianlong turned his head and saw that it was indeed the silver-gray car. This was his nightmare for the past few days. Chow Tianlong nodded his head frantically. "That's right, it's this car." "All right. Let's bring them out for some fun." Ling Yan stepped on the accelerator as soon as he finished his sentence. The Audi's speed reached its maximum as it sped towards the north. A few minutes later, Ling Yan saw the black car that Chow Tianlong parked by the roadside. However, he didn't slow down. He only slowed down after another 10 kilometers. The silver-gray car was still there. It was speeding toward them, and it had no intention of slowing down. "It's coming." Ling Yan smiled as he increased his speed slightly. There was a lush green mountain ahead of them. It was the perfect place to kill and rob. When the silver-gray car overtook him, Ling Yan scanned it with his divine sense and saw the 3 people in the car. "Foreigners." Ling Yan was shocked. When he heard Chow Tianlong say something about the blood clan, he thought that they were some low-level monsters. Who knew that they were foreigners? It would be even easier if they weren't monsters. In front of them, the silver-gray car slowed down and finally stopped in front of Ling Yan's car. Ling Yan laughed coldly as he threw a healing talisman at Chow Tianlong's arm. Then, he shouted, "Activate." Chow Tianlong's knife wound healed immediately. "Get out of the car and enter the mountain." Ling Yan shouted in a low voice as he flew out of the car and into the dense forest beside the road. To be continued. There will be a total of 8 chapters tomorrow. After midnight, there will be 2 more chapters. In half an hour, the double monthly tickets will start. From September 28th to October 7th, 10 days of double monthly tickets. "Let's go." Ling Yan flew out of the car and dashed into the dense forest beside the road. Cui Lao and Chow Tianlong followed closely behind. The 3 of them quickly disappeared into the dense forest. The 3 descendants of the blood clan, Jim, Paul, and Chester, also came out of the silver-gray car. However, they didn't rush into the forest. Instead, they gathered together and looked at each other. Cold smiles appeared on their pale faces at the same time. "So the prey fled into Xianxia City to find help?" Paul said coldly with a smile on his face. "Oh, my God, I have to thank this lowly human. The Baron said that we can't suck the blood of this prey, but he didn't say that we can't suck the blood of others. He did it perfectly, I like it." Chester shrugged his shoulders and opened his arms like a gentleman. "I think the guy driving the car doesn't know that we are the great, glorious, and noble blood clan. He doesn't believe that we are strong, so he intentionally led us here. He's too arrogant. I must teach him a lesson and give him the embrace, making him my loyal servant." Jim laughed arrogantly. Paul looked at Jim in surprise and reminded him, Jim, I admit that you are older and stronger than us. However, I have to remind you that you don't have the right to give a human the embrace yet. Jim's cold eyes were filled with anger when he heard that. He snorted coldly and said, I'll have it soon, won't I? As long as I drink the blood of that young driver, it should be enough. Chester said impatiently, please stop arguing and chase after them. I can already smell the fresh blood of humans. Compared to ordinary humans, they are much stronger. The taste of their blood will definitely be very sweet. Moreover, it will definitely increase our strength greatly. With that, Chester licked his lips. His tall and skinny body moved violently as he dashed into the dense forest at an incomparably fast speed. Paul smiled as he looked at the angry Jim and said, the blood of these two human powerhouses is enough for us to have a full meal, isn't it? Let's go. If we're late, that bastard Chester will take everything. After Paul finished speaking, his body shook and he also rushed towards the forest. Jim snorted coldly and spread his arms. Although he moved later, he arrived first and quickly rushed in front of Paul. Among the three descendants of the Blood clan, Jim was obviously the strongest, followed by Paul. The youngest and weakest was, of course, Chester. The three of them didn't go far. They had already stopped at the back of the dense forest. There was a large open space here, less than 80 meters away from where they had parked their car. That place was within the range of Ling Yun's divine sense. You actually want to drink my blood? Interesting. We don't even know who's the prey. Ling Yun saw everything that the three descendants of the Blood clan did. He couldn't help but feel interested. This race was very special. He had to catch one alive today and study it properly. Ling Yun was barehanded and beaming with joy. He quietly waited for the three descendants of the Blood clan to come over. However, Cui Lao's expression was solemn. He had already unsheathed his long knife and was guarding Ling Yun cautiously. As for Chao Tianlong, he was already a little uneasy. Whoosh! 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 The three descendants of the Blood clan came to the back of the forest and stood in a triangle not far from Ling Yun's group. Oh, ignorant humans, insignificant humans. You're too arrogant to actually stand here and wait for us. Chester was the first to appear. His two blue eyes were now slightly red, and he looked very excited. Gentlemen, may I ask if you can tell me who your Lord Baron is? Ling Yun shrugged his shoulders intentionally and spread his arms out. However, the smile on his face was much brighter and cuter. The dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly, which was very charming. Humph. You're just an insignificant human. You don't have the right to know the name of our Baron. Jim replied coldly. Paul smiled coldly and said, oh, little guy, I think you still don't understand your situation. I can tell you that you are just our food now. In our eyes, you are just like the meat on the chopping board in your house. Or, to put it more vividly, you are just our Coca-Cola, the kind that you can drink without opening the lid. Do you understand? Ling Yun pretended to be at a loss. He thought about it carefully and suddenly flipped his hand. There was a red bottle of Coke in his hand. He raised it in front of him and smiled. Is it this? Jim, Paul, and Chester were all dumbfounded. Oh, God, no, Satan. Almighty Lord, what did I just see? Oh my God, you're a magician? Coke, where did this come from? The three descendants of the Blood clan stared at Ling Yun with their eyes wide open. They couldn't believe their eyes at all. Cui Lao was fine, but Chao Tianlong was dumbfounded. Chao Xianxia said that Ling Yun had all kinds of incredible abilities. Wasn't this ability a little too amazing? In front of the three descendants of the Blood clan, Ling Yun opened the lid and gulped down all the Coca-Cola in one gulp. Then, he shook the empty bottle and said with a smile, is it like this? You can throw the empty bottle away after you finish it? With that, Ling Yun threw the empty bottle of Coca-Cola far away. The empty bottle smashed against a mountain rock, making a loud clang sound. Ling Yun had reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9 and was about to break through to the third major realm of the stellar condensation technique. His skin was clear and fair, and it glowed in the dark. When he raised his head to drink the Coke, his Adam's apple trembled. The three descendants of the Blood clan almost drooled. Oh. Oh my god, his neck is even smoother than the most delicate virgin's neck. I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore. Chester hadn't tasted fresh blood for 3 days. Now that he saw Ling Yan's sweet and tempting food, he was so stimulated that he almost went crazy. That's right, we'll suck all the blood out of your human body and throw away the empty shell. Just like that Coke bottle. However, the blood of an outstanding human like you will definitely be very sweet, and it will allow us to quickly increase our strength and abilities. That's why we won't kill you so cruelly. We'll let you live forever and turn you into our long-term source of blood. Paul was the most talkative out of all of them. He loved Ling Yan's food so much that he even laughed and explained to him. This time, Jim nodded his head in agreement with Paul's words. He smiled elegantly and said, "Cute little fellow, I have to say that I'm very excited by your performance just now. Did you see the Coke bottle just now? Do you know why the Coke bottle is shaped like that? Do you know why the color of Coke has to be red?" Ling Yan's expression changed slightly. Chester laughed arrogantly. Ha 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 ha. Dear little fellow, look at your eyes. Not bad, you guessed it right. The Coke bottle is made to imitate the body of the most beautiful virgin. Ha 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 ha. Cui Lao and Chao Tianlong's expressions also changed drastically. At this moment, Paul suddenly said to Jim, "Jim, it's almost 1 in the morning. It's about time. Let's end this quickly and leave this place." Midnight was the time when the Blood Clan's abilities were at their strongest. Paul was reminding Jim that the sun would rise in 4 hours. "Leave them to me." Just like that, Chester's smile disappeared as he spoke quickly. He was afraid that someone else would snatch them from him. With a loud roar, he pounced towards Ling Yun. His speed was so fast that he left an afterimage on the spot. Ling Yun sneered in his heart. It was just the speed of an ordinary Xianxia realm level 1 expert. Chester's tall figure appeared in front of Ling Yun in a flash. As if he couldn't bear to destroy Ling Yun's body, he actually opened his arms and tried to grab Ling Yun's shoulders. Ling Yun laughed. From his point of view, Chester's entire body was full of openings. He didn't even move his body as he clenched his fists. He didn't use any techniques, only 40% of his strength. Pure strength, at the pinnacle of the 14th minor realm of the stellar condensation technique, the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, the pure strength of Ling Yun's arm was at least 4,000 kilograms. One could imagine how terrifying 40% of his strength was. Bam, bam. Ling Yan's fists collided with Chester's claws without any fancy moves. It was a head-on collision. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Chester's tall figure was sent flying with a weird howl. Bam. Chester's tall body landed heavily on the mountain rocks. He couldn't help but let out another weird howl. What? Jim and Paul were a little angry at first. They thought that Ling Yan's first mouthful of blood was going to be snatched by Chester. Who knew that he would be sent flying with a single punch from a human? From the sound of it, both of Chester's wrists were shattered. To the Blood Clan, a shattered wrist was no different from an ordinary person scratching an itch. It was a little painful, but it wouldn't cause any real damage. Therefore, Jim and Paul didn't mind. They were shocked by Ling Yan's strength. Ling Yan just stood there and casually threw a punch. Yet, Chester was already in this state? Ouch. It hurts. Chester roared crazily, leaping back to his original position. His bloodless face became even paler, and his eyes became even redder. Ling Yan looked at the ferocious Chester and thought that the Blood Clan's recovery ability was really strong. He clearly shattered both of Chester's wrists, but they healed. In an instant. No wonder Chao Tianlong said that they have an immortal body, Ling Yan muttered with a sneer. To be continued. First update. Double monthly votes for the last 3 days of September. Brothers, check your ticket warehouse and use all your monthly votes. Bu Zheng, thank you, was it really an immortal body? Of course, Ling Yun didn't believe it. He was in the tribulation stage, but even his soul was destroyed by the terrifying heavens tribulation. He was only lucky enough to escape with a trace of his primordial spirit, let alone the Blood Clan. Ling Yun was really well prepared for this trip out of Qingshui. His spatial ring, which was the size of a small house, was stuffed to the brim. There were even 7 to 8 pairs of underwear and 2 dozen socks, Ling Yan had countless trump cards waiting to deal with the three Blood Clan members. He was merely toying with them and personally studying their various abilities and characteristics. "Oh, cute little fellow, you really surprised me. Oh my god, you actually have such great strength. It's unbelievable." Chester obviously didn't use his full strength just now. He only wanted to grab Ling Yan, but he didn't expect to be sent flying by Ling Yan's casual punch. Instead, he was happy. Ling Yan didn't move and chuckled. "SOSO, I can beat you until you can't take care of yourself." "Humph, can't take care of myself? Try it then." Again. Chester's expression changed, and he took a deep breath. This time, he used all his strength. His speed had reached the limit, and he attacked Ling Yun with a few blurry afterimages. This time, he didn't grab Ling Yun. Instead, he clenched his fists and attacked Ling Yun directly. The speed of someone at the pinnacle of Xianxia realm level 2. Ling Yun made a judgment instantly. His expression didn't change as he punched with both fists. This time, Ling Yun didn't hold back and used 70% of his strength. Bam! Chester was sent flying again. This time, he flew even further. Another two kacha sounds could be heard. Even the bones in his arms were broken by Ling Yun. Ow! Chester smashed into the hard mountain rock with a loud bang. Stone fragments flew everywhere. The bodies of the Blood Clan were shockingly sturdy. Oh my god! This human is so strong. How is this possible? Paul and Jim were stunned at the same time. They were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. It was unbelievable. This time, they weren't just shocked by Ling Yan's strength. This time, Chester's speed was so fast that he left behind a series of afterimages. Ordinary experts wouldn't be able to see his real body clearly. They wouldn't even be able to dodge in time. However, Ling Yan still managed to hit Chester's fists accurately. The combination of Ling Yan's eyesight, reaction speed, punching speed, and the strength of his fists allowed the two descendants of the Blood Clan to exclaim Ling Yan's strength. These descendants of the Blood Clan didn't have any special moves. They just relied on their sturdy bodies, their strength, their speed, and their ability to recover. Apart from that, they didn't have any special moves. These 4 points might be the most fundamental reason why ordinary people feared the Blood Clan. However, in Ling Yan's eyes, they were just child's play. That was because Ling Yan's body was stronger, and faster than them. As for his ability to recover, these descendants of the Blood Clan had to be capable of hurting Ling Yan. Ling Yan had more or less figured out Chester's strength. He was at most on par with Cui Lao, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 2. Chester's injuries were obviously more severe after being sent flying by Ling Yan this time. He only managed to get up after a long time, gritting his teeth in pain. He returned in a flash and looked at Ling Yan with a cruel gaze. However, he didn't attack Ling Yan immediately. Ling Yan smiled at him and said, "Look, compared to the two of us, the one who is weaker is you, Chester." With that, Ling Yan ignored Chester and looked at Jim. "Let's not waste any more time. I think it's your turn now, dear Mr. Jim?" Ling Yan had heard from Paul that Jim was the strongest among the 3 descendants of the Blood Clan. That was why he had issued a direct challenge. "Aha, my dear little fellow, I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. The strength you've displayed is really surprising. However, there's no need for our dear Mr. Jim to deal with you. Let me, Paul, handle such a small matter." Before Jim could speak, Paul had already rushed over with a smile. As he spoke, he increased his speed. Very quickly, he reached a shocking speed. A tall black shadow appeared in front of Ling Yan in a flash. His hands formed into claws and slammed towards Ling Yan's chest. Paul's speed was almost twice as fast as Chester's. Ling Yan smiled faintly. "So Mr. Paul's strength isn't bad either. However, I'm really sorry, but you're just a piece of trash that can take a beating." Paul's speed and strength were at the middle of Xiantian realm level 3 at most, which wasn't enough for Ling Yan. He stood still and punched Paul, sending him flying with a scream. He was indeed a piece of trash that could take a beating. With one move, the outcome was decided. Paul's wrists were also shattered, and his back slammed heavily against the mountain rock. Gravel fell like rain. When Ling Yan was at physique tempering stage 8, he only needed 2 punches to severely injure Xianxia, who was at Xiantian realm level 5. Now that he was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, dealing with these 3 descendants of the blood clan was a piece of cake. According to Ling Yan's guess, Jim's strength was at most at the early stages of Xiantian realm level 4. My time is limited. I can't be bothered to play with you guys anymore. I'll send you on your way. After sending Paul flying with a punch, Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to play with the 3 descendants of the blood clan anymore. He switched from defense to offense and used the Dragonfish Phantom ability. With a flash of his body, he rushed towards Jim, who had been standing still all this while. Jim's expression was incomparably solemn. Now that he knew that he had met a true expert, he didn't dare to be arrogant at all. Instead, he clenched one hand into a fist and the other into a claw, preparing to receive Ling Yan's attack with all his might. Ling Yan appeared in front of Jim in a flash. He didn't use any moves. Instead, he used all his strength and punched at Jim with both fists. The speed and strength of his punches were shocking. Even the sound of breaking air could be heard. Bam bam. 4 palms collided, and Jim was sent flying by Ling Yan's move. Ling Yan didn't let him off easily. He used the 1,000 miles godly steps and flew forward while sticking close to Jim's body. At the same time, both of his fists continuously punched towards Jim's chest, who didn't have enough time to recover. There was no need to be polite when dealing with the blood clan. Even though Ling Yan only used brute force, he had 4,000 kilograms of strength in one hand. That was enough to make Jim suffer. After a series of explosions, Jim's chest caved in at a speed visible to the naked eye. His tuxedo was also smashed inch by Ling Yan's fists, revealing a pale chest that was devoid of blood. Amazing recovery ability? Immortal body? I want to see just how strong your recovery ability is. Ling Yan laughed loudly. It was as if he wasn't fighting with the blood clan, but rather beating up a 3 or 4-year-old child. Jim didn't have a chance to retaliate at all. He was sent flying back to the hard mountain rock, and a large chunk of his sternum caved in. Only after his sternum was completely shattered did Ling Yan retract his fist and fly back to his original position. He released his powerful divine sense and locked onto Jim to see how he was going to recover. Immortal body? Hurry up and recover, I'll be waiting for you. This body is really King cold, just like a dead person. Ling Yan opened his arms and stared at the back of his hands as he laughed coldly. Chao Tianlong was dumbfounded. Ling Yan was too ferocious and domineering. The 3 descendants of the blood clan who chased him until he had nowhere to run were actually beaten to such a state by Ling Yan. He didn't know that Ling Yan was only using brute force. Other than Qinggong, he didn't use any other techniques. Heh. Heh. This was not a chuckle. It was the sound of Jim panting with a pale face after his chest was caved in. Jim's mouth was wide open, and his handsome face was nowhere to be seen. He looked frighteningly hideous. Then, Ling Yan saw that after a short while, Jim's chest that was completely flattened by Ling Yan began to swell up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cui Lao and Chao Tianlong were incomparably shocked. The blood clan was indeed immortal. Ordinary methods used against humans couldn't kill them at all. Ling Yan wasn't shocked at all. In the cultivation world, he had seen far too many things that were even more unbelievable than this. He carefully observed every minute change in Jim's recovery process. He realized that Jim's face was even paler than before, and his eyes were even redder than before. Interesting. Ling Yan felt that this was even more interesting. He grinned at the 3 descendants of the blood clan who had fully recovered and were walking towards him. Human cultivators, even though we are noble, glorious, and mighty members of the blood clan, we have to admit that you are an extremely powerful human, so, I've decided that I'll give you the embrace tonight. Enjoy it. Jim said coldly as he stood 10 meters away from Ling Yan. Then, he cracked a smile and said, so, I've decided to give you the embrace tonight. After saying that, Ling Yan clearly saw Jim open his mouth wide, and 2 fangs slowly grew out of his mouth. At the same time, his pale, slender hands turned into 2 claws. His 10 fingernails became very long, sharp, and had a metallic texture and luster. Paul and Chester, who were behind Jim, also had their hands turned into long, sharp claws, and terrifyingly long fangs grew out of their mouths. their pale and handsome faces were no longer pale and handsome. Their faces had turned ashen and sinister. It was a very terrifying sight. Ling Yun, be careful. They were angered by you and transformed. Chao Tianlong couldn't help but warn Ling Yun when he saw the scene. This was the natural ability of the blood clan, transformation. However, it was only the initial transformation and not the complete transformation. So that's how it is. This is even more interesting. It's my duty to slay demons, haha. Ling Yan looked at the three descendants of the blood clan who had completed their initial transformation and were waving their claws as they walked toward him. He smiled and said calmly. To be continued. The second night of the 8th night. Brothers, it's only been 3 hours, but the immortal doctor's anus has already been smashed. This isn't Big Brother Yen's style. Young master, you must be careful. The combat power of a transformed blood clan member is many times stronger than before. Cui Lao couldn't help but warn Ling Yun telepathically, afraid that something would happen to Ling Yun. Ling Yun had already guessed it. In fact, he didn't even need to guess. He could tell just by looking at them. If the transformation wasn't effective, then why did they need to become so scary? This was the same logic as a demon who could transform into a human. When they couldn't defeat their opponents, they would transform back into their original forms. Ling Yan had seen it too many times. You two don't have to worry about me. Just stay at the side and watch for me. I want to see how strong the blood clan is. Ling Yan said confidently to Cui Lao and Chao Tianlong. He was already used to the 3 blood clan members' ferocious and terrifying looks. As he spoke, the 9 needles were already in his hands. With a wave of his hand, he shot the needles at the 3 descendants of the blood clan. Chi, chi, chi. The large needles shot out, bringing with them an ear-piercing sound of breaking wind, all of them shooting into the bodies of the 3 blood tribe members. A series of crisp clanging sounds rang out as the large needles struck the bodies of the 3 blood tribe members. However, they did not pierce into their bodies at all. Instead, all of them split into 2 and fell to the ground. Their defense has improved a lot too. Ling Yan said faintly. Then, he didn't wait for the attacks to come. Instead, he flew up and flew towards Jim. Try taking a few more punches from me. Ling Yan yelled as he flew into the air. He clenched his fists and used the overbearing Tiangang demon fist to attack Jim's head. Humph. Lowly human, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Jim looked at the approaching Ling Yan and snorted coldly. Aiming at Ling Yan's momentum, he raised both his arms, and 2 large green claws met Ling Yan's fists head-on. Bang, bang. After 2 earth-shattering sounds, Ling Yan landed lightly on the ground. Jim was sent flying more than 10 meters away by Ling Yan's 2 punches, and he let out a beast-like howl. Both of Jim's wrists were broken by Ling Yan. This was the result of Ling Yan using the stellar condensation technique's defense and the Tiangang demon fist's ferocious attack. He didn't hold back at all, and the wind from the punches was so strong that Jim wanted to take them head-on. How could he not? Jim, Paul, and Chester were just 3 unranked members of the blood clan. They were the true servants of the blood clan, and they were all humans who were turned into members of the blood clan after the embrace. Furthermore, they were all younger than 60 years old. Even though they had just transformed, their strength was only 3 to 4 times stronger than before. Ling Yan used the stellar condensation technique and the Tiangang demon fist. Of course, it wasn't something that could be compared to pure strength. He still managed to send Jim flying in one move. Strength at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5. Die. Ling Yan didn't hesitate after landing on the ground. He used the dragonfish phantom ability and attacked Paul and Chester, who were still in a daze. Bang, 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 bang. Ling Yan hit them like sandbags, sending them flying in all directions. Paul and Chester were terrified as they screamed. Ling Yan was a monster in their eyes. However, this wasn't the end. After sending Chester flying into the sky with a punch, Ling Yan's agile figure followed closely behind. He punched upwards with a domineering fist aura, aiming for Chester's mouth as he was falling. So what if you have claws and teeth? I'll destroy your fangs first. Ling Yan roared and punched one of Chester's sharp fangs. With a loud cracking sound, Ling Yan's punch broke one of Chester's fangs. F***ck. Chao Tianlong, who was watching the battle, was dumbfounded. The hardest and sharpest fangs of the Blood Clan were broken by Ling Yan's fist. He had never heard of such a thing. Chao Tianlong couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if Ling Yan's punch landed on a mortal's body. Moreover, Chao Tianlong had never heard of Ling Yan fighting like this even when he was in the army. The opponent was the Blood Clan. Poor Blood Clan, arg. A blood-curdling howl that sounded like a wounded beast burst out of Chester's mouth. He covered his bloody mouth with his hand in pain. After he landed on the ground, he immediately fled the battle at a speed faster than a rabbit could escape. Even though the Blood Clan's regenerative abilities were terrifying, their fangs were one of their greatest characteristics. Broken fangs weren't something that could be regrown in a day or two. Ling Yan's attack was successful, and the more he fought, the braver he became. He laughed and teased, running away just like that? I thought you guys weren't afraid of anything. Actually, Ling Yan had his own way of fighting. If he could choose to kill in an instant, he definitely wouldn't waste time fighting. Since he had already figured out the Blood Clan's strength and was confident, he would, of course, attack the opponent's vitals. It wasn't Ling Yan's style to hit the weak spots. Devil. You're a devil. You're scarier than Satan. Oh my god, this B***** actually knocked out my teeth. Chester didn't run too far. He flew 50 meters away and stood on a huge rock. He covered his mouth with his green claws and started wailing. My dear Paul, I'm done warming up now. Your teeth look too scary. Let me knock them out for you too, shall I? Ling Yan smiled and shook his fist. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he looked at the horrified Paul and rushed over. He raised his fist and was about to punch Paul. Arg! At the juncture of life and death, Paul let out a beast-like howl. His body changed once again. His muscles swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body was at least twice as thick as before. At the same time, he grew at least 2 heads taller. He had turned into a green-faced demon. Chi. With another quick transformation, Paul's gentleman attire was completely torn apart. His body turned dark green, and his 2 fangs grew longer. His arms were as thick as Ling Yan's thighs, and his claws were wider and heavier. In an instant, he had turned into a dark green monster that was more than 2 meters tall and as thick as a bear. Has he finally revealed his true self? Ling Yan sneered and used the Tiangang demon fist again. He channeled the yin-yang harmony balance, and a wave of cold yin qi enveloped his fist. It turned into an ice-cold fist aura, and he punched Paul's stomach and chest. Bang! Paul's complete transformation was useless. A fist that was dozens of degrees colder than his body smashed into his body, sending him flying again. He didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Paul was sent flying dozens of meters away by Ling Yan's punch. He slammed into a rock again, creating a huge human-shaped hole in the rock. Paul's entire body was embedded into the rock, and there was a huge hole in his abdomen that was punched by Ling Yan. Finally bleeding. Ling Yan said calmly. Ling Yan's punch shattered the flesh on Paul's abdomen until his wrist was gone. This time, he finally saw a small amount of blood flowing out of Paul's wound. Even though it was very little, it was still bleeding. However, the blood didn't flow out. Instead, it instantly turned into red ice shards and fell from Paul's wound. It was only at this moment that Paul felt his body turn cold. It was so cold that he shivered and shivered for a moment. Oh my god, I actually feel cold. How is this possible? I'm from the Blood Clan. Paul was beyond shocked. The body of the Blood Clan was originally cold. There was no heat, and there was no vitality. However, he actually felt cold all over. Devil, it's definitely the devil. This human has been possessed by Satan. Paul was almost frozen stiff. His huge body that was embedded into the rock trembled violently. The peak of physique tempering stage 9, with the yin-yang harmony balance at full force, the yin qi was enough to reduce the temperature of Ling Yan's punches and palms to minus 50 degrees Celsius. Even for the Blood Clan, it was a nightmare. The body of the Blood Clan after transformation is indeed strong. Even an expert at the peak of Xiantian realm level 5 would die from such a punch, but Paul is still alive. Ling Yan was equally shocked. He knew that these members of the Blood Clan were merely small fries sent to hunt down Chao Tianlong. If they were already so powerful, then how strong would the Baron that the three of them spoke of be after transforming? However, even though Paul didn't die this time, the yin qi that Ling Yun left on his body made him feel extremely cold. The hole in Paul's lower abdomen couldn't be healed in a short period of time. This grandson had been frozen by Ling Yun. It was already very good that he could still think with his brain. Arg! With a roar, the strongest member of the Blood clan, Jim, finally recovered completely. He opened his arms and completed the final transformation. His body became taller and thicker than Paul, and the two fangs in his mouth were longer than Ling Yun's index finger. He bent his legs and stomped on the ground crazily. His figure appeared in front of Ling Yun like lightning. His two huge claws pressed towards Ling Yun as he opened his bloody mouth and bit down on Ling Yun's neck. Humph. In your dreams. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to waste any more time with these three vampires. A black long knife suddenly appeared in his left hand. He raised his arm and slashed at Jim's two arms. TSK. His arms, which were thicker than a normal person's legs and had a bluish-green color, were sliced off from the elbows and sent flying into the air. Let me see if you can still recover. Ling Yun's voice became as cold as ice as he finally took out his devil's blade. Ling Yun wanted to see if the arms of a member of the Blood clan could grow back in an instant. Otherwise, Ling Yun would directly cut off Jim's head. Arg! Jim raised his head in shock and looked at his two arms spinning in the air. He let out a blood-curdling howl. To be continued. The third chapter of the 8th night. Ling Yun's next chapter will be in Beijing. Seeking monthly votes, finally, two streaks of bloody light flashed and disappeared. They were completely absorbed by the pitch-black devil's blade. The Blood clan was immortal, but they couldn't lose too much blood. Ordinary bullets couldn't kill them because they couldn't lose too much blood. As long as a member of the Blood clan lost a lot of blood, they would die. Even if they didn't die, they would be put to eternal rest. However, Ling Yun didn't have to go through so much trouble because he had the devil's blade. Not only was the devil's blade extremely sharp, but it also had the ability to absorb blood. With a flash of the black blade, Jim's arms were instantly sliced off. The two main arteries in his arms were completely severed, and the little blood in his body gushed out. The devil's blade absorbed every single drop of it. Jim's skin became pale and bloodless again. Like a small mountain, he fell heavily to the ground, and with a bang, dust flew into the air. There was no blood in his body, so he had to die even if he didn't die. He died just like that? Ling Yun was a little stunned. He finally found a way to kill a member of the Blood clan. Ling Yun raised his left hand and waved the devil's blade in his hand. He stared at the pitch-black blade and fell into a daze. This blade could really absorb any kind of blood. Oh. Jim. Oh, my Satan. What did I just see? Jim actually died, killed by that human with a single slash. Oh my god, what the F***ck. Chester couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that Jim, the strongest among them, had been slaughtered by Ling Yun with a single slash. He jumped, screamed, and roared on the mountain rock far away. We have such tough and strong bodies, yet that blade killed us as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Oh my god, that black blade is definitely the nemesis of our blood race, definitely. Oh, Satan, take me away quickly. I've seen the killing god of the Blood clan. Chester was going crazy. Even the legendary butcher's knife and punishment axe of the Blood clan's 13 great clans weren't as terrifying as this black blade. The butcher's knife was rumored to have killed 5 million people. The souls of those who were killed by the butcher's knife were attached to the knife and became its owner's slaves. Holding the butcher's knife was equivalent to having 5 million undead warriors. Punishment axe. The wielder of the axe can increase their strength by tens of times, but at the same time, they will bleed non-stop. These were the two sacred weapons of the Blood kindred. As long as one was a member of the Blood kindred, be it a pure-blood noble or the lowliest mixed-breed servant, they would turn pale at the mention of these two sacred weapons. Everyone would be terrified. However, the black blade in Ling Yun's hand had already surpassed the two holy weapons in Chester's eyes. It was simply the nightmare and hell of the Blood clan. It was too crazy. A casual slash had cut off both of Jim's arms. One had to know that after Jim's transformation, he could smash a 1,000-pound boulder into pieces with a single punch. Jim was indeed dead. His corpse shriveled quickly. Ling Yan listened to Chester's hysterical roar as though it was the end of the world. He smiled as he watched him go crazy. Suddenly, he felt that Chester was like a clown. Paul's black bear-like body was still embedded in the mountain rock, unable to move. Chester's mouth was wide open, and he only had one fang left. The two of them were no longer a threat to him. With Ling Yan here, Chester wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Ling Yan could travel a few hundred meters in a flash and catch up to him in the blink of an eye. "So you guys bleed too?" Ling Yan said faintly as he looked at Jim's corpse that had returned to its human form. "Ling Yan, what kind of blade is that? How can it be so powerful? You actually killed him with one slash?" Chao Tianlong asked in shock. Originally, he wanted to remind Ling Yan that sunlight and flames were needed to kill members of the Blood Clan. He really didn't expect Ling Yan to end Jim's life with one slash. Sunlight and flames were definitely the natural enemies of the Blood Clan. Ordinary members of the Blood Clan would definitely be severely injured and eventually die if they were exposed to sunlight for a long period of time. The burning flames could even turn any member of the Blood Clan into ashes. Ling Yan had already reached the first minor realm of the Divine Yang cultivation technique. If he had used the Divine Yang cultivation technique right from the start, the three of them would definitely have been killed by him instantly. There was no need to go through so much trouble. The funniest thing was that Ling Yan actually used pure Yin Qi to deal with Paul when he injured him. If it had been pure Yang Qi, Paul would probably have been the first to die. Moreover, there were thousands of level 5 fire talismans in Ling Yan's spatial ring. These were all the nightmares of the Blood Clan. It was just that Ling Yan had never taken them out. If he really used them, Chester would be scared to death. Moreover, there were hundreds of silver needles made of pure silver in Ling Yan's spatial ring. If he pierced the hearts of members of the Blood Clan with silver needles, they would fall into a deep sleep even if they didn't die. When the sun rose in the morning, they would be directly burned to ashes. There were simply too many ways for Ling Yan to kill members of the Blood Clan. It was just that Ling Yan didn't understand the Blood Clan well enough yet. "This is a treasured blade that can cut through metal like mud." Ling Yan didn't explain much to Chao Tianlong. He smiled at Chester from afar and appeared beside him in a flash. He waved the devil's blade in his hand and said, "You're so noisy. Stop screaming. Even Satan and God can't save you. Tell me, do you want to live or die?" Chester already knew that Ling Yan's speed was many times faster than his. It was useless for him to escape, so he didn't even think about escaping. Chester shivered violently and stopped shouting. "I want to live," he said honestly. Ling Yan was very satisfied. He put away the devil's blade and chuckled. "Then don't turn into this to scare people. Change back to your original form." Chester's life was more important. Ling Yan was the nemesis of the Blood Clan now. He knew that his life was completely in Ling Yan's hands, so he immediately changed back to his original form. However, his clothes were gone, and he was missing a canine tooth. Ling Yan couldn't feel any movement in Chester's body. He knew that it was useless against the Blood Clan, so he didn't bother about him anymore. He flew to Paul's side. Paul had already transformed back. There was still a fist-sized hole in his pale abdomen. His teeth were chattering from the cold, and he couldn't speak at all. "Are you frozen? Let me warm you up." Ling Yan smiled and shot a stream of pure Yang Qi at the wound on Paul's abdomen. It was at least 70 to 80 degrees Celsius. What the hell? Paul's abdomen started to sizzle, and he screamed in pain. Ling Yan's pure Yang Qi was like torture to a descendant of the Blood Clan like Paul. "Oh, *T. Oh my god, what did I just see? It's the holy light? The light of judgment? Oh my god, he's really the nemesis of the Blood Clan." Chester was holding his cheeks, regretting his missing teeth. Now that he saw the white light emitted from Ling Yan's hand, his eyes were almost burned. He started to scream crazily again. "That works?" Ling Yan was excited. He suddenly realized that the Blood Clan wasn't as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. Ling Yan didn't kill these two descendants of the Blood Clan because he still had to save the Chao family and find out Chao Xianxia's whereabouts. He also had to understand the Blood Clan better through these two descendants of the Blood Clan. "Come over and support him." Ling Yun gestured for Chester to come over and support Paul. "Oh, esteemed sir, I can go over, but please don't emit that white light again. It's a nightmare for us," Chester said to Ling Yun with lingering fear. In the blink of an eye, a lowly human, an insignificant human, and a cute little fellow had turned into a respectable sir. No matter which world or race it was, the strong ruled, and it was a fact that had never changed. "As long as you're obedient." Ling Yun chuckled happily. He didn't even look at the two of them as he arrived in front of Jim's corpse. "This corpse can't be left. Tell me, how can I destroy it?" Ling Yun asked the two descendants of the blood clan in a deep voice. "Esteemed sir, you just have to emit that white light just now, or you can use fire to burn it," Chester answered honestly. However, he hurriedly added, "Esteemed sir, please don't let us see when you emit that white light or ignite the fire. It's just too terrifying. Hurry up and get back into your car. However, you know that if you dare to escape, I'll make sure your car explodes. Trust me, I promise." Ling Yun chuckled. Chester and Paul shuddered violently. They didn't dare to say that they wouldn't dare to escape. They ran through the dense forest like rats on the street and entered the silver-gray car. Even though Ling Yun wasn't worried that they would escape, he still used his divine sense to lock onto them. He wanted to see what they were going to do when they returned to the car. Once they returned to the car, they each took out a bottle of fresh blood, opened the cap, and gulped it down. F***ck. You really need fresh blood to sustain your life. Ling Yun cursed before using a fire talisman on Jim's corpse. The fire talisman landed on Jim's corpse and instantly turned into a ball of dazzling fire. When the blue flame was extinguished, Jim's corpse had already turned into ashes. "Let's go." Ling Yun turned his head and said to Cui Lao and Chao Tianlong, who were already dumbfounded. The three of them returned to the highway very quickly. Ling Yun got Chao Tianlong to drive his car while he got into the silver-gray sedan. Paul and Chester didn't have any delusions of escaping. They didn't even discuss softly. To them, Ling Yun was their Satan. "I'm glad that you've fulfilled your promise. Now, who's going to drive?" Ling Yun smiled at the two descendants of the blood clan who had recovered. To be continued. The 4th episode of the 8th episode. The curtains of the exciting plot slowly opened. Begging for monthly votes. "Thank you, Boss Duck, the 10,000 rewards from the Grand Alliance." He dropped from the 32nd place to the 37th place. Bujing was crying, begging for monthly votes. Of course, it was still Chester who drove. However, he didn't have any complaints this time. Instead, he was very proactive and fought to be Ling Yun's chauffeur, afraid that Paul would beat him to it. "Mr. Chester, I have 100 reasons to believe that you are completely capable of taking on the glorious and sacred job of being my chauffeur. However, before that, shouldn't you put on a shirt or two first?" Ling Yun chuckled as he looked at the pale, naked Chester in the driver's seat. "Oh. *T, damn it, how could I forget such an important thing? Honorable sir, you're really shameless, very, very shameless." Chester let out a weird cry and covered his grotesque lower body. He jumped out of the car in a panic and went straight to the trunk of the car. He took out 2 tuxedos and put them on quickly. He then threw the other one to Paul in the back seat and asked him to put it on. Chester then returned to the driver's seat. He shrugged apologetically at Ling Yun and said, "Oh, honorable sir, I'm sure you've seen that we often need to undergo necessary transformations. That's why we prepared many sets of clothes for ourselves. It's just that we occasionally forget to wear them if no one reminds us." The bodies of the members of the blood clan were all ice cold without exception. They didn't feel much about normal temperatures. Paul and Chester were frightened by Ling Yun, so they forgot to wear their clothes just now. Ling Yun stared at Chester's lower body with interest and asked with a smile, "I'm very interested in whether that thing of yours is still useful. If it's smashed, will it recover quickly like other parts of the body?" "Oh, Satan, honorable sir, you really are our Satan. Even though I admit that you do have the power to kill us in a second, for the sake of God, I, Chester, refuse to answer this question. I refuse to answer it completely." Chester let out another weird cry as he swore that he would never answer this question. It was just that he was talking about Satan one moment and God the next. She didn't know who he was worshipping. Alright, I just want to discuss an academic problem with you. Why are you so agitated? Hurry up and drive, the faster the better. Ling Yin said, amused by Chester's overreaction. Oh, thank you, sir. I can drive, but can you tell me your destination first? Chester started the engine and asked Ling Yin. Capital City, Ling Yin replied calmly. Chester stepped on the accelerator before Ling Yin could finish his sentence. The silver-gray car shot out like a bullet from a gun barrel. Chow Tianlong drove the black Audi and pulled Chui Lao along as he followed closely behind the silver-gray sedan. The silver-gray car kept accelerating, and its speed soon exceeded 200 miles per hour. The electric poles and green trees on both sides of the highway quickly receded. At this speed, they would be able to reach Beijing in 7 to 8 hours. The distance between Xianxia City and Beijing was about 1,300 kilometers. Now, can you tell me? Who is this baron you're talking about? Ling Yin sat in the car in deep thought. After thinking for a while, he began to ask his first question. Our baron is Mr. Chen. Oh, that's Mr. Chen from the Chen family in Beijing. His name is Chen Jianwei. Ling Yin nodded his head without batting an eyelid, thinking to himself that it was indeed Chao Shanshan's cousin who had returned from studying in America, that young Master Chen from the Chen family, who was behind all this. So his name was Chen Jianwei. What the F***ck, Ling Yin remembered clearly that on the first night of the Qingming festival, he and Chao Shanshan were on a date in the school field. When they were talking about the 7 big families in Beijing, Chao Shanshan received an overseas call from America. That man's voice was feminine, and he had been harassing Chao Shanshan over the phone. That night, Chen Jianwei told Chao Shanshan over the phone that he was about to board the plane back to China. He called Chao Shanshan to inform her in advance. Chao Shanshan couldn't stand the harassment and was already impatient with Chen Jianwei. Moreover, that night was her first date with Ling Yin. Naturally, she rejected Chen Jianwei and said that she wanted to change her phone number. However, Chen Jianwei's tone was very domineering even though his voice was feminine. He didn't give Chao Shanshan a chance to reject him at all. Chao Shanshan was helpless because Ling Yin hadn't admitted to being her boyfriend at that time. Moreover, Ling Yin didn't reveal his true colors. Chao Shanshan was afraid that Ling Yin wouldn't be able to deal with Chen Jianwei. She was afraid that Ling Yin would be at a disadvantage, so she could only drag things out until after the college entrance examinations. Chen Jianwei also agreed to Chao Shanshan's request. At the same time, he said that he would be busy for 2 months after returning to China. He had to wait for Chao Shanshan to finish her college entrance examinations. Ling Yin entered the crater on the last night of the Qingming festival holiday and never returned. There was no news of him at all. Coincidentally, Sun Tianbiao arrived at Xianxia City. Ling Yan's family was in a terrible state, and Chao Shanshan sensed the seriousness of the problem. She returned to her family personally to express her feelings and stand. She wanted the Chao family to stand up for the Sun family. Who knew that she would walk right into the trap and be taken down by Chen Jianwei? Ling Yan had long guessed that the disappearance of Chao Shanshan after she returned to her family must have had a lot to do with her cousin from the Chen family. Just now when he saw that the 3 descendants of the blood clan were all foreigners, he instantly linked all his guesses together. In just a short while, he had more or less figured out the ins and outs of the entire matter. The Chen family again. Ling Yan's handsome eyes narrowed slightly. The Chen family's movements were too big. Ling Yan and Dugu Mo met 9 East Asians in Xianxia. They claimed to be a scientific expedition team, but in reality, they coveted Huashao's national treasure, the Shenong cauldron. This East Asian expedition team was led by Chen Jianren from the Chen family. Ling Yan brought Little White from Turtle Island and killed more than 100 Japanese Navy members. They also killed 100 Japanese ninjas during the Heavenly Tribulation. On the way back, they met Chen Jianro from the Chen family on a Huasha surveillance ship. Now, Chen Jianwei from the Chen family suddenly returned to China 2 months ago after studying abroad for 3 years. The Chao family was wiped out the moment he returned, and there was still no news of Chao Shanshan. The Chen family's chess game was too big. From the east to the west, chess pieces were placed everywhere. Do you really want to reach the peak of Huasha that much? Ling Yan's gaze was like a blade that had been tempered by ice and snow. His pupils, one black and one white, suddenly appeared, and two rays of divine light flashed. Since the Qin family had already made a move against the Chao family, could the inexplicable disappearance of his father, Ling Xiao, and second uncle, Ling Yu, be related to the Qin family? Ling Yan thought of this almost immediately. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Ling Yan's mind flashed, and he quickly figured out many key points of the matter. He immediately asked the second question. Tell me, where is Xianxia now? Xianxia? Chester's eyes showed a trace of bewilderment. He repeated Xianxia's name and then said, Honorable Sir, are you asking about the beautiful girl who suddenly returned to the Chao family 2 months ago? Ling Yun nodded and said, That's right, it's her. Where is she now? Chester turned back and exchanged glances with Paul. Then, he turned back and shook his head. Oh, Honorable Sir, it's not that we don't want to answer your question. It's just that we don't know where she is now either. Ling Yin immediately frowned and asked in a low voice, Is Xianxia not at the Chao family? Then, is she at the Qin family? Chester was still driving at lightning speed. He shook his head like a rattle drum as he said, Honorable Sir, you have to know that we don't even have a title among the blood clan. We are only the lowest-ranked descendants of the blood clan. In front of the Baron, we are only his loyal servants. We have no right to ask where he is hiding that beautiful girl, and we don't even dare to ask. Chester didn't look like he was lying, and there was no need for him to lie. Ling Yan could only listen and nod. However, his brows were knitted very, very tightly. However, there is a very important matter that I have to report to you. Chester suddenly thought of something and immediately said to Ling Yun, Honorable Sir, my surname is Ling. Ling Yun said faintly. Chester immediately let out an exaggerated shriek. Ah, Honorable Mr. Ling, you must know that to us, the blood clan, the most delicious delicacy is the fresh blood of young virgins. If we can give them the embrace, our strength will increase rapidly. Chester wanted to continue but was interrupted by Ling Yun. This was the second time he heard the term the embrace, but he didn't understand what it meant. Tell me first, what is the embrace? Chester replied hurriedly. Oh, Honorable Ling, I was too careless. I actually forgot that you don't understand the blood clan at all. In that case, let me tell you now, to be honest, Paul and I can't be considered real members of the blood clan. We are at most blood relatives. The so-called blood relatives are members of the blood clan who are given the embrace by the lowest-ranked members of the blood clan. We are only descendants of the blood clan. As for the embrace of the blood clan, there are usually 2 methods. The blood clan cuts a cross-shaped wound on a person's neck, drains the person's blood, and lets the person drink their own blood. The other method is for a member of the blood clan to cut open the artery and use the blood to turn the person into a lower-ranked descendant of the blood clan. The person who is given the embrace by a high-level member of the blood clan will immediately become a new descendant of the blood clan. They will become the most loyal servant of the high-level member of the blood clan who gave them the embrace. Ling Yun was enraged and asked, Then has Xianxia been embraced before? 5 minutes into the night. Crying for monthly votes. Begging for help from the brothers. Oh, my God, Honorable Ling, please don't be angry. I was just about to tell you about this, Honorable Ling, don't be anxious. Your beautiful princess hasn't been embraced yet. Chester replied hurriedly, almost losing his grip on the steering wheel. Ling Yan heaved a sigh of relief. But it should be about time. Chester continued. What? Ling Yan clenched his fists. When your beautiful little princess rushed back to the Chao family, our baron. Chester was completely afraid of Ling Yan's fists now. He's no longer your baron. Call him Qin Jianwei. Ling Yan was furious when he heard that bullsh *T baron. Qin Jianwei was already a dead man in his eyes. He wouldn't be satisfied even if he ground Qin Jianwei into ashes. Oh, right. Qin Jianwei immediately pounced forward to give that beautiful and delicate little princess the embrace. However, something unbelievable happened. Just as Qin Jianwei bit that delicate little princess's neck, a dazzling holy light shot out from that little princess's neck and sent Qin Jianwei flying. Yes, Paul and I, along with many other descendants of the blood clan, were there. We were all badly burned and had to hide in coffins to recover for more than 2 months. Otherwise, the man sitting in the car behind us wouldn't have been able to escape. He wouldn't have had a chance. Chester's teeth chattered as he said, "Yes, Paul, and many other descendants of the Blood clan were there. We were all badly burned and had to hide in coffins to recover for more than 2 months. Otherwise, the man sitting in the car behind us wouldn't have escaped." Xianxia? Holy light? Ling Yun muttered to himself. Where did the holy light come from? Xianxia, Honorable Ling, yes, it's the holy light. It's the same as the holy light that appeared on your hand. It seems to be much stronger than the holy light that you emitted. Chester said in bewilderment. Ling Yun understood now. That wasn't the holy light at all. It was the immortal spiritual energy of the Emperor Brush that Ling Yun injected into Xianxia's body. The Emperor Brush was the sharpest weapon in the world. The immortal spiritual energy it contained was pure yang immortal vital energy. When Ling Yun was fighting the 4 masters and the 3 heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassins organization, the Emperor Brush showed its power. Ling Yun instantly reached Qi Cultivation level 9. Following the principle of not taking advantage of others, he injected a sufficient amount of immortal spiritual energy into the bodies of everyone present to help them cleanse their muscles and bones. Among them, the one who received the most immortal spiritual energy was Xianxia. This was because at that time, Xianxia already had the strength of a Hotian realm level 2 expert. Other than Du Gumo, Miao Xiaomiao, and Tai Xiaohu, she had the best physique and foundation. Therefore, she was the one who received the most benefits. Looks like the immortal spiritual energy sealed in Xianxia's body worked. The Emperor Brush is too powerful. The immortal Emperor Brush is indeed. Ling Yun was very excited. This was the best news he had heard since he left Xingshui City. How's Chen Jianwei? Isn't he injured? Ling Yun asked Chester. Chen Jianwei was only slightly injured. Honorable Ling, you don't know this, but Chen Jianwei already had the ability to defeat ordinary descendants of the Blood clan before he became a member of the Blood clan. He's a cultivator from Huaxia and a genius member of the Chen family. I think he's already at Xiantian realm level 3 or level 5, sorry, we really don't understand the cultivation system of Huaxia. In short, it's the Xiantian realm. Such a cultivator is actually willing to become a member of the Blood clan? Ling Yun asked with a frown. At this moment, Paul, who was sitting in the back seat, said, Honorable Ling, you should know that we, the Blood clan, are immortal. In order to obtain eternal life, humans are willing to do anything. However, because of the physique and bloodline of Asians, it's very difficult for Asians to succeed in the embrace. Even if they succeed, they'll only become the weakest descendant of the Blood clan. Their abilities will be limited, and their lifespan won't increase by more than 100 years. However, Chen Jianwei succeeded without a hitch. Not only did he succeed, but he also surpassed ordinary members of the Blood clan and reached the level of a baron in just 3 years. It's really enviable and unbelievable. Ling Yun's heart trembled. How powerful would a Xiantian realm master become if he had the abilities of the Blood clan? Perhaps this Chen Jianwei would become a formidable opponent for him. Paul, I know, I've seen it before. Chester muttered to himself. I've seen a blood-red bead on Chen Jianwei's hand. He seemed to call it the blood element bead. That thing is very strange and has a demonic power. Chen Jianwei can increase his strength just by sucking blood. That's even faster than us sucking the blood of the most delicate virgins every day. It's terrifying. Blood element bead, Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. Did this Chen Jianwei cultivate the techniques of the devil sect before he left the country? This was definitely not something that belonged to the orthodox sects. How do you classify the cultivation levels of the Blood clan? Ling Yun asked. There was nothing he could hide from Ling Yun, the nemesis of the Blood clan. Honorable Ling, I understand what you mean. You're asking about our levels, but even though the Blood clan has a strict hierarchy, it's still based on bloodline and position. Paul replied. Following Paul's narration, Ling Yun quickly gained a general understanding of the Blood clan. According to their bloodline, the Blood clan could be divided into purebred bloodlines and mixed bloodlines. Those with purebred bloodlines belonged to the noble class of the Blood clan. No matter how strong a member of the Blood clan was, as long as he was a mixed bloodline, they were all trash in front of the purebred bloodline. There was no status to speak of. As for the division of positions among the blood breeds, each clan of the blood breeds had their own differences. However, the division of their ranks was generally the same. The Lord was the main leader, and there was a senate under the senate. There were 12 elders who worked together to discuss matters, and there was an indefinite number of counselors below them. The lords and elders had to be princes. The elders were elected, and the senate was determined by the lord and 3 elders. The lord was usually appointed by the previous lord after his abdication or by the victor of a duel. Since the lifespan of the blood clan was unlimited, and the job of a lord was very complicated, a lord would usually choose to abdicate after a certain period of time. Lords, elders, and princes were the heads of the family. Grand Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, and then the ordinary members of the blood clan. If these ordinary members of the blood clan gave the embrace to a human, the newborn would be a descendant of the blood clan, just like Jim, Paul, and Chester. Grand Duke was synonymous with power and the symbol of the power of the blood clan. Marquis was the middle member of the family and the symbol of the prosperity of the family. Earl was the most familiar member of the blood clan. The hierarchy was very strict. Ling Yan was shocked to hear this. He thought to himself that there was actually such a powerful race on Earth. They were neither human, demon, nor ghost. This race had a very long lifespan. If they were happy, they could live for thousands of years. It was simply a living history. It was really too shocking. Then why don't ordinary people see you usually? Ling Yan asked casually. Oh, my honorable Ling, that's because the blood clan has 6 commandments. One of the most important commandments is to avoid the world. Paul answered seriously. After living for so long, one would naturally become indifferent to certain things. Ling Yan understood this point. Most cultivators lived in seclusion. Since there is a commandment to avoid the world, why do you come out to stir up trouble? Ling Yan continued asking. Chester let out a weird cry. Aha, Honorable Ling, your question is too good. Let me answer it for you. No race is absolutely unified. There are divisions and fights within the blood clan. There are a total of 13 clans in the blood clan, and they are also divided into 2 camps. We call them the 2 major alliances. One is the Secret Alliance. The 6 commandments were set by the Secret Alliance. The other is the Devil's Feast Alliance. The Devil's Feast Alliance doesn't have to follow the 6 commandments. Qin Jianwei joined the Devil's Feast Alliance. As his servants, we naturally don't have to avoid the world, however, the Devil's Feast Alliance is only relative. The sun rises once a day, and it is our greatest enemy. We hate the sun the most. Of course, we wouldn't stroll on the streets for no reason. Ling Yan finally understood everything. Ling Yan finally understood everything. He smiled and nodded. I see. The blood clan, the devil party, interesting. It seemed like the blood clan was huge and had a strict hierarchy. It was just that they were too secretive and not known to the world. Tell me all the strengths and weaknesses of the blood clan, as well as all the ways to kill you. In order to kill Qin Jianwei, he had to grasp all the strengths and weaknesses of the blood clan. Only by knowing himself and the enemy would he be able to find the right remedy. Oh, my honorable Ling, I won't hide it from you. I hate this topic, I hate it too. Chester and Paul frowned. Ling Yan was asking them how to kill the blood clan in front of them. It would be a wonder if they liked it. However, there was no way Chester and Paul could hide anything under Ling Yan's interrogation. They told him everything in detail in no time. Ling Yan quickly understood all the strengths and weaknesses of the blood clan. He knew all the ways to kill them. The most shocking thing was that the blood clan could fly when they reached a certain level of strength. To be continued. It was the 6th watch. What did you mean when you said that Xianxia will be receiving the embrace soon? Ling Yan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the Emperor Brush's immortal spiritual energy had sent Qin Jianwei flying. However, he became anxious when he heard that Xianxia was about to receive the embrace. He wanted nothing more than to sprout a pair of wings and fly to Beijing to save Xianxia from the devil's clutches. Oh, my dear Ling, you have to know that the strength of the blood clan can increase very quickly if there is a constant supply of fresh blood. That Baron, oh no, that damn Qin Jianwei, is about to become a Viscount. A Viscount is 10 times stronger than a Baron. I think he will definitely find a way to give your little princess the embrace once he becomes a viscount. He can't wait any longer. Moreover, that Ned Chin Jianwei seems to have discovered that your delicate little princess has a very special bloodline. He has already invited many viscounts and earls, and even a grand duke, from America to enjoy the fresh blood of your delicate little princess. I think those people will rush over once they hear the news. Bam. Ling Yan was furious. He smashed something in the car with a heavy punch. Chin Jianwei, Chin family, you're really something. How dare you try to drink my woman's blood? Aren't you afraid that you'll break your teeth? Chester and Paul were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to say another word. Continue to speed up, the faster the better. After some time, Ling Yan gave the order decisively. He was burning with impatience. He had to get to Beijing as soon as possible. Oh, damn it, I hate the day, hate the sun. The silver-gray car had obviously been specially modified. Although it was daytime and the sun was high in the sky, the sunlight couldn't reach the interior of the car. The interior of the car was still incomparably dark. In order to block the strong sunlight, Chester wore a pair of sunglasses and continued to drive the car, speeding on the highway. Around 9 in the morning, 8 hours after Jim was killed, the silver-gray car and Chao Tianlong's black Audi finally drove into the political center of Xianxia, Beijing. After entering the 5th Ring Road and finding a place to refuel, Ling Yan pulled Chao Tianlong aside and asked softly, "Have you thought of anything? Are we going to your house during the day or at night?" Chao Tianlong didn't have the exuberant energy of the blood breeds. He sped along the way, and other than passing toll stations or refueling his car, he maintained a speed of more than 200 miles per hour. Even if his nerves were made of steel, he wouldn't be able to take it. He was already exhausted. Ling Yan, I didn't expect you to be able to fight against the Blood Clan when I went to Xianxia to find you. I heard about your magical medical skills from Xianxia, so I wanted you to cure my grandpa and my parents. As long as you can cure them, the Chao family will naturally have a way to turn the situation around. Ling Yan shook his head and frowned. I've asked those two fellas. The embrace is irreversible. Anyone who is embraced by the Blood Clan is already a zombie. I don't have any way to cure them at the moment. Ling Yan racked his brains in the car. This was the first time he felt helpless. The embrace was simply unimaginable. With his current strength, there was no way he could do anything about it. 9 needles of the spiritual pivot? It was useless. The Blood Clan had very little blood in their bodies, and their acupuncture points had long lost their function. It was useless no matter where they were pierced. Healing talisman? The recovery ability of the Blood Clan was already comparable to a level 4 or 5 healing talisman, but it was also useless. Yinyang True Qi? The pure Yin True Qi in Ling Yan's body could freeze Paul half to death, let alone the pure Yang True Qi. I've thought of an idea, see if it works. Ling Yan thought for a while and said his idea. Even though I can't turn them back into humans, we can save them first and let them escape the control of the Blood Clan. Let's see if we can communicate with them. If we can think of a way to fight against Chin Jianwei and kill him first. If we can't, we can only keep them in this state for now. We'll save them when I find a solution. What do you think? Even though Ling Yan sounded like he was negotiating with Chao Tianlong could only run in front of the Blood Clan. Of course, Ling Yan had no other way. Chao Tianlong could only nod silently even though his heart ached when he saw that Ling Yan had no way to cure them. No matter what, he was with Ling Yan now. Not only was Ling Yan powerful, he was also the nemesis of the Blood Clan. This way, they could at least kill their way back to the Chao family and save their family. It was much better than being controlled by Chin Jianwei. Ling Yan, thank you. That's all we can do for now. It's just that it's too dangerous to kill our way back to the Chao family. Chao Tianlong said with tears in his eyes. Ling Yan patted Chao Tianlong's shoulder lightly and said, I won't hide it from you. Xianxia is already considered my wife. She got into trouble because she wanted to help me return to the family. I'm also responsible for this matter. No matter how dangerous it is, no matter how difficult it is, I must save Xianxia this time. Chao Tianlong was the strongest special forces soldier in the Huaxia army. He was also a man of steel. He quickly turned his sorrow into motivation. He wiped his tears and said, Ling Yan, you're much stronger than me. I'll listen to your arrangements for this rescue mission. I'll do whatever you say. Ling Yun nodded. Since we're going to save them, we'll charge in during the day. Even though the descendants of the Blood clan won't dare to come out, we can't save them either. Therefore, I think we should charge in at night and kill our way in. As long as they aren't your family, we'll kill as many members of the Blood clan as we can. Once we're done, we'll save them. What do you think? Moreover, you must be tired from driving all the way. You need a good rest during the day. Let's do that. Chao Tianlong gritted his teeth and nodded. After discussing with Chao Tianlong, Ling Yin went to Cui Lao and sent him a telepathic message. Cui Lao, you should know what happened to the Chao family. Since I'm here in Beijing, I can't let Xianxia continue to suffer. Moreover, she's on the brink of death, so I have to think of a way to save her. Cui Lao was a little worried as he said anxiously, Young master, look, since such a big thing has happened, shouldn't we return to the family first and wait for you to meet your grandfather? After discussing this with him, we can think of a way to save him. Cui Lao, I've thought about this. This matter isn't as simple as the Blood clan. The Blood clan that appeared in Beijing is controlled by Qin Jianwei from the Qin family. The reason why Qin Jianwei dared to make such a brazen move in Beijing is definitely because the Qin family is covering up for him. Now, the forces in Beijing are treacherous, and we don't know which family is on the same side as the Qin family. Therefore, all the plans can only be carried out in secret. As for Grandpa, you can go back and report to him. I believe he will understand. Ling Yan shook his head decisively. This was only one of the reasons. Another reason was that Ling Yan didn't want to expose his identity for the time being. This way, it would be more convenient for Ling Yan to carry out his plan. Cui Lao, can you find a place for me to stay? It doesn't have to be a good place, just a place for me to rest. Cui Lao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Young master, no matter how much our Ling family has declined, there will still be a house for you to stay in now that you've arrived in Beijing. Tell me, which district do you want to stay in Beijing? Ling Yan smiled faintly. Find a place with mountains and rivers. As long as it's secluded and quiet, it'll be best if it's close to the Chao family so that it'll be easier for me to gather information. Is there one? Yes, but it's in the northwest corner of Beijing. I'll bring you there now. Ling Yan came from the south, so he naturally entered the city from the south. Now that he wanted to go to the northwest corner of Beijing, he had to cross the entire city. This trip gave Ling Yan a rough understanding of Beijing. The biggest impression that Beijing gave Ling Yan was that it was too big. Beijing was at least 4 or 5 times the size of Xianxia city. There were rows upon rows of high-rise buildings, and there were countless large flyovers. People who weren't familiar with the road conditions wouldn't even know where they would end up when they got off the flyovers. This is indeed the place where the emperor lives. Even though Ling Yan had seen Beijing many times bigger than Beijing in the cultivation world, he had been in Xianxia city for a long time. This was his first time in Beijing, so he was still shocked by the prosperity of Beijing. The 2 cars, one in front and one behind, drove from the south of Jing City all the way to the northwest corner. Because it was past 9 in the morning, the traffic jam was the worst. It took them more than 2 hours to reach their destination. There was no choice. Beijing's traffic jam was world-renowned. The place that Cui Lao brought Ling Yan to wasn't a villa, but a very large courtyard. Even though the location was secluded, it was beautiful. It was backed by a green mountain, and the courtyard was filled with flowing water. It was the most standard courtyard house in Beijing. The surroundings were very quiet. Cui Lao didn't have the key to this place. Since there was no one around, the 2 of them flew directly into the courtyard. Hee, young master, this is one of the ancestral properties of the Ling family. Don't be fooled by this small courtyard. It's only 1,000 square meters. I won't sell it even for 200 million. Ling Yan knew that Beijing's property prices were notoriously expensive when he was in Xianxia city. However, he didn't expect it to be this expensive. 200,000 per square meter? Cui Lao smiled faintly. Of course not. Such courtyards within the 5th Ring Road aren't for sale in Beijing. Ling Yan understood. He nodded and said, but, without the key, how do we enter the house? Wait a moment, young master. I just need to make a phone call. Chui Lao smiled. 7 out of 8. Begging for monthly votes, begging for monthly votes. Of course, there would be people cleaning such a huge courtyard. These people would come to clean it once every 2 days at most. They lived very close to this place, so Chui Lao made a phone call, and a middle-aged woman quickly came to open the door for them. These cleaners had obviously received specialized training, and they knew how wealthy a family with such a huge courtyard within the 5th Ring Road had to be. Therefore, they didn't ask what they shouldn't ask. No matter what they saw, they pretended as if they didn't see it. Chui Lao got the middle-aged woman to leave a complete set of keys and sent her away after reminding her not to clean for a few days. After the middle-aged woman left, Chui Lao passed a bunch of keys to Ling Yun and smiled. Every room is marked on the key. Young master, feel free to stay in whichever room you want. From now on, this courtyard is yours. He could give Ling Yun 500 million USD, so a courtyard was nothing to him. Chui Lao could handle such a small matter. Moreover, Chui Lao had long determined that Ling Yun would be the future head of the Ling family. The two cars drove into the courtyard slowly. Chow Tianlong got out of the car, and Chui Lao looked at the two descendants of the blood clan who didn't dare to come out. Young master, what do you plan to do with these two descendants of the blood clan? Ling Yun frowned. I don't have any good ideas. Let's wait and see. Perhaps they can be of some help when we rescue them, young master. As the saying goes, those who aren't of the same race are bound to have different intentions. I think these two from the blood clan will be trouble sooner or later. Why don't we finish them off now so that we don't have to be on guard day and night? Chui Lao reminded Ling Yun carefully. Thank you, Chui Lao, I'll be careful. Ling Yun replied calmly. Ling Yun didn't really care about Chui Lao's reminder. He had seen too many strange races in the cultivation world. Not just the blood clan, what kind of monsters hadn't Ling Yun seen before? He had seen demonic cultivators, evil cultivators, ghost cultivators, and spirit cultivators. Any race was a form of life. As long as they didn't offend Ling Yun, he didn't want to kill them for no reason. Even though these two descendants of the blood clan had helped Qin Jianwei with many things and even tried to kill Chow Tianlong, they were only following orders. They didn't harm the civilians. Ling Yun didn't want to kill them just yet. The Qin family, who had betrayed their country for glory at all costs, was much worse than these two members of the blood clan. That was Ling Yun's true enemy. Of course, these two members of the blood clan behaved themselves and were very respectful to Ling Yun. That was also the reason why Ling Yun wanted to let them go. If they dared to act rashly, Ling Yun wouldn't let them live another second. Chui Lao returned to the Ling family to report everything to Ling Lai. Only Ling Yun, Chow Tianlong, and the two pitiful descendants of the blood clan were left in the courtyard. On the way here, they had already bought lunch. Ling Yun and Chow Tianlong filled their stomachs casually and found a room for Chow Tianlong to rest. Everything would be discussed at night. Chow Tianlong had been on the run for days. Now that his family was finally saved, he could finally relax. Without another word, he found a room and fell into a deep sleep. Are the two of you going to stay in this car? Now that we're back in Beijing, you can leave on your own. Ling Yan came to the side of the silver-gray car and said to Paul and Chester. Oh, Honorable Ling, we've already discussed this. We won't leave. We've decided to turn over a new leaf. From today onwards, we'll be completely at your disposal. Chester sat in the car with his sunglasses on. He opened his arms and shrugged his shoulders. His attitude was so sincere that no one could bear to reject him. I'm sorry, but I don't have any fresh human blood for you. It wouldn't be fun if I starve you to death. As for my fresh blood, don't even think about it. Ling Yan laughed involuntarily. Of course not. Not to mention the immortal spiritual energy and pure yang qi in Ling Yan's body, even the stellar condensation technique and the great sun pure fire were the nightmare of the blood clan. If these two guys drank a mouthful of his blood, even if they didn't die, they would only be left with half a life. Oh, no, no, no. Honorable boss, there's something you might not know. We don't have to drink human blood. We can drink animal blood instead of human blood. Chester was the quickest to react. He immediately addressed Ling Yan as boss when he saw that Ling Yan had the intention to take them in. that works? Ling Yun was a little shocked. It would be so much easier if he could use animal blood too. Human blood wasn't easy, but he had plenty of ways to get animal blood. All he needed was money. Yes. Definitely. Honorable boss, as long as you're willing to take us in, we're willing to do anything. Paul and Chester said hurriedly. That saved Ling Yun a lot of trouble. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't try to fool me. Didn't you say that you're loyal servants of the Blood Clan? How could you betray your master so easily?" No, it's not betrayal. The Blood Clan that gave us the embrace was killed by the Blood Clan hunters in America. We're free now. This can't be considered betrayal. Paul was the first to speak. Why did you come to Xianxia if you're free? Ling Yun asked. Chester licked his dry lips. Honorable boss, it's for fresh blood. That Qin Jianwei said that as long as we're willing to come to Xianxia with him, he'll provide us with an endless supply of fresh blood. You know, this temptation is irresistible. Fresh human blood was the greatest desire of the Blood Clan. This was indeed an irresistible temptation for the descendants of the Blood Clan. Ling Yun pondered for a moment before nodding. If that's the case, that's fine too. Follow me then. Perhaps you'll have a better life. Oh, thank you, boss. You're the greatest, most outstanding, and most brilliant boss in the world. Chester sucked up to Ling Yun. Where will you stay? You can't possibly stay in the car all the time, right? Ling Yun asked casually. Oh, honorable boss, to us, the best place to stay is in a coffin. However, you won't have a coffin here, so just give us a basement. Ling Yun released his divine sense and enveloped the entire courtyard. Sure enough, he found a few underground rooms. He let the two descendants of the Blood Clan stay in casually before returning to the main house. He sat on the sofa in the living room and thought quietly. Half an hour later, Ling Yun gave Ning Lingyu and Tang Meng a call, telling them that he had arrived in Beijing safely and that everything was fine. He also asked them to tell the others not to worry about him. Then, Ling Yun found the largest bedroom and jumped onto the bed. He sat cross-legged and began cultivating, patiently waiting for the night to come. In order to take care of the two descendants of the Blood Clan, Ling Yun only stopped his cultivation at 9 o'clock at night and flew out of bed. At this time, Chao Tianlong had already woken up and was sitting alone in the living room, deep in thought. How was your rest? Ling Yun asked Chao Tianlong with a smile. As he walked out of the bedroom, Chao Tianlong let out a long sigh and nodded. Thank you, I had a good rest. With you around, I feel much more at ease. Brother-in-law, don't put so much pressure on yourself. The sky won't fall. Don't worry, as long as it's the truth, there's always a solution. Ling Yun smiled. Chao Tianlong nodded before glaring at Ling Yun. Who's your brother-in-law? Brat, Xianxia isn't married to you yet. Save her first. Ling Yun had purposely wanted Chao Tianlong to relax. Now that Chao Tianlong had caught on to his weakness, he knew that Chao Tianlong had indeed had a good rest. Thus, he could finally relax. This time I'm going to annihilate the Qin family. Ling Yun said in a low voice. As he spoke, Ling Yun's body exuded an incomparably ferocious aura. He was confident and powerful. Chao Tianlong was shocked. Ling Yun, you want to annihilate the Qin family? I have to remind you that the Qin family isn't that easy to annihilate. The current head of the Qin family, Chen Haipeng, is already at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5. There are at least 7 or 8 masters above the Xiantian realm in the family. Moreover, there are a few hidden sects supporting the Qin family. Even though the Chao family doesn't want to admit it, I can tell you that the Qin family is now the 3rd largest family in Beijing, excluding the Long family and the Yi family. Moreover, this is only the Qin family's influence in the country. If we were to include the hidden forces behind them and the support of various foreign forces, the stakes are too high. The Qin family isn't easy to annihilate. Even if you really have the ability to annihilate the Qin family, the Long family will be the first to object. That's because this will definitely break the delicate balance between the 7 big families in Beijing and affect the Long family. Xianxia will definitely become a mess like 18 years ago. Brother-in-law, you're thinking too much. A man is born in this world. If there's a grudge, you have to take revenge. Why do you care so much about other things? Ling Yan laughed and said to Chao Tianlong. Right now, the Sun family is enduring silently, the Yi family is biding their time, and the Chen family wants to take advantage of this opportunity. They actually chose the Chao family first. It's obvious that they want to annihilate the entire Chao family. Why are you thinking so much when your family is gone? Ling Yan reprimanded Chao Tianlong before smiling faintly. I'm different from you. Whoever wants to touch my people or shit on my head, I won't say a word. Let's put everything aside for now and talk about it after I beat him to death. No matter how important and powerful he is, even if the world can't survive without him, I will still kill him without hesitation. Ling Yan snorted coldly and said coldly. Chao Tianlong was once again dumbfounded. Today, he finally saw what it meant to be domineering. What it meant to be arrogant and domineering. To be continued. 8 chapters completed. Seeking monthly votes for the big climax. Thank you for your monthly votes today. In order to break the shackles in Chao Tianlong's heart, Ling Yan expressed his thoughts and displayed an aura that would kill anything that stood in his way. You want to set up your trap, you want to ascend to your position, you can do whatever you want, but don't provoke me. Provoking me is out of the question, no matter what, I'll destroy him. That was Ling Yan's style. You still don't understand? If your family is gone, what will the Long family, Yi family, and this and that have anything to do with you, Chao Tianlong? You're already in a desperate situation. If you're still afraid, then no one can help you. Ling Yan stood there with a confident smile on his face as he stared at Chao Tianlong. I understand. Chao Tianlong stood up abruptly with a determined look on his face. He extended his palm and slapped it against Ling Yan's palm, producing a loud, crisp sound. Let's go eat first. What about the 2 descendants of the blood clan? Chao Tianlong asked. Don't worry about them. They can stay and lead if they want. We just need to focus on what we need to do. Ling Yan still didn't trust the 2 descendants of the blood clan. He wasn't counting on them to save the people tonight. He could only rely on himself at critical moments. That was Ling Yan's motto. The 2 of them left the courtyard and quickly found a large restaurant. They went in and had a hearty meal. Ling Yan even drank some wine as they chatted. How strong is your grandfather? Xiantian Realm Level 4, what about your parents? My father is at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 1, and my mother doesn't know martial arts. According to what you saw, how many other people in your family have been embraced? At least 6. Don't your family have the support of hidden families or ancient martial arts sects? Where are they? I didn't see a single one. I'm guessing they were all killed by Qin Jianwei. Got it. We'll go back and prepare after the meal. We'll go to the Chao family to save them. After the meal, the 2 of them returned to their residence. Ling Yan realized that the 2 descendants of the blood clan were already out. Although Ling Yan wasn't around and he couldn't find any way to control them, they didn't leave. This made Ling Yan very satisfied. Honorable boss, you're finally back. I thought you were going to abandon us. Chester jumped up from his seat and flew out of the room to greet Ling Yan. Paul also stood up and gave a gentlemanly bow. He smiled and said, Dear boss, what would you like to do tonight? Paul is at your service. Tonight, I'm going to the Chao family to save someone. Do you guys want to follow me? Chester grinned, his expression exaggerated as he screamed, Oh, honorable boss, saving people is so important. Of course, we have to go with you. But. Just what? But, if you need to fight, can you not use that holy light? Obviously, Chester and Paul were very afraid of Ling Yan's pure yang qi. Whoosh! The devil's underworld essence blade appeared in Ling Yan's hands. He raised the pitch-black blade and looked at the 2 descendants of the blood clan. This blade is enough. If I really need that holy light, I'll inform you guys in advance and let you guys leave first. Oh, *T. I hate this blade. Chester retreated in fear. However, Westerners did have their own habits. They said whatever was on their minds and didn't hide anything. This was something Ling Yan admired. Ling Yan laughed and put the devil's underworld essence blade back into his spatial ring. At the same time, he took out 2 bundles of fire talismans and passed them to Chao Tianlong. He used telepathy to tell him how to use them. Chao Tianlong had seen the power of the fire talismans before. He knew that they were the nemesis of the Blood Clan. How many descendants of the Blood Clan did Chen Jianwei bring back from America? Ling Yan asked Chester. Honorable boss, we brought back a total of 29 people. Excluding the two of us and poor Jim, there are 26 people left. Every time Jim was mentioned, Chester would feel sad for him. How many people are hiding in the Chow family? There are 6, how strong are they? They're about the same level as Paul and I. One of them is about the same level as Jim, that's good, let's go. At 11 o'clock at night, 2 cars stopped at the entrance of the Chow family's compound. This place was surprisingly outside the 5th Ring Road. The compound was very large, at least 10,000 square meters. Usually, it should be brightly lit, but now, at a glance, it was pitch black, giving off a gloomy and cold feeling. Ling Yan, Chao Tianlong, Paul, and Chester got out of the car. Ling Yan looked at the main entrance of the courtyard and smiled. We'll fight our way in. With that, the Devil's Underworld Essence blade appeared in Ling Yan's hand again. He held the blade in his right hand and swung it at the courtyard from 5 to 6 meters away. The black blade flashed and disappeared. The cold wind whistled through the air. It was incomparably sharp. Gotcha! The door of the Chow family's courtyard was smashed into pieces by Ling Yan's saber energy. It was broken beyond recognition. The wind from Ling Yan's palm and fist could leave his body. Naturally, the blade was no exception. Even from 5 to 6 meters away, the seemingly solid blade had already smashed the courtyard door. Chao Tianlong couldn't help but scratch his head. Ling Yan, can't we just jump in? This is my house, don't tell me your family can't even afford a door? What great things can you do in the future? Ling Yan laughed. It had to be said that Ling Yan's calmness was something that others couldn't learn even if they wanted to. Come, follow me and fight our way in. With that, Ling Yan took the lead and stepped forward. With a kick, he smashed the half of the door that refused to fall and flew into the courtyard. Which room is the old master in? After entering, he immediately expanded his divine sense to the maximum and asked Chao Tianlong directly. He didn't even use the telepathic technique. Backyard, East Wing. Chao Tianlong's blood was also boiling with excitement as he exclaimed. Let's go. Not to mention Chao Tianlong, even Chester and Paul were dumbfounded by the way he swaggered around. Wasn't he supposed to save someone? Shouldn't he be acting like a thief? Why was his boss acting like a second master? Wasn't he too valiant? Who dares to barge into the Chow residence? A loud roar came from inside, followed by 3 tall and burly figures rushing out. Very quickly, they arrived in front of Ling Yun and the others. It was another 3 foreigners. They were wearing tuxedos just like Chester and the other 2. They looked gorgeous, but their faces were deathly pale. Their bodies were so cold that no living aura could be sensed from them. What? Chester? Paul? Why are only the 2 of you back? Where's Jim? Where's Jim? Oh my god, you guys brought back your prey? Then who is this lowly human? The 3 Blood Clan members obviously recognized Chester and Paul. They immediately asked in shock when they saw that it was them. I'm sorry, but Jim has already gone to hell to meet your Satan. If you know what's good for you, scram as far as you can. If not, don't blame me for killing you. Ling Yan sneered without waiting for Chester to speak. The 3 Blood Clan laughed hysterically as though they had heard the funniest joke in the world. One of them pointed at Ling Yan and said, What? You want to kill us? Oh my god, this is too funny. It's not funny at all. With that said, Ling Yan appeared in front of the Blood Clan member in a flash. The devil's blade in his hand was slashed diagonally at him. He was too lazy to even use his blade technique, and his speed was as fast as lightning. The Blood Clan instinctively raised his hand to block. Chester and Paul closed their eyes at the same time. It was over. TSK TSK, the first sound was the sound of Ling Yan chopping off one of the Blood Clan's arms. The second slash was the sound of him being split into 2, it was as easy as cutting vegetables. The devil's blade absorbed all the blood in the Blood Clan's body. He died on the spot before he could transform. Roar! Roar! Hearing two strange cries, the remaining two blood breeds saw that their companion had been killed with a single slash. They immediately knew that they had encountered a powerful enemy and were about to transform. Don't bother. It's the same to me whether you transform or not. Ling Yan snorted and used the dragonfish phantom ability. He split into two and slashed at the two Blood Clan members who were transforming. The sound of the tuxedo being torn stopped abruptly. The heads of the two Blood Clan members fell to the ground, and their bodies withered rapidly. I told you to scram as far as you can. Why did you have to block my way? Ling Yan continued to force his way in with the three of them. In the meantime, another three descendants of the Blood Clan rushed out. Even though they had completely transformed, they were still killed by Ling Yan in one move. The Devil's Blade was too domineering. Paul and Chester couldn't help but look at each other with fear in their eyes. They were thankful that their boss didn't do anything to them that day. Otherwise, the 6 corpses on the ground were their role models. Old Master Chow, come out quickly. We're here to save you. Ling Yan came to the backyard quickly and shouted. He used the mystical dragon hell, and his voice was like thunder in the sky. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 silhouettes flew out from the room in the backyard. Chow Tianlong fixed his eyes on them, and tears streamed down his cheeks as he screamed. Grandpa! Dad! Chow Tianlong's face was already full of tears, and he was sobbing uncontrollably. Chow Tianlong was heartbroken, but the eyes of his 2 closest relatives were as cold as ice. They stood there without the slightest reaction, like 2 soulless puppets. To be continued. Sorry, there's a power outage in the neighborhood. I'll only be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I'm stuck in the internet cafe writing now. I can only write 2 more chapters at the internet cafe. There will be a total of 8 chapters tomorrow. I'm begging for monthly votes for the last 24 hours. Chow Tianlong was heartbroken, but Ling Yan was very calm. He put away his Devil's Blade immediately after killing the 6 foreign descendants of the Blood Clan. The Devil's Underworld Essence Blade was meant to be used against enemies, but these 2 were Chow Tianlong's grandfather and father. Even though they had been embraced by Qin Jianwei and became members of the Blood Clan, Ling Yan wouldn't hurt them. Chow Tianlong's grandfather was Chow Juanxiong, and his father was Chow Xingchong. Both of them were ancient martial arts practitioners. Chow Juanxiong was at the early stages of Xiantian Realm Level 4, while Chow Xingchong was at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 1. They were the previous and current head of the Chow family. Ling Yan locked onto them with his divine sense. At the same time, he used his yin-yang eye to its maximum to observe their every move. That's not right, Ling Yan couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt as he looked at the 2 of them. Ling Yan had heard from Chester and Paul that the embrace of the Blood Clan was a blood oath that couldn't be reversed or destroyed. Once the embrace was completed, the person being embraced would have to be completely loyal to his master. As long as his master didn't die, he wouldn't be able to betray his master. However, being completely loyal didn't mean that the person who was embraced would lose his soul, will, and personality. No matter if it was Jim, Chester, or Paul, they all had their own souls and personalities. The way they talked and acted were all different. Moreover, they had their own preferences and fears. Chow Juanxiong and Chow Xingchong, on the other hand, looked like 2 walking corpses. It was as if their souls had been sucked out. Grandpa, Dad, why aren't you saying anything? I'm Tianlong. Ling Yan and I are here to save you. What's wrong with you? After suffering for a while, Chow Tianlong also realized that something was wrong. This was because the first time he returned home with his comrades, Chow Juanxiong and Chow Xingchong weren't like this. They were just cold to him and didn't dare to appear under the sun. But now, Chow Tianlong realized that they didn't recognize him anymore. Ling Yan, what's going on? What should we do now? Chow Tianlong panicked as he turned to look at Ling Yan. Chester, what's going on? Why do they look like they've lost their souls? Ling Yan's face darkened. He didn't even turn around to look at Chester. Oh, shit. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chester mumbled as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. His competence couldn't have increased that fast. Paul's expression changed as well. He pointed at Chow Xingchong and Chow Juanxiong. Honorable boss, this is the evil eye. Only high-level members of the Blood Clan can use the evil eye. Damn Xianxia, how did he level up so quickly? High-ranking members of the Blood Clan could hypnotize innocent victims with just a glance or a gesture, luring them out of the safe house and toward the hiding place of the Blood Clan. They would then be killed without any resistance. This ability of the blood race was known as the evil eye. The evil eye could perform hypnosis, and it could even control a person's thoughts and actions when it reached a certain level. It could completely erase a human's will and soul, turning them into the servants and puppets of the Blood Clan. Other than pure-blooded members of the Blood Clan, ordinary humans who became vampires after the embrace had to be at least a viscount to be able to use the evil eye. However, Xianxia already had the ability to use the evil eye. In other words, Xianxia had already advanced to a viscount 2 months after returning to the country. How could Paul and Chester not be shocked by such a terrifying rate of improvement? This is the evil eye? Ling Yan's brows furrowed even tighter. He pursed his lips, and his expression darkened. He couldn't help but worry for Xianxia. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before Ling Yan could reply to Cao Tianlong, Cao Juanxiong and Cao Xingchong pounced toward Ling Yan and the others as if they had received some kind of command. The three of you, stand down! Ling Yan roared as he flew forward. Ling Yan, please don't hurt them. Cao Tianlong's sorrowful voice came from behind him. Cao Tianlong was afraid that Ling Yan would kill them, so he didn't forget to remind Ling Yan. I don't need you to remind me. Ling Yan replied in the air. I don't need you to remind me. I won't be able to save Xianxia if I kill your grandfather and father. Bang! Ling Yan was the first to meet Cao Juanxiong head-on. He knew that his opponent was a Xiantian realm level 4 master, so he didn't dare to be careless. He circulated the stellar condensation technique to the extreme and took Cao Juanxiong's full blow. Cao Juanxiong's figure flew backward, but Ling Yan was unharmed. After landing on the ground, the tip of his toes touched the ground again. Although he moved later, he arrived first. In an instant, he stood in front of Cao Xingchong and took another blow from Cao Xingchong. These were 2 Xiantian realm masters from Xianxia who had transformed into the Blood Clan. Ling Yan took 2 blows from them because he wanted to see how they were different from descendants of the Blood Clan like Chester and Paul. The results of the test shocked Ling Yan. Cao Juanxiong's strength was even greater than Qinggongxiong's when he was at Xiantian realm level 5. Similarly, Cao Xingchong's strength was greater than Cui Lao's when he was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 1. The strength of an ancient martial arts master from Xianxia who had transformed into the Blood Clan could increase by more than 1 level. Moreover, this was the result of their transformation. Ling Yan knew that the 2 of them were like walking corpses. Since they attacked, they must have used all their strength from the start. There was no way they would have held back. Ling Yan, are you alright? Cao Tianlong was extremely touched when he saw that Ling Yan didn't dodge and took 2 blows from his grandfather and father head-on. He started to worry for Ling Yan again. I'm fine, Ling Yan smiled bitterly. He didn't do all of this to make Cao Tianlong feel touched. He was preparing to deal with that damned Xianxia. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one win 100 battles. However, Ling Yan didn't take those 2 blows for nothing. He was pleasantly surprised because he realized that there was still Xiantian true qi circulating in Cao Juanxiong and Cao Xingcheng's bodies. The Xiantian true qi meant that their energy centers and meridians were still there. Ling Yan's acupuncture would be effective as long as these were still there. As for the reason, Ling Yan wasn't sure. Perhaps it was because of the process of the embrace, or perhaps it was because they had already reached the Xiantian realm. Perhaps it was because of their Asian bloodline. Perhaps it was because they hadn't been completely transformed into members of the Blood Clan yet. However, Ling Yan was more inclined to believe that it was because Cao Juanxiong and Cao Xingchong had reached the Xiantian realm. After all, the Xiantian realm's conception and governor meridians had long been opened, and they had achieved the unity of heaven and man. Their physique was already very different from ordinary people. Ling Yan could only slowly study this with Chester and Paul after he captured them. At the thought of this, Ling Yan let out a long laugh and used the dragonfish phantom ability and fulgurating shadows to split himself into 2. He left an afterimage in his original position and dashed in front of Cao Xingchong and Cao Juanxiong. Freeze for me. Ling Yan's fingers were as fast as lightning as he struck a few acupoints on both of their bodies. After he was done, Ling Yan's figure flew back to his original position. Even then, the afterimage that he had left in his original position hadn't disappeared. Ling Yan's fulgurating shadows could already split into 9 after he reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. Then, Chao Tianlong, Chester, and Paul were shocked to see Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingcheng struggle slightly before their bodies slumped to the ground like noodles. Just like the Blood Clan, their bodies are stronger than before. Ling Yun muttered to himself as he raised his hand and looked at his fingers. Ling Yun, what did you do to my grandfather and father? How did they fall to the ground? Chao Tianlong roared angrily as he saw his grandfather and father fall to the ground. He flew to Ling Yan's side and shouted angrily. It's nothing, I just sealed a few of their acupoints. That's good, it saved us a lot of trouble. Ling Yun chuckled. In order to tie up Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingcheng, Ling Yun had prepared a few ropes. Each of them was weaved from the golden black devilish silk and was more than 10 meters long. Even though they were only as thick as hemp thread, they were definitely useful. Even a Xiantian realm level 9 expert might not be able to escape after being tied up. Chao Tianlong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. However, he was still worried. In a flash, he came to the side of his grandfather and father. He finally calmed down when he saw that they weren't dead. Ling Yan also flew forward and observed them for a while. After confirming that they were indeed sealed, he said to Chester and Paul, both of you, come over here and help me keep an eye on them. If anything goes wrong, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yes. Respected boss. Paul and Chester were once again dumbfounded when they saw Ling Yan's unintentional display. They had completely regarded Ling Yan as Satan in their hearts. It's not 6, it's 8. They're all in the backyard. I'll get them out now and bring them along. Ling Yan said to Chao Tianlong before his figure flashed in and out of the house. Very quickly, he got all 8 of them out. Those who needed to be sealed had their acupoints sealed and those who needed to be tied up were all tied up. Then, Ling Yan released his divine sense and executed his movement technique. He quickly circled the entire courtyard of the Chao family and flew back after confirming that there was no one else alive. These are the 10 of them. However, there are still 12 corpses in one of the storage rooms in your house. Do you want to take a look? Ling Yan frowned as he whispered, afraid that Chao Tianlong wouldn't be able to accept it. What? Chao Tianlong was stunned when he heard that. He couldn't stand anymore. His face turned pale as he fell to the ground. To be continued. The first chapter after 8. The surroundings were filled with people playing games. They were shouting and smacking their keyboards loudly. Oh my god, typing in an internet cafe is so painful. Asking for monthly votes at 3 in the morning, dead. They're all dead. They're all dead. Chao Tianlong fell to the ground, his face pale and his eyes lifeless. His mouth trembled as he repeated those few words over and over again. Although he had already expected this outcome, he still couldn't accept it when he faced reality. The blow Chao Tianlong had received was too great. Stand up. Ling Yan couldn't help but use the mystical dragon howl at Chao Tianlong. Ling Yan's shout was like a bolt from the blue. Chao Tianlong couldn't help but shiver. His body shook violently as he woke up instantly. Ling Yan lowered his head and looked at Chao Tianlong, who was sitting on the ground. Chao Tianlong, stand up if you're a man. Chao Tianlong said word by word. Ling Yan was extremely serious. His eyes were shining brightly as he stared at Chao Tianlong, who was sitting on the ground. Bam! Chao Tianlong's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he suddenly punched the hard ground. The 8 knuckles on the back of his right hand were bleeding profusely as he leaped up. I'll go take a look at them. Chao Tianlong didn't care about the wound on his hand as he gritted his teeth and rushed towards the storage room. Ling Yan noticed that the 10 people who had received the embrace, regardless of whether they had their acupoints sealed or were tied up by the golden black devilish silkworm, all of them reacted at the same time. Regardless of gender, all of them opened their mouths, and the 2 canine teeth in some of their mouths started to grow. Chester and Paul weren't an exception either. The 2 of them suppressed their thirst for blood and circled around Chao Tianlong in the direction that he was running in. The Blood Clan was thirsty for blood. The Blood Clan didn't need to eat, but they needed fresh blood continuously. Whenever night fell, they would have a strong thirst for fresh blood. This thirst was even more unbearable than human hunger. Their throats would feel like they were being torn apart, forcing them to drink human blood. Humph. Ling Yan snorted coldly and glanced coldly at Chester and Paul. Chester and Paul immediately shut their mouths, but they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It must be hard for them to hold it in. Eldest uncle. Fourth uncle. Youngest aunt. Fifth sister. Auntie. Very quickly, Chow Tianlong's sorrowful cries could be heard from the direction of the storeroom. Then, with a loud thud, Chow Tianlong knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the 12 corpses on the ground. The calamity of the Chow family, the calamity of annihilation, a blood feud, Ling Yan sighed in his heart. It was too tragic. The 12 corpses had all been sucked dry. Not a single drop of blood was left in their bodies. These were all Chow Tianlong's relatives. I wonder if Xianxia knows about this. If she already knows. Ling Yan didn't dare to think further. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the message that Chao Shanshan had sent to Zhongling. I'm fine now. Don't worry. Ling Yan and I can't be together anymore. Help me take care of him and make him forget about me. I wish him, you, and all of our classmates happiness. 0125, really, is everything alright? Don't worry, forget about you? How is that possible? Ling Yan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Ling Yan understood the meaning of that message. He was only at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 3 before he went to the crater. He couldn't even defeat a heaven-ranked assassin at Hotian realm level 9. Chao Shanshan was afraid that he would take the risk alone and didn't want him to die. Shanshan, I'm already in the capital. I won't let your family suffer any more harm. I'll definitely save you as soon as possible. I promise. Ling Yan swore in his heart. Qin Jianwei from the Qin family was unforgivable. Chester, Paul, tell me, why didn't Qin Jianwei give them the embrace? Ling Yan asked in a low voice. Honorable boss, that damn Qin Jianwei needs human blood to cultivate. He needs a lot of blood. He will naturally think of a way to embrace those who are useful to him, but he will suck the blood of those who are useless to him to increase his blood clan level. You have to know that an adult only has 5 kilograms of blood in their body. On average, every kilogram of human body weight contains 70 to 80 milliliters of blood. That was 7 to 8% of one's body weight. A person weighing 150 kilograms wouldn't have more than 6 kilograms of blood. Damn it. Ling Yan cursed. He couldn't help but draw out the devil's blade and shake it. I'm going to use this blade to suck every drop of blood from Qin Jianwei. Why didn't they transform? After Ling Yan vented his anger, he asked the two of them the key question. The transformation speed of the blood clan was very fast. From the beginning to the end of the transformation, it took less than 10 seconds. However, after fighting with Chao Xingcheng and Chao Juanxiong for so long, the other 8 people did not transform. This made him very confused. Oh, honorable boss, the transformation of the blood clan takes time. It doesn't mean that we can transform immediately after the embrace. Chester explained hurriedly. After the embrace, one will have a long lifespan, but it takes time to transform. First, the 2 fangs can lengthen at will. Then, the 2 hands can turn into long, sharp claws. After a long period of time, at least half a year to 3 years, they will be able to transform into what Paul and I have. Chester explained hurriedly. However, we have only completed the initial transformation. We haven't grown wings yet. Only when we grow a pair of wings and can fly in the air will we be considered real members of the blood clan. At that time, we will be barons. The transformation of the blood clan isn't just about enlarging the body. The ultimate transformation of the blood clan is to transform into a vampire bat, the very small kind. I told you about it in the car, so, does that grandson Qin Jianwei have wings now? Ling Yan nodded and asked again. Paul and Chester nodded at the same time. A member of the blood clan without wings doesn't have the right to be conferred the title of baron. When he was in America, he already had a pair of wide black wings. D***it, how enviable, Ling Yan frowned. Qin Jianwei could fly. This was definitely a big problem. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. How high can he fly then? How far? how fast? Ling Yan had to figure out every detail in order to deal with Chen Jianwei. Oh, honorable boss, have you seen a sparrow? Or a bat? Or, have you ever seen an eagle? Flying is about the same. However, the flying speed of the Blood Clan is extremely fast. It's not slower than your movement technique at all. Thinking that they could fly, Chester and Paul's 4 eyes were filled with admiration and longing. Their longing and yearning couldn't be expressed in their words. Ling Yun nodded solemnly. He was thinking that it was time to forge a longbow and 180 pure silver arrows. Ling Yun had to be at least in the middle stages of Qi cultivation to be able to fly. He had to be at least at the Great Perfection Stage 3 of Qi cultivation if he wanted to use his divine sense. Before that, he wouldn't be afraid to fight Chen Jianwei in close combat. However, Chen Jianwei could fly. Ling Yun needed a long-range weapon and a way to restrain Chen Jianwei. Now, Chen Jianwei, who hadn't shown himself yet, had become Ling Yun's #1 enemy. At the same time, he had to kill him. I still need to get a good pistol, and the bullets must be made of pure silver. Ling Yun calculated silently in his heart. Just then, Chao Tianlong returned. His eyes were bloodshot, and his forehead was broken from kowtowing. Fresh blood seeped out from the wound, causing his 10 relatives to struggle and grit their teeth. It was a sight that made one's heart bleed. Ling Yan took out 2 healing talismans and let Chao Tianlong use them to heal the wounds on the back of his hand and forehead. Then, he took out a clear water talisman to wash away the bloodstains on his body. Only then did Chao Tianlong's relatives and the 2 descendants of the Blood Clan calm down. I'm going to report this to the Heavenly Team and Dragon Team. We can't let the Chen family be so arrogant. The Heavenly Team protected the country, and the Dragon Team protected the dragon. Chao Tianlong thought about the power of the country. Ling Yan laughed coldly and shook his head. Are you muddle-headed? Chen Jianwei isn't the only member of the Chen family. They must have planned this for a long time. If the Heavenly Team and Dragon Team wanted to interfere, they would have done so long ago. Why would they need you to report it to them? Ling Yan thought back to the tragedy that befell the Ling family 18 years ago. Ling Yan didn't believe in the Heavenly Team and Dragon Team at all. This was Beijing, right under the Emperor's nose. The Chao family was such a big family. No matter how well the Chen family covered it up, they would not be able to hide it from the eyes and ears of those with ulterior motives. Ling Yan would never believe that no news of it had leaked out. Ling Yan, are you saying that the Heavenly Team and Dragon Team already know that something happened to the Chao family? Chao Tianlong asked blankly. Ling Yan smiled faintly and shook his head. To be honest, I can't be sure either. However, think about it. Do you think it's more likely that the Heavenly Team and Dragon Team knew that something happened to your family but didn't do anything, or that they didn't know that something happened to your family? Ling Yan's meaning was clear. If the Heavenly Team and Dragon Team didn't know anything about what happened to the Chao family, then the Heavenly Team and Dragon Team could forget about protecting the country. They might as well go home to their wives and children, wash up, and sleep. Ling Yan smirked. Is there anyone from the Chen family in the Heavenly Team and Dragon Team? Is there anyone who is close to the Chen family? If I'm not wrong, maybe when you arrive at their place, you'll be arrested as a mental patient before you even have a chance to speak. Ugh. What do we do now? Chao Tianlong asked in disbelief. I've said it before, we can only rely on ourselves. Ling Yan said coldly. We can't stay in the Chao family anymore. Let's get rid of these people first. The second watch of the 8th watch. There was no time to eat in the last 11 hours. He rode all the way until midnight. Begging for monthly votes, Ling Yan got Paul and Chester to drive the 2 cars in and started loading people into them. Chao Tianlong had also found the key to his garage. He opened the garage and drove a huge luxury car out. He placed Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingcheng, and his mother in the car. At the same time, he said with tears in his eyes, Grandpa, Daddy, Mommy, I've wronged you. The other 7 people were placed into 2 separate cars. Paul and Chester drove one each, while Chao Tianlong drove the other. Ling Yun didn't sit in the car. He followed the 3 cars carefully and protected them all the way back to his residence. Other than some good red wine, the Chao family didn't lose much. However, all the cameras and surveillance systems in the courtyard had been destroyed. That was why Ling Yun didn't wear a mask the entire time. No enemies came to disturb them along the way. Ling Yun and the rest returned to their own courtyard safely. After entering the courtyard and closing the door, Ling Yun sent a telepathic message to Chao Tianlong. Even though they are your family, they can't be exposed to the sun during the day after the embrace. That's why they have to suffer a little and live in the basement. Chao Tianlong understood this and could only nod silently. The four of them worked together and quickly moved all 10 of Chao Tianlong's relatives into the basement. Then, Ling Yun asked Paul and Chester, "Can they really only drink blood?" "Yes, honorable boss. To us from the blood clan, drinking blood is as normal as eating when we're hungry. It's instinctive." Paul and Chester nodded in unison. Ling Yun was speechless. He turned to look at Chao Tianlong. Chao Tianlong nodded bitterly as he stared at the remaining 10 relatives in his family. Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingcheng were still in a daze. It was as though their souls had been extracted. They had no idea who Chao Tianlong was. "Ling Yun, you have to think of a way to save them. Other than Xianxia, these are the only 10 relatives I have left." Chao Tianlong tore at his hair with both hands as he lamented bitterly. "Don't worry, I will definitely think of a way. However, the most important thing now is to let them eat their fill." Ling Yun turned to Paul and Chester and said, "Quick, bring your blood bottles over to quench the thirst of these people." Paul and Chester exchanged looks, feeling awkward. Chester said, "But, honorable boss, we don't have much fresh blood left. With so many people, we can only use it tonight." "Don't worry, since you're following me, I definitely won't let you go hungry. After tonight, as long as it's not human blood, I can get you any fresh blood you want," Ling Yun said with a frown. Chester and Paul were overjoyed. They rushed out of the basement and went to the silver-gray car to get their blood bottles. Together with Chao Tianlong, the 3 of them fed the 10 members of the Chao family with fresh blood. Ling Yun got Chao Tianlong to watch over them while he brought the 2 descendants of the blood clan back to the main house. "I'll think of something," Ling Yun said to the silent Chao Tianlong before he left. Ling Yun returned to the main house and sat on the sofa in deep thought. To Ling Yun, there were 3 pressing matters. The first was to find a source of fresh blood for these 12 people. This was easy. Ling Yun only needed to find a large slaughterhouse tomorrow and buy 100 kilograms of fresh blood. The second was to find a way to wake up Chao Tianlong's family, especially Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingcheng. He needed to communicate with them and ask them about some things. As for the last thing, which was also the most important thing, it was naturally to find a way to find out Chao Xianxian's whereabouts and rescue her as soon as possible. This was to prevent him from worrying about Chao Xianxian's safety when he took action against the Chen family. Evil eye. Hypnosis. Awakening consciousness, Ling Yun sat there with his eyes closed, deep in thought for a long time. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He opened his eyes abruptly and said in annoyance, "F***ck, how could I forget such an important treasure?" In front of Chao Tianlong, Ling Yun might look calm and collected on the surface, but he was secretly anxious. In his anxiety, he had actually forgotten about his treasures. Not only were there treasures, but there were also many. The Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone and the Spirit Cleansing Talisman. There was no need to mention the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone. Ling Yun had created more than 10 Spirit Cleansing Talismans after he came out of seclusion. The Spirit Cleansing Talisman, as the name suggested, could naturally clear one's mind. Not only could it cure dementia and madness, but it could also cure people in a vegetative state. Ling Yun didn't believe that he couldn't deal with the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone, the Spirit Cleansing Talisman, and his own mystical dragon Hell. Ling Yun's eyes lit up. He flew out of the house and went straight to the basement. Perhaps it was because the members of the Chao family had allowed Chao Tianlong to escape, but Chen Jianwei realized that the blood oath wasn't enough to control the members of the Chao family. Hence, he immediately used the evil eye on the remaining 10 members of the Chao family after he leveled up. He didn't let a single one of them off. Ling Yun came to the basement and told Chao Tianlong that he had an idea. He asked who he should start with. Chao Tianlong thought about it and said, "Let's start with my father. He's the current head of the family." The importance of the current head of the family didn't need to be mentioned. However, Ling Yan understood how difficult and painful it was for Chao Tianlong to make this decision. That was because if Ling Yan's treatment failed or if there were any accidents or dangers during the treatment, the first to be sacrificed would be Chao Tianlong's father. Furthermore, if Ling Yan's treatment was successful, the one who would suffer the most would be Chao Tianlong's father. Among the remaining 10 people, there were Chao Tianlong's closest relatives and collateral relatives. However, Chao Tianlong chose to let his own father bear the pain and sacrifice. Just this point alone was enough to move Ling Yan. Ling Yan smiled at Chao Tianlong before starting the treatment. The Chao family won't perish as long as you're here. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Chao Tianlong became very nervous. He came to Chao Xingchang's side. He was already drenched in sweat and couldn't speak. Ling Yan squatted down and took out the dragon vein sword. With a gentle shake of the sword, the tip of the sword pierced through Chao Xingchang's neck. Then, Ling Yan saw that the wound on Chao Xingchang's neck didn't bleed much. Instead, it started to heal slowly. Even though it wasn't as fast as Paul and Chester, it was indeed healing. Ling Yan took out the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone at lightning speed and pierced a small corner of the stone into the wound. Ling Yan didn't move for a long time. He observed Chao Xingchang's eyes. Indeed, Ling Yan noticed that Chao Xingchang's eyes started to focus. There's a way, Ling Yan smiled confidently at Chao Tianlong. With the spirit cleansing talisman in his hand, he waved it at Chao Xingchang's head. Then, he used the mystical dragon hell and shouted, "Appear." Ling Yan's voice was loud and clear, even louder than the dragon's roar. Everyone was stunned for a moment. All they could see was a green light flashing and disappearing into Chao Xingchang's head. Chao Xingchang's body quivered. He opened his eyes abruptly, and a bright light was released from them. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ling Yan used telepathy and the mystical dragon hell at Chao Xingchang at the same time. Still not waking up? Ling Yan immediately said to Chao Tianlong, "It's about time. Hurry up and shout." Chao Tianlong knelt in front of Chao Xingchang and cried, "Daddy, I'm Tianlong. I saved you, Daddy." The entire basement was shrouded in a ghastly mist. Ling Yan was depressed. He glared at Paul and Chester, who were following him from the outside, and sent a telepathic message to them. "Humph. It's all your blood clan's doing." Paul and Chester didn't dare to look at Ling Yan's eyes. They didn't even dare to reply. All of them lowered their heads. What kind of treasure was the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone? What kind of magical effect was the Spirit Cleansing Talisman? Coupled with Ling Yan's mystical dragon hell, the evil eye that Qin Jianwei used on Chao Xingchang was completely destroyed. That wasn't all. Under the mysterious effect of the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone, the blood oath in Chao Xingchang's body temporarily lost its effect. Not only did he regain his consciousness, but he also recognized Chao Tianlong immediately. "Tianlong? It's really you? Why are you back? Run." Chao Xingchang's acupoints were sealed and he couldn't move at all. He immediately saw Chao Tianlong kneeling in front of him, wailing and calling out to him. The first person he thought of wasn't himself, but his own son. "Daddy, it's me. I'm Tianlong. I'm back. I've already saved you. Don't worry, we're safe now." Chao Tianlong was overjoyed to see that his father had really woken up. He immediately held on to Chao Xingchang. Ling Yan moved forward in a flash. His hands were as fast as lightning, and his fingers were as swift as the wind. In an instant, he released Chao Xingchang's acupoint. Chao Xingchang had drunk enough blood just now. Other than being a member of the blood clan, everything else, including his appearance and consciousness, was normal. There was no need to worry at all. Chao Xingchang immediately regained his ability to move. However, he did not stand up, nor did he turn his head to look at anyone else. He only stared at his son, Chao Tianlong, with a pair of slightly dark red eyes. "Daddy, what's wrong?" Chao Tianlong couldn't help but ask after being stared at by Chao Xingchang. To be continued. It was the third shift of the 8th shift. Dropping another 2 places, Bu Zheng wanted to cry but had no tears. He begged for monthly votes. 555,555, 2 drops of bright red tears flowed down from Chao Xingchang's eyes. Tears of blood. Chao Tianlong, kneel down and listen to my orders. Chao Xingcheng's voice was a little sharp and piercing. Plop. Chao Tianlong knelt down in front of Chao Xingcheng, prostrating himself. Chao Xingcheng stared at his son with tears of blood in his eyes. His expression was solemn as he said slowly, Chao Tianlong, as the head of the 19th generation of the Chao family, I officially pass the position of the head of the Chao family to you. From now on, you are the head of the Chao family. The life and death of everyone in the Chao family are in your hands. Including me, your mother, and even your grandfather, you can kill them all. Do you hear me? Chao Tianlong kowtowed repeatedly as he wailed. I hear you, father. Actually, you don't have to do this. Ling Yin will definitely have a way to save you. Chao Xingcheng still didn't raise his head to look at Ling Yin. His eyes were still locked onto Chao Tianlong as he continued, Master, now isn't the time to talk about this. While I'm still conscious, I have something to say to you. Listen carefully. Chao Xingcheng had already passed the position to Chao Tianlong, so he immediately addressed Chao Tianlong as the head of the Chao family. Of course, this wouldn't be necessary under normal circumstances. However, Chao Xingcheng didn't have any time to waste. He had to let his son accept the position of head of the Chao family immediately. Head of the Chao family, you are the only man who has escaped the clutches of the devil. You have to pull yourself together. Chao Xingcheng's body began to tremble, and his voice began to tremble. Kill Qin Jianwei at all costs. Crush his bones, and scatter his ashes. Save your sister Xianxia. Destroy the Qin family and avenge the Chao family. Before that, you are not allowed to die. Otherwise, you won't have the face to meet the ancestors of the Chao family. Do you understand? The process of the embrace was a blood oath. Even though Chao Xingcheng was clear-headed now, and the oath was temporarily lifted, he still had to grit his teeth to express what he wanted to express to his son when he said he wanted to kill Qin Jianwei. He felt that the embrace was too domineering. At the same time, he also knew how much love Chao Xingcheng and Chao Juanxiong had for Chao Tianlong when he returned home and didn't harm him. Patriarch, please rise. Another 2 drops of blood flowed from Chao Xingcheng's eyes as he helped Chao Tianlong up from the ground. Son, our Chao family is finished. From today onwards, all the responsibilities of the Chao family will be placed on your shoulders. You must not disappoint your father. It was only then that Chao Xingcheng and Chao Tianlong spoke as father and son. There was a tinge of warmth in his dark red eyes. Chao Tianlong clenched his fists tightly. Don't worry, father. Tianlong will follow your teachings. I will kill Qin Jianwei at all costs, destroy the Qin family, and avenge the Chao family. I'm not human if I break this oath. With that, Chao Tianlong pulled out a military knife and was about to cut his palm. Ling Yin pulled him back and shook his head at him. You can't, he said faintly. Chao Xingcheng smiled in satisfaction and nodded at his son. He didn't look at him anymore. Instead, he turned to look at his father and wife. His body trembled violently. It was as if Chao Xingcheng had just woken up from a nightmare. He realized that he and his family had become blood-sucking demons. The pain in his heart was unimaginable. However, Chao Xingcheng was worthy of being the head of the Chao family. He endured it, but tears of blood flowed from his eyes. Chao Xingcheng stood up and appeared in front of Ling Yin in a flash. He stared at Ling Yin for a long time before turning the golden mountain and jade pillar upside down. He was about to kneel and kowtow to Ling Yin. How could Ling Yin accept this? He raised his hand and supported Chao Xingcheng's kneeling body. Calmly, he said, Uncle Chao, you don't have to do this. This is Ling Yin's duty. It's what I should do. Ling Yin's strength was too great. Chao Xingcheng was stopped by Ling Yin after kneeling 3 times. He knew that Ling Yin would definitely not accept his kowtow, so he could only give up. You're Ling Yin? I've heard about you from Xianxia. The warmth in Chao Xingcheng's eyes deepened as he thought of his daughter. Ling Yin smiled and nodded. He knew that before the Chao family's incident, Chao Xianxia had returned home once because of him. That was before the Qingming festival, and it was also for the sake of the 2 of them. Xianxia said that you had just broken through your body's limits. She said that she wanted to marry you, but I didn't agree or reject her. I just wanted to see how the two of you were progressing. I didn't expect our Chao family to be finished right after the Qingming festival. Ling Yan lowered his head slightly. As the image of Chao Shanshan's smile appeared in his mind. Thinking about how she had immediately switched seats with him after returning from home, he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. It was as if everything had happened just yesterday. What's even more unexpected is that you've grown to such an extent in just 3 months. You're actually able to rescue our Chao family from the clutches of the devil. I, Chao Xingcheng, will never be able to repay such a great favor in this lifetime. I can only ask Chao Tianlong to be your slave and repay your great kindness to our Chao family. Uncle Chao, could it be that you still remember what happened just now? Ling Yan asked immediately. Chao Xingcheng nodded and gritted his teeth. I remember everything that Qin Jianwei did to our Chao family. It's just that the embrace of the blood clan was too domineering. We couldn't resist it at all. If that's the case, please wait for a while, Uncle Chao. Let me wake them up first. Ling Yun was overjoyed. This time, Chao Xingcheng shook his head resolutely. He sighed deeply and said, there's no need to wake them up. Waking them up will only add to their pain. Chao Tianlong burst into tears. He hugged Chao Xingcheng's arm tightly and begged, Father, don't think too much about it. Ling Yan said that he would definitely think of a way to help you recover completely. At this point, how could Ling Yan and Chao Tianlong not see that Chao Xingcheng had already made up his mind to die by passing on his position and thanking Ling Yan? Ling Yan smiled. Uncle Chao, I approve of your decision to pass the position of the family head to Chao Tianlong because you might lose consciousness at any time. However, if you want to end your life now, please forgive me for not agreeing. Chao Xingcheng frowned. Our Chao family has yet to take revenge, and Xianxia is in the devil's clutches. I won't die as long as I don't have to. However, we've already been embraced by Qin Jianwei. Even now, I have to resist the blood oath in my body that makes me want to be completely loyal to him. Furthermore, I have to live like this. I might as well be destroyed. Resisting the blood oath was 10 times harder than detoxification. One could imagine the pain Chao Xingcheng was in after regaining his consciousness. Don't worry, Uncle Chao. This isn't a problem. Qin Jianwei isn't dead yet, so how can we die? Don't worry, I'll think of a way to cure you in less than a month. Moreover, even if we really have to die, we have to see Xianxia being rescued by us, Qin Jianwei being killed by Sky Dragon and me, and the Qin family being wiped out. It's not too late to think about life and death after that. Ling Yan said decisively to Chao Xingcheng, dispelling his will to die. Ling Yan said these words with great heroism and ambition. Chao Xingcheng was moved by Ling Yan's heroism. Good lad, Xianxia didn't choose the wrong person. Uncle Chao, this is only the first time I've treated you, but it's already so effective. I didn't expect this at first. Now that my treatment method is effective, I'll treat you once a day in the future to see if I can completely erase the blood oath. As long as I can erase this oath, everything else is just a small matter. Ling Yan was right. As long as the blood oath was erased, Chao Xingcheng and the others' loyalty to Qin Jianwei would be completely erased. Even if they couldn't return to being humans for the time being, their souls could move freely. They only needed to drink blood. It wasn't as scary as they imagined. Chao Xingcheng was finally convinced. He lowered his head and thought. Ling Yan secretly gave Chao Tianlong a look to persuade his father. Chao Tianlong quickly begged Chao Xingcheng. The father and son hugged each other and cried. Finally, Chao Xingcheng gave up on the idea of seeking death. Forget it, Ling Yan is right. Even if I have to die, I have to die after Qin Jianwei. I have to see the Qin family destroyed. Chao Xingcheng said angrily. That's more like it. I'll treat them first. Seeing that Chao Xingcheng was fine, Ling Yan began to treat Chao Juanxiong and Chao Tianlong's mother, Shi Menghua. Ling Yan couldn't bear to see the family of 4 cry on each other's shoulders. He quietly left the basement and went to the other basements to kill the evil eyes in the other 7 people. In an instant, the entire basement was filled with sobs. Some of them lost their fathers, some lost their children, some lost their husbands, and some lost their wives. As for them, they became members of the blood clan that were neither human nor ghost. Ling Yan was afraid that one of them would suddenly lose its mind and bite Chao Tianlong again. He didn't leave. He stood in the passageway and locked onto everything with his divine sense. Chen Jianwei, you can go to hell. The fourth watch of the eighth watch. Crying and begging for monthly votes. He urgently needed 50 votes. There were only 7 hours left. Paul and Chester were shocked. Chen Jianwei's ability to use the evil eye meant that he had the strength of a viscount. Even though a viscount was only one level higher than a baron, it was more than 10 times stronger in terms of strength. Even so, Chen Jianwei's evil eye was cured by Ling Yun. Moreover, Ling Yun's medical skills could even erase the blood oath during the embrace. That made Paul and Chester even more dumbfounded. Oh, Satan, what kind of boss do we have now? The Honorable Ling is definitely the scariest nemesis of the Blood Clan. In my eyes, the Honorable Boss is Satan, Paul and Chester whispered to each other. Can that be *******? Chen Jianwei use the blood oath to find this place? Ling Yan asked in a low voice. Honorable Boss, don't worry. He can't. The blood oath and the evil eye can't do that. Chester shook his head. Honorable Ling, don't worry. A viscount doesn't have that ability. Only a pure-blooded Grand Duke can do that. Paul added. Ling Yan was relieved. At the very least, the safety of these 10 people was guaranteed. At this moment, 2 figures flashed out and rushed into the other 2 basement rooms. Ling Yan scanned with his divine sense and knew that it was Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong. After the 2 of them went in respectively, they said something to the people inside. Then, those people took the initiative to ask to be tied up. Very quickly, Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong walked out of the basement separately. Chao Juanxiong said, Ling Yun, please seal our acupoints and tie us up with ropes at the same time. He knew that they were afraid that he would lose control of himself and harm Chao Tianlong again. Without hesitation, he agreed to their request and followed them into the basement to control them one by one. Ling Yan knitted more than 10 golden black devilish silkworm ropes in one go. It was more than enough. He tied everyone up just to be safe. Sky Dragon, stay here and chat with your family. Here are a few spirit cleansing talismans. Use them as you see fit. If they want to drink blood, just let them drink until they're full. This way, their bloodthirst will be satisfied, and there's nothing else. Also, keep this stone for me. When you're free, give it to Grandpa Chao and Uncle Chao in turn to keep them sane. Ling Yan gave the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone to Chao Tianlong. Ling Yan knew that the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone played a key role in erasing the Oath of Alliance in the blood. The soul-cleansing talisman that he made himself was of the lowest grade. It only served to speed up their sobriety. The Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone could be used even in the Void Refinement and Tao Integration realms, much less the Qi Cultivation stage. It was naturally a piece of cake for him to deal with the Blood Oath. Ling Yan placed the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone in Chao Tianlong's hands and said telepathically, remember, this stone can save the lives of the 10 members of the Chao family. Don't lose it. Ling Yan rarely put his most important things in the hands of others. However, the Chao family was too pitiful this time. For the sake of Chao Shanshan's love for him, Ling Yan had to relax his bottom line. Ling Yan, thank you. I understand. Chao Tianlong nodded as he received the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone with both hands. Ling Yan took out his phone and rang Chao Tianlong. You stay here and take care of them. I'll go out later to find out Shanshan's whereabouts. Call me immediately if anything happens here. I'll rush back immediately. Ling Yan said to Paul and Chester. Both of you, go to the yard outside and find some stones. About this size. I need a total of 36. Paul and Chester didn't know what Ling Yan needed the stones for. They went out in confusion and returned with a few stones the size of a bowl. To everyone's astonishment, Ling Yan used the 36 stones to set up the 36 armillary sphere maze formation. Paul and Chester stood at the entrance of the underground tunnel and watched as the rooms disappeared along with Ling Yan. Oh. ***T, what is our respected boss doing? Where did he go? Chester was stunned by the scene in front of him and couldn't help but scream. This is unbelievable. Paul was also dumbfounded and couldn't help but mutter to himself. This is called the armillary sphere maze formation. I'll tell you how to get in and out. Ling Yan said to Chao Tianlong, who was standing at the entrance of the basement. Ling Yan quickly taught Chao Tianlong how to walk through the armillary sphere maze formation. Then, he reminded him, remember, if you take a wrong step, this maze will turn into a killing formation. As long as the stone isn't shattered, you will continue to be attacked. Chao Tianlong was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but ask, hey, is there anything you can't do? Chao Tianlong asked. It's just a formation. There are too many things I can't do. For example, I can't fly. Ling Yan chuckled. You still want to fly? Chao Tianlong was even more shocked. Ling Yan was overjoyed. He patted Chao Tianlong's shoulder. Are you confident now? Wait for my good news, I'm going out. With that, Ling Yan appeared at the entrance of the tunnel and patted Chester and Paul's shoulders. Don't just stand there and watch. Follow me. The armillary sphere maze formation not only blocked vision but also blocked sound. Chao Tianlong couldn't hear Ling Yan's words after Ling Yan flew out of the tunnel. He stared blankly at everything in front of him. He felt like he was dreaming. He finally understood why Ling Yan had been so calm and confident all the way back from Qingshui City. Ling Yan was too strong. It was no longer a case of 1 against 10 or 100. He alone could fight against thousands of soldiers and horses. For the first time, Chao Tianlong's eyes shone with confidence and excitement. Tianlong, come in. Chao Juanxiong's voice came from the first basement. Chao Juanxiong's acupuncture points were sealed and he was tied up tightly by the golden-black devilish silkworm. However, he wasn't unhappy at all. Grandpa, please bear with it. Chao Tianlong imitated Ling Yan and used his military knife to slit Chao Juanxiong's neck. He then stabbed the spirit cultivation cosmos stone into Chao Juanxiong's wound. Grandpa doesn't feel any pain from such a wound. Why would I need to bear with it? Chao Juanxiong smiled bitterly. When the spirit cultivation cosmos stone entered his body, Chao Juanxiong immediately felt the surging blood of being suppressed. At the same time, he also felt that the spirit cultivation cosmos stone was slowly absorbing the mysterious and overbearing soul energy in his body. Tianlong, Ling Yan is the savior of the Chao family. Remember, no matter what happens to the Chao family in the future, no matter what happens to the 10 of us, you have to follow Ling Yan with all your heart. The Chao family won't perish as long as you follow him. Moreover, the Chao family will rise again in the near future. Chao Juanxiong stared at Chao Tianlong and said solemnly. Tianlong, your grandpa is right. Your grandpa and I have seen countless people, but we have never seen a genius like Ling Yan. No matter what happens to us, you have to follow Ling Yan. Throw away all those useless thoughts in your head. In this world, the strong will rule. It's Xianxia who saved the Chao family. If it wasn't for her, the Chao family would be finished. Chao Tianlong nodded and clenched his fists. Grandpa, I understand. But don't worry. Ever since I met Ling Yan, I've never seen him do anything that he couldn't promise. I believe he has a way to save all of you. Grandpa, I'm looking forward to this as well. I didn't say any words of gratitude to Ling Yan just now. It's not because I'm muddle-headed, but because I know that the Chao family can't afford such a huge favor. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Ling Yan isn't polite at all. He already called Xianxia his wife and called me brother-in-law. Chao Tianlong said as he scratched his head. Silly boy, that's because Ling Yan is trying to distract you. You've been on the run all this time and he's afraid that you'll be too stressed. What if you snap? Chao Juanxiong chuckled. The older the ginger, the spicier. Chao Juanxiong immediately understood Ling Yan's motive after Chao Tianlong mentioned it. I hope Xianxia is safe and sound. It'll be Xianxia's fortune if she marries him. Grandpa is looking forward to that day. Chao Juanxiong sighed deeply. Ling Yan drove the 2 descendants of the blood clan to a kilometer away from the Chen family's mansion at 230 Amp. Chen family's mansion was also located outside the 5th Ring Road. However, it was in the southwest corner of Beijing. Chao Tianlong had told Ling Yan the address, so he didn't need to take a detour. He followed the 5th Ring Road and headed south. Paul, Chester, how old are you two? Ling Yan didn't rush to get out of the car. Instead, he pondered for a while in the car before asking, Paul, Chester, how old are you two? Oh, honorable boss, I'm 88 years old. I'm 79 years old. Paul and Chester answered one after another. How old is that in the blood clan? Ling Yun asked immediately. Oh, honorable boss, are you comparing it to a human's age? We're considered very young in the blood clan. We haven't reached adulthood yet. 100 years old for the blood clan is equivalent to 18 years old for a human. Okay, I understand. You two won't betray me, right? Ling Yun nodded. Oh, Satan above, I, Chester, swear that I will never betray you. You are my Satan's master. Honorable Ling, we were all Americans before we became members of the blood clan. We respect contracts very much. Ling Yun smiled and said, that's good. Let me ask you one more thing. 5 minutes into the night. 3 minutes to go. Last 5 hours, please vote, dear boss, now, no matter what questions you have, as long as I know it, I will definitely tell you, including my personal bank account password. The blood clan has a bank account? Ling Yun was shocked. Of course, mister. There are all kinds of blood clan hunters in the West, and it's not easy to suck blood. Most of the time, we buy it with money. Honorable boss, I can tell you that the money in my bank account is not a small amount. It's definitely not a small amount. It's enough to buy any basketball team in America. Chester said with an exaggerated expression. This was definitely good news for Ling Yun. He turned to Paul and smiled. What about you, my dear Paul? Paul was definitely a handsome guy when he wasn't transformed. He smiled elegantly. I'm even richer than Chester. Honorable Ling, if you need it, I can give it to you. When Paul didn't transform, he was definitely a handsome guy. He smiled gracefully. I'm richer than Chester. Honorable Ling, if you need it, I can give it to you. However, this wasn't Ling Yun's problem. He changed the topic and asked, tell me, is there really no way to cure the blood clan and turn them back into humans? However, this wasn't Ling Yun's problem. He changed the topic and asked seriously, tell me, is there really no way to cure the blood clan and turn them back into humans? Ling Yun didn't believe that there was an incurable disease in this world. He could even save the dead, let alone the living dead. Furthermore, there were plenty of poisonous weeds and insects in the world that could kill upon contact with blood. However, around these poisonous insects and poisonous weeds, there would definitely be poisonous things that could cure them. This was the principle that everything in the world could reinforce and subdue each other. If the so-called immortal blood clan could be killed, what couldn't the embrace of the first love cure? Paul and Chester's expressions became awkward. They didn't seem to want to talk about this topic. Ling Yun knew that there must be a way when he saw their expressions. His face darkened, and he released his domineering aura. Speak. Paul and Chester shuddered at the same time. Chester said hurriedly, you know, honorable boss, nothing is absolute in this world. Therefore, it's not impossible to cure the embrace of the blood clan. Cut the crap. Hurry up and tell me how to treat it. Chester was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly said, honorable boss, there are two ways. First, a human who has been embraced can be healed with the blood of the member of the blood clan who gave him the embrace. Second, you can kill the member of the blood clan who gave him the embrace. This way, you can dissolve the blood pact. If you want him to be completely healed and become a human again, you have to kill all the ancestors of the blood clan. Ling Yun thought for a moment, then frowned and said angrily, isn't that simple? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chester shouted exaggeratedly, simple? Honorable Ling, you're not simple, you're really not simple. You're the one who thinks too simply. Oh? Paul continued, honorable boss, the first method requires not only the fresh blood of a high-level blood clan, but it also requires a formula. The formula is very complicated, and only the head of a certain blood clan would have this formula. He would never tell you. As for the second method, you have to kill the first ancestor of the blood clan. He's at least a prince, an elder, or even a lord. Do you think it's simple? That's simply impossible. Oh my god, even if you can get Qin Jianwei's blood, who knows who the first ancestor of that damned Qin Jianwei is? Who knows which coffin that ancestor is hiding in now, enjoying the fresh blood of the most delicate virgins? Paul smiled regretfully. Honorable Ling, you've heard how difficult it is. It's an impossible task. We might as well not have mentioned it, so we didn't mention it. After listening, Ling Yan leaned heavily against the back of the chair and didn't speak for a long time. The second method was indeed difficult, but Ling Yan still wanted to give the first one a try. At least, concocting prescriptions was Ling Yan's forte. He couldn't use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, spiritual energy, yin-yang harmony balance, and the divine yang cultivation technique. The blood clan was too mysterious. Ling Yan didn't have any other way other than obtaining Chen Jianwei's blood and trying to concoct the formula. I know, thank you. Now, the two of you find a corner and park the car there. I'm going to the Chen family for a while. Ling Yan got out of the car and waved at the two of them. He used the dragonfish phantom ability and dashed 100 meters away. In another flash, he disappeared from Paul and Chester's line of sight. Beijing's Chen family. The Chen family was a huge cluster of villas in the southwest of Beijing. It was at least 5 times bigger than the Zhuang family's villa in the western suburbs. Ling Yan, dressed in the golden-black devilish silkworm's night suit, arrived outside the Chen family's villa. He extended his divine sense to the maximum and scanned the surrounding 80 meters. After confirming that there were no problems, he tapped the ground with his toes and flew into the courtyard. Needless to say, the front yard was where the Chen family received their guests. Those who lived there were also ordinary people. It was impossible to find out any secrets. Although it was called the Chen family's backyard, this area of villas was actually independent from the front yard. There was a distance of at least 500 meters between the front and back. Many of the villas had special layouts and were hidden by trees. It was difficult to attract attention. Ling Yan used his divine sense to sneak into the Chen family's backyard after avoiding all the surveillance cameras. It was 2:00 in the morning, the time when people slept most soundly. At Ling Yan's current realm, it would be difficult to find him unless he was at Xiantian realm level 7 or above. He smoothly made his way to the backyard and hid in a very secluded corner. He extended his divine sense to the maximum and scanned the various villas and everyone's movements. It can't be that exaggerated, right? Ling Yan's face immediately revealed a shocked expression as his heart skipped a beat. Not only did he see people like Paul and Chester from the Western blood clan with high noses and blue eyes, but he also saw other people, ninjas. Ninjas from Japan. There were at least a dozen Japanese ninjas in each villa. The weakest one was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. Most of them were at Xiantian realm level 1 and above, Ling Yan counted secretly. There were a total of 120 Japanese ninjas. Moreover, Ling Yan couldn't see through the cultivation of 12 of them. This was trouble. It seemed like Chao Tianlong was right. The Chen family wasn't as simple as he thought. Their movements were too big. It's not something that can be done in a short period of time. This isn't something that can be done by one person. Ling Yan lowered his target for the time being. He had to think of a way to find that D*MN Chen Jianwei first. The backyard was very quiet. No one left the house. Most of the Japanese ninjas were meditating or resting on their beds. The members of the blood clan were all in a villa on the west side. They were all dressed in elegant tuxedos. Their faces were handsome but pale, and they were tasting a bright red beverage. Ling Yan knew that it wasn't red wine but fresh blood. Oh, this human blood is really delicious. It's a pity it's not the blood of the most delicate virgins. That's enough, Pierce. If we didn't follow Mr. Chen to Huaxia, we wouldn't have so much fresh blood to enjoy. What else are you not satisfied with? The two members of the blood clan chatted softly as they tasted the fresh blood. I hate those Japanese. Me too. Oh right, Joyce, did you know that Mr. Chen was promoted to Viscount 2 nights ago? His speed of improvement is really enviable. Yeah, we're already over 100 years old, and we've only just gotten our wings. He only took half a year to go from Baron to Viscount. Mr. Viscount is really too obsessed with cultivation. He drinks the blood of the most delicate virgins every day. Of course he'll improve quickly, there's too many people in Huaxia. Moreover, human lives aren't worth much. Ling Yan listened carefully to their conversation but didn't hear any useful information. He couldn't help but frown. Ling Yan didn't see anyone from the Chen family in the entire backyard. He didn't see any guards from the Chen family either. Obviously, the Chen family thought that this backyard was impregnable with so many masters hiding here. The Qin family is really something. They actually dared to collude with foreign forces so openly. Aren't they afraid of being discovered with so many people living here? Ling Yun pondered for a moment before leaving the backyard of the Qin family silently. He went all the way south to the front yard of the Qin family. Before he even reached the front yard, Ling Yun heard a feminine voice coming from a villa. He used his divine sense to scan and saw a sinister young man with a pair of eagle-like eyes. His face was pale, and his lips were thin. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, revealing a cruel and evil smile. He was lying on a young girl's body and pumping it out crazily. That beautiful 15 or 16-year-old girl was being pressed down by him and ravaged crazily. Her face was as red as blood, and the tender voice came from her mouth. This 15 or 16-year-old girl's breasts hadn't even fully developed yet. They were like two little pigeons. The clothes on her body had been torn apart by the sinister young man. Her entire body was covered in bruises. It was unknown whether her cries were due to pleasure or pain. Ling Yin frowned slightly. He wanted to reward this bastard with a metal nail, but he didn't want to alert the enemy. Thus, he retracted his divine sense. But at this moment, the malicious-looking young man seemed to be tired. He completed the last violent shake and then fiercely grabbed the girl's chest, leaving 5 clear fingerprints on the left side of her breasts. Then, he turned over with a cold smile. Humph. What's wrong with me? Why didn't Qin Jianwei give me the embrace? Qin Sen jumped off the bed and pulled out a cigarette from the coffee table in the bedroom. He lit it up and said coldly. To be continued. The 6th update of the 8th update. The climax was about to begin. Asking for monthly votes in the last 3 hours. Bu Zhang's ranking had dropped so much that he couldn't even see it anymore. Please, everyone, asking for monthly votes, Chen Sen. If Ling Yun had known that Chen Sen was the one who had sent people to find Wang Lei and run him over with a stare, Ling Yun would have rushed in without hesitation, captured him, interrogated him, and personally cut him into pieces. The problem was that Ling Yun didn't know. However, he heard Qin Jianwei's name from Qin Senator in order to find out more about Qin Jianwei and Chao Shanshan. Ling Yun could only lock onto him with his divine sense to see what he would say. Humph. I'm really unlucky this year. I heard from that idiot Ling how that Ling Yun is coming to Beijing to acknowledge his ancestors. He even told me to be careful. What the F***ck do I have to be careful about? Chen Sen took a puff of his cigarette and continued to vent his anger. His eyes darted around as if he was thinking of some evil plan. Ling Yun furrowed his brows. The Chen family knew that he was coming to Beijing in secret? And it was Ling Hao who reported it? Then what was Ling Hao? Wasn't he a spy? Ling Yun was infuriated. He decided to ask Ling Hao what was going on the moment he returned to the Ling family after rescuing Xianxia. The blood clan can live forever, and they're so powerful. They only need to drink blood, and they don't need to train hard. How wonderful would that be? Chen Sen took another drag of his cigarette and leaned his naked body back against the sofa. He squinted his long and sinister eyes and breathed out a mouthful of smoke in satisfaction. It was as if he was thinking about the various benefits of the blood race and was fascinated. Ling Yan was speechless. He was still at his wits' end trying to cure the 10 people from the Chao family, but Chen Sen actually wanted him to become a member of the blood clan. There were all kinds of birds in a big forest. Humph. Do you think I can't do anything if you don't give me the embrace? Grand Duke Dracula will be here in 2 days anyway, and he will bring many marquises and earls with him. Can't I just let one of them give me the embrace? He's just a viscount. Does he really think he's the pillar of the Qin family? The more Chen Sen thought about it, the angrier he got. He spat on the ground. Isn't it just Chao Shanshan? The Chao family is completely finished now. Chao Shanshan will soon become a whore. If you can find a fresh and tender virgin, I can too. When the time comes, I will offer one to those noble blood breeds. They will definitely give me the embrace. When Ling Yan heard Chen Sen scolding Chao Shanshan, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He almost rushed into the house. However, when he thought of the 20 descendants of the blood clan and the 120 Japanese ninjas in the backyard, he held himself back. He thought to himself, Chen Sen, oh Chen Sen, I will definitely give you an unforgettable death. As expected, Ling Yan heard Chen Sen continue, humph, the head of the family is really too much. Now that our Chen family is strong, even if the Long family comes, we won't be afraid. Is there a need to be so afraid? He even brought those ancient martial arts experts to the villa in the southern suburbs. Second uncle's guts are really getting smaller and smaller. Ling Yan understood. Immediately. The current head of the Chen family, Chen Haipeng, was Chen Sen's second uncle. At the same time, Ling Yan's heart trembled. So the Chen family didn't only have the descendants of the blood clan and Japanese ninjas. There were also many ancient martial arts sects in Huaxia supporting them. Looks like I still have to save Chao Shanshan first. Ling Yan muttered to himself. However, it seemed like even Shinsen didn't know where Qin Jianwei had hidden Chao Shanshan. So, where was Chao Shanshan now? Shinsen suddenly stood up from the sofa and came to the bed in a flash. He knelt beside the girl who was still lying on the bed and said with a lewd smile, "Beauty, did I serve you well just now? Now, let me give you something more exciting." After saying that, Shinsen took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand. The smoke instantly turned red. Without hesitation, he aimed the cigarette at the girl's right chest and ruthlessly crushed it. Tsk tisk, a cloud of smoke rose, accompanied by the girl's hysterical scream, immediately resounded through the entire courtyard. Shinsen smiled coldly, lifted his leg, and sat on top of the girl's head, stuffing his things into the girl's wide-open mouth. "I can't drink your blood, but I can enjoy you to my heart's content." Ha 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 ha, Ling Yan gritted his teeth, murderous intent surging in his eyes. However, he could see that the girl was already under the control of a very strong hallucinogen. She seemed to be very happy and didn't resist at all. Chen Sen was already a dead man in Ling Yan's eyes. It was only a matter of time. Ling Yan didn't make a move. Instead, he walked around the front yard of the Chen family. He didn't find anything else, so he left the Chen family's courtyard. "I'll let you live for 2 more days for Shanshan." This wasn't the Chao family. Ling Yan wasn't afraid of causing a ruckus before leaving. However, that would definitely alert Qin Jianwei. It would be too late for Ling Yan to regret it if Qin Jianwei made a move on her. Ling Yan arrived at the exit very quickly. In a flash, he appeared beside the silver-gray sedan, opened the door, and got in. "To the Chao family," Ling Yan said to Chester, who was driving. The 6 descendants of the blood clan had been killed. Ling Yan wanted to see if anyone else went there after they rescued the 10 people from the Chao family. Ling Yan arrived at the Chao family's courtyard again at 3:30 a.m. This time, he asked the 2 members of the blood clan to stop the car a kilometer away. He put on a mask and snuck into the courtyard. The 6 corpses of the blood clan's descendants had already turned into ashes. Ling Yan walked around the Chao family's courtyard, but he still didn't find anything. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the Chen family and the 6 members of the blood clan aren't related? Ling Yan thought to himself. That shouldn't be the case. At this moment, Ling Yan suddenly felt a bloody and cold aura permeating the courtyard. This aura was extremely strong. Ling Yan could feel it even before the other party entered the range of his divine sense. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately found a secluded corner in the backyard and hid. If he wasn't wrong, it should be Qin Jianwei. Of course, it was Qin Jianwei. He had one-way contact with the 6 vampires of the Chao family. Moreover, he would come here every night to practice his evil eye technique on the 10 people of the Chao family after practicing. That night, Qin Jianwei was in a dark, damp, and cold cave in the northern suburbs of Beijing. He immediately came out to contact the 6 blood clan members from the Chao family after he finished cultivating the blood demon skill, but he couldn't reach them. Qin Jianwei instantly knew that something must have happened to the Chao family. He sneered in his heart before charging over. Qin Jianwei transformed into 2 huge black wings with a wingspan of nearly 4 meters once he entered the Chao family's mansion. He circled the Chao family's mansion once before stopping in the middle of the backyard. A feminine voice with contempt and disdain sounded. "It seems like Sister Shanshan was right. Someone is here to save the Chao family." However, could it be that Ling Yan? Ling Yan was shocked. Chao Shanshan couldn't have told Qin Jianwei his name voluntarily. Qin Jianwei must have used the evil eye technique to obtain all the information he wanted from Chao Shanshan. Ling Yan's murderous intent surged in an instant. There was nothing to say. Fight, this wasn't the Chen family's mansion, but the Chao family's mansion. Ling Yan could take care of Chen Jianwei one-on-one, eh? I didn't expect there to be a living person for me to enjoy. At this time, Chen Jianwei also felt Ling Yan's aura. Of course, he wasn't the one who felt it. Ling Yan no longer concealed himself and directly unleashed his aura. The blood in his body surged like the ocean. That was how Chen Jianwei smelled Ling Yan's aura. Come out. Chen Jianwei looked in Ling Yan's direction. His voice was feminine, but it was cold and emotionless. His long and narrow eyes turned blood red, revealing a sense of madness and bloodlust. You don't have to say that. I'm coming out. Ling Yan roared and flew out from his hiding place, landing 20 meters away from Chen Jianwei. In order not to be recognized, Ling Yan deliberately used a technique to change his voice, making it sound hoarse and old. Chen Jianwei was 185 meters tall, skinny, with long arms. His face was pale, and his eyes were dark red. His lips were blood red, and 2 black wings flapped behind him. He exuded a bloodthirsty, cold, and cruel aura. Are you from the heavenly team? Chen Jianwei asked Ling Yan instead of rushing to attack. Obviously, he had a card up his sleeve. Someone who's going to kill you. Ling Yan replied calmly. Chen Jianwei smiled. It was a smile at first, but it soon turned into a maniacal laughter, revealing his white teeth. After a long while, he stopped laughing and stared coldly at Ling Yan. You? Chen Jianwei's eyes were filled with disdain. That's right, just me alone is enough. Ling Yan's mind raced. Chen Jianwei had wings, and Ling Yan didn't have time to prepare his golden bow and silver arrows. This battle wasn't going to be easy. Chen Jianwei let out a weird laugh and pointed at Ling Yan. Old fellow, are you blind? Can't you see that I have wings? You're just from the blood clan. Anyone who dares to stir up trouble in Xianxia has the right to kill you. Ling Yan didn't waste any more time. He circulated the yin-yang harmony balance in his body and raised the stellar condensation technique to the maximum. He used the dragonfish phantom ability and teleported in front of Chen Jianwei. He clenched his fists and punched at Chen Jianwei with lightning speed. Bam! Fist, astral fist and palm wind collided. Their fists and palms were still half a meter away from each other, but the astral fist and palm wind had already collided violently, resulting in a deafening explosion. To be continued. It was the 7th of 8. This was the real climax after suppressing it for so long. Big Brother Yun was going all out. The last 2 hours, please vote. Please, everyone, this was the real enemy. Ling Yun didn't hold back at all. He used the full strength of the Tiangang Demon Fist. Since they met in the Chao family, there was nothing else to say. Ling Yun wasn't afraid of fighting. Rustle, the leaves on the trees in the courtyard rustled from the impact of their fists and palms. It was as if they were blown up by a force 7 or 8 gale. Some of the smaller trees, which were as thick as a finger, were snapped in half with a cracking sound. Bam! A second earth-shattering sound followed. Ling Yan's fists collided with Chen Jianwei's pale palms, now, with his true energy cultivation at the pinnacle of physique. Tempering stage 9, his arm had at least 6,000 kilograms of force. With the addition of the Tiangang Demon Fist, his arm had at least 8,000 kilograms of force. A full force punch, be it the fist energy or the fist energy, was extremely domineering. Chen Jianwei knew that Ling Yun didn't come with good intentions. He didn't dare to be careless and used his greatest strength, the Blood Devil's Palm, to meet Ling Yun head-on. However, there was no doubt that Chen Jianwei lost in a battle of strength. He was sent flying by Ling Yun's punch, and his 2 huge black wings broke several trees. He flew back more than 10 meters before he managed to stop himself. Chen Jianwei's expression changed. He was already at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 4 before the embrace, and his arm strength was at least 1,000 kilograms. After the embrace, his strength was equivalent to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5, and his arm strength increased to 2,000 kilograms. 2 days ago, he became a viscount, and his arm strength had already reached more than 3,000 kilograms. Coupled with the Blood Devil's Palm, his arm strength was at least 4,000 kilograms. He didn't expect to be sent flying in one move. How was this possible? He didn't transform, and he only has half of my strength. Ling Yun didn't follow up with another attack. He knew that Qin Jianwei would definitely lose in terms of strength. He knew that this wasn't Qin Jianwei after his transformation. If he did, his strength would increase by several times. However, Ling Yun also had the Dragon Elephant Divine Force that he hadn't used yet. If he used the Dragon Elephant Divine Force and increased his strength by 10 times, he could guarantee that Qin Jianwei would be in big trouble. What truly shocked Ling Yun was Qin Jianwei's defense. Both of Qin Jianwei's arms were unscathed from his punch. That was what shocked Ling Yun. Who the hell are you? Qin Jianwei asked in a deep voice as his cold eyes locked onto Ling Yun. I told you, I'm the one who's going to kill you. Ling Yun let out a long laugh and flew forward again. He used the Tiangang Demon Fist on Qin Jianwei again. Qin Jianwei didn't dare to take Ling Yun's punch head-on after suffering a huge loss just now. He started to dodge rapidly, his 2 wings flapping against the ground. However, what shocked Qin Jianwei the most wasn't Ling Yun's strength, but Ling Yun's speed and defense. How fast was Qin Jianwei since he could fly? However, Ling Yun was able to grasp the direction of his escape every time. Every step he took was like teleportation, appearing in front of him in an instant, forcing him to defend himself. He suppressed Qin Jianwei and beat him up. Bam, 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 bam. Both of Qin Jiangui's arms were no longer listening to him. Never in his wildest dreams would Qin Jiangui have imagined that there would be someone in Huaxia whose body was stronger than the blood clans. Qin Jianwei lost to Ling Yun in terms of strength, speed, and sturdiness. He quickly lost the ability to retaliate. He flapped his huge wings and flew everywhere. A Viscount is only SOSO. Ling Yun snorted coldly. After sending Qin Jianwei flying with another punch, he leaned forward and flew close to Qin Jianwei. Once Qin Jianwei stopped, Ling Yun immediately used the Dragonfish Phantom ability and his signature move, Shifting Forms. One body turned into 4, Qin Jianwei could only see shadows moving around him. 4 Ling Yuns appeared beside him. He couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Not good. Qin Jianwei knew that something was wrong. He flapped his huge wings and was about to fly into the sky. Qin Jianwei's speed was fast, but he forgot one thing. Ling Yun might not be able to fly, but he had Qinggong. He could jump. Ling Yun could jump 80 meters high and 500 meters away with the Dragonfish Phantom ability. As long as Qin Jianwei didn't fly higher than 80 meters, he was still within Ling Yun's attack range. Which one of Ling Yun's 4 bodies was real? Of course, the one on the left behind Qin Jianwei was the real one. He followed closely behind Qin Jianwei and drew the Devil's Blade at the same time. He raised the blade high and slashed at Qin Jianwei's 2 huge wings. What's so great about having wings? I'll break your wings. Ling Yun laughed. He was determined to kill Qin Jianwei with this slash. Qin Jianwei was scared out of his wits. He twisted his body miraculously in midair and grabbed the black sword on his back at the same time. Then, he swung it up. Chi la. Clang. 2 different sounds came one after another. Qin Jianwei's 2 huge black wings were pierced by the Devil's Blade. However, Ling Yun didn't achieve his goal. That was because his Devil's Blade was blocked by Qin Jianwei's black long sword. Ling Yun held the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade in his hand as he landed on the ground. Nothing could block the Devil's Blade except for the Dragon Vein Sword, the golden black devilish silk, and the Devil's Double Slash of the Devil's Sect. Qin Jianwei didn't fly away immediately. He decided to kill Ling Yun no matter what. Ling Yun had to kill Qin Jianwei, and Qin Jianwei had to kill Ling Yun. Qin Jianwei didn't fly away immediately. He decided to kill Ling Yun no matter what. Ling Yun had to kill Qin Jianwei, and Qin Jianwei had to kill Ling Yun. Ling Yun stared at the huge sword in Qin Jianwei's hand. The sword was 1.5 meters long and as wide as a grown man's palm. It was completely black and exuded a chilling and murderous aura. The tip of the sword was very sharp, and the hilt was as long as a forearm. It looked majestic and cold, giving off the feeling of a god of war. Ling Yun didn't know that the Blood Clan had 2 terrifying godly weapons. One was called the God's Edge, and the other was called the Dark Storm. The sword in Qin Jianwei's hand was one of the 2 godly weapons of the Blood Clan, the Dark Storm. This kid has a lot of treasures. He has the blood element bead and such a good sword. I have to find a way to get them, Ling Yan muttered in his heart. Devil's Blade. You're from the Devil sect? Qin Jianwei exclaimed in shock as he stared at the Devil's Blade in Ling Yan's hand. Little bat, tell Grandpa, what's the name of this sword? Where did you get it from? Ling Yan asked in a hoarse voice. Qin Jianwei laughed coldly. Humph. Tell me, do you know? This is one of the 2 godly swords of the Blood Clan. It's called the Dark Storm. Ling Yan wanted Qin Jianwei's Dark Storm, and Qin Jianwei was an expert from the Blood Demon sect. Why wouldn't he want Ling Yan's Devil's Blade? Both of them had their own thoughts as they stared at each other, waiting to deal the fatal blow to the other party. In just a short while, Ling Yan saw the 2 holes on Qin Jianwei's huge black wings gradually shrink and heal completely. It's indeed a little difficult. Ling Yan thought to himself. Brat, you've already wiped out the entire Chao family. As long as you tell me where Chao Xianxia is and let her go, I'll let you leave today. How about that, he said coldly. Chao Xianxia? Qin Jianwei chuckled. He pointed the dark storm at Ling Yan and said, Chao Xianxia? Her blood is the best sacrifice for the Blood Clan. As long as I give her the embrace, not only will I be promoted to a marquis, I won't have to be afraid of the sun anymore. Give her to you? Unless you can destroy me, don't even think about it. Ling Yan frowned. If the Blood Clan wasn't afraid of the sun, what would happen? Moreover, that wasn't the point. The point was that he wouldn't allow any member of the Blood Clan to have the embrace on Chao Xianxia. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Tonight's night scenery is beautiful. Ling Yan suddenly smiled and said out of the blue. Ugh. It is beautiful. So what? Qin Jianwei didn't understand what Ling Yan meant. Every night was beautiful to the Blood Clan, so he blurted it out subconsciously. Who knew that the answer he got was a domineering blade that swept towards him like a gust of wind? The pitch-black Devil's Blade seemed to have lengthened to 20 meters in an instant. It slashed at Qin Jianwei with extreme coldness, raging heaven. Domineering beyond compare. Since the night is beautiful, don't think too much about it. With a roar, Ling Yan soared into the sky. After the first slash, the second slash was followed closely by the second. Blade severing heaven and earth. Qin Jianwei raised the dark storm in his hand, and the cold sword energy collided with Ling Yan's first slash. He felt a bone-chilling coldness, and it was difficult for him to even move. Ling Yan activated the yin-yang harmony balance to the extreme. The temperature of the black blade was at least -70 degrees Fahrenheit. Just as Qin Jianwei was using the blood demon skill to resist Ling Yan's first slash, Ling Yan's second slash, blade severing heaven and earth, arrived. Kill. To be continued. All 8 chapters were completed. Climax. There were only 40 minutes left in the month. Would there be another miracle? Begging for monthly votes. Sincerely, begging for monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Ling Yan used the Celestial Destroyer technique. He forced all the purine chi in his body into the blade, turning it into a frightening blade ray with a terrifyingly low temperature. He didn't give Qin Jianwei any chance to escape. He was unforgiving. It was true that vampires liked dark places, but they absolutely hated and even feared the cold. Just look at the bats. During winter, who would ever see a bat come out and fly around? Ling Yan's first strike was incomparably violent and domineering. Qin Jianwei had to use all his strength to block it. He used extreme coldness to restrict Qin Jianwei's mobility, and the second strike came instantly. This was the real killer move. Ling Yan was determined to get it. However, Qin Jianwei wasn't one to be trifled with. He channeled the blood devil skill to get his blood boiling even though he felt like his blood was about to freeze. At the same time, he moved his sword horizontally to block Ling Yan's killing blow. Metal clashed. Good block, but I'm sorry, you've been tricked. Ling Yan snorted in disdain. In his left hand, a dazzling soft sword suddenly appeared. With a shake of his hand, it let out a clear dragon's roar. Blitz strike. Shadowless strike. Heart-destroying strike. Soul-breaking strike. Sky-piercing strike. Shocking strike. Regretless strike. Heavenly strike. God-vanquishing strike. Ultimate strike. This was the first time he had used the full set of the 9 kills swordsmanship since he left Turtle Island. There were 10 moves in the 9 kills swordsmanship. What followed was Qin Jianwei's screams of agony. Even though he tried his best to block the attacks with the dark storm, the 9th killing swordsmanship was too fast and mysterious. Qin Jianwei didn't forget to flap his wings to dodge. However, Ling Yan's main target this time was Qin Jianwei's wings. TSK 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 TSK, the sound of someone tearing apart a piece of cloth rang incessantly, accompanied by Qin Jianwei's mournful howl. Qin Jianwei was finally defeated by the last 2 after resisting 7 strikes with all his might. The dragon vein sword in Ling Yan's hand was like a silver dragon dancing around Qin Jianwei's body. After the last 2 slashes, Qin Jianwei's wings were torn to shreds and hung on both sides of his body. At the same time, his hands that held the sword were cut off by Ling Yan at the wrist. However, Qin Jianwei could lose his wings and hands, but he protected his 2 vital points. One was his neck, and the other was his heart. Both of them were unscathed. The chill finally receded. Qin Jianwei had experienced the hellish cycle of life and death. After regaining his mobility, he leaped 30 meters away from Ling Yan with a howl of agony. Ling Yan wasn't in a hurry to chase after him. He picked up the black sword from the ground and stored it in his spatial ring. Then, with the dragon vein sword in his left hand and the devil's blade in his right, he pointed at the heavily injured Qin Jianwei. "Brat, I've said that I'll spare your life if you tell me where Xianxia is." Without wings and hands, Qin Jianwei was like a tiger without teeth and claws. In Ling Yan's eyes, he was already a cripple. Qin Jianwei couldn't stop screaming. At the same time, he tried to use the Blood Clan's terrifying recovery ability to regrow his wings and hands. However, how could he recover so quickly with so many serious injuries? What made Ling Yan curious was that Qin Jianwei didn't bleed even though he was seriously injured. This was very different from Paul, Jim, and the others. Where did you get that soft sword in your hand?" Qin Jianwei pointed at the dragon vein sword in Ling Yan's left hand and asked in shock. It could be said that no matter who it was, as long as they didn't know that Ling Yan had a spatial ring, they would be at a disadvantage the first time they met him. He was clearly using his hand to hit you, but suddenly there was a knife or a sword in his hand. Who could dodge that? Moreover, Ling Yan was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. How fast was his attack? How sharp was his sword technique? Qin Jianwei would lose without a doubt even if he were to fight Qin Jianwei with a knife and sword, not to mention a sneak attack. That was why Ling Yan's attack was successful. Qin Jianwei was filled with regret. He was too careless today. He actually didn't transform completely. If he had transformed in time, his strength and speed would have increased by several times, and he wouldn't have been beaten so badly by Ling Yan. "It doesn't matter where I got my sword. Let me tell you, don't try to stall for time with me. It's useless. Also, don't even think about escaping. You might not be faster than me even if you have wings." Ling Yan sneered as he appeared 3 meters away from Qin Jianwei. Ling Yan pointed the tip of the devil's blade at Qin Jianwei. "Speak, where are you hiding Xianxia?" In a mountain in the northern suburbs of Beijing. "There's a cave there," Qin Jianwei spouted nonsense. He only hoped to stall for time and find an opportunity to escape. "Which mountain? Which cave? Bring me there now. Brat, I left your legs open just now so you can lead the way." Ling Yan moved forward and lifted his right hand to seal Qin Jianwei's acupuncture points. He wanted to see if he could restrain Qin Jianwei. Right at that moment, a mist of blood erupted from where Qin Jianwei was standing, another special ability of the Blood Clan, the Blood Explosion Transformation. At the same time, Qin Jianwei's entire body disappeared. With a chirp, a small black bat flew out of the mist of blood and into the clouds. "Not good." Ling Yan roared, and his figure rose into the sky. He raised his right palm and shot a stream of blazing pure yang true qi at Qin Jianwei, who had turned into a bat. This time, Ling Yan didn't hold back. This beam of pure yang true qi smashed into Qin Jianwei's body. Qin Jianwei flipped a few times in the air. Green smoke rose from his body, but he didn't fall to the ground. Instead, he flew away. Ling Yan landed on the ground. Instead of being angry, he was elated. His lips curled into a charming smile as he said, I knew you were going to run. Now that you've been poisoned by my 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder, I want to see where you can fly to. Ling Yun naturally knew that Xianxia's whereabouts wouldn't be revealed. That was why he didn't catch Qin Jianwei on purpose. There was a large jade box in Ling Yun's hand. There was a pool of fresh blood in it. Ling Yun took out the jade box as fast as he could when Qin Jianwei was in the midst of the blood explosion. He put his hand into the blood mist to collect it. This was Qin Jianwei's blood, and Ling Yun still needed it to develop the formula. Paul and Chester heard the sounds of fighting and rushed into the backyard. They saw Ling Yun putting away the dragon vein sword, devil's blade, and Qin Jianwei's blood. The moment they entered, they saw Qin Jianwei's broken limbs and wings. They couldn't help but ask in shock, Honorable boss, who were you fighting with just now? Could it be that damn Qin Jianwei? Ling Yun smiled and nodded. That's right. We just had a fight, and these scraps on the ground were all chopped off from his body. You two, hurry up and put this trash together. I'll clean it up, and then we'll leave. Victory in one battle. Not only did Ling Yun injure Qin Jianwei badly, but he also used pure yang true qi to severely injure him and obtain a godly weapon, Dark Storm. Other than that, Ling Yun also collected Qin Jianwei's blood and planted the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder on him. Within 1,000 miles, Ling Yun would be able to find him no matter where he hid. This was a huge harvest. Ling Yun's heart was filled with joy. Oh, my God, these are that damn Qin Jianwei's wings. They were actually cut off by boss? Aha, these are Qin Jianwei's hands. He's in trouble now. Even with his cultivation speed, he'll need at least 3 months to recover. Ling Yun looked at the 2 descendants of the blood clan who were busy collecting Qin Jianwei's body. Qin Jianwei created a cloud of blood mist just now, then turned into a bat and flew away. Will that affect him? He asked. Paul's expression changed drastically. He immediately stopped what he was doing and turned his head. Blood mist? Honorable boss, that's because he used the blood ability of the blood clan. How badly did you injure him? Oh, my God, Honorable Ling, you're too strong. You actually forced Qin Jianwei to use blood explosion. His level will drop to at least a baron, and he won't be able to suck your little princess blood in the short term. Your little princess will be safe for at least 3 months. Chester exclaimed in shock as he said, Oh my God, Honorable Ling, you're too strong. Ling Yun thought to himself. How could I have the time to wait for another 3 months? He smiled faintly but didn't say much. After the 2 descendants of the blood clan collected Qin Jianwei's broken arm and wing, Ling Yun told them to leave first. He shot out a fire talisman and turned the pile of disgusting parts into ashes. I'll just treat it as turning your bones into ashes once. When I rescue Xianxia, let's do it again for real. Ling Yun smiled faintly and rushed out of the Chow family's courtyard. Paul and Chester were already waiting by the car. Paul opened the door for Ling Yun in a gentlemanly manner and invited him in. Chester then drove the car to Ling Yun's residence. Have the 2 of you heard of a sword called the Dark Storm? Ling Yun asked after some thought in the car. Let me apologize first. I didn't expect a friend to come over today. It's National Day, so I can't go out, but I can't miss a friend. I'll continue with 8 chapters tomorrow. 1 chapter is the guarantee for today, 2 chapters are the guarantee for tomorrow, and the remaining 5 chapters are all monthly votes. Screech, the ear-piercing sound of brakes rang out. Chester slammed on the brakes when he heard the name Darkstorm. He stared at the darkness in front of him for a while before turning his head slowly. At the same time, his jaw dropped as he stared at Ling Yun in shock. At the same time, in the back seat of the car, Paul's expression also changed drastically. Boss, what did you say? Darkstorm? Oh my God, I really don't want to hear that name. After a long while, Chester let out a weird cry that sounded like he was roaring at the top of his lungs. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was calm as usual. It seemed like he had really gotten a treasure. His lips curled into a charming smile as he said, It seems like all of you know about the Dark Storm? Yes. Boss, yes. As an outstanding member of the Blood Clan, there aren't many who haven't heard of the Dark Storm, unless he just received the embrace. Chester turned his head to the side and looked at Ling Yun with indescribable fear and shock in his eyes. But, where did you hear about this sword? Did that Ned Xianxia tell you about it? Get out. Ling Yan said proudly to the two of them. Ling Yan opened the door and got out first. The space in the car was cramped, and Ling Yan couldn't take out the dark storm no matter how he adjusted the angle. That black sword was too long. The blade alone was 1.5 meters long, and the hilt was at least 20 centimeters long. Boss, it's almost dawn. Why are we getting out now? Paul asked curiously. Ling Yan chuckled. With a thought, he took out the dark storm from his spatial ring and waved it in the air. Then, Ling Yan heard the sound of the air being torn apart. Oh. *T. Damn it. Oh my god. This is unbelievable. Just as Ling Yan took out Black Storm, Paul and Chester's expressions changed drastically. They frowned and ran for their lives, one in front and one behind. They each ran 50 to 60 meters away on the road before coming to a stop in fear. The dark storm was very heavy, even heavier than the Devil's Underworld Essence blade. It didn't have any ornaments, including the sharp blade and hilt. The entire blade was made of an unknown black metal. It didn't emit any light, and it was dark and cold. Ling Yan held the sword with one hand and swung it casually. What a peerless sword. Ling Yan ignored Chester and Paul as he waved the dark storm in the air once more. Why did you two run so far away? He asked the two of them with a smile. Oh, my Satan, this world must be crazy. How could the dark storm appear in the boss's hands? Chester was jumping up and down from afar. He looked like he was about to go crazy. He stared at the black storm in fear as if he had just seen a devil. Paul's expression wasn't much different from Chester's. Oh, my respected boss, please put it away first. This thing is too dangerous. Ling Yan laughed in his heart. It would be much more fun if the dark storm could scare the two Blood Clan members to this extent. With a thought, he put away the dark storm and said to the two of them, all right, I put it away. Come here quickly. Respected boss, we will go back, but please promise me that you will not take out this damned demon sword in front of us again. You must make a promise. Paul and Chester repeatedly emphasized that Ling Yan shouldn't take out that sword again. Obviously, they had an instinctive fear of the dark storm. Ling Yan chuckled and went straight back into the car. Only then did Paul and Chester return to the car. Chester stepped on the accelerator, and the silver-gray car sped away. It was as though he didn't want to stay a second longer and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Tell me, it's just a sword. Why are you so scared? Ling Yan asked with a smile. Chester was still trembling. He tried his best to control the steering wheel and didn't rush to speak for the first time. Respected Ling, you know that we told you before that the Blood Clan is divided into the Secret Alliance and the Demonic Feast Alliance. Paul said after a long time. In the ancient past, the Demonic Feast Alliance had an invincible commander. He was worshipped as the leader of the Demon Clan. His name was Dynast. In order to fight for the throne with his father, Dynast fused his soul into two sharp swords, the Blade of God and the Dark Storm. Therefore, these two swords became demon swords. Not only could these two demon swords easily tear apart a blood-breed's limbs, but they could also cause a blood-breed's limbs to be as hard to recover as a human's injuries. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that because these two swords sealed Demon King Dynast's soul, they both had very terrifying and powerful soul power. Among them, the power that the members of the Blood Clan were most familiar with was that these two swords had the ability to replace the noblest and purest king of the Blood Clan, the Embrace. The divine blade could cut through the hardest diamond as easily as chopping vegetables. As for the dark storm, if the person holding it had enough strength, they could create a dark tornado with just a light wave of the blade. It could cause the space around them to become the most terrifying dark tornado, engulfing everything and forming a true dark storm. That scene was like the end of the world. *CK, I really have to thank that grandson, Xianxia. I really struck it rich this time. Ling Yan listened to Paul's fearful story and felt great in his heart. There was no need to mention it. He had really profited big time. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Chester and Paul with interest. He chuckled and asked, so, esteemed sirs, I have a question for you. Now that you are descendants of the Blood Clan, can I still use the dark storm to give you a second embrace? Bang! There was another loud sound. Chester's body trembled as he drove the silver-gray car directly into an electric pole by the roadside. Chester nodded vigorously, his pale face even paler. He said hurriedly, "Honorable boss, you can do it. You definitely can. I've said it before. You're my Satan. I really have great foresight." Paul was already prepared when he finished talking about the terrifying power of the dark storm. He was rather calm at this moment. "Respected boss, no matter if it's a pure-blooded member of the Blood Clan or a mixed-blooded descendant of the Blood Clan, as long as our level doesn't surpass that of Demon King Dynast, you can definitely use this dark storm to complete the embrace for any member of the Blood Clan, even members of the Blood Clan who have been embraced?" Ling Yan asked in surprise. "Absolutely. Of course, there are two prerequisites. First, the bloodline and level of that member of the Blood Clan must be lower than Demon King Dynast's bloodline and level. Second, the soul power of that member of the Blood Clan must be weaker than Dynast's soul power in the Dark Storm. Both prerequisites are indispensable. Of course, your bloodline also needs to be strong enough." Ling Yan was speechless. Those were clearly the three prerequisites. Ling Yan had interacted with these two members of the Blood Clan for a long time now. He hated preconditions and conditions the most. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "What's the bloodline and rank of the Demon King Dynast like in the Blood Clan?" Chester suddenly shouted, "Oh, honorable boss, your question is an insult to the idol in my heart. Demon King Dynast is the symbol of invincibility. He is the greatest pride of the Blood Clan and the Demon Party. He is the supreme existence." Ling Yun was overjoyed. "That's right. Otherwise, this dark storm wouldn't be so powerful. That's why the first prerequisite can't be considered a condition. The most important thing is the second prerequisite. After all, this dark storm only contains half of Demon King Dynast's soul." Paul said softly. "How strong is this half of the soul force?" When the two swords were first formed, the soul power they contained would definitely exceed that of any great lord. However, because of the long passage of time, the sealed soul power would slowly decrease. "I think this dark storm should be able to complete the embrace on any Grand Duke without any problem." "Only a Grand Duke?" Ling Yan's expression darkened. "Only a Grand Duke? Why not an Elder, a Grand Duke, or a Grand Duke?" "Oh. My God, honorable boss, what else are you dissatisfied with? Paul and I have only seen a Grand Duke from afar once in our long lives." Chester was shocked by Ling Yan's greed. "Oh my God, could it be that his respected boss wanted to give a prince the embrace? Have you forgotten the third prerequisite? Is your bloodline stronger than that of a Grand Duke or a prince?" He didn't know if Ling Yan's bloodline could be compared to a Grand Duke or a prince, but it was definitely superior to these two insignificant descendants of the Blood Clan. Very good, very good. This is great. However, how can I use the dark storm to complete the embrace on the Blood Clan?" Ling Yan thought to himself. It wasn't wise to bite off more than he could chew. He had to subdue these two descendants of the Blood Clan first so that he wouldn't have to worry about them all the time. Chester knew that he couldn't escape the fate of being subdued by Ling Yun, so he fought to be the first. "Honorable boss, it's very simple. You just have to use this sword to make a small cut on our bodies and drip a drop of your blood into the wound. That's it." "I see. Then why are you still in the car? Get out now." Ling Yan opened the door and got out of the car. He grinned at the two descendants of the Blood Clan who were standing side by side in front of him. "Now, tell me, who should I give the embrace to first?" The first chapter of the 8th chapter. Guaranteed on the first day of the month. It was a great chapter. Looking for likes and votes, Ling Yan looked at the two descendants of the Blood Clan who were standing there quietly with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Suddenly, he had an idea. Isn't this just dripping blood to recognize the owner? Ling Yan thought to himself. He thought about it carefully and felt that it was more or less the same, the method was the same. The only difference was that the other party wasn't a magical treasure, but a member of the Blood Clan. Soul power. Bloodline power. Ling Yan suddenly lowered his head and stared at the demonic sword Dark Storm in his hand. He fell into deep thought. In terms of soul power, Ling Yan was confident that his soul power at the tribulation stage was terrifyingly strong. He definitely wouldn't lose to any leader of the Blood clan, even if he was the invincible Devil King dynasty. After all, after a cultivator passed the last heavenly tribulation, he would become an earth deity in the great accomplishment stage. He could ascend to heaven at any time and become a true immortal. Moreover, Ling Yan already had the strength of an earth deity in the great accomplishment stage when he was in the form synthesis stage. His soul power was even stronger than his physical body. Therefore, Ling Yan was 100% confident that his soul power would definitely surpass Devil King dynasty. However, Ling Yan's divine sense wasn't strong enough. His soul power was naturally suppressed and couldn't be used at all. However, Ling Yan was able to condense his divine sense when he was only at physique tempering stage 7. It had to be said that this had a lot to do with the strength of his soul power. Therefore, even though Ling Yan wanted to send his divine sense into the demonic sword Dark Storm to fight with Devil King dynasty's sealed soul, he gave up. It was still too early. As for bloodline power, it was much more complicated. Ling Yan was an orphan in the cultivation world. He had no idea what bloodline he had. Even though he was a descendant of the Ling family now, how would he know if the Ling family's bloodline was strong or weak? Ling Yan frowned and thought deeply. He actually forgot that there were 2 descendants of the Blood clan in front of him waiting for the embrace. Respected boss, what are you thinking about? Don't tell me you don't want to give us the embrace? Don't worry, Jester and I are willing to be your servants. We will be loyal to you forever. Chester stared blankly at Ling Yan, who was deep in thought. Oh my god, could our respected boss have been attacked by Demon King dynasty's soul? You should know that you can't even touch this sword without the strength of a Viscount. Ling Yan finally lifted his head and smiled at Paul and Chester. Are the 2 of you really willing to follow me loyally? He asked faintly. I'm willing, I'm absolutely willing. I believe that the almighty Demon King Satan has guided us to cross the ocean and come to you from thousands of miles away, just so that we can follow you and be loyal to you, Chester shouted and tried to suck up to Linley. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he was telling the truth. I'm willing, I'm absolutely willing. Respected Ling Yan, I can feel a strong and special power surging in your body. This power makes us want to submit to you and not leave. Ling Yan didn't know if they were telling the truth or not. However, it would save him a lot of trouble if he could subdue these 2 descendants of the Blood clan. At least he wouldn't have to bring them along everywhere he went. Alright, since you're willing, I'll give you the embrace. Let's see if my bloodline power is strong enough. Ling Yan didn't waste any more words. With that, Ling Yan didn't waste any more time. He took out the Dark Storm and used the sharp tip of the sword to lightly pierce Paul's arm. Immediately, a small amount of blood flowed out of Paul's wound. At this time, because Paul had been stabbed by the Dark Storm, his body could not help but tremble violently. It was as if even his soul was trembling. His eyes radiated light, filled with fear and submission. Ling Yan purposely waited for a while to observe Paul's wound. The wound wasn't big. According to Paul's current strength, it should have healed in an instant. However, just like what they said, Paul's wound showed no signs of healing. That's really the case. Ling Yan appeared in front of Paul in a flash. At the same time, he squeezed out a drop of blood from his right index finger and dripped it onto Paul's wound. There was only 1 drop of blood. Because Ling Yan had reached the pinnacle of the 14th minor realm of the stellar condensation technique and the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, his body was already impervious to all poisons and fire. Every drop of blood contained his exuberant vitality. Ling Yan felt that 1 drop of blood was enough if their method worked. He didn't need any more. The drop of blood dripped into Paul's wound and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, Ling Yan was shocked to see that the fear in Paul's eyes disappeared instantly. All that was left was a devout submission to him. At the same time, there was an indescribable joy and intoxication that flowed from his eyes. This was the process of the embrace, the oath of blood. Even though Ling Yan wasn't a member of the Blood clan, the Dark Storm clearly played its role. The process of the embrace was too wonderful, so it ended very quickly. However, this was just the beginning. Chester, who had been staring intently at Paul's the embrace, saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. First, the wound on Paul's forearm miraculously healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, Chester was even more shocked to see that Paul's eyes became even redder. This was a sign of an increase in level. However, Paul's eyes only became redder. His level didn't increase immediately. However, the most shocking scene appeared. Paul's originally pale face actually had a faint blush. Oh my God! What is going on? Chester couldn't hide his shock. He was completely stunned. Temperature. Temperature. Oh my God, Paul's body actually has temperature. Chester was a member of the Blood Clan, and the bodies of the Blood Clan were cold. Therefore, he was especially sensitive to temperature. He could feel that Paul's body was gradually becoming warmer. Even though it was still very cold, there was indeed a temperature. Was he still a member of the Blood Clan? TSK TSK TSK. His tuxedo was completely torn apart. Under Chester's dumbfounded gaze, Paul finally started his transformation. His body expanded rapidly, growing at least 40 centimeters taller. His body also doubled in size. Paul's 2 fangs also grew rapidly, and his 10 fingers became thick, and incomparably sharp claws. At this time, the color of Paul's eyes changed again. They were so red that they turned purple. Flap. A pair of huge, black wings suddenly extended from Paul's back. Each wing was nearly 3 meters long, with a wingspan of nearly 6 meters. It had a black metallic texture, and it gently flapped behind his back, causing the air around his body to flow rapidly. Thank you, Master. Viscount Paul, I'm willing to give my all for you. Paul stood quietly on the spot after his transformation. He flapped his wings and gave Lingyan a Western, gentlemanly servant's greeting. Oh my God! Oh my God! This is a miracle, a miracle. How is this possible? Chester was going crazy. He didn't know what to say at all. Paul's bloodline was as trashy as his. After the embrace, he had lived for more than 80 years, but he still hadn't become a true member of the Blood Clan, let alone a baron or a viscount. How could he become a viscount in an instant after receiving the embrace? Even the embrace of a prince couldn't make an ordinary human become a viscount in an instant. The fact that he could grow wings and advance to a baron meant that the prince's bloodline was heaven-defying. However, a drop of Lingyan's blood actually made a mixed breed, the lowest descendant of the Blood Clan, become a viscount in an instant. Furthermore, this was only the most insignificant change. The most heaven-defying change was in the other 3 points. First, Paul's pale face actually had a tinge of red. This meant that the capillaries in his body were working normally again. Second, Paul's body actually had a temperature. Temperature. One had to know that the bodies of all members of the Blood Clan were ice cold. They were practically the living dead. But now, Paul's body actually had a temperature. What did this mean? Finally, the most important thing was that Paul actually had purple eyes. Purple, the legendary lord of the Blood Clan had purplish gold wings, a pair of purplish gold eyes, and a pair of purplish gold horns. The legendary lord of the Blood Clan had purplish silver wings, a pair of purplish silver eyes, and a pair of purplish silver horns. Further down, the legendary lord of the Blood Clan had purplish silver wings, a pair of purplish silver eyes, and a pair of purplish silver horns. But now, Paul actually had purple eyes, and this was only an instantaneous change. The rest of the changes had just begun. This was too heaven-defying. Could it be that Lingyan had created a lord of the Blood Clan in the blink of an eye? This was just a drop of blood, just a drop of blood. Oh, God, no, Satan, the 3 pure ones, the Jade Emperor, Bah. What did I see? What did I see? Is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I? Jester was foaming at the mouth, screaming and jumping crazily. He didn't look like a gentleman anymore. Lingyan smiled as he watched Paul complete the embrace. He was a little speechless as he listened to Chester's crazy screams. No wonder Chester and Paul could speak Mandarin so well. They even knew about the 3 pure ones. It seemed like they had a deep understanding of Huaxia's culture. Oh, dear boss, hurry up and give me the embrace. I want to be your servant forever. You just need to give me 2 drops of your blood, 2 drops. Chester roared crazily. For a while before jumping in front of Lingyan. He hugged Lingyan's arm and shook it vigorously. Lingyan giggled and said, "Please, don't be so intimate. Can't you be more gentlemanly?" The 2nd chapter of the 8th chapter, the 1st chapter on the 2nd. There are still 6 chapters left today, please double the monthly votes, 2 drops of blood won't do. Chester, believe me, you definitely won't be able to handle it. Master's bloodline is too powerful, definitely far beyond the legendary Saint Tier Master of the Blood Clan. Right now, I've only fused with 1% of Master's blood, and it's already like this. If I fuse any more, you'll instantly explode and die. Of course, it'll definitely be one of the Blood Clan's blood abilities, Blood Explosion. After adapting to his new power, Paul suddenly turned back into his human form, leaving only a pair of wide wings flapping. His face had a faint blush as he smiled at the crazy Chester. Do you still want 2 drops now? I can give you more if you want. Ling Yun nodded at Paul before turning his head to look at Chester, who was once again dumbfounded, and said with a smile. 1 drop then. Honorable Master, please be quick, I really can't wait. Ling Yun nodded in agreement. He got Chester to get ready and quickly completed the embrace for Chester. The entire process and outcome were similar to Paul's. Chester's face and skin were flushed, and his body was warm. His eyes turned purple, and a pair of wide wings spanning nearly 6 meters grew out. He had advanced to Viscount. Thank you, Master. Viscount Chester, I'm willing to give my all to you. After the embrace, Chester was just like Paul. He was extremely devout and respectful to Ling Yun. It seemed like this was a sentence that all newly created members of the Blood Clan had to express their allegiance to their master after the embrace. Ling Yun wasn't wrong. The process of the embrace was indeed similar to dripping blood to recognize the owner. It was just that the other party wasn't a magical treasure, but a human with a soul. Now that Paul and Chester were standing in front of him, he could feel their devout worship and allegiance to him from their bones, souls, and blood. He had the power to decide their life and death. If he wanted them to live, they would live. If he wanted them to die, they would die. It seems like the Ling family's bloodline isn't bad. Ling Yun was very satisfied with the results of the experiment. With 2 viscounts as his servants, they would be able to help Ling Yun with a lot of things, and it would also save him a lot of trouble. Your faces aren't pale anymore, and your bodies are warm. Do you still feel bloodthirsty? Ling Yun looked at his 2 loyal servants and asked faintly. Ling Yun had the yin yang eye. He could see through their skin that their blood was flowing like a human's. Furthermore, his 5 senses and 6 senses were extremely sensitive. He had already sensed the warmth in their bodies. Esteemed Master, we can feel that the bloodlust in our bodies has weakened a lot. It seems like we can go 2 weeks without sucking blood without any problems, and, also, we feel hungry, just like the hunger humans felt before the embrace. We want to eat. Paul continued. This time it was Ling Yun's turn to be stunned. His blood vessels were working again, his body was warm, and he felt hungry. Wasn't this human? F*CK, if that's the case, then the 10 people from the Chow family, can I also use the same method to embrace them once? Ling Yun immediately thought of this, but he quickly shook his head. He wanted to, but the people from the Chow family had to agree to it first. If they allowed him to embrace them, they would have to kill him in order to turn them back into normal people. This was absolutely impossible. After all, the Chow family had his bloodline. If they were to become his servants, it would be equivalent to the Chow family being destroyed by Ling Yun. Then, do you still feel that you are afraid of light now? This was the most important point. If the 2 of them were not afraid of light, they could appear under the sun with him. The Blood Clan could walk freely in broad daylight, but they were his most loyal servants. Just the thought of it was cool. Honorable Master, we don't know about that yet. However, we feel that the light from the car and street lamps isn't as annoying anymore. Chester muttered as he stared at a street lamp. Honorable Master, our lives, souls, and everything else belong to you now. If you want to experiment, Paul is willing to serve you. Paul said with a smile. Ling Yun could feel Paul's sincerity. Why don't we give it a try? Ling Yun asked Paul in a negotiating tone. We are willing to serve you. Paul and Chester said at the same time. With a thought, Ling Yun took out an ordinary fire talisman and threw it into the air. Then, he silently shouted, and a dazzling red flame bloomed instantly, illuminating a radius of more than 10 meters around the 3 of them. The moment the flames lit up, Paul and Chester instinctively closed their eyes and used their wings to protect their bodies. This wasn't because they weren't loyal to Ling Yun. This was their instinct. They could let Ling Yun kill them, but they would still be afraid of things like fire, sunlight, and destruction. Of course, Ling Yun was the one they were most afraid of. However, they soon realized that they didn't have to be afraid at all. The fire didn't harm them at all. Wow, oh my god, their bodies were safe and sound, and they weren't afraid of the fire anymore. Interesting. Ling Yun smiled faintly and took out another fire talisman. He raised his hand and ignited it again. This time, the flame was bigger and brighter, illuminating a 10-meter radius around the three of them. However, Paul and Chester only blinked their purple eyes slightly. Their bodies weren't burned at all. Paul and Chester looked at each other in the blazing fire. Their eyes were filled with indescribable joy. Hot tears gushed out uncontrollably. That was because their bodies were starting to warm up. Therefore, the tears that flowed out now could naturally be called hot tears, even though their temperature was much lower than ordinary people's. Only the Blood Clan themselves knew how painful it was to hide in the darkness all year round, never daring to walk under the sun. That kind of life without any daylight was like. What they lacked the most was what they yearned for the most. Everything was like this. For example, no one could live forever, so humans yearned for longevity. The blood race could never be exposed to sunlight, so they yearned for it. They thought of ways to study how they could walk under the sun like ordinary people. Of course, the Blood Clan didn't research for nothing. They also researched many tools and methods, but that was only for the high-level members of the Blood Clan. For people like Paul and Chester, who weren't even considered ordinary members of the Blood Clan, they definitely couldn't enjoy the right to walk under the sun. One drop of Ling Yun's blood allowed the two members of the Blood Clan to completely evolve. They had all the physical characteristics of a human and retained all the abilities of the Blood Clan. This was absolutely heaven-defying. It was simply unimaginable. Perhaps, your choice is correct. Congratulations, Ling Yun looked at the two descendants of the Blood Clan who were overjoyed. No, they should be his Viscount servants now. He congratulated them sincerely. Thank you, Master. We are willing to sacrifice everything for you. Paul and Chester had already put away their identity symbols. They knelt on one knee and expressed their loyalty to Ling Yun. You don't have to call me Master. Just call me Boss from now on. Also, there's no need to add any more respect. Just call me Boss. I know very well whether you respect me or not. You don't have to keep saying it. Ling Yun felt awkward being called Master. He decided to reprimand the two servants. At the same time, he said, most importantly, just show your personality. You don't have to be so reserved about the details. Do you understand? Yes. Master, oh, no, Boss. Chester changed the way he addressed Ling Yun as Boss. Paul, on the other hand, was much more mature. Yes, Boss. Very good, put on your clothes. We should leave now. Ling Yun smiled and pointed at their naked bodies. After this incident, Ling Yun was full of confidence in the Blood Clan. He no longer had any apprehensions. The three of them got back into the car. Chester was still driving, and they left the place quickly. Chester, what car is this? Why isn't it damaged after crashing into an electric pole? Ling Yun sat leisurely in the car and smiled at Chester. Boss, this is a car specially made by the Blood Clan. When we came to Xianxia, we couldn't pass the plane's security check, so we took a luxury cruise. With this car, it'll be much more convenient for the Blood Clan, so we shipped it over. They also shipped a few of them over. The Chin family spent a lot of money to go through the customs, Paul explained to Ling Yun with a smile. Very good, we'll get these cars over later. Ling Yun said with a smile before asking, both of you have lived for so many years. Other than sucking blood, what are your specialties and interests? Tell me about them. The Blood Clan had a long life as long as they weren't killed. They were extremely bored, so they definitely had their own interests. Otherwise, they would definitely go crazy. I'll go first. I'll go first. Chester said immediately after hearing Ling Yun's question. However, he was stunned after saying that. Fighting, drug dealing, playing with prostitutes, researching guns and ammunition, selling firearms. These seemed to be Chester's specialties. His nickname in America was the Devil. Honorable Master, I'm very familiar with firearms. I can make, dismantle, and modify any firearms and ammunition. Also, my business is doing very well and is very profitable. Chester tried hard to think of the right words to praise himself as he drove. Very good, I'm thinking of making some special firearms. I hope you'll be able to do it, Chester. Ling Yun didn't ask further. He couldn't expect a descendant of the Blood clan to be perfect. No problem at all. What about you, Paul? Boss, I've done a lot of research on high-quality living. I'm good at music, drawing, and mixing drinks. Red wine. I think you'll like it. The third watch of the eighth watch. Big Brother Yun was going to unveil the mystery of Beijing step by step. Bu Jing was begging for monthly votes. The silver-gray car drove slowly through the night. How did Qin Jianwei get a demonic sword like the Dark Storm? Ling Yan asked with a frown. It was a pity that Paul and Chester couldn't answer him because they had never seen Qin Jianwei with this sword before. They didn't believe that Qin Jianwei could get his hands on this demonic sword either. It seems like the Qin family's influence in America isn't small. Ling Yun murmured. Ling Yun didn't believe that Qin Jianwei could get his hands on such a terrifying demonic sword just by going to America. However, that wasn't important anymore. This demonic sword was already in Ling Yun's possession. He must be heartbroken right now. There was no doubt that losing the Dark Storm was more painful than losing his own life. However, if not for this demonic sword, Ling Yan's killing blow would have cut Qin Jianwei in half. He would have died without a doubt. Qin Jianwei had exchanged his life with the sword. However, why didn't he give you the embrace since he has this demonic sword? Doesn't he want to turn all of you into his loyal subordinates? Ling Yan asked his second question very quickly. Boss, he wouldn't dare. Really, other than you, no ordinary member of the Blood clan would dare to do such a thing. That would be suicidal. They would be attacked by the Demon King dynast's soul power. Chester murmured. But I didn't feel like I was attacked by the soul power? Ling Yan asked doubtfully. Boss, that's because your soul power and bloodline power are too strong. They far surpass dynast. You're the nemesis of all members of the Blood clan. Paul explained with a smile. Since you knew that I would be attacked by dynast's soul power if I gave you the embrace, why did you let me give it to you? Ling Yan asked angrily. Chester hurriedly explained, it's not what you think, boss. It's because you're not a member of the Blood clan. This sword is just an ordinary sword in the hands of an ordinary human. It can only intimidate members of the Blood clan, Paul added. If an ordinary person's bloodline is strong enough, they can use the Dark Storm to perform the embrace on a Blood clan member. However, we didn't expect your bloodline to be so powerful. We really didn't expect it. I see. Looks like I've misunderstood you. Ling Yan said casually before asking again, what level of the Blood clan wouldn't be afraid of this demonic sword? It has to be at least at the level of a Grand Duke. However, that damned Qin Jianwei dared to take out this sword when he was only a Viscount, perhaps because he was the most mysterious ancient martial arts master in Xianxia. Unfortunately, it can only be used as a sharp sword. Paul's analysis was spot on. Qin Jianwei discovered that he dared to touch this sword when he became a Viscount. He thought that he was invincible against the ancient martial arts masters of Xianxia because he could fly. He wanted to use the Dark Storm to intimidate the descendants of the Blood clan so that they would listen to his orders and serve him more carefully. He didn't expect to meet Ling Yun before he could even return to the Qin family. Serves him right for being unlucky. Where would the other demonic sword, Blade of God, be now? Ling Yun began to look forward to the other of the two swords. After returning home, Ling Yun passed through the armillary sphere maze formation and went to the basement to meet with Chao Tianlong. Seeing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he left the basement and returned to his room to cultivate. Everything could be delayed, but cultivation could not be delayed. He was about to reach the qi refining stage, so he naturally had to seize every second. Ling Yun gave Cui Lao a call the next morning after he finished his cultivation. He asked him to find a slaughterhouse and get him 100 kilograms of fresh animal blood. Then, Ling Yan let Paul and Chester walk under the sun for a while. He was relieved to find that they could accept the sunlight. He brought them out for a Western-style breakfast. To Paul and Chester, Ling Yan wasn't just their master. He was their second parent, their god. Ling Yan gave them a new life. Ling Yan took out 2 of the gold bricks that Miao Xiao Miao gave him. He wanted to make a pure gold longbow as soon as possible. The bow was made of pure gold, and the bowstring was made of golden black devilish silkworm rope. As for the arrows, Ling Yan wanted to use them against the Flying Blood clan, so they had to be made of pure silver. The bow was made of pure gold, and the bowstring was made of golden black devilish silkworm rope. As for the arrows, Ling Yan wanted to use them against the Flying Blood clan. Gold bow, silver arrows, and golden black devilish silkworm rope were definitely extravagant. However, it wasn't a problem for Ling Yan. Ling Yan was depressed. If only Tang Meng was here, he wouldn't even need to think about it. He would definitely be able to get it for him. He didn't need to think about it at all. He was just making an ordinary bow. Therefore, Ling Yan could only do it step by step. Ling Yan only had one requirement for the bow, and that was the pulling force of the bow. That was because this determined the speed and range of the arrow. As for accuracy, Ling Yan had a strong divine sense, the yin-yang eye, and the absolute stability of his hands. There was no need to worry. Very quickly, Cui Lao arrived with a black van. He got 2 men to move 4 buckets of fresh animal blood out of the van. Each bucket weighed at least 20 kilograms and was filled with the strong smell of blood. After the 2 men moved the 4 buckets of blood into the courtyard, they immediately left the courtyard without a sound and drove away. Ling Yan called Paul and Chester out and asked them, "The fresh animal blood is here. You should have a way to keep the blood flowing, right?" Paul smiled elegantly. "Yes, boss. For us vampires, this is a compulsory lesson that everyone has to learn in the shortest time possible." After Paul finished speaking, he personally came to the back of the silver-gray car, opened the trunk, and took out an exquisite medicine bottle. Then, he opened the medicine bottle, and sprinkled some of the dark red crystal powder into the 4 buckets of blood. Then, he smiled at Ling Yan. "Boss, this is made from a special substance in the blood of the Blood clan. It's even better than the best anticoagulant developed by humans. Not only can it prevent the blood from clotting, but it can also keep it fresh forever. Alright, then bring these 4 buckets of fresh blood to the entrance of the basement." Ling Yan nodded. Paul and Chester started to get busy while Ling Yan brought the dumbfounded Cui Lao into the house. When they entered the house, Ling Yan pressed Cui Lao's stiff body onto the sofa. Cui Lao was still in disbelief. "Young master, these are the 2 descendants of the Blood clan? Paul and Chester?" Cui Lao asked in shock. "That's right. But don't worry, Cui Lao. They are my servants now, the most loyal servants who will never betray me." Ling Yan laughed proudly. But why did I see them under the sun just now?" This was what shocked Cui Lao the most about the 2 descendants of the Blood clan. This is a long story. Ling Yan told Cui Lao briefly about what happened last night. He tried to cut down on the nonsense, but it still took about half an hour. Cui Lao was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. "Cui Lao, the people from the Chow family are in the basement now. Do you want to go and take a look?" Ling Yan said to Cui Lao. Cui Lao let out a long sigh and finally spoke. "Young master, I can't go and see them without the permission of the head of the family. Moreover, you were the one who saved the Chow family. Naturally, the Chow family will remember this favor." After all, other than Chow Shanshan, there were only 11 people left in Ling Yan's basement. Among them were the 3 heads of the Chow family. Now that the Chow family was in trouble, only the head of the Ling family could speak to them. Obviously, Cui Lao had considered his own status. "Cui Lao, I have 2 urgent needs now. I urgently need to make a longbow and many arrows. Furthermore, I need to make some special firearms and silver bullets. Do you have any ideas?" Cui Lao was delighted and didn't bring up this topic again. He sighed and said to Cui Lao, "Cui Lao, I have 2 urgent needs now. Longbow. Young master, you want to make a longbow because you're afraid that Qin Jianwei can fly. You want to use it to shoot him, right?" Chui Lao laughed as he understood Ling Yun's meaning immediately. Ling Yun nodded. That's right. He thinks he's awesome just because he can fly? I'm going to make him suffer. That's easy. I'll bring you to a place now. Chui Lao smiled. Where? Ling Yun's interest was piqued when he saw Chui Lao's mysterious look. Young master, you don't have to ask too much. You'll understand when you get there. Before Ling Yun left, he went to the basement and personally carried 4 buckets of fresh blood into the armillary sphere maze formation. He came out and reminded Paul and Chester to look after the yard before leaving with Chui Lao. The two of them drove out of the capital city and headed north until they were outside the 7th Ring Road. Then, they arrived at a shabby and inconspicuous factory. They got out of the car and walked directly into the factory. Ling Yun looked around and saw that the factory was deserted. There were only a few people busy with their own things. That made him even more puzzled. Chui Lao, what is this place? Chui Lao smiled mysteriously. Young master, this is the Ling family's weapon workshop. It's the 4th update. Thank you, everyone. I'm in the top 11, 40 votes short. Can I rush up in one go? Seeking monthly votes, in order to become a big family in Xianxia and stand at the peak, one had to have a strong foundation. What was a foundation? A family's power, money, resources, connections, talent reserves, and so on were all factors that measured whether a family was strong or not. However, these were undoubtedly superficial. If they only had these, they would at most be the kind of aristocratic family that the world was familiar with in the eyes of ordinary people. In short, it was the kind of family that ordinary people often saw through television, the internet, newspapers, radio, and so on. They often argued about their affairs and crazily flooded the internet. However, in Xianxia, there was an old saying that went, "The real man does not show his face." Truly powerful people could not be seen in the media. They controlled everything in the dark, manipulated everything, and enjoyed everything. However, ordinary people did not know about them. Those who often appeared in the media were at most their spokespeople, the executors of their orders and wills. The real game was under the water. The real foundation of a big family in the secular world was not power, money, connections, and so on. It was something else. The number of experts in the family, the resources that the family controlled, and the various material reserves of the family. These were the real foundation of a big family in the secular world. Among all the foundations, talents were naturally the most important. However, other things were also very important. For example, the weapon workshop. Each of the 7 big families in the capital had their own weapon workshop. They used their own craftsmen, combined with the ancient craftsmanship passed down by their ancestors, and the most sophisticated modern science and technology, to create weapons suitable for the ancient martial arts experts of their own families. Otherwise, where did the weapons in the hands of the Hotian and Xiantian experts of these clans come from? Could it be that the wind blew them here? Now, Ling Yun had already followed Chui Lao through the small broken door with the warning, "Restricted workshop, unauthorized persons not allowed." They entered a quiet courtyard. Then, he watched as Chui Lao entered a complicated password on a seemingly old secret door. The secret door opened, and the two of them entered an absolutely sealed secret factory. The factory was very big, at least the size of a standard football field. It was hot inside, but it had very good ventilation. There was a whole new world inside. It was definitely a whole new world. Who would have thought? Who would have thought, looking at the various furnaces and advanced weapon production lines, as well as the molds for swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, Ling Yun was shocked. At this moment, everyone in the secret workshop was busy with their own work. Yells and clangs could be heard constantly. Some of them were busy testing the properties of metals, some were busy melting some steels and metals, some were even bare-chested. It seemed that the arrival of Zhang Tai and Zhang Tai didn't arouse the attention of these people. "Young master, this is the weaponry workshop of our Ling family. The original workshop was more than 10 times bigger than this. It's a pity that it was taken over by the Yi family," Chui Lao said to Ling Yun through telepathy. "Yi family?" Ling Yun frowned slightly. Indeed, a dog that bites does not bark. The Yi clan had been concealing their strength and biding their time, but their foundation was definitely unimaginably strong. An old man in his 40s walked over. He was crippled, and his left leg was broken at the knee. Ling Yan could see that he was in the middle of Hotian Realm Level 7. Just like Cui Lao, he had old injuries on his body and damaged meridians. Cui Lao smiled and sent a telepathic message to Ling Yan. This is one of the 9 remaining men of sacrifice after the tragic battle of the Ling family. His left leg was cut off in that battle. Young master, you can call him Ling 17. Ling 17 greets Cui Lao. May I know what weapon Cui Lao is looking for? Ling 17's face was old, and his eyes were dull. He looked very ordinary as he limped over to Cui Lao. Cui Lao smiled slightly. Bring me to the place where bows are made. Ling 17 looked up silently at Ling Yan, but he didn't say anything. He turned around and walked away. Ling Yan didn't say anything as he followed Ling 17 silently. Soon, they came to a corner of the weaponry workshop and saw the mold for making longbows. Ling Yan didn't need any advanced technology or trouble to make a bow. He only needed a smelting furnace and a suitable mold. He only needed to make the bow and arrows. Ling Yan's bowstring was ready-made, the golden black devilish silkworm rope. Ling 17 brought the 2 of them to a row of longbows. There were all kinds of bows, long bows, short bows, and composite bows. They were neatly arranged. These bows are ready-made, and they have a draw weight ranging from 50 to 500 kilograms. What kind of bow does Cui Lao want? Ling 17 looked at the bows and seemed to recall the 200 men of sacrifice from 18 years ago. He pursed his lips tightly, and his voice was a little agitated. These bows are too light, I want to make one myself. Ling Yan finally said. Ling 17 was slightly stunned, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. He didn't know who the youth in front of him was, and he couldn't ask Cui Lao. However, from Ling Yan's face, he knew that this youth was definitely a descendant of the Ling family. Since when did the Ling family have such a descendant who couldn't even be bothered with a bow that weighed 500 kilograms? One had to be at least at Xianxia Realm Level 1 in order to draw and use a bow that weighed 500 kilograms easily. Ling 17 knew that before this, only Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, and Cui Lao could barely achieve this. Make it yourself? Ling 17 repeated. That's right, I'll make it myself. However, I don't know how to use these electrical equipment, so I need professional help. When do you want to make it? Now. Ling Yan came to the bow mold that was 1.5 meters long and smiled. Ling Yan didn't expect the Ling family to have such a treasure. This way, it would be much more convenient to make bows and arrows, and it would also be convenient for Ling Yan's future forging. Ling Yan sent a telepathic message to Cui Lao. Is this Ling 17 trustworthy? Cui Lao nodded hurriedly. Young master, the 9 men of sacrifice of the Ling family are all trustworthy. They only take orders from the old master, and even your uncle can't directly order them. That was enough. Ling Yan turned to Ling 17 and smiled at him. Then, he said, I need some things, so I'll set them up first. Soon, Ling Yan got Cui Lao and Ling 17's help to get some ready-made steel ingots and iron pieces. Of course, there were still 36 of them. He quickly set up an armillary sphere maze formation at the place where the longbow was made. With the furnace and mold, Ling Yan still needed some secret techniques during the production process, and he also needed to use the spatial ring. Of course, he didn't want too many people to see it. After Ling Yan finished setting up the armillary sphere maze formation, he isolated this corner of the weapon workshop. This scene stunned Cui Lao and Ling 17. This is called the armillary sphere maze formation. Ling Yan didn't hide it from the 2 of them. Ling 17 looked at Ling Yan in shock. He didn't know what to say. He didn't even hear Ling Yan ask him to get help. Cui Lao patted Ling 17's shoulder lightly. This is the biological son of our Ling family's 3rd young master, Ling Yan. Our young master is back. Ling 17's body trembled violently, and his eyes emitted a terrifying light. He threw away the walking stick in his hand, knelt on the ground with a thud, and kowtowed to Ling Yan. Ling 17 of the Ling family, Ling 17, did not know that young master had returned. I, Ling 17, pay my respects to young master. Ling Yan accepted Ling 17's bow calmly. He stared at Ling 17 for a while and sighed lightly. Get up. Back then, you risked your life to protect the Ling family and fought for my parents. You were seriously injured and disabled. I don't even have the time to thank you, so how could you deserve to die? Protecting the Ling family is my duty, and I won't regret it. Young master, please don't worry about it. Ling 17's body trembled with excitement, and even his voice trembled. He never imagined that the child in the belly of the devil sex holy virgin would grow up and return to the Ling family. Get up. I urgently need to make a longbow now. Find someone to help me. Ling Yan said with a smile. If young master doesn't mind my clumsiness, I, Ling 17, am willing to help young master personally. Ling 17 was still kneeling on the ground, unwilling to get up. Alright, but don't kneel anymore. Let's start now. Ling 17's arm lightly slapped the ground, and his body immediately flew up and stood firmly on the ground with only one leg. Ling Yan personally took Ling 17's walking stick from the ground and solemnly handed it to Ling 17. Ling 17 was so touched that he couldn't believe his eyes. His teeth trembled, and he repeatedly said that he didn't dare to do so. The Ling family's young master, Ling Hao, had been here more than once, but he had never done this before. How could Ling 17 not be touched? After recovering from his serious injuries, Ling 17 had been in charge of the Ling family's weapon workshop for 18 years because of the inconvenience of one leg. Naturally, he was exceptionally familiar with everything here. With his and Shui Lao's help, Ling Yan began to make his own golden bow. Pulling up the switch, Ling Yan took out 2 gold bricks and directly threw them into the furnace to melt the gold. When the gold had completely melted into liquid, he opened the furnace and let the golden water flow into the mold of the longbow. Once everything was ready, he began to cool it down. When the cooling was almost complete, Ling Yan took out the dragon vein sword and used the sharp tip of the sword to carve some space formations on the longbow. With these space formations, when Ling Yan knocked the arrow, pulled the bow fully, and released it, the speed of the arrow would be several times faster than an ordinary arrow. When the golden water completely cooled down to room temperature, the body of the golden bow was completed. Ling Yan took the bow out of the mold and took out a golden black devilish silkworm rope that was as thick as a hemp thread. The bow was slightly bent, and both ends were tied properly. When he released it, the bowstring was pulled taut, and a 1.5 meter long golden bow was completed in an instant. To be continued. 5 minutes into the night. Buzheng was working hard. He sincerely begged for a double monthly ticket, although the toughness and ductility of gold were very good, using 50 kilograms of gold to forge a 1.5 meter long longbow, not to mention the pulling strength of the bow itself. Just the weight of the bow itself would make it impossible for an average person to lift it. However, now that Ling Yan had 6,000 kilograms of arm strength, 100 kilograms was as light as a feather in his hands. It wasn't even worth mentioning. Reducing the scale by 100 times, it was equivalent to an ordinary person with 60 kilograms of arm strength carrying an item that weighed 1 kilogram. Ling Yan didn't feel the pinch at all with a bow made of 50 kilograms of gold in his hands. With a smile on his face, he held the bow with his right hand and pinched the bowstring with his left thumb and index finger. With a light pull, he pulled the bowstring to its fullest extent. Then, Ling Yan maintained this posture for a while before letting go lightly. The bowstring instantly straightened, causing the sound of the air being torn apart. Then, Ling Yan would put a few quivers of arrows in his spatial ring. With a thought, his left hand would appear, and he would knock an arrow and pull lightly. Regardless of whether it was the Blood Clan or any other Huaxia ancient martial arts expert, they would die if they couldn't dodge it. 2,000 kilograms of tension. Ling Yan muttered, feeling that the tension was still too small. He raised his hand and tossed the bow to Shui Lao. Shui Lao, try and see if you can draw it. Ling Yan smiled. Shui Lao laughed bitterly and began to draw the bow. However, he could only bend the bowstring slightly despite using all his strength. He couldn't draw it at all, so he gave up helplessly. Young master, the tension of this bow is too great. I can't draw it at all. Moreover, the bowstring is only a thin string, so I can't pinch it at all. Shui Lao's face was flushed from the exertion he had just used. He panted heavily as he shook his head. Indeed, he couldn't pinch it. With Shui Lao's cultivation at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 2, Even if he had the Xiantian true qi to protect his body, the force of the bowstring would be enough to cut off his fingers. Even if he had enough strength to draw the bow to its fullest, the force of the bowstring would be enough to break his fingers. Ling Yan had the protection of the stellar condensation technique, which was why he dared to play with it. Even the Baron wouldn't dare to draw the bow to its fullest after transforming. Ling 17 was dumbfounded. The most important thing was that the 2 gold bricks and the golden black devilish silkworm rope appeared out of thin air in his hands. This was simply unimaginable. Ling Yan put away his golden bow, smiled, and patted Ling 17's shoulder. Don't tell anyone about what happened today except for my grandfather. Remember, it has to be anyone. Can you do that? Yes. Young master, Ling 17 understands. Ling 17 nodded heavily. I still need a lot of arrows. They all need to be 1.5 meters long. The arrowheads must be made of pure silver. As for the arrow shafts, they can be made of ordinary alloy. The outermost layer of silver needs to be plated. I need to rush them out as soon as possible. I need them in 24 hours. Ling Yan gave Ling 17 an order before he left. Seeing that the weapon workshop was ready-made, it saved him a lot of trouble. Ling 17 was deeply impressed by Ling Yan's performance, but he didn't dare to make the decision on his own. He turned to look at Cui Lao. Cui Lao smiled as he took out a token and showed it to Ling 17. Old Master said that Ling Yan's orders are the orders of the family head, and we just have to follow them. Yes. Ling 17 will obey the master's orders. Ling 17 looked at the token and immediately bowed with cupped fists. Before he left, Ling Yan collected some ordinary arrows and stored them all in his spatial ring. No matter what, he had to make do with them first. Then, Ling Yan carefully examined Ling 17's old injuries. He took out 9 golden needles and used the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot on Ling 17, completely curing his old injuries. Then, he used the clear water talisman to heal his scars. Ling 17 was even more shocked. He looked at everything that happened to his body in disbelief. He felt like he was in a dream. Ling 17 cowed out again, and Ling Yan smiled as he helped him up. Finally, Ling Yan removed the armillary sphere maze formation and left the Ling family's weapon workshop with Cui Lao. Bows were easy to get, but guns and ammunition were troublesome. Of course, the Ling family didn't have their own weapon factory, so Ling Yan had to think of a way himself. To the suburbs. Ling Yan and Cui Lao arrived at the wilderness of the outskirts very quickly. They parked the car by the roadside and flew into the dense forest after seeing that there was no one around. Ling Yan found an empty space and took out the golden bow. Then, he stood there and waited in silence. A bird chirped, and a small bird flew past 500 meters in the sky. A sharp arrow appeared in Ling Yan's left hand instantly. He drew the bow halfway before letting go and shooting the arrow at the bird in the sky. Oh my god, so fast! Cui Lao exclaimed. Cui Lao was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 2, so his eyesight was extremely sharp. He saw the arrow appear in Ling Yan's hand, and then it disappeared as soon as Ling Yan let go. Yes, it disappeared directly. He couldn't even see the trajectory of the arrow. The moment Ling Yan let go, the bowstring was still humming and vibrating lightly. However, a sorrowful cry came from high up in the sky. The bird was pierced by a sharp arrow and fell to the ground. No matter how many changes you had in martial arts, strength and speed were always the iron rules of invincibility. Hee, it's still alright. I'm afraid that grandson Qin Jianwei won't have it easy now. Qin Jianwei and the members of the blood clan above the Baron level weren't birds. They wouldn't let Ling Yan shoot them. They would even dodge. Ling Yan might not be able to kill them in one shot, but he would definitely be able to severely injure them. Ling Yan chuckled and put away the golden bow. Then, he left the wilderness with the dumbfounded Cui Lao. The car turned back. Young master, let me drive for you. I'm the one who drives the head of the family every time he goes out. Cui Lao, it wasn't easy for me to get out of Qingshui. I want to drive more to familiarize myself with the terrain and roads in Beijing. I'll stop when I'm done. The congested roads in Beijing were rarely seen in the world. Ling Yan wasn't willing to drive around the city, so he was racing to his heart's content in the suburbs. No one dared to stop him anyway. Cui Lao, someone from the Chen family already knows that I'm coming to Beijing. That kid is called Chen Sen, and it was Ling Hao who told him about it. What? Ling Hao? He actually dared. Cui Lao's expression changed drastically. Ling Yan's arrival in Beijing was a top secret. Currently, only Ling Lai, Cui Lao, and a few men of sacrifice from the Ling family knew about it. Even the current head of the family, Ling Zhen, didn't know about it. How could Cui Lao not be shocked that Ling Hao dared to leak such an important matter to the Chen family? Don't worry, young master. I'll report this matter to the head of the family as soon as possible. Cui Lao said in a low voice. He was furious. However, Ling Hao was the young master of the Ling family. He was the one who led the search for Ling Yun, and he was the one who found Ling Yun. Cui Lao couldn't say anything more. He could only report to the head of the family and let Ling Lai decide. Tell Grandpa that I don't trust Ling Hao. Ling Yun said calmly as he drove. Cui Lao nodded. He already knew that apart from Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Cui Lao himself, he didn't trust anyone else in the Ling family. Young master, look, you've been in the capital for such a long time. This old man misses you so much that he can't eat or sleep well. Can you go home first? You should at least see your grandfather first. Cui Lao started to persuade Ling Yun. Ling Lai had personally told Cui Lao to let Ling Yun go home first. Otherwise, Ling Lai wouldn't be able to sleep at all. Such an outstanding and heaven-defying grandson had finally come to Beijing. He had even visited the Chao and Chen families, but he didn't want to return to his own home. How sad would it be for his grandpa? Ling Yun grinned. Alright, Cui Lao, go back and tell Grandpa that I'll definitely go home tonight to see him. Cui Lao was overjoyed to see that Ling Yun had finally agreed. He nodded his head happily, thinking that Grandpa Cui would be overjoyed to see Ling Yun. In fact, Ling Yun didn't want to return to his family before killing Chen Jianwei. However, the Chen family was too powerful now. It would be difficult for Ling Yun to destroy the Chen family on his own. He needed to plan it step by step. The other thing was that Ling Yun saw that the ancient martial arts masters of the Ling family were all injured, which caused their true qi to be blocked. Their cultivation was slow and even regressing. Ling Yun had to heal their old injuries as soon as possible so that they could cultivate again and increase the strength of the family as soon as possible. The earlier they could, the better. That was because as soon as Ling Yun touched the Chen family or showed himself in Beijing, he would immediately attract the attention of many people. After all, he had offended too many people. That was why Ling Yun didn't want to return to the family openly. It would be fine if he stayed at home since he had the ability to protect the Ling family. However, what if he went out to do something? It would be too late if those enemies of Ling Yun jumped out one by one and attacked Ling Yun's family. If Ling Yun wanted to show himself openly in Beijing, he had to forge the Ling family into an impregnable fortress first. My two blood clan servants are definitely more useful than the Ling family's men of sacrifice. I'll let them stay in the Ling family to protect Grandpa and the rest, Ling Yun said confidently to Cui Lao. Young master is really a god. With you around, it would be difficult for the Ling family not to rise. Cui Lao couldn't help but praise Ling Yun. This praise came from the bottom of his heart. Cui Lao felt a glimmer of hope after seeing Ling Yun's heaven-defying performance in Beijing. The two of them quickly returned to Ling Yun's courtyard house. Ling Yun said to Cui Lao after getting out of the car, Cui Lao, think of a solution with Grandpa as soon as possible after you go back. Let's see how we can settle the people from the Chao family first. I'm very worried about these 10 people hiding here. Young master, don't worry. Even though the Chao family met with a disaster, their 3 generations of family heads are still around. Even though the Chen family knows all the secrets of the Chao family, they still have some secrets. As long as they are used well, the Chao family won't be destroyed. A top family in Huaxia couldn't be destroyed so easily. Ling Yan couldn't destroy the Chen family in one go. Similarly, even if the Chen family used the embrace of the blood clan, they couldn't completely destroy the Chao family. All the secrets, Ling Yan's expression changed drastically. He suddenly thought of Chao Xianxia and his emperor brush. To be continued. The 6th chapter of the 8th chapter. There were 2 more chapters to go, and he needed 45 votes to make it to the top. On the night of the Qingming festival, the immortal spiritual energy in the emperor brush flowed backward, allowing Ling Yun to reach qi cultivation level 9. At that time, Tianjiu shouted that Ling Yun was holding the emperor brush. After killing Tianjiu and the rest, Ling Yun used his powerful divine sense to use the mystical dragon hell to erase the memories of many people present. However, there were a few exceptions. Of course, Xianxia was one of the few exceptions. Xianxia knew that Ling Yun had the emperor brush, and she had also seen the 9 dragons' protection. If she was hypnotized by Qin Jianwei, wouldn't one of Ling Yun's biggest secrets be revealed? Ling Yun knew that something was amiss. After Cui Lao left, he thought to himself that he had to find Xianxia tonight no matter what and rescue her first. After lunch, Ling Yun gave Tang Meng a call and asked him to buy as much pure silver as possible in Xianxia City. At the same time, he listed dozens of medicinal herbs and asked him to send some over. Those were the medicinal herbs that Ling Yun had been storing in Xianxia City's Mansion No. 1. They had been absorbing the spiritual energy in Mansion No. 1 day and night. Naturally, they were already contaminated with dense spiritual energy. Ling Yun needed them to make some special talismans. For example, the Speed Talisman, the Swift Talisman, and the Lightning Talisman. Ling Yun's speed was far from enough to fight with the Blood Clan, so he had to increase his speed. After hanging up, Ling Yun gave Paul and Chester a check of 100 million yuan each for their own use. Then, he went back to his bedroom to cultivate. After arriving in Beijing, Ling Yun had been wandering around the western part of Beijing. Today, he went to the northern suburbs of Beijing and realized that the spiritual energy in most places in Beijing wasn't as dense as in Xianxia City. That was because there were too many people, too many buildings, too many cars, and even more car exhaust. The air in Beijing had long been polluted, and there was no place for spiritual energy. However, Ling Yun could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the middle of Beijing, the northern suburbs, and the southeastern corner of Beijing were exceptionally dense. It was even stronger than Xianxia City's Xianxia Lake. Since he couldn't absorb the spiritual energy in the air for the time being and couldn't cultivate the divine yang cultivation technique, he could only continue to cultivate his yin-yang harmony balance and the Black-Yellow Sutra. He would focus on the stellar condensation technique at sunrise or at night. Night fell quickly. After dinner, Ling Yun put on the golden black devilish silkworm suit and left Paul to look after the house. Then, he left the courtyard with Chester and went straight to the Chow family. Qin Jianwei escaped from the Chow family. If he wanted to use the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder to track Qin Jianwei, he had to start from the Chow family. "Boss, why are we still here? I think that damn Qin Jianwei will never come here again." Chester asked Ling Yun in confusion. The 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder that Ling Yun gave Qin Jianwei couldn't be detected by others, not even Qin Jianwei. Only Ling Yun could follow the faint scent and capture the direction in which Qin Jianwei escaped. "Chester, we're going to play a game of cat and mouse tonight. Let's go south." With that, the two of them left the backyard of the Chow family and headed south. Chester drove the silver-gray car very quickly, and the two of them quickly left the 4th Ring Road and arrived at the south side of Beijing. Ling Yun got Chester to stop the car again. He got out of the car and expanded his divine sense to the maximum. He found the scent of the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder again. It came from the southeast direction. To the southeast, the smell of the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder was getting stronger as they headed southeast. Ling Yun could smell it even without getting out of the car. He instructed Chester along the way, making many turns, and driving forward. The two of them stopped in front of a huge house. "Looks like Qin Jianwei stayed in this house for a long time." Ling Yun sneered. Ling Yun got Chester to park the silver-gray car in a secluded spot and wait for him. He put on his mask and got out of the car. Under the cover of the night, he flew directly into the house. Damn, the Qin family really has a lot of properties. From the outside, there doesn't seem to be anything special other than the size. Only after entering do you know how luxurious it is. Ling Yun scanned a few rooms with his divine sense and quickly discovered the problem. He realized that this courtyard was used by the Qin family to imprison people. Most of them were women, ranging from 14 to 30 years old. There were at least 50 to 60 of them in the front yard, and there were 7 to 8 of them in each house. Their eyes were dull, and it was obvious that Qin Jianwei had used the evil eye on them. Damn, there are so many women for Qin Jianwei to suck. It would be strange if his strength didn't increase rapidly. Ling Yan cursed in his heart. He really didn't know where the Qin family got so many women from. It was obvious that Qin Jianwei came here immediately after he escaped from the battle with Ling Yun. He sucked the blood of these women to heal himself. However, Ling Yun could see that these women were only sucked by Qin Jianwei. He knew that Qin Jianwei wouldn't dare to create a large number of immortal members of the blood clan in Huaxia. Otherwise, the heavenly team would deal with him if things got out of hand. He used the Qin family's wealth to get so many women for his cultivation. At the same time, he used his evil eye technique to make these women muddle-headed and lose any desire to escape. When the time came, he would let them go on their own. Ling Yan thought to himself, it seems like the Qin family really wants to do something big. This time, they want to rise in power in one fell swoop. Ling Yan went straight to the backyard after finding nothing in the front yard. He was shocked when he scanned the backyard with his divine sense. As it turned out, Chen Sen had mentioned that the Qin family's ancient martial arts experts were all hidden in the huge mansion in the south. It was actually here, there were at least 100 of them. The lowest level was at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm level 8, and the higher ones that Ling Yun couldn't tell. There were 10 of them in a room. Judging from their interactions, it was obvious that they were from the same sect. There were more than 10 sects in each room, however, Ling Yan's divine sense was strong. He circulated the yin-yang harmony balance in his body rapidly, maintaining the unity of yin and yang. No one was able to discover Ling Yun. He avoided those inborn experts whose cultivation he couldn't discern and walked around the courtyard silently. Very quickly, he made an even bigger discovery. Second uncle, Ling Yu. Ling Yu was locked in a small, dark room. He wasn't tied up, but it was obvious that his acupuncture points had been sealed. His entire body's spirit was dispirited, and he didn't have the aura that a Hotian realm expert should have. Ling Yan had seen Ling Yu's photo before. Of course, he could tell at a glance that it was his second uncle. He was instantly enraged. It was indeed the Qin family. Not only did the Qin family attack the Chao family, but they also didn't let the declining Ling family off. They even captured his father and second uncle. Even though Ling Yun was angry, his aura didn't fluctuate. He used his divine sense carefully to search for his father, Ling Xiao. However, he was disappointed. There was no trace of Ling Xiao in the entire courtyard. Ling Xiao and Ling Yu weren't locked together. What should I do? Several thoughts flashed through Ling Yan's mind. He was considering whether he should save his second uncle first. If he saved his second uncle, it would definitely alert the enemy. Ling Yan didn't know how the Qin family would deal with his father. However, if he didn't save his second uncle, he wouldn't know how to explain it to his grandfather when he returned home tonight. Ling Yun was in a dilemma. He couldn't make up his mind. I still have to save him. If I save second uncle, the Qin family won't dare to do anything to my father. Moreover, only by saving second uncle will I know what happened to them and why the Qin family wants to capture them. Ling Yan made up his mind and decided to take a gamble. He tiptoed to the door of the small dark room and gently lifted his hand to crush the lock. Then, he pushed the door open and rushed in a flash. Ling Yan's movement technique was too light and fast. Ling Yu didn't even notice his arrival until he entered the house. Ling Yan appeared in front of Ling Yu in a flash. His fingers unsealed Ling Yu's acupoints. At the same time, he used telepathy to say, "Don't make a sound. I'm here to save you." Ling Yan didn't tell Ling Yu who he was because he was afraid of exposing his identity. He even changed his voice to that of a hoarse old man. Ling Yu regained his freedom after his acupoints were unsealed. He looked at the masked Ling Yun in disbelief. What kind of expert would be able to avoid the detection of so many Xiantian realm masters from the Qin family and barge in to save him? Ling Yun saw through Ling Yu's doubts. Don't think too much. We'll talk after we leave this place. Follow me. With that, Ling Yun left the little black house in a flash. He stood still and waved at Ling Yu. However, even though Ling Yun was extremely careful, he had overlooked one thing. Ling Yu wasn't strong enough. Ling Yu stood up and floated out of the door. Ling Yun knew it was over the moment his feet touched the ground. Who's there? More than a dozen shouts rang out at the same time. Before the voices ended, 7 to 8 figures had already floated out of their respective rooms. Some of the doors and windows were tightly shut. They directly smashed through the windows and doors and forced their way out. Ling Yu's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly used telepathy to say to Ling Yun, "Senior, leave quickly. They won't kill me." Ling Yun calmed down when he realized that he had really been discovered. What else could he do? Fight. "Mr. Ling, please return to your room and stay for a while. Come out only when I tell you to. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring you out of this place tonight." Ling Yan spoke to Ling Yu in a hoarse voice instead of telepathy. To be continued. 7 of the 8. Call for monthly votes. Call for monthly votes, senior, please be careful. There are many experts here. If things don't work out, please leave on your own. Just tell my father that Ling Yu is fine. Ling Yu used telepathy to speak to Ling Yun before retreating into the small house. Ling Yu didn't have a chance to fight in front of these people. He couldn't help even if he wanted to. Ling Yun smiled bitterly. "Second uncle, I really can't accept you calling me senior twice." However, the situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to explain. Ling Yun didn't even look at the 7 or 8 experts who surrounded him. In a flash, he stood at the entrance of the small black house. Very quickly, more and more Xiantian realm masters rushed out of their rooms and rushed to the entrance of the small dark room. They surrounded Ling Yun tightly. "Where did this friend come from? How dare you barge into the Chen family's mansion? Are you tired of living?" Someone laughed coldly. Seeing that Ling Yun was surrounded, these people knew that Ling Yun wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Their tense expressions relaxed immediately. "Cut the crap. The Chen family is too much. They actually captured the second master of the Ling family. I'm here today to rescue him. If you don't want to die, then move aside. I don't want to kill anyone tonight," Ling Yin said calmly. His eyes were cold and sharp as a knife as he stared at the dense crowd in front of him. "Ha ha ha ha." Someone laughed maniacally and suddenly appeared from the crowd. He was tall, close to 60 years old, and had a pair of sinister eyes. Ling Yun had a deep impression of him. Without a doubt, someone with such a pair of eyes must be from the Chen family. "Friend, aren't you being a little too arrogant? Since you already know that the Chen family captured Ling Yu, do you think you can still leave?" Ling Yan smiled faintly. "Your Chen family? Who are you?" "I'm Chen Haizhen, the biological brother of the head of the Chen family. Since you found your way here today, then leave your life behind." Chen Haizhen didn't give Ling Yan a chance to speak. "Chen Haizhen." Ling Yan repeated the name as an idea formed in his mind. Needless to say, Chen Haizhen was definitely the person in charge of this compound. The Chen family had him stay here to communicate with the sect elites. While Ling Yan was deep in thought, Chen Haizhen had already retreated. At the same time, he waved his hand and shouted, "Go. We must kill this person tonight." Shua, an expert at Xiantian Realm Level 4, jumped out and went straight for Ling Yun. At the same time, he punched at Ling Yun's chest. "You?" Ling Yun snorted coldly. His body didn't move, but he also threw a punch. Bang! Gotcha! The two fists collided, and that Xiantian Realm Level 4 master's entire right arm was broken. His tendons and bones were fractured, and his fist was smashed into a pulp. Ah! That Xiantian Realm Level 4 master's body flew backward. He let out a blood-curdling scream that didn't sound human. His body crashed into the crowd and was caught by someone with both hands. Unfortunately, Ling Yan's strength was so strong that the person who wanted to catch the injured person was also knocked back. He only managed to stop after 7 or 8 steps, his face pale. Seeing this scene, Chen Haizhen and the experts around him were all stunned. They looked at each other and wondered how much power this person had to possess to send a Xiantian Realm Level 4 flying with a single punch. How much power did he have to be to achieve such a feat? Ling Yan's move obviously shocked many people. For a moment, none of them went forward. They were all stunned. When Chen Haizhen saw this, he gritted his teeth and appeared before an old man. He bowed and said, "Elder Du, please take this person down." The Qin family will be eternally grateful. As the saying went, soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. These ancient martial arts experts usually ate and drank from the Qin family. Whatever worldly goods and resources their families or sects needed were all provided by the Qin family. It could be said that they were of the same breath and branch. Of course, they wouldn't retreat at the critical moment. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by their own sections. That old man of unknown age saw that Chen Haizhen had found him. He didn't waste any time and nodded at Chen Haizhen before twisting his body and entering the circle. "Duxing from the Xingyi sect, I'm here to learn from you." Duxing nodded to Ling Yun indifferently. He didn't cup his fists, nor did he cup his hands. Then, his figure flashed and he rushed towards Ling Yun. Duxing was one of those people whose cultivation couldn't be determined by Ling Yun. He didn't dare to be slow and didn't reply. He waited until Duxing was in front of him and attacked him. Then, he punched out again. Tiangang Demon Fist. Bang! Two powerful fists collided with each other. Ling Yun didn't move at all, but Duxing was once again sent flying by Ling Yun's punch. "Oh my god! This person is a tough one." Many people exclaimed. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Everyone here knew that Duxing was a grandmaster of the Xingyi sect, and his skills had already reached Xiantian realm level 6. However, who knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Ling Yun? Duxing wasn't injured at all. After his blood and qi surged, he suddenly flew back and shook his numb wrist. His complexion greatly changed as he asked in a deep voice, "Who the hell are you? Which sect are you from?" "I'm not from any sect. I'm here to save people. I've already said that I don't want to kill people now. I won't make things difficult for you as long as you let me leave with the second master of the Ling family." Chen Haizhen was even more shocked when he saw Ling Yun's ferocity. He hurriedly said to the few experts beside him, "This person's realm is too high. He might be above Xiantian realm level 7. Everyone, attack together." Who knew that Duxing would suddenly open his arms and block them? He shook his head and said, "There's no need. This person definitely hasn't reached Xiantian realm level 7. I want to fight him again." With that, Duxing took a deep breath and gathered his energy. With a twist of his body, he charged at Ling Yun again. Ling Yun stood with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for Duxing to arrive in front of him. Then, he suddenly struck out with both of his palms, each drawing a mysterious trajectory in the air. His speed was faster than a spark, dancing non-stop, vault of heaven palm. Bang, 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 bang. The palms collided violently. Both of them were using speed against speed. The shadows of their palms filled the sky, and the clothes of the surrounding people fluttered in the wind. They couldn't even see their moves clearly. Suddenly, the figure separated and Duxing's skinny figure flew back again. He knocked down 7 or 8 people in succession before he could stand firm. At the same time, he fiercely raised his neck and spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. Ling Yun's vault of heaven palm was much more domineering than the Tiangang Demon Fist. The Tiangang Demon Fist was ferocious and domineering, but the vault of heaven palm had a kind of destructive power. The yin-yang true qi emitted from Ling Yun's palms and drilled into Duxing's body, destroying his meridians. If Duxing hadn't protected his energy center with all his might, he would have been crippled by Ling Yun in such a short period of time. Duxing's face was as white as paper. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared blankly at the majestic Ling Yun standing at the door of the hut. He could feel the domineering aura of one man holding back 10,000 people. His heart was filled with shock. Duxing couldn't feel any Xiantian true qi from Ling Yun's body. However, Ling Yun's palms and moves, as well as the scorching and icy yin-yang true qi, were all things that he couldn't defend against. Even his Xiantian realm level 6 true qi was useless. He's definitely not a Xiantian realm master, but he has such strength. This is too terrifying. Chen Haizhen panicked when he saw that Duxing was seriously injured in 2 moves. He no longer had the ability to fight. He roared, "Don't bother anymore. We have to keep this person here tonight. Everyone, get your weapons and attack." The Qin family's secret couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, the Qin family wouldn't have it easy. His second brother and the elders in the family wouldn't be able to explain themselves to the heads of other families. Therefore, Chen Haizhen was anxious. Another 4 or 5 Xiantian realm masters rushed forward. They each wielded a sword and slashed at Ling Yan crazily. Humph. You must be tired of living. Ling Yan took out his devil's blade without hesitation. He didn't use any techniques. He merely swung the blade lightly and broke all their weapons. At the same time, he forced the yin-yang qi into the devil's blade. The cold, dark blade gleam flashed and disappeared. The 5 Xiantian realm masters seemed to have been really slashed. Their bodies were all cut by the blade gleam, and fresh blood flowed. Oh my god, it's a blade, someone with sharp eyes exclaimed. F*ck, the devil's blade. He's actually from the devil sect. He's holding the devil's blade, someone exclaimed even louder. Ling Yan laughed coldly. What a bunch of fools. Did he become a member of the devil sect just because he had the devil's blade? If I had a kitchen knife, would you say I'm a chef? Since he's from the devil sect, everyone has the right to punish him. Let's attack together and kill him. More than 10 angry roars rang out. In an instant, more than 10 figures flew forward, each wielding a weapon and unleashing their ultimate moves on Ling Yan. I can't spare your lives even if I wanted to. All of you just have to send yourselves to the blade. Ling Yan laughed coldly in his heart. Waving the devil's blade, he charged directly into the crowd. Furious beheading the world, blade severing the cosmos, and triple heavy wave were executed one after another. The devil's blade's shadow overlapped, and the black light from the blade flashed continuously. It was like a dancing black dragon. It was as though he was chopping vegetables. More than 10 people who attacked him were killed, and their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. When everything stopped, Ling Yan was once again standing at the entrance of the little black room. His left hand held the blade with the blade facing outwards. The tip of the blade drooped downwards. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked coldly at the wailing experts on the ground. Friend, your murderous intent is a little too heavy. You only wanted to save people, but you killed so many people. I really can't let you live today. With a shout, 2 people jumped out immediately. They were 2 Xiantian realm experts whose cultivation couldn't be discerned. Is that so? Not only are you helping the evildoer, but you also say that I'm murderous. Since that's the case, I don't need to be polite to you anymore. Ling Yan smiled indifferently as his murderous intent rose. To be continued. 8 episodes, another 8 episodes. It was all done. The plot was exciting and exciting. Seeking monthly votes, Ling Yan knew that no one here would be able to catch up with him if he carried Ling Yu and left at the speed of his movement technique. However, he suddenly didn't want to leave. Since he had already attacked and injured more than 20 people, why not destroy the entire Chen family in one go? Ling Yan's sharp eyes narrowed and locked onto the experts in front of him. He said coldly, it's not that I want to kill. You guys are forcing me to do so. I'll remind you one last time. Before I make my move, I won't stop anyone who wants to leave. However, once I make my move, don't blame me for being merciless if you're too slow. As soon as Ling Yan finished speaking, some people panicked. They looked at each other with their friends, not knowing whether to leave or stay. Ling Yan's aura grew exponentially. He wasn't in a hurry and allowed these people to discuss telepathically. He was prepared to kill all those who refused to leave in one fell swoop. Chen Haizhen's expression changed. He stepped forward and pointed at Ling Yan, shouting coldly, everyone, don't fall into his trap. He has fought so many battles, and his stamina must be exhausted. That's why he's trying to scare everyone and create chaos. He's trying to fish in troubled waters. Everyone, come with me. Let's destroy him together. Chen Haizhen was also at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 5. Seeing that the morale was about to collapse, he quickly stood up and gathered the morale of the troops that had been shaken by Ling Yan. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered with him. He stood at the door and let Chen Haizhen finish his sentence. Then, he said coldly, Chen, don't worry. Everyone will die today, but you definitely won't, come on. Ling Yan waved the devil's blade after he finished speaking. He wanted to see who would be the first to die. Ling Yu stood nervously in the little black room. He clenched his fists in agitation and wondered where this expert came from. Why was he willing to help the declining Ling family? Could it be that father guessed the Chen family's actions and personally called for reinforcements? That's impossible, he's holding the devil's blade. Heavens, it can't be that my unfortunate sister-in-law heard that the Ling family is in trouble and secretly sent people to save us, right? Ling Yu was known as the little Zhuge of the Ling family. Even though he was the weakest, he was the most intelligent of them all. He couldn't figure out Ling Yan's identity no matter how hard he tried. At this moment, Ling Yan's voice was heard. Second Master Ling, you must hide further away later. Otherwise, you'd better not get hurt when the blade strikes later. Ling Yan's words meant that he was determined to go on a killing spree. There were still more than 80 people left on the other side. Although some of them were hesitant, none of them left. This made Ling Yan's heart skip a beat. He realized that the Chen family's management was indeed too good. They usually did a good job of winning over people's hearts. Since they were all loyal to him, there was nothing he could do. If he killed one, there would be one less, and if he killed two, there would be one less. As expected, Chen Haizhen was the first to charge forward. He thrust his sword at Ling Yan's throat. The one with the surname Chen, don't bother. Be good and rest for a while. Ling Yan laughed heartily as he swung his blade wildly. A blade that was nearly 5 to 6 meters long flew straight at Chen Haiping's legs as well as the people behind him who were killing their way forward. At the same time, the tip of Chen Haizhen's sword was already at Ling Yan's throat. However, Ling Yan smiled and tilted his head at lightning speed, causing Chen Haizhen to miss. Chen Haizhen missed, but Ling Yan didn't. The blade he swung landed heavily on Chen Haizhen's legs, causing him to fly backward in pain. He looked down at his legs again. There were 2 deep cuts below his knees. They were bone deep. If not for the protection of his true qi at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5, Ling Yan's blade would have severed both his legs at the knee. Chen Haizhen was slightly injured, but the 7 or 8 people behind him couldn't withstand it. Some of them with lower realms had their legs severed by Ling Yan's blade. It was even more domineering than a real blade, blade qi, blade aura, and blade aura. What was blade aura? That was the yin-yang true qi in Ling Yan's body. It was released through the devil's blade, and it seemed to have substance. This was true strength, similar to the fist aura. It was real qi that had transformed into the shape of a blade. It could injure people from afar. For example, if a towel was placed on the back of a person's hand, and a cleaver was used to slash at the towel. The towel wouldn't be cut, but the person's hand would be injured. The blade didn't come into contact with the person's hand. It wasn't the blade that injured the person, but the force of the blade. Blade aura was Ling Yan's true qi transformed into that kind of strength. The air was like the towel. The blade pierced through the air and slashed at people. Now, Ling Yan could release the blade aura. In the future, when he reached the qi cultivation stage, he wouldn't even need to use a blade. He could directly use his qi to injure people. If Ling Yan's divine sense was strong enough, he would be able to retract his true qi and use it to control the blade. He wouldn't need to control it himself. He could let the blade fly by itself and take the enemy's head from 100 steps away. This was the legendary art of sword manipulation. In the qi cultivation stage, one cultivated qi into spirit. The stronger one's divine sense, the greater the distance and range of attack. Ling Yan forced Chen Haizhen back with one slash. He laughed arrogantly and finally used the dragonfish phantom ability. His body flew and killed his way into the enemy's group. It was really like a tiger entering a pack of wolves. Ling Yan didn't look for anyone else. The moment he came out, he faced the 2 Xiantian realm masters who came out to cause a ruckus. He knew that they were at least at Xiantian realm level 6. They were the biggest threat, so Ling Yan naturally had to deal with them first. Blades flew everywhere, limbs flew, and blood splattered. The Chen family was quickly defeated by Ling Yan. Some had broken arms, and some had broken legs. Everyone fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Of course, Ling Yan couldn't avoid taking a few blows. However, he had the stellar condensation technique to protect himself. His defense was already amazing, and he was impenetrable. In addition, he had the golden black devilish silkworm suit and the yin-yang true qi that flowed out of his body. With these 3 layers of defense, even a Xiantian realm level 6 master couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, Ling Yan's movement technique was too fast. When he moved, there were afterimages everywhere. Occasionally, he would use fulgurating shadows, and his body would instantly split into several people. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. How could they fight then? They could only take the beating. Oh my God, I clearly hit him. Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked tens of meters away by Ling Yun. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. This person has armor to protect him. I can't break through it. Ah. With another sound, Ling Yun turned around and gave him a stab. He let out a quick cry of agony as he breathed his last. This time, Ling Yan's killing spree seemed to have returned to the second time he had killed his way into the Zhuan family to save Zhuan Meifeng. He killed everything that stood in his way, charging left and right, killing everything in his way. TSK, TSK, tisk. Some people finally wanted to escape, but it was too late. Ling Yun wouldn't let them escape so easily. He used the shower of flowers technique and threw out a bunch of large needles. The needles shone with a cold light as they pierced into the acupoints on the backs of those people. Instantly, they fell to the ground one by one like gourds. Wow. Boss, didn't you say you were just here to visit? Why are you fighting now? Why didn't you call me for something as professional as fighting? Chester heard the commotion and rushed over. Seeing that Ling Yun was massacring everyone in the Chen family's mansion, he was instantly excited. He flew over and punched someone in the chest. At the same time, he said to Ling Yun excitedly, "Leave no one alive, kill. Chester, don't call my name, don't transform, just kill. Don't you want to drink blood? I'll let you drink as much as you want tonight." Ling Yan said to Chester telepathically as he dealt with the 5 Xiantian realm level 6 masters. Chester came at the right time. "As you wish, I'm willing to serve you, honorable boss." Chester was overjoyed. He moved quickly and appeared in front of an expert at Hotian realm level 9. He grabbed the man's arms, pulled them apart, and pulled them hard. With a blood-curdling screech, the man was torn into 2 halves by Chester. As expected of a demon, Ling Yun finally understood. This person's demonic nature is too strong. We must kill this evil creature no matter what. The 5 Xiantian realm level 6 masters surrounding Ling Yun didn't expect Ling Yun to be so ruthless. They were all enraged and used their best moves. They were determined to end Ling Yun's life. "If I don't kill you, won't you kill me?" Ling Yun leisurely shuttled through the encirclement of the 5 experts. He coldly snorted and said, "My demonic nature is strong? Who's the demon here? Look at the dozens of girls in the front yard. Are they not humans? Who would believe that you don't know what they're doing here? What they're doing?" Ling Yan found out that many Xiantian realm masters flew out from the beds of these girls. Not only did they have to provide their blood for Qin Jianwei, but they also had to provide for the Xiantian realm masters to enjoy. The Qin family was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. These masters were trouble if they were left alive. Ling Yan might as well kill them all. With Chester's help, the battle ended quickly. The masters who were injured by Ling Yan were all dead. Only 5 Xiantian realm level 6 masters and Chen Haizhen, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5, were left in the Chen family's mansion. It's over, it's all over. Chen Haizhen's chest was severely injured by Ling Yan's blade. There was a 1-foot-long wound on his chest that was at least 5 to 6 centimeters deep. The blade had injured his internal organs, and he couldn't move at all. All he could do was stare at the hellish courtyard and mutter to himself. Where did this demon come from? How dare he kill hundreds of masters from the Chen family for the sake of the declining Ling family? Ling Yan's figure floated in the air. There were only 6 people left in the Chen family's mansion. He sent another telepathic message to Chester. "All right, it's about time. Go to that small house and save the people inside." Ling Yan fought for a full half an hour. He thought that the other party's reinforcements would arrive soon. He decided to let Chester save his second uncle first. To be continued. Kevin. His brain was exhausted, and the plot in his head couldn't keep up with the update speed. Ling Yun dealt with the 5 Xiantian realm level 6 masters while making arrangements. After he finished speaking to Chester, he sent a telepathic message to Ling Yu. "Second Master Ling, I'll get my subordinate to bring you away. Don't worry, this person is 100% trustworthy. Cui Lao knows him, so you can get him to bring you back to the Ling family. Before Ling Yin could finish speaking, Chester had already dashed into the house with Ling Yu on his back. Seeing that Ling Yu was about to be rescued, Chen Haizhen yelled at the remaining 5 Xiantian Realm Level 6 masters, "Don't let him get away. 2 of you, go and stop him." The 2 Xiantian Realm Level 6 masters stopped attacking Ling Yin and flew towards Chester. "Just the 2 of you? You can't stop him." Ling Yin laughed coldly. Like a maggot, he used the Dragonfish Phantom ability and split into 4. 3 afterimages attacked each of the 3 Xiantian Realm Masters in front of him. At the same time, he appeared in front of the other 2 Xiantian Realm Masters. Qiankuan Slash. With a clear roar, an incomparably ferocious and frightening saber aura flashed out and ruthlessly slashed towards the 2 Xiantian Realm experts who were rushing towards him. "Chester, run. Don't bother about me." Ling Yin yelled as he flew forward again. Then, he raised his blade with both hands and used Raging Heaven Killer against the Xiantian Realm Master who didn't retreat. Whoosh! The black blade light filled the sky, and the cold blade slashed towards the Xiantian Realm Master's face. The Xiantian Realm Master had no choice but to dodge Ling Yin's sure-kill strike. "Boss, I'll make a move first. I'll come back to help you later," Chester shouted as he dashed forward with Ling Yu on his back. Then, he leaped out of the Chen family's mansion and disappeared into the night sky. He didn't even bother to drive the car. However, he didn't know why Ling Yun wouldn't let him transform. Otherwise, Chester would have transformed into wings and flown away with Ling Yu on his back. Not good. Chen Haizhen panicked and roared. Unfortunately, he was already heavily injured and couldn't move at all. The 5 Xiantian Realm Level 6 Masters were infuriated as well. More than 100 of them had been killed by Ling Yun alone. Now, there were only 5 of them left. Moreover, the eldest brother of the Chen family had been severely injured by Ling Yun. If news of this got out, they wouldn't be able to establish themselves in the pugilistic world. However, the 5 of them had to break through Ling Yun's defense if they wanted to chase after Chester. They relied on the Xiantian Realm Level 6 True Qi to protect themselves. Even though they were barely unaffected by Ling Yun's blades, Ling Yun's speed was simply too fast. They had no choice but to block and dodge. A minute later, Ling Yun felt that Chester should have escaped far away. He finally relaxed and let out a long laugh. He shot out a huge needle and leaped into the center of the backyard of the Chen family's mansion. The 5 Xiantian Realm Level 6 Masters knew that they couldn't catch up to Chester. They roared and surrounded Ling Yun. Swish 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 swish, the 5 figures split into 5 directions and surrounded Ling Yun. Chen Haizhen fell to the ground, clutching his wound as he screamed, "This is a great enemy of our Chen family. Please, seniors, kill him today." His eyes were bloodshot. Other than the blood clan that Chen Jianwei brought back and the 120 Japanese ninjas, there was a third of the Chen family's power in this courtyard. The power of the ancient sects was the foundation of the Chen family. Without them, the Chen family wouldn't even be able to fight the Yi family, let alone the Long family. "Don't worry, Mr. Chen. This man has killed so many people from our 6 sections. If the 5 of us don't kill him, we won't be able to face the Chen family, we won't be able to face our own sects and ourselves." One of the 5 Xiantian Realm Level 6 Masters was also bloodshot. This time, he brought 15 masters from his own sect. Now that all 15 of them were lying on the ground, he couldn't take it lying down. The other 4 Xiantian Realm Level 6 Masters were in the same situation. Because of this battle, they had formed an irreconcilable feud with Ling Yun. Ling Yun had been using his Yinyan True Qi to form blades and fists to fight against more than 100 people. Even though most of the masters below Xiantian Realm Level 3 were killed instantly, there were still more than 20 masters at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 3 and above. These people all had Qinggong, and killing them took a lot of Ling Yun's energy. Ling Yun was left with less than 40% of his full strength. He had to end the battle quickly with the 5 strongest masters in front of him. However, now that his second uncle, Ling Yu, had been rescued, Ling Yun didn't have to defend himself in front of the little black house anymore. He didn't have to hold back, which made things much easier for him. Ling Yun stood in the middle of the battlefield and regulated his breathing. He calmly used his divine sense to lock onto the 5 Xiantian realm level 6 masters around him. Don't worry, the 5 of you. I guarantee that none of you will survive. With that, Ling Yun dashed towards a Xiantian realm level 6 master in front of him. His figure flashed and disappeared. Block him. 4 roars rang out at the same time, and 4 figures flew out like a shadow, rushing towards Ling Yun from all directions. Their palms, fists, knives, and swords were all aimed at Ling Yun. The Xiantian realm level 6 master in front of Ling Yun didn't retreat at all. He raised both his palms and used his Xiantian true qi to meet Ling Yun's blades. His idea was that as long as he blocked Ling Yun for a moment, the attacks of the 4 masters behind him would land on Ling Yun. Even if Ling Yun didn't die, he would be half dead. As long as Ling Yun was injured, it would be much easier for them to fight. Good timing. Ling Yun arrived in front of the Xiantian realm level 6 master in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he put away his blade, stopped, and leaped into the air. With a somersault, he appeared behind the Xiantian realm level 6 master. At this time, the 4 Xiantian realm level 6 masters had already arrived. The wind from his fists, palms, blades, and swords arrived in front of the Xiantian realm level 6 master in an instant. These 4 people had already used their moves, and it was too late to retract them. Ling Yun's movements were too strange and fast. He was more than twice as fast as he was in the group battle just now. This had already exceeded their reaction speed. I'll send you on your way first. Ling Yun shouted as he punched out with both fists. 2 solid punches were aimed at the back of the Xiantian realm level 6 master. Bang, bang. 2 different gusts of wind, one hot and one cold, hit the Xiantian realm level 6 master's protective true qi at the same time. Wah! Under the 2 opposing true qi attacks, the Xiantian realm level 6 master suffered internal injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying by Ling Yun. It couldn't be helped. The internal strength of Ling Yun's 2 punches was secondary. The main factor was his strength. With such a huge force on his back, he couldn't even stand straight. The other 4 Xiantian realm level 6 masters couldn't stop their attacks when they saw that he was being sent flying by Ling Yun. Their attacks that were originally aimed at Ling Yun all landed on this unlucky bastard. Pfft. That Xiantian realm level 6 master took 5 full blows, and his body couldn't take it anymore. His protective true qi was shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body froze in the air for a moment before falling limply to the ground. The other 4 were shocked to the extreme. They looked at each other in amazement and momentarily forgot to attack again. Humph. Ling Yun snorted coldly as he flew up again. At the same time, he shot a large needle at the Xiantian realm level 6 master who had fallen to the ground. A few large needles pierced into his acupuncture points, and that person died just like that. The devil's underworld essence blade appeared in Ling Yun's hands once again. He held it in his left hand, and his body was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. The devil's underworld essence blade was 7 to 8 meters long, and it swept towards the 4 people violently. The 4 masters who had gathered together had no choice but to scatter again. Ling Yun landed on the ground and smiled coldly at the master closest to him on his left. He used the dragon fish phantom ability and appeared in front of him in a flash. He switched the blade to his right hand, raised it, and slashed wildly. Seeing that Ling Yun was coming for him again, that master was instantly frightened. He hurriedly gathered all his strength and raised his blade to block. Clang! A loud sound rang out as Ling Yun's devil's underworld essence blade clashed with that person's blade. That person's blade was cut an inch deep. Your blade isn't bad, and your true qi isn't bad either. Ling Yun shouted and gave him a mysterious look. Just when that person was confused, a dragon vein sword appeared in Ling Yun's left hand. Swift thunder kill. In the next instant, the tip of the dragon vein sword pierced that person's throat with lightning speed. Kiki, a trace of blood flowed out of that person's throat. His eyes were wide open, and he let out a dying cry. Like a dead fish, his eyes bulged out, and he stared at Ling Yun's left hand. He died with his eyes wide open. There are 3 more. Ling Yun withdrew the dragon vein sword and turned to look at the other 3. His voice was as cold as the god of death from hell. I know that you are all very powerful, and it wasn't easy to cultivate to this realm. However, before we started, I already gave you a chance to escape. It was you who didn't want to leave. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he couldn't be bothered to say more. He held the sword in his left hand and the blade in his right. He used the ninth killing technique and the celestial destroyer technique at the same time. The blazing sword energy in his left hand and the icy cold blade energy in his right locked onto the three opponents. Just the sword energy and blade energy were enough to destroy their true chi. Then, Ling Yan used the blade energy and blade energy to crush their heart meridians, sending them all on their way. The entire backyard of the Chen family had turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It had become a sure hell. Ling Yan's figure floated in front of the trembling Xianxia. Now, there's only the two of us left, tisk, tsk, tsk. Ling Yan sent out a few gusts of wind from his finger, sealing a few of Xianxia's major acupoints. Speak, where did you hide the third master of the Ling family, Ling Xiao? Right at this moment, a shrill cry came from the sky above the Chen family's mansion. Ling Yan raised his head abruptly and smiled. It was Qin Jianwei with 7 or 8 barons, flapping his black wings and flying down from the sky. To be continued. I'm sorry, the hidden danger of not updating in the early stage has surfaced. I need to sort out the plot in the next 2 days, so please don't worry. I'll make up for the missed updates, so don't worry. What? It's him again. Qin Jianwei and the 8 barons of the Blood clan flapped their huge black wings and flew above the Chen family's mansion. They didn't dive down directly but hovered in the air instead. In the dark night sky, under the bright moonlight, 9 gigantic bats with human bodies gathered together in the air. With Ling Yan's eyesight, it felt as though they were covering the entire sky. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see anything with their naked eyes at such a high altitude. Even if they saw it, they would only think it was a small dark cloud. The unique smell of the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder was clearly felt by Ling Yan from high up in the sky. Ling Yan smiled mysteriously as he looked up at the sky. There was a trace of surprise in his heart. Qin Jianwei's recovery was a little too fast. Qin Jianwei's wings regained their 4-meter wingspan. They were as black metal and looked very textured as they flapped in the air. His hands had also regrown, but his face was even paler. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth that he didn't have time to wipe away. He looked down at Ling Yan in the courtyard with the devil's blade in his hand. His dark red eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. Yes, fear. Yes, fear. The battle with Ling Yan last night had left an unforgettable impression on him. In his eyes, Ling Yan represented invincibility and the bane of his existence. What really injured Qin Jianwei wasn't the devil's blade that sliced off his wings and hands. It was the terrifying pure yang true qi that Ling Yan shot into the air when he transformed into a bat. That caused Qin Jianwei to suffer serious internal injuries that required time to recover. Mr. Chen, could it be that this little ant below has harmed you? Oh my god, how dare he kill so many people? Pierce flapped his wings and stopped not far from Qin Jianwei. He looked down at Ling Yan with a pair of dark red eyes that were filled with disdain and shock. Baron Pierce, you must be careful of him. He isn't an ant. He has powerful means to restrain the Blood clan. It's very terrifying, Qin Jianwei said with a trembling voice as he stared down at Ling Yan. He could see his uncle, Xianxia, lying beside Ling Yan. However, Xianxia wasn't moving at all. Qin Jianwei couldn't tell if his uncle was dead or alive at such a high altitude. Mr. Chen, should we go down now? Joyce asked as he flapped his black wings on the other side of Qin Jianwei. Qin Jianwei's dark red eyes narrowed. Don't worry, Akamatsu will be here soon. We'll go down after he arrives. This time, we must think of a way to kill this person. He's the enemy of our Qin family, he said in a low voice. Qin Jianwei's dark red eyes narrowed. Don't worry, Akamatsu will be here soon. We'll go down after he's here. We must think of a way to kill this person. He's the enemy of our Qin family. Ninja? Is he that powerful? Ling Yan muttered to himself. He then used his yin yang eye to the extreme and aimed at Qin Jianwei in the air. Damn it, wings and claws have grown out so quickly. This grandson's recovery ability is really strong. I wonder if your eyes can recover so quickly after being blinded. Ling Yan sneered in his heart. He had to strike first and gain the upper hand. Disregarding everything else, he would first reward this grandson with an arrow. Die, big bat. Ling Yan used the mystical dragon howl and shouted at Qin Jianwei, who was in the air. At the same time, a 1.5-meter-long golden bow appeared in Ling Yan's hands. An arrow appeared in Ling Yan's left hand. Pure yang true qi surged into the arrow, and he aimed at Qin Jianwei in the air. Ling Yan pulled the bow to its fullest. The bowstring broke through the air with a buzzing sound. Whoosh! The arrow that was imbued with Ling Yan's pure yang true qi disappeared from the bowstring. Everything happened so quickly that the 9 bats didn't even have time to react before the arrow pierced into Qin Jianwei's left eye. Ow! Qin Jianwei let out a shrill cry. The arrow was already aimed at his eyes, almost piercing through his skull. Qi, 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 the pure yang energy on the arrow came into play immediately. Qin Jianwei's left eye sizzled with smoke, and soon, Qin Jianwei's blinded eye was burned away, leaving behind a terrifying black hole. Ow! There was another howl. Qin Jianwei pulled out the arrow from his eyes, but the heat from the arrow still burned his hands. Qin Jianwei forgot to flap his wings under the pain. His body tilted, and he fell from the sky. Hee hee, it really worked. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. Another 2 arrows appeared in his left hand. Once again, he knocked the arrow and pulled the bowstring. Swoosh, swoosh. The 2 arrows disappeared one after another, shooting straight at the falling Qin Jianwei. Rapid arrow, a golden bow with a draw weight of more than 2,000 kilograms was no joke. If the bow was fully drawn, the speed of the arrow itself would be almost as fast as a bullet. Ling Yan also carved a few small spatial formations in the middle of the bow. When the arrow was shot out, it would be within 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. It was even better than teleportation. Ling Yan knew that Qin Jianwei was the leader of the Blood Clan, so he only shot at Qin Jianwei. Both arrows hit their mark. They nailed Qin Jianwei's body. To the Blood Clan, being shot by an arrow wasn't much. It was just a little pain. However, the arrow wasn't scary. It was the pure yang true qi on the arrow. It was too damaging to their bodies. Ow! Qin Jianwei was shocked and angry. He finally knew that Ling Yan had a way to deal with his flying. He didn't have time to pull out the arrow. He opened his remaining eye and flapped his wings desperately. He circled in the air and rose a few hundred meters. Hey! This feels F***ing good. After shooting Qin Jianwei away, Ling Yan took out 3 arrows and pinched them with 4 fingers on his left hand. At the same time, he aimed at the other 8 bats that were trying to escape. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Ling Yan laughed coldly and let go. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows left the bowstring at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they entered the bodies of Pierce, Joyce, and the other Blood Clan barons. Ling Yan's pure yang true qi caused even more damage to their bodies. The places where they were shot sizzled and smoked. Soon, there was a huge hole in their bodies that couldn't be healed in a short period of time. They were in so much pain that they flapped their wings and flew around in the air. They tried their best to hide and cry out. Oh! **T. Damned Satan, what the hell is this thing? Ow, it hurts, run. The 3 of them were terrified. They circled in the air with fear in their eyes. Even though it was a good thing to be able to fly freely in the air, there was also a tragic point. There was no cover. Ha 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 ha. So what if you can fly? Ling Yan's arrows never missed their target. He was thoroughly satisfied and excited to kill. He leaped up and flew 40 meters into the air as if he was walking on flat ground. Once again, he knocked an arrow on his bow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another 3 arrows pierced into the bodies of the 3 Blood Clan barons, causing them to scream in pain. Thick smoke rose from their bodies. It was even more terrifying than being shot by a bullet. These descendants of the Blood Clan were completely terrified. They didn't expect Ling Yan's arrows to be able to destroy their bodies. What made them even more desperate was that Ling Yan's arrows were too fast. He didn't need to knock an arrow at all. He only needed to pull the bowstring. As soon as the bowstring was fully drawn, 3 sharp arrows were immediately shot out. There was no need to take out the arrows from the quiver, knock the arrows, aim, and so on. With such a terrifying speed, they had no time to react at all. Ling Yan landed on the ground and shot another 2 arrows, injuring the last 2 descendants of the Blood Clan. Only then did he put away his golden bow. The 9 barons of the Blood Clan had all flown nearly 1,000 meters into the air. Even though Ling Yan's golden bow could still shoot up to an altitude of 1,500 meters, the speed was too slow for these descendants of the Blood Clan. They could either catch or dodge the arrows. Ling Yan shot a total of 11 arrows in 10 seconds. Chen Jianwei was the worst. He was hit by 3 of Ling Yan's earth-shattering arrows, and his left eye was blinded by Ling Yan. F***ck, so what if you can fly? So what if you have 9 barons? Stay in the air obediently. I'll shoot whoever comes down. Ling Yan chuckled. The feeling of shooting birds was too satisfying. Baka! A loud shout suddenly rang out in the sky above the Qin clan's courtyard. A skinny figure drew a black line through the air with a whoosh and instantly landed in the courtyard. At the same time, that person didn't stop moving. He raised his sword with both hands and slashed at Ling Yan. The sword was domineering, and it formed countless afterimages. These afterimages linked together to form a sword screen, Japanese Chunin, Akamatsu. Even though Ling Yan was wearing the golden black devilish silkworm nightwalker suit, he was still hurt by the sharp and domineering sword. F***ck. Ling Yan's heart trembled. He didn't dare to take this domineering sword head-on. He used the dragonfish phantom ability to dodge. Woo! The slash turned into a sweep. Akamatsu's 2-meter-long sword didn't give Ling Yan any time to breathe. Another sword screen with thousands of afterimages slashed at Ling Yan's waist. So fast. Ling Yan's figure flashed and was close to teleportation, but Akamatsu followed him like a shadow. The sword in his hand was even faster than his movements. Before Ling Yan's feet even touched the ground, Akamatsu's long sword had arrived again. What kind of realm is this? Ling Yan was shocked. He didn't expect there to be such an expert among the 120 Japanese ninjas. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. Ling Yan knew that he couldn't hide any longer. With a sudden thought, the devil's blade appeared in his left hand. He raised it with one hand and smashed it at the snow-white long blade with all his might. Clang! Ling Yan's devil's blade and Akamatsu's long, snow-white sword collided heavily. In the courtyard of the Chen family, there were more than 10 corpses around the 2 of them. The shockwaves from the collision caused the corpses to roll on the ground. To be continued. The adjustments were more or less complete. Tomorrow, they would resume 2 updates. Starting from the 7th, they would make up for all the missed updates. Ling Yan and Akamatsu each took 7 steps back. Ling Yan's eyes were like lightning when the 2 blades clashed. He saw very clearly that the black blade of his devil's blade didn't even touch Akamatsu's blade. When the devil's blade and the snow-long sword collided, the shortest distance between them was at least half a centimeter. This distance was undoubtedly caused by Akamatsu's Xiantian true qi, which was infused into his snow-long sword. His true qi overflowed and circulated around the blade, forming a protective shield. Even though the devil's blade could cut through metal like mud, it couldn't break through the qi wall formed by Xiantian true qi. If one couldn't break through the qi wall, they wouldn't be able to hit the opponent's blade. It would be difficult to break Akamatsu's long sword. It was possible for Ling Yan to break through this protective shield, but the true qi in his body had to be stronger than Akamatsu's. I've met my match. This was Ling Yan's first thought after he regained his footing. His handsome eyes narrowed, and his yin-yang harmony balance circulated throughout his body. He used his divine sense to lock onto Akamatsu in case he launched another sneak attack. Baka! Akamatsu took 7 steps back before he finally regained his footing. He had the upper hand and attacked fiercely, but he didn't expect to be pushed back by Ling Yan's one-handed attack. This was shocking and unexpected because Ling Yan's strength was too great. Even after he regained his footing, Akamatsu could still feel his hands going numb. It could be said that the 2 of them were evenly matched. Akamatsu won in terms of true qi, while Ling Yan won in terms of strength. However, Ling Yan was on the defensive with one hand, so Ling Yan still had the upper hand. Akamatsuji was tall and skinny, almost 1.8 meters tall. His arms were bony but long. He was dressed in black and wore a ninja mask. His eyes were like those of a hungry wolf. He didn't even look at the hundreds of corpses on the ground. Instead, his eyes were locked onto Ling Yun, who was in front of him. An ancient martial artist from Xianxia, what's your cultivation? Akamatsu's voice sounded old as he stared at the devil's blade in Ling Yun's hands. His Mandarin was very fluent, and Ling Yun understood him immediately. Instead of answering, Ling Yun asked, ninjas from Japan, right? What is your cultivation level? His voice was also old and hoarse. Akamatsu held his sword with both hands and raised it diagonally to his left. He maintained a posture that allowed him to attack and defend at the same time. The blade gleamed under the moonlight. Japanese ninja, Chunin Akamatsu, early stage of Xiantian realm level 7. What? Ling Yun was shocked. Xiantian realm level 7, among the 6 Huaxia ancient martial arts experts that he had just killed, at least one of them was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6, which was the perfected Xiantian realm. However, that elite at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6 couldn't withstand a single blow from Ling Yun. He was defeated in less than 3 moves. Akamatsu was only at the early stage of Xiantian realm level 7. He was only one small realm away from the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6. How could the difference in strength be so huge? Could this be the true strength of someone at the advanced stage of Xiantian realm? Huaxia ancient martial arts expert, I might not be able to see your realm, but based on the true chi you displayed just now, you definitely haven't reached Xiantian realm level 3. Haven't you heard of a saying in the Huaxia ancient martial arts world? Akamatsu asked Ling Yun coldly. He wasn't in a hurry to launch a second attack after being blocked by Ling Yun. He was very arrogant. I'd like to hear the details. Ling Yun replied indifferently. At the same time, he looked up at the 9 barons of the Blood Clan who had gathered in the sky. The 9 barons of the Blood Clan had already pulled out all the arrows from their bodies. They knew that Ling Yun's bow wouldn't be able to harm them at an altitude of 1,500 meters. Hence, they gathered in one spot and watched the battle nervously. Ling Yun and Akamatsu were both masked. They might be members of the Blood Clan, but they could only be distinguished by the weapons in their hands at such a high altitude. However, Qin Jianwei's hearing was very good with his Xiantian realm cultivation. He heard their conversation clearly and couldn't help but snort. Humph, everyone below Xiantian realm level 7 is an ant. You don't even know this. Ling Yun's hearing was naturally better. His expression changed slightly. Everyone below Xiantian realm level 7 is an ant? Ling Yun suddenly thought of Si Kongtu who chased after Green Bird 18 years ago. Back then, Master Xianming was already at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5, but he wasn't Green Bird's match at all. Green Bird wasn't Si Kongtu's match either. Master Xianming didn't even have a chance to attack Si Kongtu. Ling Yun had just fought with an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6. Based on the strength displayed by Lu Suifeng, Chen Gongxiong, and the others at Xiantian realm level 5, he knew that an expert at Xiantian realm level 6 wouldn't be able to kill an expert at Xiantian realm level 5 or even Xiantian realm level 4. That was because Xiantian realm level 4, 5, and even 6 belonged to the middle stages of the Xiantian realm. There was a huge difference in talent and combat techniques. Everyone specialized in different techniques, so it was very difficult to kill someone at the middle stages of the Xiantian realm. From this, Ling Yun had already determined that Anti-Green Bird and Si Kongtu must have been in the late stages of the Xiantian realm. He was already secretly shocked by the unfathomable strength of the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. Think about it. If even a maid by his mother's side was in the late stages of the Xiantian realm, then what realm was his biological mother at? If she wasn't 9 months pregnant at that time, how could those strong enemies who chased after his parents be so fearless? Moreover, Ling Yun already knew that the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, who had fought with Ling Yun twice, was at least in the late stages of the Xiantian realm. Of course, Ling Yun knew that even though his qi cultivation and physique tempering were only one step apart, there was a huge difference in this step. However, he never imagined that the difference in strength between the late stages of the Xiantian realm and the middle stages of the Xiantian realm would be so huge. Everyone below Xiantian realm level 7 was an ant. This means that the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect didn't use her full strength the night she returned to Qingshui from Wenzhou. Ling Yan's heart trembled as he thought about how the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect danced gracefully in the air. He realized that not only did he lose to her in terms of skills, but he also didn't have much of an advantage in terms of strength. However, Ling Yan had just broken through to the late stages of physique tempering stage 7. It was already something to be proud of to be able to fight the unfathomable Holy Virgin of the Devil sect to such an extent without suffering any losses. Ling Yan was now at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. Those below Xiantian round level 7 are ants. That's right, I haven't reached Xiantian round level 4 or even Xiantian round level 1, but it's more than enough to kill you. Ling Yan's eyes were locked onto Akamatsu, and his tone was calm. At the same time, he raised his yin-yang harmony balance and stellar condensation technique to the maximum. Ha 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 ha, is that so? Young man, you think too little of us Japanese ninjas. Tang Xiao said. Akamatsu laughed strangely. Suddenly, his laughter stopped, and his figure disappeared. Japanese ninjutsu release technique. Ling Yan's eyes revealed a trace of unconcealable shock. Suddenly, he shouted in horror, "Oh no!" At this time Akamatsu, who had used the escape technique to conceal himself, was already behind Ling Yan. He didn't use his long sword. Instead, he pulled out the black dagger from his waist and stabbed it towards Ling Yan's back. The dagger was only 2 feet long, but it was extremely fast like a venomous snake. Under Akamatsu's exquisite control, it did not even make a sound. Chi! The sound of the dagger slicing through clothes was followed by a shrill scream. A dragon vein sword suddenly appeared in Ling Yan's left hand. He used the sword as a whip, and the blade went past his armpit and into Akamatsu's chest. Ling Yan quickly twisted his body and dodged Akamatsu's dagger. At the same time, he twisted his left hand frantically, trying his best to destroy the meridians and organs in Akamatsu's body with the dragon vein sword. Blood and flesh splattered from Akamatsu's chest. A sneak attack against a sneak attack. Ling Yan was the master of sneak attacks. The scream he had let out earlier was, of course, an act to make Akamatsu fall into his trap. Akamatsu's sneak attack failed and was severely injured by Ling Yan instead. Ling Yan's devil's blade in his right hand slashed backwards. He wanted to use this opportunity to cut off Akamatsu's head. Akamatsu felt a wave of coldness when he saw a shiny, soft sword drilling into his chest. He immediately knew that things were not good. He immediately stopped attacking Ling Yan and used the ninja's Qinggong to escape. However, even though he was fast, Ling Yan wasn't slow either. As he retreated, Ling Yan followed him like a shadow. The sword in Ling Yan's hand continued to destroy his internal organs. Baka! Akamatsu turned into a bloody man in the blink of an eye. He didn't cry out in pain. Instead, he cursed. Ninjas had gone through all kinds of hellish training. They had a strong tolerance for pain. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called ninjas. Akamatsu cursed because he had been tricked by Ling Yan too much. A vicious and proud smile flashed across Ling Yan's eyes. It's true that you have an escape technique, but I have the yin-yang eye and condensed divine sense. Any one of them is enough to see your figure clearly. You want to play hide and seek with me? That was simply courting death. Akamatsu couldn't shake Ling Yan off. Seeing that Ling Yan's devil's blade was coming for his head, he didn't dare to delay. He leaped to the side and allowed Ling Yan's dragon vein sword to cut open half of his chest. That was how he managed to avoid Ling Yan's killing blow. Are all those below Xiantian round level 7 ants? Ling Yan laughed coldly. He knew that he had destroyed several of Akamatsu's meridians. His protective chi was finally broken. Mr. Chunin, try taking another blow from me. Ling Yan looked at Akamatsu, whose chest was a mess of flesh and blood. He laughed loudly, and his aura surged. He raised his blade with both hands and shot into the sky. With boundless murderous intent, he used Raging Sky Killer against the terrified Akamatsu. The courtyard of the Chen family's mansion suddenly darkened. It was as if a black wall had appeared wherever the devil's blade passed. To be continued. There was one more chapter for tonight. I'll start updating tomorrow. The pitch-black sword was like a wall. The devil's blade was ferocious and domineering. It smashed towards the heavily injured Akamatsu. Ling Yan's attack couldn't be described as a slash or slash. It was a smash. Akamatsu was horrified, but he was a chunin at the early stages of Xiantian round level 7. He could endure the pain of having half of his chest cut open by Ling Yan. He could also face the fear of death calmly. The reason why Akamatsu was shocked wasn't because Ling Yan's attack had locked onto him, but because Ling Yan was able to see through his escape technique and pinpoint his exact location. Akamatsu was a powerful chunin from Japan. As long as his opponent wasn't at the same level as him, he wouldn't be able to see his shadow. How did Ling Yan see through him? However, Akamatsu didn't have time to think about it. He had to use all his strength to block Ling Yan's sure-kill attack. Akamatsu knew that he couldn't escape from Ling Yan's attack because Ling Yan's blade had locked onto him. No matter which direction Akamatsu tried to escape to, Ling Yan only needed to move his wrist slightly for the devil's blade to hit his body. He would only die faster, he could only take it head-on. Clang! Akamatsu sheathed the dagger that he had used to ambush Ling Yan. Once again, he gripped the hilt of the shiny longsword with both hands. Ignoring the sword wound on the right side of his chest, he used all his strength and true chi to swing the blade upwards, slashing at Ling Yan's devil's blade. Whoosh! The two swords collided in the air, forming a huge cross. Then, the long sword in Akamatsu's hand broke into two. The half of the long sword that was cut off by Ling Yan still flew into the air with a strong inertia. Ling Yan's devil's blade continued to slash down without any hindrance. The black sword fell like a black waterfall, reaching Akamatsu's head in an instant. What? This time Akamatsu couldn't take it even if his nerves were made of steel. His eyes revealed a look of despair as he moved to the left. Whoosh! Pucci, Akamatsu only had enough time to dodge the attack on his head. The devil's blade in Ling Yan's hand was almost on the right side of Akamatsu's neck. Akamatsu's right shoulder and entire right arm were chopped off by Ling Yan's sword. Fresh blood spurted out from his wound. At this moment, Ling Yan's figure had already landed on the ground. His first move was successful, and he wasn't going to let it go. He gripped the handle of the devil's blade with both hands and swung it violently to the right. At the same time, Ling Yan was secretly shocked. He had cut off Akamatsu's entire right arm, but Akamatsu didn't cry out as he had imagined. Even Ling Yan had to nod in approval of such endurance. It could be said that if Akamatsu didn't resort to trickery and chose to fight Ling Yan head-on, even Ling Yan wouldn't be able to do anything to him in a short period of time. That was because his Xianxia realm level 7 true chi was too overbearing. Even the devil's blade couldn't break through it. There was only one person on Ling Yan's side, and Akamatsu was the vanguard of the Chen family. There would definitely be more people coming. Ling Yan would be at a disadvantage in a protracted battle. If another master like Akamatsu came, it would be difficult for him to escape. In short, Ling Yan underestimated the strength of a Xiantian realm level 7 master. However, Akamatsu was too arrogant. He wanted to show Ling Yan the Japanese ninjutsu. It would be a little too funny if he used his escape technique to ambush Ling Yan. Ling Yan could even detect the slightest movement in the air within the range of his divine sense. Not to mention, he had the yin-yang eye. Therefore, Ling Yan watched as Akamatsu came behind him. At the same time, Ling Yan pretended to be terrified. He completely paralyzed Akamatsu, making him think that he would be able to kill him in one blow. He completely let down his guard and didn't raise his true chi to its peak. Akamatsu's sneak attack failed, but Ling Yan was careful. He attacked steadily and steadily. First, he destroyed a few of Akamatsu's meridians so that he could no longer use his true chi to protect himself. Without the protection of his true chi, Akamatsu became a pushover in Ling Yan's eyes. He could kill him however he wanted. Now that Akamatsu's long sword was broken and his entire right arm was gone, Ling Yan's devil's blade once again slashed at his injured right rib. Baka! Akamatsu's face turned pale because of the excessive blood loss. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead like rain due to the intense pain. They flew along with his frantic movements. Ling Yan's devil's blade slashed at Akamatsu's right rib again, leaving another wound that was more than an inch deep. Die. You can't escape anymore. Ling Yan said coldly. He held the blade with one hand, and the dragon vein sword appeared in his left hand once again. He chased after Akamatsu like a madman, using his melon and vegetable cutting techniques again. Ling Yan didn't give Akamatsu any chance to stop the bleeding. No matter how strong you were, once the blood flowed into your body, you would die without a doubt. That was the case for the Blood Clan, let alone humans. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, very quickly, Akamatsu's back had a few more wounds and holes, and blood was gushing out. All of Akamatsu's injuries were on his right side. His right chest was slashed open, and his right shoulder was cut off. He was already unable to move and couldn't shake Ling Yan off. All he could do was take a beating and die at any moment. Baka! Akamatsu's ninja is injured. Quick, save Master Chunin. Another 6 ninjas flew into the Chen family's house. Ling Yan scanned them with his divine sense and realized that they were all ninjas below Xiantian realm level 7. He ignored them and continued to focus on killing Akamatsu. Killing one more ninja master like Akamatsu counted. That way, when he went to Japan in the future to retrieve the Shinnon Cauldron's lid, he would have less pressure. Baka! Kill! Kill! The moment the 6 ninjas entered the courtyard, they pounced on Ling Yun without hesitation. Some of them with higher realms even used their escape techniques. Ling Yan's eyes hardened as he channeled the stellar condensation technique to the extreme. At the same time, he used the dragonfish phantom ability and shifting shadows to confuse the 6 ninjas. His own body was already in front of Akamatsu. I'll send you on your way. Ling Yan's voice was as cold as 10,000 years of ice and snow. There wasn't a shred of emotion in it as he raised his blade. Akamatsu Suk's head flew into the sky, followed by a spurt of hot blood from his neck, shooting straight into the sky. Baka! He actually killed Mr. Chunin. We must avenge Mr. Chunin. Kill him. Seeing Akamatsu's headless corpse fall to the ground with a thud, the eyes of the 6 ninjas turned bloodshot. Each of them was like a mad tiger as they pounced on Ling Yun. At the same time, the 9 barons of the Blood Clan had already spread their wings and swooped down. They were a few hundred meters above the Chen family's house. Qin Jianwei knew that things weren't looking good when he saw Akamatsu seriously injured in the second round. He knew Akamatsu's position among these ninjas better than anyone else, so he gave the order to rescue him. However, they were flying too high, and everything happened too quickly. There was no time to rescue Akamatsu. Qin Jianwei gritted his teeth as he watched Akamatsu's head fly into the air. He wanted nothing more than to peel off 2 layers of Ling Yan's skin. Humph. You're just a few pieces of trash, and you still want revenge? Let's go after your Chunin-sama. Ling Yan snorted coldly as he swung his blade. The cold blade sliced through the waists of 4 ninjas with lower realms. At the same time, Ling Yan used the dragonfish phantom ability and split into 2, sword and blade at the same time, with the 9th killing technique in his left hand and the celestial destroyer in his right. He ended the lives of the other 2 ninjas. Flap, flap, flap. At this time, the 6 completely transformed barons were already above Ling Yan's head. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, flapping their wings as they pounced towards Ling Yan. It was too late to take out the golden bow now. Ling Yan smiled coldly as he put away the dragon vein sword. The giant sword, Dark Storm, was already in his left hand. Go to hell! Ling Yan roared as his feet touched the ground. His figure shot up into the sky and flew directly into the swarm of bats. Chi, chi, chi. The Devil's Blade and the Dark Storm were waved at the same time. Ling Yan didn't need to use any knife or sword skills. He knew that he could easily kill these barons with his weapons. That was the truth. Ling Yan wasn't afraid of them coming down. He was afraid that they wouldn't come down. With a few screams, 4 of the 6 barons of the Blood Clan were chopped into pieces by Ling Yan. They didn't even have the time to escape. Oh, sh*T, what kind of weapon is that? Not good, run. The 2 descendants of the vampire clan flapped their wings and flew to the sky. Unfortunately, they crashed into the 2 barons of the vampire clan, Pierce and Joyce, who were diving down in panic. At this moment, Ling Yan used the tip of his foot to tap on the limb of a baron of the Blood Clan that he had killed in midair. Borrowing the momentum, he flew up once more and caught up to the 2 Blood Clan members who were running for their lives. With a swing of his sword, he cut the 2 Blood Clan members into 2. The sword, Dark Storm, was too convenient. It was 1.5 meters long sword that was made especially for killing the transformed bodies of the Blood Clan. Oh my god, what's going on? Why do I feel like I'm being subdued? Pierce and Joyce were stunned as they stared at the Dark Storm in Ling Yan's hands. They were so frightened that they even forgot to flap their wings. With a clear whistle, Ling Yan waved the Dark Storm rapidly, leaving 2 wounds on the bodies of the 2 Blood Clan barons. At the same time, he pierced his right index finger with his fingernail and squeezed out 2 drops of fresh blood. 2 drops of blood entered Pierce and Joyce's wounds at lightning speed. The embrace. Whoosh! Ling Yan landed on the ground. He didn't care about the 2 Blood Clan members who were in the embrace. He put away his sword and took out his golden bow again. He knocked the arrow. Whoosh! 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 3 sharp arrows shot toward Qin Jianwei, who was 100 meters above the ground. Chi chi chi, without any suspense, all 3 arrows entered Qin Jianwei's wounds. Pure yang true chi invaded his body, destroying his flesh and meridians. Ow! Qin Jianwei didn't dare pull out the arrow. He flapped his wings and flew away from the Qin family's mansion. Ling Yan's first battle was a victory. To be continued. Thank you, Honorable Master. Viscount Pierce, I'm willing to give you everything I have. Thank you, Honorable Master. Viscount Joyce, I'm willing to give you everything I have. The process of the embrace was over, and the blood oath was completed. After a short period of fear, shock, and excitement, the 2 members of the Blood Clan, Pierce and Joyce, flapped their wings and landed gently on the ground. At the same time, they gave Ling Yan a Western, very gentlemanly servant etiquette. They weren't like Paul and Chester, who received the embrace after spending a few days with Ling Yun. Instead, they received the embrace from Ling Yun when they were enemies. The process of fear, shock, pleasure, and complete submission to Ling Yun was completed in less than 10 seconds. The entire process was unforgettable for them. Why are you only Viscounts? Only 1 level up? That shouldn't be the case. Ling Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled when he felt the complete submission of these 2 servants. Pierce and Joyce already had wings before the embrace. According to Paul and Chester, a Blood Clan member with wings would at least be a baron. However, after the embrace, they only reached the level of a Viscount. That made Ling Yun wonder if there was a problem somewhere. One had to know that Paul and Chester went from being wingless descendants of the Blood Clan to becoming Viscounts directly after accepting the embrace. That was a leap of at least 2 levels. Pierce and Joyce had elegant and gentle expressions on their faces, but their eyes were filled with unconcealable pride. They smiled and bowed as they said, Honorable Master, we actually already have the power and ability of an Earl. However, as a member of the Blood Clan, the title of Earl cannot be conferred by ourselves. We need at least a Grand Duke to confer the title on us, so that's how it is. He smiled faintly and nodded. We'll talk about this when we get back. The masters of the Qin family would definitely rush over. Ling Yan's true chi was almost depleted. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. Ling Yan pointed at the motionless Xianxia on the ground. Based on your current abilities, can you still fly as high as you did just now with him on your backs? Pierce and Joyce smiled and nodded. That's easy, my Honorable Master. After Joyce said that, his 2 huge wings flapped behind him. His tall figure shot toward Xianxia like lightning. He reached out with one hand, grabbed Xianxia's belt, and lifted him up. Be careful. It's best to grab him with both hands. He's still useful to me. Don't let him fall to his death. Ling Yan smiled. Joyce smiled elegantly. Don't worry, Honorable Master. Even if his belt suddenly breaks and he falls from the sky, I will fall faster than him. It's impossible for him to fall to the ground. Joyce had 2 wings. If he were to dive down from a high altitude, his speed would definitely be much faster than a free fall, so he was very confident. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help but scratch his head. It had been a long time since he had tasted flying. He had actually forgotten about it. Qi Cultivation Stage 4, the middle stage of Qi Cultivation Stage. Ling Yan was looking forward to Qi Cultivation Stage 4 because he would be able to fly once he reached it. Honorable Master, what about me? Your loyal servant, Pierce, is willing to give up everything for you. Pierce couldn't help but feel a little disappointed that he had lost the first chance to be loyal to Ling Yan. Fly up and keep your body parallel to the ground. Ling Yan laughed heartily. In the next moment, Ling Yan was already standing on Pierce's back. He couldn't help but be in high spirits as he sent a telepathic message to the 2 Blood Clan members. Fly into the sky and leave this place. Following Ling Yan's command, the 2 huge human-shaped bats rose into the sky. They flapped their wings rapidly and flew higher and higher. From the ground, they quickly became two inconspicuous dots in the night sky. The higher the altitude, the lower the temperature. At the same time, the wind speed and strength increased. However, these factors didn't affect Ling Yan at all. He had already reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. Why did cultivators have to undergo physique tempering before they reached the qi cultivation stage? Of course, it wasn't as simple as fighting. Let's take the simplest example, flight. When Ling Yan reached the middle stage of qi cultivation, he could fly. If he had the physique of an ordinary person, he wouldn't even need to think about it. This was because the speed of flying in the air was very fast. At its peak, it was definitely faster than any qigong. Of course, it was impossible for ordinary flying to exceed the speed of sound, but even so, it was still much faster than the best sports car at full speed. If he had the body of an ordinary person, how could he breathe at such a high speed? Not to mention breathing, he wouldn't even be able to catch his breath. Furthermore, even if the weather was good and there wasn't any wind in the air, the speed of one's flight was the speed of the air flow. The flow of air was naturally the wind. This was relative. Under such a fierce gale, you couldn't even open your eyes, and your eyes would tear up. Your ears would be filled with the howling of the wind. You couldn't hear anything, and you couldn't breathe. So, what was the point of flying? Even if one could fly, one wouldn't be able to do so. That wasn't flying. That was torture. That was asking for torture. Cultivation was to obtain powerful and magical abilities. However, if one wanted to be able to use those abilities easily, one had to strengthen one's physique step by step. One had to be able to withstand the strong winds in the sky and the huge pressure in the deep sea. Only then could one be invincible and become a true expert. Therefore, a cultivator had to start from physique tempering. Ling Yan had cultivated the stellar condensation technique to the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. It could be said that he didn't need to close his eyes to face the ordinary hurricanes in the world. He could breathe easily. At the same time, because of the gradual improvement of his 5 senses and 6 senses, even if his ears were filled with strong winds, he could still hear clearly as long as it was within his hearing range. Thousands of meters in the air and hundreds of feet under the sea, he didn't need to rely on any scientific instruments or equipment. He could walk calmly and freely like an ordinary person on the ground. This was cultivation. The blood clan's physique was strong for the same reason. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to fly in the sky even if they could transform into a pair of huge wings. The night view of Beijing is really good. It's indeed one of the international metropolises. It's really huge. Now, Ling Yan stood on Pierce's back with his hands behind his back. He looked down at the dazzling lights and bustling traffic of Beijing from almost 1,000 meters in the air. He felt extremely comfortable. Pierce was very nervous because his master was standing on his back. He was very careful and flew very steadily. He was afraid that Ling Yan would accidentally fall off his back. If that happened, he would be in deep trouble. However, Ling Yan knew that even though they were 1,000 meters in the air, he would at most be lightly injured if he fell from there and hit the hard ground. He definitely wouldn't fall to his death. The pinnacle of the 14th minor realm of the stellar condensation technique wasn't cultivated for nothing. Ling Yan's body was already as tough as steel. Joyce, adjust Xianxia's body. Don't let him face the wind. He's about to suffocate to death. Chen Sen's father, Xianxia, was held in Joyce's hands. Even though he was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5, he was already scared half to death. He didn't even dare to open his eyes. Not to mention that he was already seriously injured, he definitely wouldn't be able to take it even if he was at his peak. This was the first time he was flying in the sky without taking a plane. Ling Yan wouldn't die from a fall, but if it were Xianxia or a master at the advanced stages of the Xiantian realm, they would definitely be smashed into meat paste by the huge impact. There was no way they could escape. Ling Yan's tyrannical body was trained by the stellar condensation technique. That strong defense was Ling Yan's absolute advantage, perhaps even his eternal advantage. Looking down from 1,000 meters in the air, Beijing might have shrunk a lot, but it was still very big. With Ling Yan's eyesight, he could even see the brand of the cars on the road clearly under the illumination of the car headlights. It was only 1,000 meters away. There was no difference between looking down from a high altitude and looking down from a close distance. It was still a distance of 1 kilometer. "Master, where are we going?" Pierce asked respectfully as he flapped his wings and hovered in the air. Ling Yan scanned the entire Beijing. He saw the Forbidden City, the Badaling Great Wall, the Summer Palace, and many other places of interest and historical interest in Beijing. After he was done admiring, he smiled faintly and said, "Fly northwest." Standing high meant that he could see further. Ling Yan only needed to look carefully before he saw the courtyard house that he lived in. From this height, the courtyard house was, of course, very small, but it also seemed very close. After the battle, Ling Yan had been recovering the true qi that he had expended during the intense battle. His energy center had long reached an unimaginable size after reaching the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. With the yin-yang harmony balance, the speed at which the yin-yang true qi was produced was many times faster. In just a few minutes, Ling Yan had already recovered to 40% of his peak condition. Now, Ling Yan wanted to return to his courtyard house to take a look. If there were no abnormalities with the Chao family, he would go and see his grandfather. His second uncle, Ling Yu, had already been rescued. He would definitely have a lot of information about the Qin family. Ling Yan had to obtain this information as soon as possible. Just as Ling Yun was about to order Pierce to land, he suddenly heard the faint sound of fighting coming from the north of Beijing. Ling Yun immediately used the yin-yang harmony balance and looked in the direction of the sound. Then, Ling Yun saw a group of masked men in black in a huge courtyard in the north. Under the command of one person, each of them wielded a shiny long knife and were engaged in a frenzied battle with the people in the courtyard. Of course, Ling Yan recognized those masked men in black. They were all ninjas from Japan. A tall old man with white hair and beard roared furiously. He was charging left and right under the siege of the Japanese ninjas. "Grandpa! That's Chui Lao. Chester." Ling Yan first saw Ling Lai, then Chui Lao, who was silently wielding his sword. Then, he saw Chester, who had completely transformed and was moving as fast as lightning to protect the Ling family. Not good. The Ling family is in trouble. Ling Yan's expression changed drastically, and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. After a roar, he immediately ordered Pierce and Joyce, "Quick, use your fastest speed to fly to the courtyard in the north." Inside the Ling family's ancestral home, both sides were engaged in a life-and-death battle. Swords and knives were exchanged, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. Even though the Ling family had completely declined 18 years ago, they were still one of the 3 big families in Xianxia, on par with the Long family and the Qin family. Countless properties of the Ling family had been annexed by the other 6 big families in Beijing, but the Ling family's ancestral home was still there. The Ling family's ancestral home was intact, just like it was 18 years ago. The Ling family's ancestral home was located in the north of Beijing, outside the 5th Ring Road. It was huge, with a total of 9 courtyards. Each courtyard was deep and orderly, looking very dignified. The Qin family sent a total of 36 Japanese ninjas. They weren't here for a sneak attack, but to surround and kill. As one of the 7 big families in Beijing, the Qin family knew the Ling family's strength very well. The Ling family was much weaker than the Chao family. In the eyes of the Qin family, they were like ants that couldn't withstand a single blow. There were only 3 Xiantian realm masters in the Ling family: Ling Lai at Xiantian realm level 1, Ling Zhen at Xiantian realm level 2, and Ling Yu at Xiantian realm level 1. Furthermore, all 3 of them had old injuries. As for the younger generation of the Ling family, Ling Zhen's 2 sons, Ling Hao and Ling Yong, Ling Yu's eldest daughter, Ling Xiu, Ling Feng and Ling Li, and Ling Zhao's daughter, Ling Shui, none of them had reached the Xiantian realm. To the experts sent by the Qin family, they were like meat on the chopping board. Other than that, the Ling family also had a half-step Xiantian realm master, Chui Lao, who had always been by Ling Lai's side. Of course, the Qin family still didn't know that Chui Lao's old injuries had already healed with Ling Yan's help. Furthermore, he easily broke through the Xiantian realm and reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 2. Apart from these forces, the Ling family still had the remaining 9 men of sacrifice from the bitter battle back then. Even though these men of sacrifice could exchange their lives for Ling Lai's, after the battle back then, these 9 men of sacrifice were all crippled. Some were blind, some were crippled, and some were crippled. They were nothing to worry about. Thus, the reason why the Chen family chose to attack the Ling family was because they had nothing to fear. They planned to wipe out the Ling family in an instant. The cause of the matter was actually very simple. When Qin Jianwei came to the Chen family's mansion, he knew that Ling Yu had been rescued. Once Ling Yu was rescued, the Ling family would definitely know that it was all the Chen family's doing. Things couldn't be carried out under the surface. After Qin Jianwei escaped, he immediately reported to the head of the Chen family, his father, Chen Haipeng. When Chen Haipeng heard that all the Huaxia masters in the Chen family's courtyard were killed by one person and that Ling Yu had been rescued, he gritted his teeth in anger and shock. He flew into a rage and ordered his men to split into two groups, one to kill Ling Yun, and the other to destroy the Ling family. So what if we saved your son, Ling Yu? My Chen family will wipe out your entire Ling family. Qin Jianwei was fast, but Chester wasn't slow either. He had left with Ling Yu before Qin Jianwei reached the Chen family's courtyard, and Qin Jianwei had to fight with Ling Yun for a while before escaping. That was why he wasted some time. Ling Yu was an intelligent person. He saw with his own eyes how Ling Yun killed hundreds of masters from the Chen family in order to save him. He had long predicted that the Chen family wouldn't be able to accept such a crushing defeat. They would definitely shed all pretense of cordiality and attack the Ling family. Thus, after Ling Yu escaped from the Chen family's mansion, he kept urging Chester to return to the Ling family as soon as possible. He wanted to report everything to Ling Lai as soon as possible so that the Ling family could be prepared. Thus, even though Chester was a little further away from the Ling family, the Japanese ninjas sent by Chen Haipeng were still on their way when he escorted Ling Yu to the Ling family's mansion. When Ling Yu arrived at the Ling family's mansion, Ling Lai was chatting excitedly with Cui Lao. Ling Lai was excited, nervous, and perturbed. He didn't know how he should face his precious grandson, whom he had never met since he was born and who had been wandering outside for 18 years. The situation was urgent, and Ling Yu couldn't care less. He barged into Ling Lai's courtyard and reported everything to Ling Lai in a concise manner. Ling Lai knew that the Ling family was in trouble the moment he heard that. He called Ling Zhen over and asked him to make arrangements as soon as possible to prevent any accidents from happening. At the same time, Ling Lai looked at Cui Lao with a questioning gaze. Cui Lao nodded at him without hesitation and sent a telepathic message to Ling Lai. Family head, I can confirm that the person who destroyed the Chen family's southern suburbs courtyard and saved second master is our young master Ling Yun. Others might not know Chester, but Cui Lao definitely did. He didn't need Ling Yu's report to know that it was Chester who brought Ling Yu back. Ling Lai was shocked when he heard that. There were hundreds of ancient martial arts masters in the Chen family's southern suburbs courtyard, and there were dozens of Xiantian realm masters. How could they be wiped out by his own grandson? Ling Lai felt like he was dreaming. Cui Lao said calmly, family head, don't worry. I'll contact young master now and ask him to rush back as soon as possible. As long as young master can rush back in time, the Chen family won't be able to get away with it. However, Ling Yun wouldn't bring his phone with him during a battle. He had already placed it in his spatial ring. Cui Lao called Ling Yun twice, but he wasn't in the service area. Cui Lao was shocked. He knew that Ling Yun must have hidden his phone. At this time, the 36 Japanese ninjas had already infiltrated the Ling family's mansion and were clashing with the Ling family's defenses. Even though the other party was a ninja, they bullied the weak and were too lazy to hide their tracks. After they rushed into the Ling family, they killed everyone they saw, leaving no one alive. Ling Lai, Ling Yu, Cui Lao, Chester, and Ling Zhen, who had just finished setting up, rushed to the front yard. At this time, the Japanese ninjas had already killed their way to the fifth courtyard of the Ling family. Disciples of the Ling family, you'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Kill them. Ling Lai was enraged when he saw that the enemy was really coming. He roared, unsheathed his long sword, and killed his way into the enemy's formation. The members of the Ling family were all hot-blooded men. When they saw the Japanese ninjas slaughtering in their own home, they were all enraged. Their blood boiled, and they fought with their lives on the line. Right in the fifth courtyard, they fought with the ninjas. Cui Lao, please protect my father. Men of sacrifice from the Ling family, kill the enemy with me. Ling Zhen also let out a loud roar as he charged into the enemy's formation with a speed even faster than Ling Li's. Ling Yu, who had just returned home, followed closely behind Ling Zhen and charged at the ninjas without a word. Every move he made was a desperate move. He didn't seek to protect himself, but to kill the enemy. The 100 men of sacrifice that the Ling family had secretly nurtured over the past 18 years were put to good use once again. They were all dressed in khaki-colored warrior attire and followed closely behind the two family heads of the Ling family. Even when faced with enemies that were many times stronger than them, they never left. The descendants of the Ling family, Ling Yong, Ling Xiu, Ling Feng, and Ling Li, naturally formed a group. Each of them held a long sword in their hands, and their faces were filled with hatred and anger. They had been humiliated over the past 18 years. They were used to the disdain of others, and they had heard enough of the mockery of other family members. They were suffocated. Even if they weren't strong enough, they would fight with all their might. However, the eldest grandson of the Ling family, Ling Hao, wasn't around. Ling Shui, the youngest of the Ling family, wasn't around either because she was on a mission with the Condor team. Cui Lao silently rushed into the battlefield and guarded Ling Lai closely. He looked at the flashes of swords in the courtyard and listened to the sounds of swords clashing, yelling, groaning, and the sound of corpses falling to the ground. He sighed in his heart and suddenly felt that the scene from 18 years ago was replaying itself. This was the scene that Ling Yun had seen from 1,000 meters in the sky, a bloody battle. A battle to the death. Cui Lao had been guarding the Ling family for more than 30 years. He knew better than anyone else that the blood of the Ling family flowed with unyielding passion. Chi. Chi. Two sounds. What followed were two groans. Ling Lai looked up and saw that Ling Yong and Ling Feng were injured. His heart was burning with anxiety. Cui Lao, why are you always circling around an old man like me? Go and protect my grandchildren. Ling Lai waved his sword and forced back the two ninjas in front of him. Old master, you. Cui Lao saw that the disciple of the Ling family was injured. His eyes hardened as he executed the celestial destroyer technique and chopped off the shoulder of a ninja. He then flew back to Ling Lai's side with a hesitant look on his face. Don't worry, I won't die before I see my precious grandchildren. Ling Lai roared, his body bursting with an earth-shattering aura. He flew up and chopped off the head of the ninja who had just killed a member of the Ling family. Don't forget that I once reached Xianxia realm level 4. Ling Lai said to Cui Lao once again. Cui Lao gritted his teeth and waved his sword to send the two ninjas in front of him flying. He then got close to Ling Lai and shot two talismans at him, gold and defense talismans. These were the level 5 talismans that Ling Yun made before he left Xingshui. He gave Cui Lao a few bundles of each talisman so that he could use them at critical moments. After Cui Lao shot out the talismans, he shouted, Master, don't forget to use the 3 types of talismans that I gave you. Ling Lai said. The 3 talismans were naturally the gold, defense, and fire talismans. With that, Cui Lao flew in front of Ling Yong and Ling Feng and took out 2 healing talismans. He used them on the 2 injured people and personally healed them. Cui Lao protected the 4 juniors of the Ling family with all his might. He was gratified because they would become Ling Yun's arms in the future. In the midst of the battle, he didn't forget to take out a bundle of healing talismans and said to the 4 of them, divide these among yourselves. If anyone is injured, stick one on your injured area and shout come. Do you understand? Ling Yong and Ling Feng were a little dumbfounded, thinking to themselves that they weren't dreaming just now, right? The knife wound was so deep that the bone could be seen, but it healed in the blink of an eye. What was there to be afraid of with such a good treasure? Kill. The eyes of the 4 youngsters who were protected by the Ling family's men of sacrifice lit up with excitement. With a loud shout, they charged towards the 2 ninjas who were charging towards them. To be continued. Even though Ling Yong and Ling Hao were blood-related brothers, Ling Yong and Ling Hao had completely different personalities. Ling Yong was at Ho Tian realm level 9, and his fighting style was unparalleled. He had never been interested in the position of patriarch of the Ling family. According to him, the Ling family had already declined to such a state. Being the patriarch of the Ling family was already tiring enough. He couldn't stand the vexation. Ling Xiu was Ling Yu's daughter. She was the eldest of Ling Yu's 3 children and was 23 years old. She was extremely beautiful, had an agile and graceful figure, and was both talented and good-looking. She was one of the top beauties in Beijing, and everyone coveted her. She was at the early stages of Hotian realm level 9. She had a pair of beautiful eyes, and her eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Her gaze was sharp and determined, and her lips were tightly pursed. She wielded her sword and swore to defend the Ling family. Ling Yu had 2 sons, Ling Feng and Ling Li. Ling Feng was 20 years old, and Ling Li wasn't even 18 yet. Ling Feng was at the early stages of Hotian realm level 9, and Ling Li was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. The 4 youngsters quickly divided the bundle of healing talismans that Cui Lao had given them. Each of them had more than 20 talismans in their hands, and they charged at the ninja closest to them. Even if they had to suffer injuries, they had to deal serious damage to their enemies. Cui Lao's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. These kids were really fearless. If he had known, he wouldn't have given them the healing talismans. It was true that these 4 kids had heaven-defying healing talismans, but what if they were killed instantly by these sneaky ninjas? Or, if they were to be chopped off at any part of their bodies, the healing talismans wouldn't be able to heal them. Cui Lao could already tell that only 10 of the 36 ninjas were at the Xiantian realm, and the remaining 26 were below it. Moreover, Cui Lao couldn't see through the cultivation of at least 5 of the Xiantian realm. It went without saying that they were at least at Xiantian realm level 3. Among the 5 strongest ninjas, there were 2 who stood leisurely at the back and didn't make a move. Cui Lao could tell from their gazes that they didn't want to make a move. They felt that the remaining 34 ninjas were more than enough to take care of the Ling family. The other 3 ninjas were fighting with Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, and Ling Yu respectively. Ling Lai and Ling Zhen were still fine, but Ling Yu was exhausted and could be injured at any time. The enemy was simply too strong. There was no need for the 26 Xiantian realm ninjas to make a move. As long as the 10 Xiantian realm ninjas attacked together, it would be enough to easily wipe out the Ling family. On the Ling family's side, there were only 4 Xiantian realm masters. Moreover, Cui Lao was only at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 2. 10 against 4, they could easily crush them. At this moment, the 100 men of sacrifice from the Ling family, as well as the 6 disabled men of sacrifice who had been guarding Ling Lai in place of Cui Lao, showed their usefulness. Even though most of these men of sacrifice weren't at Hotian realm level 8, they were men of sacrifice who could block knives for the Ling family. Everyone was not afraid of death and focused on blocking the saber. That was how more than 200 men of sacrifice from the Ling family were sacrificed in the tragic battle 18 years ago. On the battlefield, there were a total of 7 people from the Ling family. It could be said that every member of the Ling family was surrounded by more than 10 men of sacrifice from the Ling family. As long as the Ling family was in danger, they would step forward with resolute eyes, silently blocking knives, and bravely die. Although it seemed like a long time had passed, only a few minutes had passed. The 5th courtyard of the Ling family was littered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. There were more than 50 corpses on the ground, and broken limbs were everywhere. Blood was splattered everywhere. Among the 50 corpses, there were only 6 of the enemy's ninjas. This was definitely a bloody battle, and it wasn't any worse than the scene at the Chen family's courtyard in the southern suburbs. In an instant, the Ling family had become a living hell. The people of the Ling family had already killed until their eyes turned red. They watched as their brothers and comrades died in battle one by one, falling tragically to the ground. Their teeth chattered loudly, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, they refused to retreat even half a step. Knife energy swept through the air, and sword energy pierced through the air. The wind from the fists, the wind from the palms, the cries of swords, and the sounds of weapons colliding with each other rang out incessantly. However, there were very few miserable screams. The Japanese ninjas were like cats toying with mice, each of them killing silently. They were ninjas, and even if they were injured, they didn't feel any pain. After sealing their acupoints and performing a simple treatment to stop the bleeding, they immediately rejoined the battle. Their eyes were still cold as they harvested the lives of the Ling family's men of sacrifice. When the Ling family saw this, no matter how injured or on the verge of death, they all stopped screaming. That was because they understood that screaming was useless. It would only increase the killing intent of the enemy and destroy their own morale. The Japanese ninjas were famous for their endurance, but the Ling family's men of sacrifice were famous for their stubbornness and unfear of death. They weren't afraid of death, much less pain. Chui Lao's heart was bleeding. He didn't dare to make a move because he knew that the two strongest ninjas of the enemy hadn't made a move yet. He was the strongest person in the Ling family, and he had to protect the safety of the 7 members of the Ling family. He had to fight with all his might until Ling Yun arrived. Among everyone in the Ling family, only Chui Lao was qualified to fight against the enemy's strongest ninjas. That was because he was the only one who had learned Ling Yun's Dragon Elephant Divine Force. Chui Lao had tested it before. If he used the Dragon Elephant Divine Force to its limit, he could explode with 6 times his combat power. He could fight 2 levels above him in a short period of time, which was equivalent to an expert at the pinnacle of Xianxia realm level 5. Chui Lao used his qigong and danced around the battlefield like a butterfly. He tried his best to protect the Ling family members, saving as many lives as he could. As long as he could save them, he would use the healing talismans to heal them. Because of the huge difference in strength between the two sides, the Ling family suffered heavy losses. Very soon, there were less than 50 men of sacrifice on the Ling family's side. Seeing that the battle couldn't go on like this, Ling Lai ordered the Ling family to retreat. He led the Ling family to retreat towards the 6th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral home. "Old Mr. Ling, please retreat with your family. I, Chester, will hold them off for you." Chester had made his move long ago. He had lived for almost 80 years, and he hadn't lived in vain. Ling Yun had never told him about his family background, but Ling Yun's surname was Ling, and this was the Ling family. Furthermore, Ling Yun had just rescued his second uncle, Ling Yu. If Chester still didn't know that this was Ling Yun's family, he might as well kill himself with a piece of tofu. Now that Ling Yun's family was in trouble, how could Chester just sit back and watch? He had seen these ninjas in the Chen family and heard about the power of the Japanese ninjas when he was in America. However, he was already a viscount now. He didn't need to transform to be equivalent to an expert at Xiantian realm level 5. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of these Japanese ninjas. Chester loved fighting, and his recovery ability was heaven-defying. Therefore, when he arrived at the 5th courtyard, he attacked almost at the same time as Ling Lai. It could be said that out of the 6 ninjas that died, 4 of them were killed by Chester. However, ninjas were ninjas after all. They were very fast, and all of them knew escape techniques. They appeared and disappeared unpredictably, which caused a lot of trouble for Chester. Chester couldn't hit them at all, which made him angrier and angrier. However, Ling Yun didn't allow him to transform. Chester had always remembered Ling Yun's words and didn't dare to disobey. The Ling family retreated to the 6th courtyard like a receding tide. The Japanese ninjas didn't chase after them immediately. Instead, they stood neatly in 3 rows, waiting for the orders of the 2 leaders. Chester stood in front of the gate between the 5th and 6th courtyards, feeling gloomy inwardly. *T. I just sent a message to Paul. Why isn't he here yet? He's too slow. Damn it. Chester was depressed. Actually, it wasn't that Paul was slow, but that the battle was too intense and fast. Only a few minutes had passed since the start of the battle, and Paul didn't know the exact location of the Ling family. He would need some time to find it even if he flew. In the 6th courtyard of the Ling family, the remaining 50 men of sacrifice stood silently in 5 rows, blocking the way of Ling Lai and the rest. Their eyes were bloodshot, radiating hatred as they stared at the 30 Japanese ninjas in the front yard. They couldn't wait to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Death warriors were also human beings. More than 100 brothers who had trained together and lived together day and night had died in the blink of an eye. All of them had become ghosts under the saber. This kind of hatred had long been engraved in their bones and flowed in their blood. "Master, you're injured." Chui Lao walked silently in front of Ling Lai and the rest. He couldn't help but ask when he saw the wound on Ling Lai's shoulder. The wound was about half a foot long, and the wound was deep enough to reach the bone. Chui Lao could not help but ask in pain. "It's fine." Ling Lai waved his hand, and his eyes were filled with hatred and anger. "Chen Jingtian, you old man. How dare you lay such a vicious hand on my Ling family? As long as my Ling family survives tonight, I'll personally take your dog life." Ling Lai roared. Chui Lao didn't reply. He silently used a healing talisman on Ling Lai to heal his wound before looking at Ling Zhen and Ling Yu. Ling Zhen was injured in 2 places as well. His chest and thigh were slashed, and his flesh was exposed. Ling Yu's cultivation was the lowest, so he suffered the heaviest injuries. Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, and Ling Li flew over and used their healing talismans to heal Ling Zhen and Ling Yu's wounds before Cui Lao could say anything. In the fifth courtyard, the two leaders of the ninjas looked at each other and sneered. Yamada-kun, the healing item that the opponent used is the most mysterious talisman in Huaxia. Since that's the case, it seems like we have to make a move. We have to kill them in an instant. The other leader smiled coldly and said, Mitsui-kun, do you want to kill the people of the Ling family or that member of the blood clan? Please choose one. The leader of the ninjas, Mitsui, had a pair of broom-like eyebrows and a pair of triangular eyes that radiated a cold and cruel light. He stared at the Ling family members in the sixth courtyard and laughed coldly. Yamada-kun, I'll be in charge of slaughtering the 4 Xiantian masters of the Ling family. As for the blood clan member, I'll leave him to you. Yamada knew that during the anti-Japanese war, the Mitsui family had sent a total of 500 ninjas to follow the Japanese army across the ocean to invade Huaxia. In the end, they were all killed by Huaxia patriots, and not a single one escaped back to Japan. Thus, the Mitsui family had a deep-rooted hatred for the ancient martial arts masters of Huaxia. Yamada didn't intend to fight with Mitsui. After all, as long as the two of them attacked, the Ling family would be destroyed in an instant. Thus, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he waved his hand lightly and ordered the remaining 28 Japanese ninjas coldly, kill. Leave no one alive. Under Yamada's command, the Japanese ninjas immediately raised their swords with both hands and silently surged towards the sixth courtyard of the Ling family like a tidal wave. At the same time, Yamada and Mitsui's figures disappeared without a trace. Ninja's escape technique. Cui Lao's bronze-colored face changed when he saw this. He shouted, Master, be careful. All men of sacrifice, protect the Ling family. Cui Lao knew that the two ninjas had made their moves, and the most critical and dangerous moment had arrived. With a loud roar, he immediately unleashed the Dragon Elephant Divine Force and pushed his power to the limit. His combat strength instantly increased by more than 6 times. His strength, speed, Xiantian True Qi, 5 senses, and 6 senses were all 6 times stronger than the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 2. The Ling family had less than 50 men of sacrifice left, and they split into groups of 10 with tacit understanding. Each of them held a sword in their hands and faced outwards, forming 4 impenetrable circles. The human wall was impenetrable, and everyone's eyes were resolute. Seeing the 30 ninjas swarming towards the sixth courtyard, none of them were afraid. Not a single one of them retreated, and not a single one of them tried to escape. The men of the Ling family would rather die standing than live on their knees. Pa! A loud sound rang out. Chester seized the opportunity when the ninjas jumped over the wall and was the first to move. His body was as fast as lightning, and he grabbed 2 Japanese ninjas with a lower realm, twisted their necks, and slammed them into the air. With Chester's great strength, the heads of the 2 Japanese ninjas were smashed into mush like 2 watermelons, their brains splattering everywhere. Baka! Before Chester could land, he heard an angry shout coming from behind him. A dazzling saber light appeared out of nowhere and shrouded Chester. As he attacked, Yamada could no longer maintain his stealth state. His slender body was exposed, and he flew up. He was only 2 meters away from Chester in the air. *T. I hate ninjutsu. Chester felt a chill run down his spine as he knew he couldn't dodge Yamada's terrifying blade. He couldn't help but roar as he stomped his feet on the high wall. His tall figure shot forward. Dong! Rumble! Chester's stomp created a 2-meter-wide hole in the thick wall, and it collapsed directly. Smoke and dust filled the air. Even though Chester was fast, Yamada's sneak attack was at the early stages of Xiantian Realm Level 7. How could Chester dodge it so easily? Swoosh! The cold blade slashed across Chester's waist, almost cutting him in half. Warm blood gushed out and dyed Chester's body red. Ow! Pain! Excruciating pain. Ever since the embrace, Chester had the body temperature of a human. The blood in his body started to warm up, and his face became rosy. All of these meant that he had the physical characteristics of a human. However, since he had the physical characteristics of a human, his sense of pain was naturally many times stronger than before. How could he endure such a serious injury? Chester faced the sky and roared in pain. He opened his mouth, and two fangs elongated. His eyes turned purple, and his body expanded rapidly. He spread his arms, and his hands turned into two giant claws. Flap. Before his body landed on the ground, Chester flapped his wings and soared into the sky, dodging Yamada's second blade. Esteemed boss, Chester is willing to accept all of your punishment, but I have no choice but to transform now. Chester's body soared once again, reaching a height that Yamada couldn't reach. His purple eyes radiated a fierce and cruel light as he rapidly healed his injured body. That blade just now had seriously injured Chester. The blade that was a foot long had cut into his left waist and came out from the back. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died on the spot. However, even though his injuries were serious, Chester's self-healing ability was terrifying after the embrace. After all, he had purple eyes and had the qualifications to become the Lord of the Blood Clan. If they were to compare status and bloodline, Chester would have long surpassed the Lord of the Blood Clan. Even though the blade in Yamada's hand was incomparably sharp, it wasn't the Devil's Blade or the Dark Storm. Other than causing Chester to bleed, such injuries weren't fatal. Japanese son of AB*TCH, I, Chester, swear to Satan, oh no, to esteemed boss, that I will tear you apart with my own hands. At this moment, the remaining 27 ninjas had already entered the 6th courtyard and were engaged in a bloody battle with the Ling family. Chester didn't dare to delay. He didn't wait for his injuries to heal before he spread his wings and flew down. He extended his claws and pounced towards Yamada. Yamada wasn't afraid at all. He gripped his saber with both hands and swung it in the air again. The dazzling saber energy slashed at Chester again. Humph. Chester flapped his wings and nimbly dodged the blade. At the same time, he flew forward. Just as Yamada's attack was about to end, his sharp claws stretched out like lightning and grabbed Yamada's long blade. His thick arms exerted strength. Kacha! Yamada's long blade broke into two. Whoosh! Chester grabbed Yamada's broken sword and soared into the sky again. His purple eyes scanned the area and locked onto a ninja who was attacking the 4 young men. He threw the broken sword at the ninja, and the shiny sword shot into the ninja's back. The ninja's heart was pierced through. Before he could feel the pain, the 4 youngsters swarmed him and chopped him into minced meat. Chester laughed evilly. Then, he swooped down to stop Yamada, not letting him take half a step into the backyard. Ninjas had martial arts and new escape techniques, while the Blood Clan had wings. They were extremely strong and weren't afraid of getting hurt. The two of them were locked in a fierce battle. Inside the 6th courtyard, 26 ninjas entered the 6th courtyard of the Ling family and immediately split into 4 groups. Each group had 6 to 7 people, and they attacked the 4 human walls formed by the Ling family's men of sacrifice. Family Head's Order. Ling family's men of sacrifice, you don't have to protect me, Ling Lai. Go and protect Ling Yong, Ling Xiao, and the rest. Kill. When Ling Lai saw the enemies rushing in, he let out a roar and gave the order. At the same time, he jumped out of the protective circle formed by the Ling family's men of sacrifice. He took the lead and swung his sword at the Japanese ninja who was charging at the front. The family head's order couldn't be disobeyed. Seeing how Ling Lai was leading the charge, the Ling family's men of sacrifice all had tears in their eyes as they charged towards the 4 youngsters. Together with the original 10 men of sacrifice, they desperately blocked the first wave of attacks from the 7 ninjas. The 7 Ling family's men of sacrifice fell to the ground with serious injuries. The price paid by the 7 ninjas was 3 light injuries, 2 broken arms, and 2 broken legs. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely tragic. This was the moment of bloodshed. Everyone understood that the family head was risking his life for them to protect the future of the Ling family. How could they not fight with their lives? It could be said that as long as they could move, even if the Ling family's men of sacrifice were heavily injured, they would bite off a piece of flesh from the ninjas. I don't need your protection. Kill. Ling Zhan and Ling Yu naturally didn't want to fall behind since the old master had already jumped out. They flew out at the same time and landed on Ling Lai's left and right. They brandished their swords and stabbed 1 person each. At the same time, they were injured again. Family heads, second master, be careful. Chui Lao shouted anxiously. At the same time, he increased his perception to the maximum, paying close attention to the slightest movement in the air. He was searching for the hiding spot of the ninja leader. However, the heavy breathing in the courtyard, the sounds of swords clashing, saber aura, sword aura, palm wind, and fist wind were too chaotic. Even with the dragon elephant divine force, Cui Lao couldn't pinpoint Mitsui's hiding spot. Hee, that's for the best. Saves me the trouble. Mitsui used his escape technique to hide in the dark. He was actually standing less than 10 meters away from the Ling family. He made use of the chaos in the courtyard to sneak over to Ling Lai's side. Actually, 10 meters wasn't considered a distance for Mitsui, who was at the early stages of Xiantian realm level 7. However, he wasn't satisfied. He even wanted to kill Cui Lao, who wasn't far away from the Ling family. Of course, Ling Lai and his two sons knew that Mitsui had used his escape technique to hide. However, the Ling family had lost more than 10 men of sacrifice. Other than the few people present, the rest of the Ling family was practically dead. They didn't care about their lives anymore. They just wanted to kill one person without paying a price. Killing two people would be killing one person. The three of them formed an inverted triangle with Ling Zhen on the left and Ling Yu on the right. They stood in front of Ling Lai and once again clashed with the Xiantian realm ninjas. However, without the Ling family's men of sacrifice to block the blades for them, the inadequacy of their realm was revealed. Very quickly, all of them were injured, and they switched from offense to defense. They were pushed back by the 5 to 6 Xiantian realm ninjas. TSK. Very quickly, the Ling family's father and son were all injured. Their bodies trembled, and a fatal gap appeared in their defense. Kill. Mitsui finally found an opportunity to kill them. He let out a sinister laugh and roared. The long sword in his hand was like a silver waterfall, cutting through the night sky and enveloping the Ling family's father and son. A sure kill attack. The Ling family had truly sunk into a crisis. To be continued. Before Mitsui made his move, a surge of murderous intent filled the entire courtyard. It was cold and chilling, making people shiver uncontrollably. Cui Lao finally grasped Mitsui's position, and his expression changed drastically. He pushed his Qinggong to the limit and shot towards the ball of light like a bolt of lightning. He brandished the long knife in his hand, blade severing heaven and earth. Cui Lao attacked without defending. Even if he couldn't force Mitsui to retreat, he had to block this blow for the three of them. Otherwise, he would be letting down Ling Lai, the Ling family, and young master Ling Yun. At the same time, a huge, black, winged figure descended from the sky above the Ling family's ancestral home and rushed into the dazzling ball of light. This was Mitsui's sure kill blow, and it contained all of his strength. The knife was like a real substance, and the knife light was like a waterfall, fierce and fierce. Dang, 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 dang. For sounds of metal clashing could be heard, Cui Lao had also used all the skills he had accumulated in his lifetime. With the dragon elephant divine force multiplied by 6 times, he was the first to block Mitsui's dazzling long blade. Cui Lao rushed forward without a care for his life. He only knew how extraordinary this blow was when he felt it. He instantly knew that the Ling family was finished. This was because Cui Lao had personally experienced this blow 18 years ago. If not for Ling Yun's birth mother, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, who had been pregnant for 9 months, blocking it personally, no one in the Ling family would have been able to. Clang! The long knife in Cui Lao's hand was broken, and half of the blade flew into the sky. Cui Lao's body shook violently, and the web between his thumb and index finger split open. Fresh blood gushed out, and he let go of the remaining knife handle. Pfff. Cui Lao felt a sweetness in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying high into the sky by Mitsui's astral saber. A thin, straight cut appeared on his arms and chest before it rapidly enlarged. His skin and flesh were flipped outwards as fresh blood gushed out and splattered into the sky. Then, Cui Lao's body landed heavily in the 7th courtyard of the Ling family. He couldn't even lift his hands, let alone use the healing talismans to heal himself. While his external injuries were severe, his internal injuries were even more severe. The tendons in Cui Lao's arms were broken, and he couldn't move at all. His eyes were bloodshot, and he desperately kicked the ground with both feet in an attempt to stand up. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Finally, he called out to the family head before his head tilted and he collapsed to the ground. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. Cui Lao was severely injured in one move. He was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5, Mitsui had sent Cui Lao flying with ease, but his blade had to slow down a little. The other three sounds of metal clashing were naturally the sound of Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, and Ling Yu's swords being broken and sent flying. If it was just Cui Lao, the Ling father and son wouldn't have been able to escape. Just the blade alone would have been enough to sever their necks. Fortunately, someone arrived in time and stood in front of the Ling father and son without any regard for his own life. He used his huge body and two sturdy wings to form a second line of defense. Paul had finally arrived. When Ling Yan was about to reach the courtyard house in the northwest of Beijing, Paul had already received Chester's message and set off in a hurry. However, he knew that there were many mysterious and powerful existences in Beijing, so he didn't dare to transform and fly. He could only run along the 5th Ring Road and search slowly. However, the Ling family's mansion wasn't close to the 5th Ring Road, and there were many tall buildings on the 5th Ring Road. It wasn't easy to find. That was why Paul was delayed. However, he received a call from Ling Yan just when he couldn't find it. Ling Yan asked him to transform completely and fly to the Ling family's mansion as fast as possible. He didn't even let him hang up the phone and pointed him in the direction along the way. As Ling Yan got closer and closer to the Ling family, he could see more clearly. He knew that the Ling family was in danger, and he was burning with anxiety. How could he care so much? There was a saying that people wished they could grow wings, but Ling Yan was stepping on the winged earl of the blood clan, Pierce. It would take some time to cover a distance of more than 30 kilometers, no matter how fast he was. Ling Yan personally ordered Paul over the phone to reach the Ling family as fast as possible and not to fight. Whoever Cui Lao was protecting, Paul had to protect at all costs. Naturally, Paul didn't dare to delay. After transforming and flying into the sky, he realized that he was less than a kilometer away from the Ling family. Therefore, he immediately spread his wings and flew above the Ling family. He kept increasing his speed, flying lower and lower. The moment Mitsui appeared, Paul happened to be about 60 to 70 meters above the Ling family. Therefore, he dove down. Paul had to protect whoever Cui Lao was protecting. Cui Lao was protecting the Ling father and son, so Paul naturally stood in front of the Ling father and son. Cui Lao used his long blade and flesh to block Mitsui's first attack, while Paul used his huge body and two wings to block Mitsui's second attack. Paul was severely injured the moment he arrived. His two huge wings were split apart by the blade, leaving only 4 wings. His entire chest was cut open by the blade, and blood gushed out like a fountain. However, even so, Paul wasn't able to block Mitsui's blade completely. Even though Mitsui was Japanese, his sure kill attack was too domineering and terrifying. Behind Paul, Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, and Ling Yu's swords were broken, and their perlicues were torn. Their bodies shook violently as they were sent flying by the blade. The innate true chi surrounding the three of them couldn't even withstand a single blow from such a horrifying saber. A deep cut appeared on each of their chests, which went through their chests. Their flesh and blood flowed out in a horrifying manner. Dong, dong, dong. The father and son slammed into the wall behind them at the same time. Ling Zhen's realm was the highest, so he didn't care about his injuries at all. He immediately flew towards Ling Lai. Father. Ling Zhen knelt in front of Ling Lai, and tears of blood flowed from his eyes. I'm useless. I'm not worthy of being the head of the Ling family. I can't protect the Ling family. Ling Lai smiled bitterly. I won't die yet. Don't worry about me. Quick, go and see Cui Lao. Cui Lao used his life to exchange for the lives of 3 of us. We can't let him die. Ling Lai took out a bunch of healing talismans and passed them to Ling Zhen so that he could treat Cui Lao first. Ling Lai's right arm hung limply on the ground. His new injury had triggered his old one, and he couldn't move at all. Ling Zhen already knew how to use the healing talismans. Even though he was heavily injured, he somehow had the strength to heal Ling Lai and Ling Yu's injuries with 7 or 8 healing talismans. Then, he said to Ling Yu, second brother, you have to protect father's life even if it costs your life. With that, he dashed towards the 7th courtyard of the Ling family. At this moment, Paul was in so much pain that he was going crazy. Like Chester, he broke Mitsui's long sword in a domineering manner before fighting him to the death. Mitsui couldn't help but let out a weird laugh after severely injuring 4 Xiantian realm experts and a Blood Clan viscount. His figure moved swiftly, and he started to fight Paul. On the other side of the battlefield, 6 Xiantian realm ninjas and 15 Hotian realm ninjas had already surrounded the 4 juniors of the Ling family. They would only need a minute at most to kill the remaining Ling family warriors and the 4 juniors of the Ling family. Grandpa. Father. Second uncle. Cui Lao. Ling Yong, Ling Xiu, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were protected by the Ling family's death warriors. They could only watch helplessly as the 4 juniors were severely injured. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and they cried out in pain. However, they couldn't help at all. Their realms were too low. Leave that girl for me. I want to enjoy her to my heart's content. That pretty girl is much more beautiful than the Japanese actresses. Mitsui was still thinking about this matter while he was fighting the crazed Paul. He was afraid that his subordinates would hurt Ling Xiu, so he hurriedly reminded them. King Japanese dogs, CK your ancestors. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li immediately started cursing when they heard Mitsui's words. Everyone in front of them was the Ling family's mortal enemy. If they had the strength, they would have charged forward and sliced Mitsui into pieces. Swoosh, a death warrior in front of Ling Yong was sent flying by a Xiantian realm ninja. Bam! That Xiantian realm ninja followed up with a kick and sent Ling Yong flying. Ling Yong spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. His body was like a kite with a broken string as he fell towards the 7th courtyard. Son. Ling Zhen, who had just finished treating Cui Lao's external injuries, felt a sharp pain in his heart when he saw Ling Yong. He rushed forward and caught the falling Ling Yong. The remaining black-yellow true qi in his body continuously flowed into Ling Yong's body to protect his heart meridians. Father, our Ling family is finished. Ling Yong's face was as white as a sheet, and he couldn't stop coughing up blood. Don't spout nonsense. Ling Zhen shouted at Ling Yong, who was in his arms, as tears streamed down his face. In the front yard, one of the Ling family's death warriors was broken through. Another Xiantian realm ninja let out a strange laugh as he chopped off the head of a Ling family's death warrior. He didn't even care about the sword that the death warrior thrust at him. Instead, he raised his hand and grabbed at Ling Xiu's chest. Pretty girl, get to work. You have to sleep with us Japanese ninjas. Ling Xiu's beautiful eyes were filled with intense hatred. She slashed her sword at the ninja's dog paw, but her sword was sent flying by the ninja's longsword. Ha 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 ha. That ninja laughed maniacally as he extended his arm once again. Ling Xiu, Ling Feng, and Ling Li roared in anger. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop this from happening. Ling Yu, who was watching from afar, was infuriated. He stood up with all his might and flew towards the battle, right at this moment. Swoosh! With a whooshing sound, a bone-chilling cold arrow shot down from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying chill and blazing killing intent. In an instant, it pierced through the Xiantian realm ninja's head, directly piercing through his body. The bloody tip of the arrow came out from his crotch, instantly drilling into the hard ground, firmly nailing him to the ground. This scene was as though that Xiantian realm ninja had a third leg between his legs. He died instantly, and his body swayed back and forth, but he didn't fall at all. Everyone looked up in shock. Ling Yun had arrived. To be continued. Ling family's ancestral residence, 40 meters above the 6th courtyard. Ling Yun stood on the back of Earl Pierce, a humanoid bird. He was dressed in black, and his face was covered with a black mask. Only his handsome eyes could be seen. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent as he looked down at the 22 Japanese ninjas who were still alive. It was as though he was looking at 22 cold corpses. He held a pure golden longbow in his right hand and stood there majestically. Everyone looked up from below and felt that he was a god, or a god of death from hell. A single arrow, a distance of 40 meters, killed a Xiantian realm ninja with a single arrow, and firmly nailed him to the hard ground. This scene shocked everyone on both sides, and the battle between the two sides suddenly stopped. The power of the arrow stunned all the Japanese ninjas. Even Yamada and Mitsui stopped fighting and jumped out of the battle. They looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with shock. they couldn't see through Ling Yun's cultivation at a distance of 40 meters. Who was this person riding on a member of the blood clan? Ling Yun opened his mouth slowly and said in a hoarse voice, "Your Chunin, Xiantian realm level 7 Akamatsu, was just killed by me." Baka! Baka! Dozens of Baka's roars were heard. The Japanese ninjas instantly knew that the newcomers were the ones who had killed Akamatsu. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror, fear, and anger. "Oh! I forgot to tell you guys. I've sent the 6 Japanese ninjas that Akamatsu brought with him to the afterlife as well, so that they can keep each other company on their way to the afterlife." Ling Yun's eyes flashed with sarcasm. His murderous intent was boundless as he spoke coldly. Ling Yun's divine sense could already cover a radius of 80 meters. From 40 meters in the air, he could cover most of the 6th and 7th courtyards of the Ling family. He could tell that even though Cui Lao was seriously injured, his external injuries had all healed. As for Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, and Ling Yong, their injuries weren't as serious as Cui Lao's. Baka! Mitsui was infuriated. In a flash, he snatched the long sword from the hands of a Xiantian realm ninja beside him. Then, he stomped his feet on the ground and raised his sword with both hands. He leaped into the air and shot towards Ling Yun. He was using the most famous Japanese sword technique, downwind sword slash. "Are you in a hurry to die? It's not that cheap." The devil's blade had already appeared in his left hand. He tapped lightly on Pierce's back with the tip of his foot and leaped down. Holding the blade in one hand, he directly used Raging Skykiller against Mitsui, who had jumped up. The jet-black glow of the devil's blade was more than 20 meters long. It transformed into a pitch-black screen and slashed towards Mitsui's head. Whoosh! The 2 sabers met in the air, and the sound of the huge saber impact was like a cannonball exploding in the air. Bang! Mitsui's shiny long sword had a 2-centimeter cut from Ling Yun's thunderous slash. Even the protection of his Xiantian realm level 7 earth chi was useless. On the way here, Ling Yun had drunk quite a lot of dragon saliva, replenishing the spiritual energy in his body. Once the spiritual energy from the dragon saliva entered his body, Ling Yun immediately channeled the yin-yang harmony balance to adjust his mental state to its peak state. Although Mitsui was enraged and unleashed his full power, killing the 4 people from the Ling family had already exhausted a lot of his power. Furthermore, he had been fighting Paul, who had an immortal body, for such a long time, so he was no longer in peak condition. Moreover, he had committed a huge taboo by jumping 50 meters from the ground to kill Ling Yun. Not only was that wishful thinking, but he had also reaped what he sowed. Ling Yun was in his peak condition. His murderous intent was limitless, and his battle intent was high. Facing Mitsui in this state, it would be strange if he didn't suppress him. Ling Yun's devil's blade pressed down on Mitsui's body until both of his feet landed on the ground. His body sank from the pressure, and both of his feet crushed the limestone floor beneath him, all the way up to his knees. Behind Mitsui, there was a pitch-black crack that was 2 fingers wide, half a foot deep, and more than 20 meters long on the seamless limestone floor. This was caused by Ling Yun's blade. Still trying to be arrogant? The devil's blade in Ling Yun's left hand pressed down on Mitsui, who couldn't move for a moment. Then, he kicked Mitsui's crotch and sent him flying. Bam! Ow! A miserable howl, Mitsui abruptly threw away the long sword in his hand, his hands clutching tightly at his manhood. His body flew backward, smashing a human-shaped hole in the wall of the Ling family's courtyard. After flying for a distance, he landed in the middle of the 5th courtyard, rolling on the ground in pain. No matter what realm a person cultivated to, their family jewels were definitely one of the weakest parts of their body. How could Mitsui's family jewels withstand the force of Ling Yun's kick? His family jewels exploded with a single kick. Mush! Ling Yun and Mitsui took advantage of each other. The main reason was that Mitsui underestimated his opponent. At the same time, he didn't know that Ling Yun was a strength-type fighter. That was why he suffered such a huge loss. Mitsui covered his crotch with both hands and rolled on the ground a few times. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. What if Ling Yun chased after him again? He immediately stopped rolling and held. Panicking, he used his escape technique to hide himself. Ling Yun used his divine sense to see Mitsui hiding his body. He had a pained expression on his face as he covered his crotch with both hands. His entire body was bent over like a shrimp as he hid in a dark corner. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh coldly. After sending Mitsui flying with a kick, Ling Yan didn't move at all. As long as Mitsui didn't escape, he wasn't in a hurry. Mitsui had to be killed slowly. Even cutting him 3,600 times was too little for Ling Yan. He killed a Xianxia realm ninja with one arrow, beheaded a Chunin Mitsui with one slash, and blew him up with one kick. Once Ling Yan arrived, the entire situation of the Ling family was turned around. The prestige of the Ling family soared, and everyone's eyes shone with excitement. Honorable Master, Chester didn't listen to your orders and couldn't help but transform. Please punish me, boss. Chester came in front of Ling Yan anxiously and said respectfully and timidly. Humph, of course I will punish you. However, it's not because you transformed. It's because you transformed too late. You only know how to listen to orders but don't know how to judge the situation. Ling Yan snorted coldly and frowned at Chester. However, through this point, Ling Yan realized how powerful the embrace and the blood oath contract were. Ling Yan knew that Chester only dared to transform as a last resort. He had protected the Ling family, so he naturally wouldn't really punish him. Chester's expression changed when he heard that Ling Yan was really going to punish him. He hurriedly looked for Paul for help, but Paul shrugged his shoulders and smiled helplessly, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Chester, Paul, Joyce, and Pierce, listen up. There are 22 Japanese ninjas in the yard tonight. Don't let a single one of them escape. If anyone tries to escape, I'll smash their legs. Of course, you can go and smash them now if you have nothing to do. I don't mind. But remember, you can only smash their legs. Yes. Boss. Yes. Honorable Master. The four of them listened to the order respectfully. Joyce had long thrown the half-dead Xianxia to the side. He and Pierce flapped their huge wings and started circling the 20 or so Japanese ninjas. They were thinking about who to attack first. With two earls and their complete transformation guarding the place, it was impossible for these ninjas to escape even if they wanted to. Of course, Ling Yan would personally cripple anyone who dared to use the escape technique to escape. Paul and Chester had suffered greatly in the hands of Mitsui and Yamada. Both of them hated these ninjas to the core. They rushed into the crowd of ninjas as soon as Ling Yan gave the order. Other than Yamada and Mitsui, none of the ninjas were a match for Paul and Chester. Very quickly, the courtyard was filled with cracking sounds and the miserable groans of the Japanese ninjas. Devil Chester was the most direct. He directly grabbed the Japanese ninja's leg and twisted it fiercely. Crack! A Japanese ninja's leg was broken at the knee. After breaking one leg, he switched to another one. He didn't dare to be careless. For every ninja who had their legs severed, Ling Yan immediately used his unique technique to seal their acupuncture points. They couldn't move at all and had to endure the torment. Even if they wanted to commit suicide by biting their tongues or taking poison, they couldn't even think about it. This was definitely retribution. Ling Yan didn't believe in the saying that a gentleman's revenge was never too late. He took his revenge on the spot. This made everyone in the Ling family excited. They had finally gotten their revenge after fighting for so long. However, Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, and Ling Li looked at the masked Ling Yan excitedly. Their eyes flashed with admiration, shock, and bewilderment. They thought to themselves, our Ling family has fallen to such a state and is about to be destroyed. Which hero is actually willing to save us? Wasn't he afraid of the collective revenge of the martial arts world? Other than Yamada and Mitsui, there were only 20 people left on the Japanese ninja side. Chester and the other three quickly completed the task that Ling Yan had given them. All the Japanese ninjas' legs were either broken or smashed. Their acupoints were all sealed, and they were all lying on the ground in pain, unable to move. After these 20 ninjas were all crippled, Ling Yan flew into the air. The pure gold bow appeared in his hands once again. He knocked an arrow. Ling Yan instantly aimed at the invisible Mitsui and let go. The bowstring vibrated with a buzzing sound. The distance was too close. There was no whooshing sound at all. Two sharp arrows pierced Mitsui's knees, shattering his kneecaps and pinning him to the ground. Not only did the arrowheads shatter Mitsui's kneecaps and pin him to the ground, but they were also imbued with Ling Yan's purine qi. The arrowheads and arrow shafts were -80 degrees Celsius. The purine chi contained in the arrows froze the blood vessels in Mitsui's legs. Mitsui, who had just made up his mind to cut off his family jewels, didn't expect that his escape technique would be so useless in Ling Yan's eyes. "Now, you're the only one left." Ling Yan smiled coldly and landed on the ground. He turned to the stunned Yamada and said lightly, "Now, you're the only one left." In the blink of an eye, the executioner who saw human life as worthless became a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Chester's group of 4 had charged into the group of ninjas and broken the legs of the 20 ninjas. Such a terrifying scene could only be seen in the 18th level of Hell. As the commander of this operation and a Xianxia realm level 7 chunin, it wasn't that Yamada didn't want to resist. However, Ling Yan's overbearing aura and shocking killing intent locked onto Yamada like a cage. As long as he dared to move, Ling Yan wouldn't hesitate to deal with him. Therefore, Yamada could only watch as the ninjas he brought had their legs broken one by one. Yamada didn't expect Ling Yan to be able to control his aura so easily. Every ninja who had their legs broken had their acupoints sealed by Ling Yan easily. They couldn't even commit suicide if they wanted to. Finally, Ling Yan shot up into the sky after all 20 ninjas had their legs broken. Yamada thought that Ling Yan was going to attack him, so he decided to give it his all. Just as he was about to kill Ling Yan, he realized that Ling Yan had retracted his aura. Ling Yan took a stroll in the air and shot 2 arrows at Mitsui, who was in the 5th courtyard. Everything happened too quickly, and Ling Yan's speed was too fast. Mitsui, who was recuperating in peace, was heavily injured by Ling Yan's sneak attack. Yamada, who wanted to go all out and attack with all his might, was ignored by Ling Yan. He raised his blade with both hands and got into a stance. The aura he released was shocking, but he suddenly realized that his opponent had disappeared. This feeling of punching air with all his might made Yamada want to vomit blood. In the eyes of Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, and Ling Li, Ling Yan, and the rest saw Ling Yan intimidating all the ninjas and suffocating them. They only saw Chester and the other 3 legendary devils of the Blood Clan breaking the legs of their enemies cruelly. They didn't know that there was such a soul-stirring battle going on behind the scenes. It wasn't difficult for Chester and the other 3 to break the legs of the 20 ninjas when the situation was one-sided. Ling Yan first loosened the reins only to grasp them better before creating a diversion. He played 2 Xiantian realm level 7 ninjas by himself. That was the most impressive thing about him. Mitsui was pinned to the ground by the 2 arrows. Not only did the 2 arrows shatter his kneecaps, but they also caused him to kneel on the green stone floor. Moreover, the 2 arrows carried a terrifying yin chi that froze the blood vessels in Mitsui's legs. Not to mention escaping or hiding, it was difficult for him to move at all. Yamada was still secretly discussing with Mitsui on how to escape. Now, he realized that he was alone in the blink of an eye. On the Ling family's side, those who didn't know what was going on were shocked and even completely stunned. That was because they didn't expect an ancient martial arts master from Xianxia to appear out of thin air just as the Ling family was about to be annihilated. He turned the entire situation around. However, since he was an ancient martial arts master from Xianxia, how could he make those arrogant, noble, and powerful members of the Blood Clan willingly call him master? He had black hair and black eyes. He was obviously from Xianxia. Also, how could that dazzling golden bow in his hands disappear into thin air? How did that black saber with an extremely cool curve appear out of thin air? And those sharp arrows that appeared out of thin air? Xiaxia's ancient martial arts master, the master of the Blood Clan in the West, and the most mysterious magician? How cool. Ling Feng had already run to Ling Yu's side and couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked on with his mouth agape. I must be his disciple. Ling Li's eyes were resolute, and his slightly immature face flashed with uncontrollable excitement. Ling Xiao carefully supported her grandfather, Ling Lai, but her beautiful eyes were locked on Ling Yun. To be more precise, she was locked onto Ling Yun's eyes. Ling Xiao was 5 years old when the Ling family met with a calamity 18 years ago. She had been intelligent since she was young, and her memory was amazing. She could never forget that pair of eyes, her third aunt, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, the one who looked down on the world and looked down on everyone. That pair of eyes was breathtakingly beautiful. They were too similar. Almost exactly the same. Was third aunt finally born again? But he was obviously a man. Ling Xiao couldn't figure it out. No matter how smart she was, she wouldn't have thought that the person in front of her was the biological son of her third uncle and third aunt. Father, This is the senior who single-handedly fought hundreds of experts from the Qin family and rescued me from the Qin family. Ling Yu looked at Ling Yun and thought about how he looked like an unparalleled god of death in the Qin family's mansion in the southern suburbs. Ling Yu said to Ling Lai emotionally. Ling Yu knew that as long as Ling Yun appeared, the Ling family would be saved. Even if the Qin family sent thousands of troops, the Ling family wouldn't have to be afraid. Now, Ling Yun represented the invincible god of war in Ling Yu's eyes. Little did he know that Ling Lai knew who Ling Yun was the moment he appeared. At the Ling family's most critical moment, his precious grandson appeared and turned the tide of the battle. Ling Lai's heart was filled with joy. His eyes, which had already dimmed due to his injuries and despair, sparkled with tears. He almost called Ling Yun his precious grandson, such a good grandson, he had to be. He was definitely his precious grandson. However, Ling Yun's identity couldn't be revealed for the time being. Even though Ling Lai was trembling with excitement, he could only endure it. He had already decided when Ling Yun's identity would be announced to the world. This was entirely up to Ling Yun to decide. Ling Yun would reveal himself to the public whenever he felt it was appropriate. The old man didn't care about anything else. To have such a precious grandson, he could rest in peace even if he closed his eyes right now. Ling Lai was extremely satisfied. Second brother, you're not allowed to call him senior in the future. He's not worthy of it. Ling Lai said to Ling Yu while enduring the pain from his internal injuries. What kind of person was Ling Yun? He was stunned for a moment before a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Ling Lai wanted to laugh out loud, but his internal injuries were too severe. He coughed up blood the moment he opened his mouth. However, he still nodded at Ling Yu excitedly like a child, telling him that he had guessed correctly. Ling Yu was so excited that he felt his blood rush to his head. His scalp went numb, and his neck stiffened. Every joint in his body was trembling as if reminding him that Ling Yun, whom he and his third brother had been searching for, had finally returned to the Ling family. Heaven has eyes. Ling Yu looked up at the sky and cheered in his heart. Hot tears streamed down his handsome face. After this battle, the Ling family was left with 36 men of sacrifice. They were split into two groups and stood in front of Ling Lai, Ling Yu, and the rest. Everyone was heavily injured, and blood flowed from their bodies. Blood flowed like a river under their feet, but none of them made a sound. Now, they were only left with excitement and agitation. Murderous intent exploded from their bodies, and they couldn't wait to charge forward and kill the 20 Japanese ninjas to avenge their fallen brothers, Chester, Paul, Joyce, and Pierce, the 4 members of the Blood Clan, all transformed and split into 4 directions, completely sealing off Yamada's escape route. 4 pairs of purple eyes stared at Yamada, causing him to tremble in fear. Yamada knew that it was impossible for him to escape. All he could do was stall for time and wait for the Chen family to send reinforcements. Now, his intestines were green with regret. If he and Mitsui had acted earlier, even if it was just a minute earlier, the Ling family would have been annihilated easily. Unfortunately, they were too arrogant. Acting cool would get one struck by lightning. Ling Yun sneered as he walked forward and stood 5 meters in front of Yamada. His gaze was like ice and snow that would never melt. He said to Yamada, "Mr. Chunin, are you trying to struggle on your deathbed? Alright, I'll give you a chance. Tell me, how do you want to fight?" Yamada-Kwan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at the 4 members of the Blood Clan who were flapping their wings, fangs, claws, and ferocious expressions. He forced himself to calm down and said guiltily, "Ancient martial arts expert of China, please respect the spirit of a martial artist. I want to fight you one-on-one." Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh. "One-on-one, right? Very well." Ling Yun then waved his hand at the 4 servants of the Blood Clan. His eyes turned cold, and he said, "Attack together, fight him one-on-one." "One-on-one? I'll fight you, my *SS. We'll fight you one-on-one." "Oh, boss, you really have the spirit of a warrior. One-on-one battles should be like this." Chester laughed weirdly as he praised Ling Yun. Before he finished his sentence, his figure flashed, and he was the first to charge at Yamada. Chester was known as the Devil and loved to fight. He had never suffered such a huge loss in Ling Yun's hands before. He swore that he would tear Yamada apart with his own hands after being ambushed by Yamada. Now that the opportunity was here, of course he would fight to be the first. Joyce and Pierce saw that their chance to show off in front of Ling Yun had finally arrived. They immediately pounced down from 10 meters in the air and extended their steel-green arms. Sharp claws that were comparable to metal extended towards Yamada. Baka! Yamada roared angrily, but he had no choice but to resist. However, he couldn't even defeat Viscount Chester with his bare hands, let alone two earls. The long sword in Yamada's hand was instantly broken by Pierce. Then all that was left was to be beaten. Pung! Dong! Kacha! The 6 gigantic wings formed a black wall, leaving Yamada with no way to escape. Even Paul, whose wings were broken, couldn't get in. He could only smile helplessly. Baka! Yamada was forced to scream in pain. However, as a Xiantian Realm Level 7 ninja, he was indeed able to take a beating. After being beaten for a while, Yamada's face was swollen, and one of his arms was broken. He had no choice but to find an opening to hide and rush out of the encirclement. Ling Yun laughed coldly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Swoosh! Moving like a rabbit, Ling Yun appeared above Yamada in a flash. He gripped the devil's blade with both hands and shouted, "Have a taste of my downwind slash." Everyone from the Ling family and the men of sacrifice couldn't help but look at each other when they saw how Ling Yun challenged someone to a duel. Ling Lai was also dumbfounded. After a while, he suddenly laughed and said, "This child. Looks like what old Chui said wasn't false." Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, and Ling Li would have laughed if they hadn't just experienced a fierce battle. How could someone who could defeat a Xiantian Realm Level 7 ninja be so shameless? Shameless didn't sound nice. He was the savior of the Ling family, so they could just say that he was unreasonable. The Ling family had narrowly escaped death. Ling Zhen had already arranged for Ling Yong to stay with Cui Lao. He had also called for 2 men of sacrifice to take good care of him. He had come to the 6th courtyard and naturally witnessed everything. Ling Zhen was shocked. According to the information he had gathered recently, he knew that the person in front of him was undoubtedly Ling Yun. That black knife was Ling Yun's signature. For a moment, Ling Zhen was shocked and excited. In addition, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Ling Zhen was the head of the Ling family. Now that the Ling family had been destroyed, there was no meaning for him to live. That was why he swore to protect the Ling family and all its interests. At the same time, Ling Zhen was a filial son. Ling Lai wouldn't have given him the position of the head of the family if he didn't do that. However, among Ling Lai's 3 sons, Ling Zhen had a serious problem, and that was jealousy. Ling Xiao was stronger and more dazzling than him. He was jealous of his 3rd brother and caused him to end up like this. That was how he got the position of the head of the Ling family. Even though the Ling family had declined to this point, he was still the head of the Ling family. Other than the old master, he controlled the life and death of the Ling family. But now, Ling Zhao's son and his 2 sons couldn't even be compared to one Ling Yun. This made Ling Zhen feel even more upset. Ling Yun wasn't just stronger than his 2 sons. He was stronger than everyone in the Ling family. Including Ling Zhen. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. Ling Zhen was focused on Ling Yun, who was in the air. That stunning and mesmerizing strike, there was no blade aura or blade aura. Ling Yun stored all the purine chi within the blade. With a slash, he chopped down on Yamada's shoulder, slicing off his right shoulder and right arm. As Yamada screamed in pain, his entire arm flew off, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. The extreme cold had already frozen the huge wound in the blink of an eye. The purine cold directly rushed into Yamada's body, wreaking havoc, and very quickly destroyed several of Yamada's meridians. Now, Yamada finally understood why Ling Yun only shot 2 arrows to nail Mitsui to the ground so firmly that he couldn't move at all. That was not a simple arrow wound. The most terrifying thing was his purine chi. The purine chi at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9 could reach -80 degrees Celsius. Even a Xiantian Realm Level 7 expert would be ravaged without the protection of his Xiantian True Chi. If Ling Yun used the Arctic Ice technique, he was confident that his purine chi could reach -100 degrees Celsius. That would definitely be the nightmare of anyone below Xiantian Realm Level 7. As for Ling Yun's pure Yang True Chi, it could reach a temperature of 800 degrees Celsius without the divine Yang cultivation technique. It was far higher than the temperature of ordinary flames. It could instantly vaporize ice and cold water. The yin-yang harmony balance was one of the top cultivation techniques in the cultivation world. Of course, it had its unique and heaven-defying features. At the later stages of qi cultivation, the yin-yang harmony balance could even evolve into the infinite qian kuan holy technique. The four of you, get out of the way. Ling Yan instantly appeared beside the severely injured Yamada. He swung the devil's blade wildly. Swoosh! He chopped off both of Yamada's legs. At the same time, his fingers struck Yamada's acupuncture points like the wind. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. Following that, Ling Yan extended his body again. With a somersault, he arrived at the fifth courtyard. Using the same method, he chopped off both of Mitsui's legs and sealed his acupuncture points. Then, he kicked him high into the air. Mitsui landed heavily on the green stone floor and rolled on the ground with Yamada like a bloody gourd. Phew, Ling Yan looked at the 22 ninjas in the yard and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart after finally defeating all the enemies. Ling Yan's arrogance and viciousness made everyone present tremble in fear. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Chester thought to himself, compared to boss, my title as a demon is really unworthy. The four of you, throw these 22 crippled ninjas into the corner of the courtyard. It's disgusting to look at them. Ling Yan ordered Chester and the rest. After settling everything, Ling Yan flew to Ling Lai's side. He tore off the mask on his face and revealed his handsome face. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Ling Lai respectfully. Grandson Ling Yan returns to the Ling family to acknowledge my ancestors and pay my respects to Grandpa. Ling Lai was dumbfounded, Ling Zhen was dumbfounded, Ling Yu was dumbfounded too, Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were all dumbfounded. The 3 of them pointed at Ling Yan's face with their mouths wide open. The expressions in their eyes were as though they had discovered a new continent. Shock, excitement, disbelief, and disbelief, it was indescribable. Ling Yan looked too much like Ling Xiao. He was a replica of Ling Xiao when he was young. It was just that his eyes and the dimples at the corner of his mouth made him more handsome. The men of sacrifice from the Ling family were all dumbfounded when they saw this shocking and dramatic scene. What? The peerless expert who saved the Ling family was actually a descendant of the Ling family? The grandson of the old patriarch? This, they had never seen or heard of this before. Ling Lai never imagined that Ling Yun would kowtow to him and call him grandpa. He was so shocked that he even forgot about his internal injuries. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Hee hee, cough cough cough. In the 7th courtyard, Cui Lao, who had just woken up, happened to hear Ling Yan acknowledging his ancestors and kowtowing to Ling Lai. He endured the pain from his internal injuries and laughed hurriedly. Then, he started coughing violently. Tears of a hero flowed from his eyes. Finally, young master had finally acknowledged his ancestors and returned to the Ling family. Only Cui Lao knew how many life and death situations he had gone through since he found Ling Yun and returned to acknowledge his ancestral roots. It wasn't easy at all. Ling Lai quickly regained his senses. His face was pale as a sheet, and hot tears flowed down his cheeks. He squeezed his eyes shut, and the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched rapidly. He tried his best to maintain his composure. His heart was perturbed, but he accepted Ling Yun's 3 kowtows peacefully. Yun Er. Good child. My good grandson, you're home. Grandpa is happy, very happy. Cough cough cough. Ling Lai waved his right hand and pushed away Ling Xiao, who was completely stunned. He struggled to sit up straight and slowly supported Ling Yan's shoulders with his trembling hands. My poor grandson, quickly stand up and let Grandpa take a good look. Take a good look. Alike, really alike, Ling Lai was so excited that he didn't know where he got his strength from. He actually stood up with his hands on Ling Yan's shoulders and carefully caressed Ling Yan's face. His mouth was trembling, and he didn't know what to say. Xiao Er. 3rd brother. Your son, Ling Yun, is coming to our Ling family tonight to acknowledge his ancestors and family. Ling Lai suddenly roared into the sky and raised his arms. At this moment, Ling Yun could also feel the surging blood in his body. His eyes were slightly red, and his Adam's apple was trembling uncontrollably. This was blood ties, blood ties. Blood was thicker than water. No matter how many mountains and rivers passed through time and space, nothing could stop them. They were blood ties that couldn't be severed. Originally, Ling Yan thought that he could accept all of this easily and calmly because he was a transmigrator. He was merely occupying the body of this unlucky Ling Yan who had died an unjust death. In the cultivation world, this was called possession. This kind of thing was extremely common, just like how Southerners loved to eat rice. It was all too common. After finding his biological parents and finding out his true identity, he was merely fulfilling some filial duties on behalf of the deceased Ling Yun. As a descendant, he was only doing what he should do. It wasn't enough to make him so emotional. Furthermore, he was a cultivator who defied the heavens. Deep in his bones, he was the only one who was supreme. In both his previous and current life, he only cultivated the Tao of the heart. He was particular about being invincible. The heavenly Tao was vast, and the path of cultivation was long. Everything would be erased in the long river of time. When Ling Yun heard about the tragedy that befell the Ling family 18 years ago, he was enraged. That was because he didn't want to be taken advantage of. As for kinship, it was something that could wait. However, when Ling Yan really came to Beijing, he could feel his eagerness to see Ling Lai. He could feel the surging blood connection. When Ling Yan saw that the Ling family was in trouble from 1,000 meters above Beijing, his heart was in his throat. That wasn't something that could be explained with just a word of concern. He was worried about the safety of the Ling family. In fact, it wasn't just in his blood, it was in his soul. This shocked Ling Yun. Rushing down from the sky, Ling Yun saw the members of the Ling family engaged in a life-and-death battle. The members of the Ling family risked their lives to defend against the enemy's attacks. The members of the Ling family were injured one by one, and the Ling family's men of sacrifice fell to the ground. Only the heavens knew how he felt. It was only when he finished dealing with the enemies and knelt in front of Ling Lai that Ling Yun understood. The moment he knelt in front of Ling Lai, Ling Yun felt an indescribable feeling surging in his soul. He felt very secure and at ease. The regret of not knowing where his soul belonged was made up for at this moment. The soul mentioned here wasn't a reincarnated soul. It was the terrifying soul that Ling Yun cultivated all the way to the tribulation stage in his previous life. However, why was that? How was that possible? Ling Yun came to Earth and returned to the Ling family. How could it make up for the soul that grew up in a completely different world that was billions of miles away? However, Ling Yun didn't have time to think about it. He raised his hand to wipe the tears from the corner of his eyes. With an innocent smile that he had never shown before, he said to Ling Lai, "Grandpa, your grandson will treat your injuries first." "Yun Grandpa's injuries aren't serious. Come over and greet your first uncle and second uncle." As the saying goes, people are in high spirits when they meet with happy events. Ling Lai had been waiting day and night for his precious grandson to arrive. Now, Ling Yan was standing right in front of him. He held on to Ling Yan's hand and was overjoyed. His already serious internal injuries had actually improved a little. Ling Zhan and Ling Yu had already arrived in front of Ling Yun. Ling Lai let go of Ling Yan's hand and pointed at Ling Zhan. "This is your first uncle, the current head of the Ling family." Ling Yan's divine sense enveloped the 6th and 7th courtyards. He had long seen Ling Zhan. He had seen everyone's photos and knew that this was Ling Zhan. He stood solemnly and bowed slightly. "Ling Yan greets uncle." Ling Yan didn't kneel. In Ling Yan's eyes, only Ling Lai and Ling Xiao were worthy of Ling Yan's kneeling. The rest were out of the question. A hint of anger flashed across Ling Zhan's eyes. His heart suddenly sank, and he was rather unhappy. However, he was a person of great stature. He immediately patted Ling Yan's shoulder and smiled warmly. "Ling Yun, third brother's son." Good. Ling Zhan said good 3 times in a row. "You've just arrived in Beijing, right? You killed your way into the Chen family and saved your second uncle. The Ling family was almost wiped out, and it's all thanks to you that you came in time. Good child, it's good that you're home. You've just returned to the Ling family, and you've already accomplished so much. You're the hero of the Ling family. However, we've been looking for you for so long." Ling Zhan's expression was calm and steady. He had the amiability of an first uncle and the bearing of a head of the family. His performance was impeccable. Ling Yan smiled faintly. "Thanks for the trouble, first uncle." Ling Lai was a little stunned that Ling Yun didn't kowtow to Ling Zhan. However, he had heard from Cui Lao many times and understood Ling Yun's temperament. Moreover, Ling Yun had just returned to the Ling family, so he couldn't be blamed for not following the formalities. Furthermore, even if Ling Zhen wanted to blame Ling Yun, Ling Lai wouldn't let him. It wasn't easy to find this grandson of his. Ling Lai wouldn't mind even if Ling Yun didn't kowtow to Ling Lai. Ling Lai smiled and introduced Ling Yu to Ling Yun. Yun this is your second uncle, Ling Yu. Ling Yun greets second uncle. Ling Yun bowed slightly to Ling Yu and smiled. Good boy, it's good that you're back. For so many years, you've suffered alone outside. You risked your life to rescue second uncle from the Chen family. After tonight, second uncle has to thank you properly. Ling Yu was the brains of the Ling family, the most intelligent person in the family. He wouldn't care about whether Ling Yun knelt or not. Ling Yun had even saved his life, twice in one night. What was there to be bothered about? Ling Yun had saved his life twice in one night. Furthermore, this was the first time Ling Yun had returned home. He hadn't even entered the Ling family's ancestral hall yet. There was no need to go through so much trouble to face the corpses on the ground. Therefore, Ling Yu's words were much more cordial. There weren't any pleasantries. Instead, there was a strong sense of kinship. It's a pity third brother isn't here. Ling Yu looked at the heroic Ling Yun and wondered how happy his third brother would be if he was at home and saw such an outstanding son. Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, Ling Li, come here. This is your third uncle's biological son. From now on, you have to treat him like real siblings. Ling Yu turned around and pulled Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, and Ling Li in front of him and introduced them to Ling Yun. Yun you're 18 this year, right? Ling Lai asked Ling Yun with a smile. The love in his eyes made Ling Xiao, who used to be the most doted on by Ling Lai, envious. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of jealousy. Ling Xiao only took one look at Ling Yun and treated him like her biological brother. The three of them were the only ones in the Ling family who didn't suffer any internal injuries. Of course, they suffered quite a bit of external injuries, but they weren't serious under the protection of the Ling family's men of sacrifice. They had long been healed with the healing talismans, so they were all alive and kicking. Was there a need to ask? 18 years ago, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect was already 9 months pregnant and was about to give birth. Ling Yun was naturally 18 years old. You're only 18 years old. Quick, call me big sister. Ling Xiao pursed her lips and came to Ling Yun's side. She took the initiative to hug Ling Yun's shoulders like a typical big sister. Hello, big sister. Ling Yun wasn't used to Ling Xiao being so intimate with him. This is Ling Feng, 20 years old this year. He's also older than you. You have to call him big brother. Ling Xiao pointed at the excited Ling Feng and introduced him to Ling Yun. Hello, big brother. It couldn't be helped. Ling Feng's age was there, so he had to address him. This wasn't based on martial arts realms, but on age. Ling Feng was very excited. He laughed and said, just call me third brother. Hee, fourth brother, you're really impressive and domineering. Alright, Ling Feng might as well address Ling Yun as fourth brother. Without waiting for Ling Yun to speak, Ling Xiao glared at Ling Feng and said, what fourth brother? Isn't your big sister human? Ling Yun is obviously fifth brother. At this point, among the younger generation of the Ling family, Ling Hao, Ling Yong, Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, Ling Yun, Ling Li, and Ling Shui, 7 in total. Ling Yun was indeed fifth brother. However, according to normal rules, women weren't included in the family tree. Only men were counted, so Ling Yun was indeed fourth brother. When Ling Feng saw Ling Xiao glaring at him, he immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to speak. Ling Xiao continued, I'll settle the score with you after tonight. Ling Yun, this is Ling Li. He just turned 17, so he should call you big brother, fifth brother, you're too amazing. I even wanted to call you master just now. Ling Li was indeed smart and quick-witted. After being taught a lesson by Ling Feng, he directly addressed Ling Yun as fifth brother. Ling Li couldn't afford to offend his big sister. You're also very amazing. Your martial arts aren't bad. Ling Yun finally became a big brother for once. He smiled and patted Ling Li's shoulder lightly. Ling Yan's return to the family was immediately welcomed by everyone in the Ling family. He became the focus of everyone's attention. This strong familial love made Ling Yan feel warm. Ling Lai and his two sons couldn't help but smile when they saw the scene. There was nothing more joyous than being reunited with one's family after surviving a calamity. Yun Grandpa knows that your medical skills are superb. Just now, Chui Lao saved the three of us. His injuries are the most serious, so you should go and save him first. Ling Lai didn't forget about Chui Lao even though he was extremely happy. He asked Ling Yin to save Chui Lao first. Then Grandpa, Ling Yin used his divine sense to scan everyone's injuries. He knew that the one with the most serious injuries was indeed Chui Lao, followed by Ling Yong. However, these injuries were something that could be healed in a matter of minutes. Hence, it didn't matter who he saved first. Grandpa is fine. To be able to see you, all injuries have to be put aside. Listen to Grandpa and save Chui Lao first. Ling Lai insisted that Ling Yin save Chui Lao first. Such a loyal servant was extremely rare. Ling Lai treated Chui Lao like his own family. Everyone arrived at the 7th courtyard very quickly. Ling Yin didn't delay any further. He flew to Chui Lao's side and knelt down. Chui Lao, Ling Yin is late. I'm sorry to have made you suffer, cough cough. Young master, I'm not suffering. I'm very happy to see young master acknowledge his ancestors and return to the family. Cough cough cough. Chui Lao's face was sallow, and his body was covered in cold sweat. He forced himself to speak and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Don't speak first. I'll treat your injuries first. Ling Yin stopped Chui Lao from speaking. He took out the piece of divine willow wood that Chui Lao had given him in Xianxia city. Strong and unparalleled wood spiritual energy filled the entire courtyard. It was refreshing and beautiful. In just a few seconds, the pungent smell of blood in the Ling family was completely cleansed. Everyone in the courtyard breathed in the strong wood spiritual qi through their mouths and noses, and they couldn't help but feel refreshed. Now, the two pieces of divine willow wood in Ling Yan's spatial ring had already grown jade-green branches. Some of the branches at the top of the divine willow wood were already as long as an adult's finger. They were filled with willow leaf-shaped leaves. They were jade-green and glowed brilliantly. They emitted a strong and pure wood spiritual energy. This was the result of Ling Yan's insistence on using his own precious blood and black-yellow true qi to continuously inject spiritual energy into the divine willow wood every day. Other than the lack of roots, the two pieces of divine willow wood had completely become two trees. This is, oh my god. Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, and Ling Yu were stunned once again. Completely stunned, as the core members of the Ling family, how could they not recognize that this piece of divine willow wood was the inheritance of the Ling family? There were so many people in the Ling family, including 3 Xiantian realm masters and so many Hotian realm level 8 and 9 juniors. After 18 years of watering it with the blood of the Ling family and instilling black-yellow true qi into it, this piece of wood had only grown a tender shoot. However, Ling Lai knew that he had only asked Chui Lao to pass this piece of dead wood to Ling Yin for slightly more than a month. How could it be so full of life now? Ling Lai was stunned. How many more heaven-defying things did this precious grandson of his do? Ling Zhen was even more shocked. At the same time, his expression became a little awkward. He would never have imagined that Grandpa Ling would secretly pass the Ling family's inheritance to Ling Yun. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that this piece of dead wood had actually regained its vitality in Ling Yun's hands. This was unbelievable. After Ling Yu recovered from his shock, he didn't say anything. He glanced at Ling Zhen casually before looking at his old father. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the divine willow wood like an old monk in meditation. He was lost in thought for a long time as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Ling Yin didn't take out the divine willow wood for them to admire. He quickly absorbed the powerful wood spiritual energy released by the divine willow wood and sat behind Chui Lao in a flash. He pressed both his palms on Chui Lao's back and circulated the yin-yang harmony balance to repair Chui Lao's meridians and internal injuries. In less than 2 minutes, Chui Lao's internal injuries were completely healed. His face became rosier, and the true qi in his body flowed more smoothly. He stood up at the same time as Ling Yun. Ling family's old servant, Cui Zhongwu, pays his respects to young master. Thank you for saving my life. After Cui Lao stood up, he once again knelt down respectfully and kowtowed to Ling Yun. Ling family's men of sacrifice pay their respects to young master. Thank you for saving my life. As Cui Lao knelt down, the remaining 36 men of sacrifice followed suit. Their eyes were filled with passion as they shouted in unison. Their voices shook the heavens. To be continued. Cui Lao was a veteran of the Ling family for 3 generations and had been loyal to the Ling family for more than 30 years. He was also the leader and master of the Ling family's men of sacrifice. How could these men of sacrifice not kneel when he kowtowed to Ling Yun? Moreover, Ling Yun didn't just save the entire Ling family. He also saved the lives of the 36 men of sacrifice. They had wanted to kowtow to Ling Yun for a long time, but they didn't have the right opportunity. Now that Cui Lao had taken the lead, they all knelt down in unison. It could be said that no one in the entire Ling family, except for Ling Lai, had ever enjoyed such treatment. Even the current head of the family, Ling Zhen, hadn't received the collective kowtow of all the men of sacrifice. These men of sacrifice were personally groomed by Ling Lai and Cui Lao. They would only work for Ling Lai. Of course, it wasn't that Ling Zhen couldn't order these men of sacrifice, but he had to have Grandpa Ling's permission. This wasn't the first time Ling Yun had treated Cui Lao. Why did Cui Lao kneel to Ling Yun this time? Was it because he was severely injured this time? Of course, the answer wasn't that simple. Cui Lao had a deep motive. He was using this opportunity to build prestige for Ling Yun. He wanted to push Ling Yun to the position of the head of the Ling family. If it weren't for that tragedy 18 years ago, the position of the head of the Ling family would have belonged to Ling Xiao, the third young master of the Ling family. It wouldn't have been Ling Zhen's turn. If Ling Xiao hadn't crippled his own martial arts, he would have undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of Xianxia realm level 6. At that time, Grandpa Ling Lai was already at the pinnacle of Xianxia realm level 4. If he weren't severely injured, he would have been at least at the pinnacle of Xianxia realm level 7. The Ling family was definitely one of the 3 most dazzling secular families in Huaxia. It was a pity that everything had changed because of that sudden, shocking tragedy. The Ling family had fallen to such a state. Not only Cui Lao, but everyone in the Ling family who knew about what had happened back then felt aggrieved, humiliated, and angry, not to mention others. Even Ling Zhen, one of the instigators of the tragedy of the Ling family, often felt regret. Yes, he had gotten what he wanted and sat on the throne of the Ling family head. However, the Ling family's status had been declining day by day until it had completely declined. Ling Zhen could not even raise his head in front of the other 6 family heads. What was the point of becoming such a family head? In the words of Ling Zhen's youngest son, Ling Yong, it would be shameful if they went out. Therefore, for the past 18 years, every time Cui Lao and Ling Xiao sat facing each other, Cui Lao would look at Ling Xiao, who had been tortured by Cui Lao, and feel extremely sorry for him. How many times had Cui Lao and Ling Xiao met each other's eyes after training the Ling family's men of sacrifice? Cui Lao looked at Ling Xiao, whose eyes were empty and his expression was bleak, and he felt as though his heart was being stabbed by a knife. There was only one sentence that could describe Ling Xiao: there was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. What was the use of leaving an empty shell if the heart was dead? Cui Lao's heart ached as he looked at the once brilliant third young master Ling Xiao in such a state. He was indignant. However, 18 years later, Ling Yun, the son of Ling Xiao and the Devil Sex Holy Virgin, had returned to the Ling family. Furthermore, he had saved the entire Ling family the moment he returned. Just when the Ling family was on the brink of annihilation, he had single-handedly turned the entire situation around. What a great opportunity this was. If Cui Lao didn't know how to make use of this opportunity, then he would have brought Ling Yun back from Qingshui City for nothing. The eldest son of the Ling family, Ling Hao, wanted to be the head of the Ling family. Everyone knew about it, including Cui Lao. If this had happened in the past, Ling Hao's position as the future head of the Ling family was basically set in stone. That was because Ling Yong didn't care about being the family head of the Ling family. Ling Feng was obsessed with swordsmanship, and Ling Li was very similar to his father, Ling Yu. They were smart but not domineering enough. The 3 of them couldn't be bothered to compete with Ling Hao for the position. However, things were different now that Ling Yun was back. Based on Ling Yun's performance just now, anyone who wasn't a fool could tell that between Ling Yun and Ling Hao, Ling Yun would definitely be the future family head of the Ling family. No matter what, Ling Yun was way better than Ling Hao. Moreover, Grandpa Ling had already informed Cui Lao before Cui Lao's second trip to Xianxia City that as long as Ling Yun was willing to come back, he would be the next family head of the Ling family. Otherwise, why would Ling Lai pass the Ling family's inheritance to Ling Yun through Cui Lao? Grandpa Ling had the heart, Cui Lao had the heart, and there was no doubt about Ling Yun's ability. Now that such a good opportunity had presented itself, Cui Lao had to kneel and build support for Ling Yun. The cheers were earth-shattering. Looking at the black mass of Ling family's death warriors kneeling on the ground, Ling Yun's expression turned even uglier. Awkwardness was written all over his face. Ling Yu, on the other hand, was still looking down at the ground. No one could tell what he was thinking. Grandpa Ling Lai smiled. He didn't say anything or stop Ling Yun. He wanted to see how Ling Yun was going to handle the situation in front of him. To be honest, Ling Yun didn't care about the position of family head of the Ling family at all. He didn't even think about it. Xianxia City was a huge business, but he had handed it over to Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Abing. He was just a big boss who didn't have to do anything. Why would he care about the future head of the Ling family? Why would he let Ling Yun deal with those trivial worldly affairs and conflicts of interest? Unless he was bored out of his mind, if he had the time, Ling Yun might as well focus on his cultivation in seclusion. However, not being the family head of the Ling family didn't mean that Ling Yun didn't understand Cui Lao's intentions. With his intelligence, he immediately understood everything when he saw the men of sacrifice kneeling with Cui Lao. Ling Yun bent down and personally helped Cui Lao up. He said in a clear voice, "Cui Lao, please get up. You used your life in exchange for the lives of my grandfather, first uncle, and second uncle. I should be the one thanking you. Why are you thanking me instead?" After he finished speaking, Ling Yun smiled slightly and turned to all the Ling family loyalists kneeling on the ground in the two courtyards. He cupped his fists and said sincerely, "Brothers, just now, all of you were brave and fearless, using your lives to protect my family. I can't even thank you enough, so how can I be worthy of your gratitude? Everyone, please get up." The 36 men of sacrifice were touched when they saw that Ling Yun didn't claim credit for himself. Instead, he thanked them sincerely. They looked at Ling Yun with even more fervor. They were all Hotian realm level 7 to 9. Naturally, they had heard of the concept of Xiantian realm level 7. Ling Yun was able to kill a Xiantian realm level 7 ninja within 3 moves. Even in Huaxia, he was an unparalleled expert. With such an identity, he didn't act high and mighty at all. Instead, he was very approachable and spoke to them as if he was talking about family matters. How could these Ling family loyalists not be touched? Men of sacrifice from the Ling family, protect the Ling family. We'll do anything for you. It was another tsunami of cheers. However, no one stood up. Ling Yun couldn't help but scratch his head as he looked at the 36 hot-blooded men. He looked at Ling Lai and said, "Grandpa, you should hurry and let these brothers get up. They are all injured. After I've treated your injuries, I'll have to treat them as soon as possible." Ling Lai smiled and nodded. However, he didn't say anything. He only gave Cui Lao a look. "Everyone, get up and rest where you are. In a while, the young master will personally treat everyone's injuries." Cui Lao gently waved his hand at everyone, and the 36 Ling family's men of sacrifice stood up. "Grandpa, I'll treat your injuries now." Considering that the Chen family might send more people over, Ling Yun didn't dare to delay. He asked Cui Lao to stand guard outside while he sat cross-legged on the ground and started treating Ling Lai's injuries. Ling Lai sat cross-legged in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun placed his hands on Ling Lai's back, and the wood spiritual energy in his body flowed continuously into Ling Lai's body. Ling Yun, who was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, was naturally not the Ling Yun who was at physique tempering stage 5 when he treated Cui Lao. In just a few seconds, Ling Yun had completely healed Ling Lai's new injuries. However, Ling Yun wasn't satisfied. He directly used the powerful wood spiritual energy released by the divine willow wood to treat Ling Lai's old injuries. Why did Ling Yun use the yin-yang harmony balance to treat Cui Lao's injuries? But he used wood spiritual energy to treat Ling Lai's injuries. That was because the wood spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body was released by the divine willow wood. The divine willow wood was the inheritance of the Ling family. It had absorbed so much of the Ling family's blood and the black-yellow true qi of the Ling family's disciples. Ling Lai also cultivated the black-yellow sutra, so there was pure Xiantian black-yellow true qi in his body. Hence, the treatment was naturally twice the result with half the effort. Furthermore, in order to water the divine willow wood, Ling Yan had cultivated the black-yellow sutra day and night. He had long cultivated the black-yellow sutra to an extremely high level. The black-yellow true qi in his body was no longer inferior to the yin-yang qi. Under Ling Yan's urging, he quickly mobilized the black-yellow true qi in Ling Lai's energy center. He used the most vigorous wood spiritual energy to envelop Ling Lai's black-yellow true qi and began to circulate it through Ling Lai's damaged meridians to treat his old injuries. Water spiritual energy and wood spiritual energy were originally holy items for healing. Hence, it only took a small circulation for Ling Lai's old injuries to be completely healed. Ling Lai felt that his true qi was unobstructed in all his meridians. He felt so comfortable that he couldn't help but want to roar into the sky. He had never felt such a feeling in the past 18 years, however, Ling Yan wasn't satisfied yet. He secretly sent a telepathic message to Ling Lai, instructing him to concentrate and prepare for a breakthrough. Then, he slowly spoke to Ling Xiu. "Big sister, help me get a big ocean bowl." Ling Xiu saw that Ling Lai's face was rosy and full of energy. While she was happy for her grandfather, she was also amazed by Ling Yan's amazing medical skills. In just a short while, he had saved 2 people. How could Ling Yan's medical skills be so amazing? This younger brother of hers was absolutely heaven-defying. She saw that Ling Yan was still sitting cross-legged, but he was asking her to get a big ocean bowl. She was puzzled, but she didn't ask any questions. She immediately flew over and quickly returned with a big ocean bowl. To be continued. Little 5, here. It seemed like Ling Xiu was determined to be Ling Yan's 5th child in the Ling family. Ling Xiu's jet-black hair reached her waist and cascaded down like a waterfall. Her breasts were perky, and her waist was as slender as a willow. Her slender and beautiful hands were holding onto a large bowl. Her slender waist wasn't even as thick as the mouth of the large bowl. Ling Yan was speechless. This was really a big bowl. It was a little too big. At this moment, Chester, Pierce, and the other 2 had already moved the rocks that Ling Yan wanted. There were a lot of them, and they piled up into a small hill beside Ling Yan. Each piece was the size of a soccer ball. Ling Yan took the big bowl from Ling Xiu's hands and nodded. Then, he said, "First uncle, second uncle, please take everyone away from the 7th courtyard and wait in the front yard." Ling Zhan and Ling Yu were perplexed to see Ling Yan asking for a bowl and a stone. Why did Ling Yan want these things for? They thought to themselves. So what if he wanted to heal his injuries? However, Ling Yan's performance after his arrival was simply too powerful and mysterious. Ling Zhan and Ling Yu knew that Ling Yun definitely had his reasons, so they didn't question him further. They led the group out of the 7th courtyard and retreated to the front yard. "Big sister, you don't have to go." Ling Yan smiled brightly at Ling Xiu when he saw that she wasn't willing to leave. "That's more like it." Ling Xiu was elated. She wanted to see what Ling Yan was up to. Ling Yan sent a telepathic message to Chester and the other 3 from the Blood clan. "Next, the 4 of you will be responsible for patrolling the perimeter of the Ling family's courtyard. If you see any intruders, kill them on the spot and alert them immediately." Chester, Paul, Pierce, and Joyce responded and left. At this point, only Ling Yun, Ling Lai, and Ling Xiu were left in the 7th courtyard. "Grandpa, you don't have to think about anything now. Just focus on meditating. I'll get up and make arrangements." Ling Yan floated up and used the dragonfish phantom ability. He spun around the pile of rocks rapidly and struck out with both palms. The rocks were sent flying from the pile and landed exactly where Ling Yun wanted them. Ling Xiu, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. She wondered just how strong Ling Yan's skills were. While Ling Xiu was still in shock, she didn't realize that the entire 7th courtyard had been enveloped by a layer of white fog. This dense fog had already isolated the entire 7th courtyard from the outside world. Other than Ling Yun, no one who didn't know how to break the 36 armillary sphere maze formation would be able to see what was going on. "What's going on? Why can't I see the 7th courtyard?" Many people cried out in alarm. Ling Yu exclaimed. Ling Ling Yu, Ling. At this point, Ling Yan's performance had completely destroyed the understanding of the Ling family. He was too heaven-defying. This was shocking. Little 5, this. Ling Xiu finally came to her senses. She was the one who was the most shocked. Big sister, this is a formation. It's called the armillary sphere maze formation. Ling Yan stopped in his tracks and flashed a bright smile at the stunned Ling Xiu. Ling Yan stopped and smiled brightly at Ling Xiu. Sister, this is a formation. It's called the armillary sphere maze formation. There were more than 10 stones left on the ground. Using these stones, Ling Yan set up a small spirit gathering formation and stopped the spiritual energy from leaking out. Only then did he stop. This is the spirit gathering formation. Ling Yan didn't forget to introduce it to Ling Xiu. Ling Lai's meridians were completely unblocked after Ling Yan healed them. He naturally reached the pinnacle of Xianxia realm level 3. However, Ling Lai's meridians were still slightly uncomfortable because he had been ill for 18 years. He couldn't break through to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm and return to his original peak state. However, Ling Yun was pleasantly surprised to find that the Xiantian black-yellow true qi in Ling Lai's body was extremely dense. How dense was the black-yellow true qi in Ling Lai's energy center? The black-yellow true qi was so dense that it couldn't be compressed any further. Ling Yan even felt that if Ling Lai were to forcefully cultivate it, the old man's energy center would definitely explode and he would die. Ling Lai had suffered serious internal injuries. His meridians were injured, and they wouldn't heal even after a long time. However, his dantian was perfectly fine. Ling Lai had always wanted to be strong, and he had been training non-stop every day. His strength was getting stronger by the day, but his meridians were blocked. No matter how dense his true qi was, he couldn't use it. This was like a balloon that had been blown to its limit. The air inside was compressed again and again, but there was nowhere for it to circulate. The balloon couldn't expand anymore, and there was nowhere for the air to escape. If he continued to pump air into the balloon, there would only be one outcome: it would explode. However, Ling Lai's injuries were completely healed now. Under Ling Yan's guidance, only a small portion of the black-yellow true qi in his energy center came out. It circulated through Ling Lai's meridians and allowed him to return to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3. In just a short period of time, a single treatment had such a powerful effect. Ling Lai was already very shocked. However, this was just the beginning for Ling Yun, who was a peerless doctor with many trump cards. He wanted to help the old man break through in one go, no matter where he went. However, everything that Ling Yun was going to do next was related to his true trump card. Naturally, he couldn't let anyone see it. That was why Ling Yun set up the armillary sphere maze formation. After the spirit gathering formation was set up, the powerful wood spiritual energy released by the divine willow wood didn't escape. The wood spiritual energy within the formation quickly became denser. The wood spiritual energy released by the divine willow wood was simply too much. Grandpa, how are you feeling now? Ling Yan stopped using telepathy and asked Ling Lai directly after he was done setting up everything. Yun Grandpa feels that I can break through to Xiantian realm level 4 anytime I want. Ling Lai opened his eyes slowly and looked at Ling Yun with indescribable love. Such a precious grandson was hard to find in the heavens and hard to find on the earth. There was only one of him and no one else. That's it. Come. Ling Yun was overjoyed. He appeared in front of Ling Lai in a flash and took out a stalk of Tianshan snow lotus from his spatial ring. This was a congratulatory gift from Miracle Dr. Xue when Ling Yun opened his clinic. Ling Yun had plenty of them. This is the Tianshan snow lotus. Grandpa, please eat it immediately. Ling Yun stuffed the Tianshan snow lotus into Ling Lai's hands without hesitation. The fragrance of the Tianshan snow lotus permeated the air, making people salivate. This, Ling Yun had just acknowledged his ancestors, and Ling Lai hadn't given Ling Yun anything yet. As a grandfather, he felt a little embarrassed to accept Ling Yun's gift. Grandpa, why are you being so shy with your own grandson? Ling Yun chuckled. You little brat, I can't hide anything from you. Ling Lai's face turned red as he snatched the Tianshan snow lotus from Ling Yun's hands and ate it quickly. This is a 200-year-old Lingji grass. After eating the Tianshan snow lotus, Ling Lai immediately felt that his energy center and meridians had become much stronger. especially those that had been blocked for 18 years. Before he could rejoice, he saw Ling Yun take out another Ganoderma grass. It was a 200-year-old Ganoderma grass. He was stunned. Ling Lai smiled bitterly. He was extremely happy and excited, but he had no choice but to eat it blankly. Ling Xiao, who was standing at the side, was even more shocked. Her delicate body trembled as she watched Ling Yun perform a magic trick. Ling Xiao seemed to understand why Ling Yun asked her to prepare a big ocean bowl when she saw Grandpa Ling munching on the Lingji grass as if it were candy. "I'll go get a cup of water for Grandpa," Ling Yun laughed heartily and waved his hand. "No need." Swish! A huge gourd appeared in Ling Yun's hands. Ling Yun picked up the mysterious gourd and poured half a bowl of dragon saliva. He respectfully handed it to Ling Lai. "Grandpa, eat with this. Don't choke." The intoxicating spiritual energy of the dragon saliva floated in the air. It was mixed with the strong wood spiritual energy of the divine willow wood, the Tianshan snow lotus, and the Lingji grass spiritual energy. The fragrance was so alluring that Ling Xiao was intoxicated. Oh my God, Grandpa Ling Lai would never have imagined that he would be sitting here and enjoying his life after going through such a calamity. Eating the Tianshan snow lotus, eating the Lingji grass, and drinking large mouthfuls of dragon saliva. Even the patriarchs of the ancient martial families and secluded sects couldn't enjoy such a meal. Ling Lai felt a little full as the spiritual energy of the plant spiritual energy and the dragon saliva entered his body. He couldn't help but burp. Even the breath that came out of his mouth was thick and pure spiritual energy. That fragrance was enough to intoxicate anyone. This was too extravagant. It was too heaven-defying. "Grandpa, take it easy. I still have more." Ling Yun was a little speechless when he saw that Grandpa Ling was almost full. "Ah. This," Ling Lai was so anxious that his eyes widened. "You little brat, are you trying to stuff your grandpa to death the moment we meet? I still want to hold my great-grandson. I'm not eating any more." Ling Xiao giggled delicately. Her graceful body swayed back and forth, and her body trembled. "Just a little. Not much." After saying that, he took out the 2,000-year-old Chinese knotweed and ginseng that he had obtained from Xianxia. Kacha, kacha, kacha. He broke off 2 pieces, each the size of a palm. "Grandpa, please bear with it and eat them all." Such a huge Chinese knotweed. This, ginseng that has grown into a human form. How many years has it been growing for? Ling Lai's knowledge was extraordinary, so he was stunned. He thought that it was extravagant enough just now. He didn't expect to see something even more extravagant. Ling Lai felt like he was wasting God's gifts. However, Ling Yun didn't leave Ling Lai stunned for long. He tried his best to coax Grandpa Ling into swallowing the Chinese knotweed and ginseng. "Grandpa, be careful not to choke. Drink some dragon saliva." As soon as Ling Lai ate the 2,000-year-old Chinese knotweed, the effects of the 2,000-year-old Chinese knotweed were immediately apparent. The most direct observation was that Ling Lai's head of silver hair turned incomparably black in the blink of an eye. Even an ordinary Chinese knotweed would have the effect of turning black, let alone a Chinese knotweed that had been growing for more than 2,000 years. Ling Xiao was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. She could only stand there with her mouth wide open. Her intelligent brain had completely stopped working. At this moment, Ling Lai had completely transformed into a spirit man. The spiritual energy in his body was as dense as a waterfall. Every inch of his skin, every cell, and every drop of blood contained a large amount of spiritual energy. His body was overflowing with spiritual energy, and his body was shrouded by spiritual energy. His entire body was shrouded by spiritual energy, and his entire body was shrouded by spiritual energy. His entire body was shrouded by spiritual energy. Seeing Ling Lai in this state, Ling Yun knew that he couldn't let Ling Lai eat anymore. Even if he didn't die from overeating, he would die from the spiritual energy. When that happened, even an immortal doctor like him wouldn't be able to save him. Ling Lai's current state was just right. Ling Yun casually placed the magical gourd in his hand on the ground. Ling Xiao only heard a dong sound, which gave her a huge shock. When she looked again, she saw that the limestone underneath the gourd had already shattered into pieces. Gosh! How heavy is this gourd? Ling Yan poured out so much dragon saliva just now. By right, it should be empty. Ling Xiao didn't believe it. She twisted her delicate body and rushed over. She raised her hand to grab the magical gourd. She wanted to pick it up and see how extraordinary this gourd was. Ling Xiao bent over and grabbed the middle of the mysterious gourd with one hand. She raised her hand and tried to lift it up. Needless to say, the gourd was not lifted up. Instead, Ling Xiao almost fell to the ground. She staggered and managed to stabilize her delicate body with great difficulty. Ling Xiao was shaken and almost fell. Her face was flushed red as she panted heavily. Her towering chest heaved up and down as she glared at Ling Yan angrily. She clearly saw that gourd in Ling Yan's hands as if it was a toy. How could she, with her cultivation at Hotian realm level 9, not be able to lift it? Ling Yan snickered. The gourd contained more than 2,000 kilograms of dragon saliva. Even if Ling Xiao were to push it, she wouldn't be able to topple this magical gourd. However, Ling Yan didn't have the time to explain this to Ling Xiao. He sat behind Ling Lai and placed his right palm on Ling Lai's back. Ling Yan flipped his left palm and took out the emerald green jade box. On this jade box, Ling Yan engraved 49 spirit gathering formations. Ling Yan used it to steal the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy released by the Earth Emperor's book, the preparatory work before this was child's play. This black-yellow immortal spiritual energy was the most important. Ling Yan wanted to use this black-yellow immortal spiritual energy to cleanse Ling Lai's meridians. Then, he would help Grandpa Ling break through. Actually, Ling Lai had already reached the Xiantian realm. He had even reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 4. His conception and governing vessels had already been opened, and he had reached the union of heaven and man. Cleansing his meridians now was a little too perfect. It was to the point of nitpicking. However, to Ling Yan, who was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, this wasn't difficult with the help of the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. Grandpa, this is the most crucial moment. Don't think about anything else. Focus on channeling the black-yellow sutra. Mobilize the black-yellow true qi in your energy center and circulate it through your meridians. With me around, there's no need to worry. Ling Yan confidently transmitted his voice to Ling Lai. He wanted him to focus and do what he wanted. Ling Lai naturally knew that Ling Yan didn't give him so many treasures for free. He knew that this was the most crucial moment, so he sat down cross-legged and started channeling the black-yellow sutra with all his might. Ling Yan was also channeling the black-yellow sutra. The black-yellow true qi that he cultivated flowed into Ling Lai's body without any hindrance. It merged with the black-yellow true qi in Ling Lai's body and helped Ling Lai cleanse his meridians. As time passed, black liquid started to seep out of Ling Lai's body. This black liquid became more and more like a layer of black oil. It covered Ling Lai's entire body, head, and face, turning him into a black man. It was as if someone had poured black oil over Ling Lai's head. This was the true meaning of meridians and marrow cleansing. After reaching the Xiantian realm, every ancient martial arts expert would feel like they had been reborn. However, the black liquid that seeped out of their body was only the removal of most of the impurities in their skin and muscles. Compared to ordinary people and Hotian realm martial artists, they were naturally many times stronger. However, this type of meridians and marrow cleansing was not thorough. It was worlds apart from Ling Yan's meridians and marrow cleansing. What Ling Lai was expelling now was the impurities that truly belonged to the bones. It even washed out the impurities in his internal organs and muscles. Ling Lai's bones were crystal clear, and his body felt refreshed. It was as if he was floating in the air. Even though he was focused on cultivating, Ling Lai felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan. He let out a groan. The feeling of being completely untainted and without the slightest impurity was simply indescribably wonderful. Ling Lai only felt that his mind was getting clearer and clearer. His 5 senses and 6 senses were extremely clear. In the end, he opened his mouth. Pooh! A huge mouthful of blood spurted out. This mouthful of blood had a strange black color. It was as if it was solid and didn't flow. It looked like a piece of black charcoal. This was the impurities in the internal organs. It was also the most difficult thing for the human body to remove. Ling Xiao was shocked beyond words. She couldn't help but want to scream. However, Ling Yan's voice sounded in her ears. This is a good thing. Don't disturb Grandpa. Ling Xiu immediately covered her mouth tightly, trying her best to control herself from crying out in alarm. However, in her heart, huge waves had already surged up to the heavens. This type of meridians and marrow cleansing was completely unheard of. After Ling Lai spat out that mouthful of black blood, Ling Yan helped Grandpa Ling stabilize his meridians. He allowed him to gradually adapt to the meridians and marrow cleansing before withdrawing his palm. Ling Xiu pointed at Ling Yan's smooth, jade-like palm. She was speechless for a long time. Ling Yan knew what Ling Xiu was shocked about. He smiled faintly but didn't say anything. He had already attained the treasure body. No matter what, his skin was clean. The black oil that leaked out of Ling Lai's body naturally couldn't dirty Ling Yan's hands. Ling Lai opened his eyes again. He looked at himself and laughed bitterly. Then, he exclaimed in shock, "My precious grandson, you're amazing. Grandpa's eyes have been opened today." Obviously, Ling Lai had gone through meridians and marrow cleansing. He knew what the layer of black oil on his body was. However, he didn't expect it to be so much more than the previous time. Ling Lai immediately realized that his original Xiantian realm was nothing compared to his current state. The difference was like heaven and earth. "Grandpa, don't rush to break through first. You have to clean your body first." Ling Yan knew that Ling Lai was still at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3. His old man was already impatient. However, the thick layer of black oil on Ling Lai's body would definitely reduce the effect of the breakthrough. Ling Yun definitely wouldn't let that happen. "I'll go get some water," Ling Xiu said shyly as she took the initiative to get some water. "No need to trouble big sister," Ling Yun laughed and took out 2 level 5 clear water talismans. He deliberately didn't greet Ling Lai and threw a clear water talisman on Ling Lai's body. A huge blue water ball appeared out of thin air and enveloped Ling Lai's body. After a few seconds, the black water flowed all over the floor. "See if Grandpa will beat you up, you little brat." Ling Lai was so happy that he was enraged. After he escaped from the water ball, he waved his hand and wanted to hit Ling Yun. However, his eyes were full of smiles. "Another one." Ling Yun playfully threw another water ball. This time, Ling Lai was completely washed clean. Ling Lai was incomparably satisfied. Ling Xiu was dumbfounded. What a heaven-defying younger brother. He came to the Ling family empty-handed. She didn't expect him to get whatever he wanted without asking for help. God, does Ling Yan have a treasure bowl on him? Ling Xiu thought in a daze. He didn't have a treasure bowl, and Ling Yan only had a spatial ring. The awesome life of a cultivator wasn't something that mortals could imagine. "Grandpa, please spare me. Ling Yan won't dare to do it again." Ling Yan hurriedly begged after seeing Ling Lai's angry glare. "Heh. My Ling family is really going to prosper this time. Good kid, you're really heaven-defying." Ling Lai might be acting, but he couldn't bear to hit Ling Yan for real. He looked at his grandson strangely for a while before saying excitedly, "Grandpa, if you're ready, let's start the breakthrough. Let's get to as many levels as we can." Ling Yan's expression turned serious as he started to talk about the main topic. "Heh, Grandpa is looking forward to it." Ling Lai got up and moved away from the dirty water. He found a clean stone slab beside the divine willow wood and sat down cross-legged again. Ling Yan floated over with the jade box and sat cross-legged behind Ling Lai. From the moment Ling Yan placed his palms on Ling Lai's back, Ling Lai started to break through. After breaking through to Xiantian realm level 4, Ling Lai's realm continued to climb. That leveling speed was definitely too fast. Xiantian realm level 4, Xiantian realm level 5, Xiantian realm level 6. Boom. Without any obstruction, Ling Lai broke through to Xiantian realm level 7. At this moment, Ling Yan retracted his left hand and grabbed the jade box, sucking in the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy madly. He didn't leave a single bit in his body. His left hand sucked in and his right hand spat out. The black-yellow immortal spiritual energy flowed continuously into Ling Lai's body. It entered Ling Lai's dantian and stabilized slightly before breaking through again. Middle of Xiantian realm level 7, late of Xiantian realm level 7, peak of Xiantian realm level 7. Boom. Ling Lai's body exploded again. Xiantian realm level 8, finally, Ling Lai's realm stabilized at the beginning of Xiantian realm level 8. His dantian was filled with dense black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. Ling Lai stood up immediately after Ling Yun retracted his palms. His arms shook in the air, and a series of popping sounds came from his body. Ling Lai looked up and let out a shocking roar. To be continued. The Xian Huang immortal spiritual energy in the Earth Emperor's book was on the same level as the Emperor Brush's pure yang immortal spiritual energy. How heaven-defying would it be if it could be used? Back then, the Emperor Brush's immortal spiritual energy allowed Ling Yun, who was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 3, to cross 15 realms and reach Qi cultivation stage 9, even though it was only half a night, though 6 to 7 hours were enough for Ling Yun to reap endless benefits. Now, the Emperor Brush seemed to know that he was its host. Ling Yun's character wasn't very good, so he learned his lesson and became very stingy. He rarely provided immortal spiritual energy for Ling Yun to use. However, the Earth Emperor's book was very generous. It had released endless immortal spiritual energy 3 times. Ling Yun's body couldn't contain it, so he could only store it in a spiritual jade box. Ling Yun used his own blood to water 2 pieces of divine willow wood during his tribulation on Turtle Island. That was enough for Ling Yun to absorb a lot of immortal spiritual energy. The only pity was that Ling Yun only had 1 spiritual jade box. He wasn't in the late stages of Qi cultivation. Even if he could use the Emperor Brush freely, he wouldn't be able to carve 49 spirit-gathering formations on a spiritual jade box of the same size. Furthermore, the Emperor Brush had been used by Ling Yun once, but it was used by this fellow as a pair of scissors and needles for cutting. What a waste of a good item. Ling Lai waved his arms as tears streamed down his face. He was so emotional that every cell in his body was trembling. His aura was shocking. Ling Lai didn't hide his Xiantian realm level 8 aura. That surging, monstrous aura shocked both Ling Yun and Ling Xiao. Grandpa! Ling Yun and Ling Xiao knelt on the ground at the same time and kowtowed to Ling Lai. Good child, get up, get up. Ling Lai's body didn't sway as he floated in front of the 2 of them and helped Ling Yun and Ling Xiao up. Grandpa is happy. Grandpa is really too happy. Ling Lai didn't hide his happiness at all and comforted him. Ling Lai looked at Ling Yun and felt extremely fond of him. He couldn't help but give Ling Yun a light punch on the shoulder. You little brat, you're a monster. Ling Yun could feel the surging blood connection between grandfather and grandson. At this moment, his blood was also boiling. He said excitedly, Grandpa can reach such a realm because Grandpa has endured the pain in his meridians every day for the past 18 years. Even though your realm hasn't increased, the black-yellow true qi in your body is really too strong. Even without these treasures, Grandpa could still reach the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6 with his own true qi. Ling Yun was telling the truth. When Ling Yun was treating Ling Lai, he noticed that the true qi in Ling Lai's energy center wasn't inferior to any Xiantian realm level 6 expert. That was because Ling Yun had just killed 6 or 7 Xiantian realm level 6 masters at the Chen family's mansion in the southern suburbs. Ling Yun was very clear about the extent of their combat power in the face of death. If he hadn't discovered this, Ling Yun wouldn't have taken out all the treasures he could and spent so much effort to help Ling Lai break through in one fell swoop. At the same time, Ling Yun could imagine how painful it must have been for the old master to be forced to cultivate the Black-Yellow Sutra day and night for the past 18 years. Just how shocking was his perseverance? In this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Opportunities were only given to those who were prepared. Ling Lai suffered for 18 years, and he received all the rewards in one day. He even exceeded his realm. This wasn't luck. This was what he deserved. Ling Lai's bitterness was finally over. The early stages of Xiantian realm level 8, Ling Lai activated the Black-Yellow Sutra and felt the vast black-yellow true energy in his body. He felt the powerful true energy flowing through his strong meridians like a great river. He felt a powerful aura erupt from his body. However, he glared at Ling Yun and said, "Nonsense, if you didn't treat Grandpa's new injury and old illness, and if you didn't take out so many precious herbs for Grandpa to consume, how could a 70-year-old old man like me break through to Xiantian realm level 8 in one go?" How many treasures did he use? Tianshan snow lotus, 100-year-old Lingji grass, Chinese knotweed, ginseng, dragon saliva, the black-yellow true qi in Ling Yun's body, the divine willow wood of the Ling family, and the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy from the Earth Emperor's book. if Ling Lai couldn't reach the late stages of the Xiantian realm, then the Ling family's aptitude was too trashy. Of course, the aptitude of the Ling family wasn't trashy. Not only was it not trashy, but it was also terrifyingly powerful and mysterious. Otherwise, how could a drop of Ling Yun's blood give the blood clan the embrace? Ah! Ling Xiao was completely dumbfounded. She knew that Ling Lai's realm had definitely increased, but she didn't expect him to break through to Xiantian realm level 8 in one go. Ling Xiao was at Hotian realm level 9. In her eyes, all Xiantian realm masters were about the same. She couldn't see through Ling Lai's realm at all. Grandpa, you reached Xiantian realm level 8? This? Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Yes, and it seems like this is just the beginning. Grandpa feels that I still have energy left. Ling Lai didn't hide anything from Ling Xiao. She was his most beloved granddaughter. Of course, he still had energy left, and it was very strong. That was because more than 70% of Ling Lai's energy center was the immortal spiritual energy from the Earth Emperor's book. He still had to slowly absorb it. Yun, what kind of true qi did you transfer into Grandpa's body? Why was it so strong? Ling Lai's lips didn't move as he used telepathy to ask Ling Yun. Grandpa, that was obtained from our family's inheritance. It's also heaven and earth qi, but I don't know why it's so much purer than what we cultivate. Ling Yun wouldn't tell anyone about the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book before he had enough power. It wasn't that he didn't trust his grandfather, but he was afraid of bringing disaster to the Ling family. The embrace of the blood clan was too terrifying. Up until now, Ling Yun still didn't know if Xianxia had revealed the secret that he had the Emperor Brush. Even though Chen Jianwei had reverted to the rank of a baron and couldn't give Xianxia the embrace in a short period of time, his evil eye hypnosis was still a very powerful ability. Xianxia was just a mortal, so she probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Ling Yun felt that Xianxia probably didn't reveal the secret of the Emperor Brush. If that was the case, the Chen family wouldn't be dealing with the Chao family or the Ling family first. Instead, they would go straight to Qingshui City to snatch the Emperor Brush from Ling Yun. Ling Yun was very gratified at that thought. He had to save Xianxia first after the Ling family's matter was over. The inheritance of the Ling family. I didn't expect it to change so much in your hands. Old Chui's efforts weren't in vain. Ling Lai understood the meaning behind Chui Lao's kneeling in front of Ling Yun just now. Ling Yun knew that old Master Chui was implying something, but he didn't dare to respond. It would be troublesome if he became the head of the Ling family and got trapped. Thus, he only smiled and played dumb. Yun, I saw that you caught someone just now. That's Chen Haizhen from the Chen family, right? Yes, Grandpa, he's not far from death. Ling Yun said casually. Humph. We can't let him die. We still have to pry open his mouth and get him to spill your father's whereabouts. Ling Lai snorted coldly and said in a low voice. This? Armillary sphere maze formation, how do we get out? Ling Lai asked immediately. All he could see was a vast white fog. It was basically an independent small world that was completely isolated from the outside world. Ling Lai couldn't even get out. Ling Yun chuckled and pointed to a few directions, telling Ling Lai how to get out of this armillary sphere maze formation. Then, he didn't stay any longer. He put all the items into his spatial ring and flew out of the armillary sphere maze formation. Hey! Little Five, bring Big Sister out. Ling Xiao stomped her feet anxiously. Both of them went out one after the other, leaving her alone here. What was going on? Ling Yun's voice seemed to come from another time and space. Big sister, stay inside for a while longer. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth there is very dense, suitable for your cultivation. I'll beat you to death, you little brat. Ling Xiao stomped her feet angrily, but there was nothing she could do. She calmed herself down, but her face was flushed with excitement. What a precious little brother. The son of third uncle and third aunt is indeed extraordinary. Qin Wanru sighed. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the middle of the spirit-gathering formation and began to cultivate the Black-Yellow Sutra. She realized that Ling Yun was right. Cultivating in this formation was countless times faster than usual. Ling Yun walked out of the armillary sphere maze formation and happened to walk into the 6th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral home. When he came out, he saw that the entire courtyard was filled with people kneeling on the ground. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. The person they were kneeling on was, of course, Ling Lai. They were shocked because of two things. One was Ling Lai's shocking aura, and the other was Ling Lai's black beard and hair. He actually looked 20 years younger. Ling Lai looked like he was in his 50s. His face looked even younger than Cui Lao. It took less than half an hour. That was simply too shocking. Even the legendary rejuvenation of one's youth couldn't be more than this, right? The complete cleansing of his meridians and marrow, and the advancement of his martial arts to Xiantian realm level 8. These 2 points made Ling Lai look more than 10 years younger. Coupled with the fact that people were in high spirits, Ling Lai's energy was at its peak. Of course, he looked even younger. Everyone, get up. Let Yun Er treat your injuries one by one. Ling Lai waved his hand and said loudly to everyone kneeling in the courtyard. Thus, Ling Yun started treating everyone. The first person he treated was naturally Ling Yong, who had the most serious injuries. With the yin-yang harmony balance, Ling Yong's internal injuries were completely healed. Ling Yong was in high spirits. He jumped up from the ground and grabbed Ling Yun's shoulder. You're really third uncle's son? Ling Yun chuckled. I can't be faked. Heh, our Ling family is saved this time. Ling Yong's emotions were very sincere. His words were direct without any hesitation. Second brother, we can talk about this later. I have to treat everyone's injuries first. Ling Yun stood up slowly and appeared behind Ling Zhen in a flash. He said to Ling Zhen, first uncle, please meditate. Ling Yun didn't have to go through so much trouble to treat others. He treated everyone equally and healed the injuries of Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, and all the men of sacrifice. Everyone was shocked and grateful to Ling Yun at the same time. This was especially so for those men of sacrifice. After Ling Yun healed their injuries, all of them knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ling Yun. At the same time, they looked at Ling Yun with fanatical admiration and the determination to follow him to the death. To be continued. Old Master, Cui Lao had returned. When he saw Ling Lai's shocking transformation, he was stunned and asked subconsciously. My precious grandson is a monster. Look, I become like this in such a short time. Xiantian realm level 8, Ling Lai couldn't even close his mouth at the mention of Ling Yun. He sent a telepathic message to Cui Lao. Xiantian realm level 8. Cui Lao was shocked, and his eyes shone with excitement. He knew better than anyone else what it meant for Ling Lai to reach Xiantian realm level 8. It could be said that in a family fight, no matter if it was power, money, connections, resources, or anything else, it wasn't as practical as a foundation. The strength of the core members of the family. That was the most important thing. Why, take the Chen family for example. The head of the Chen family, Chen Jingtian, was only at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7. Now that Ling Lai had surpassed Chen Jingtian by an entire realm, would Chen Jingtian still dare to plot against the Ling family? When that time came, Ling Lai would personally kill his way to Chen Jingtian's doorstep and beat him half to death. Who in the Chen family would dare to make a fuss then, no matter what they fought for? Status, money, resources, and everything else depended on strength. Everything else had to be pushed aside. Ling Lai now had the strength of a Xiantian realm level 8. Even if 5 Xiantian realm level 7 ninjas came at him at once, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage at all. As for those who hadn't reached the later stages of the Xiantian realm, he could kill them all with a few strikes. How could the Ling family be wiped out? According to what Cui Lao knew, among the 7 big families in Beijing, only the Long family, which controlled Huaxia, and the low-profile and mysterious Shi family had masters at Xiantian realm level 8 and above. The other 5 families didn't have any, only the Chen family was slightly stronger. Chen Jingtian had reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7 10 years ago, but he was too old and couldn't progress any further. Now, the head of the Ling family had reached the early stages of Xiantian realm level 8 in the blink of an eye. This meant that the Ling family had entered the top 3 of the 7 big families in Beijing. This was just one Ling Lai. Don't forget that there was still Ling Yun who had just acknowledged his ancestors. Ling Yun was even more unbelievable. Even though Cui Lao didn't say it, He knew that Ling Yun had a chance against a Xiantian Realm Level 8 master after seeing how easily Ling Yun defeated two Chinans at Xiantian Realm Level 7 with ease. Moreover, this was only pure martial arts. Ling Yun still had many trump cards, including the Dragon Elephant Divine Force that could increase his combat power by 10 times. Cui Lao felt as though his brain was about to explode. He was too excited. Congratulations, old master. Congratulations, old master. Great news for the Ling family. Cui Lao's mouth trembled as he sent a telepathic message to Ling Lai to congratulate him. At the same time, he couldn't help but imagine how powerful Ling Xiao's cultivation would be if Ling Xiao could be saved with Ling Yun's monstrous medical skills. Don't forget that Ling Xiao's talent was publicly acknowledged by the entire capital as heaven-defying. Even the geniuses of the Long family would lament their inferiority, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yun. Once the three of them worked together, the Ling family definitely had enough power to compete with the Long and Yi families and become one of the top 3 families in Huaxia. Cui Lao looked at Ling Yun's 4 loyal blood clan slaves again. He was so happy that he was about to moan. The rise of the Ling family was right in front of him, and it was about to become a reality in the blink of an eye. Cui Lao, you will personally lead some men to clean up the battlefield. Tonight, every soldier of sacrifice from the Ling family who died in battle must be given a proper burial. Ling Lai originally wanted to assign this task to Ling Yong, but he was afraid that Ling Yong was too young to do such a job. Hence, he assigned this task to Cui Lao. Yes. Cui Lao accepted the order respectfully. Everyone, please wait a moment. I have a few announcements to make. Ling Lai stood in the middle of the 6th courtyard of the Ling family with a solemn expression. He used telepathy to transmit his clear voice into everyone's ears. Everyone from the Ling family stopped and looked at Ling Lai respectfully. First, everything that happened tonight, no matter who it is, as long as they dare to leak even half a word, they will be killed without mercy. Second, young Master Ling Yun has already returned to the family. This matter cannot be announced to the public for now. Anyone who dares to leak it to others will be killed without mercy. Third, all soldiers of sacrifice from the Ling family, listen up. From now on, no matter what young Master Ling Yun wants you to do, you don't need to go through me or my instructions. His words are equivalent to mine. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. After Ling Lai finished speaking, his gaze was dignified and unquestionable as it swept across everyone in the courtyard, including the family head, Ling Zhen. Ling Zhen felt an inexplicable sense of panic in his heart, and he couldn't help but lower his head before saying in a low voice, "Do you all understand?" All the soldiers of the Ling family responded in unison. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable excitement. Every single one of these Ling family men of sacrifice had been carefully selected through layers of training and elimination. Not only were they loyal to the Ling family, but they were also smart and capable. Their aptitudes and intellect were all above average. After many rounds of selection, the Ling family's men of sacrifice naturally worshipped the strong. They had witnessed Ling Yun's heaven-defying performance just now and were already willing to follow him to the death. Now that Ling Lai had made such an announcement, wouldn't everyone be excited? After Ling Lai finished speaking, he waved his hand at Cui Lao and asked him to clean up the battlefield. At this time, Ling Yun said, "Cui Lao, you only need to collect the corpses of the Ling family brothers who died in battle. Just gather the corpses of the Japanese ninjas together and let me handle it." This time, Ling Yun had prepared the corpse-dissolving powder. It was specially made for this. Cui Lao grinned at Ling Yun and quickly led his men to work. Ling Lai gathered Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, and Ling Yong in front of him. He smiled at the 3 of them and said, "Tonight, the 3 of you performed well and didn't embarrass the Ling family. After tonight, Grandpa will naturally reward you." "Grandpa, we don't need any rewards. We want little brother Ling Yun to teach us martial arts," Ling Feng hurriedly said. Ling Lai turned to look at Ling Yun and laughed. "That's between you brothers. There's no use begging me. Whoever wants to learn martial arts from Yun, find a way to beg him yourself." Before Ling Lai could finish his sentence, Ling Feng was already about to hug Ling Yun's thigh. He pretended to be begging. "Good brother, you must teach me martial arts." "As long as you're willing to teach me, I'll do anything," Ling Yong and Ling Li naturally begged at the same time. Ling Yun laughed. Don't worry, as long as you're not afraid of hardship, I'll teach you. Ling Yan had seen that these brothers of the Ling family were the cream of the crop in terms of aptitude. It was just that they didn't have a good teacher to guide them. However, martial arts wasn't just about aptitude. It also required tempering of the heart. Ling Yan still needed to polish them and observe their temperaments. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li naturally patted their chests to show that they weren't afraid of hardship. Ling Yan laughed in his heart. As long as they don't regret it when the time comes, the four of them joked around for a while before Ling Lai reminded them again, what I said just now was mainly for the three of you to hear. All of you better keep your mouths shut. Don't go out and brag about it. Do you hear me? Cui Lao didn't have to worry, the Ling family's men of sacrifice didn't have to worry, and Ling Zhen and Ling Yu naturally understood this. Ling Lai was most worried about the three of them. Grandpa, don't worry. We're not fools. Ling Li said with a smile. This kid was mischievous and had a sweet mouth. Humph. I'm most worried about you, kid. Ling Lai scolded with a smile. Ling Li's thin lips twitched. He was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything else. Boss. Ling Lai finally looked at Ling Zhen. Yes. Ling Zhen lowered his head respectfully. It turned out that Ling Zhen was the one with the highest level of martial arts in the entire Ling family. He was the only one who had reached Xiantian realm level 2. As the head of the Ling family, he had the power to decide life and death for many years. Ling Zhen naturally had an awe-inspiring aura. Even though he was still filial to Ling Lai in the past 2 years, he had already started to not report to Ling Lai about things that he could decide on. Ling Lai hid his abilities and relied on this son the most. Thus, he followed Ling Zhen's instructions and turned a blind eye most of the time. The relationship between father and son became rather delicate. However, now that Ling Lai had reached Xiantian realm level 8, his aura was shocking. Ling Zhen was secretly excited but also frightened. He didn't know what Ling Lai wanted to say to him. Yonair has just returned to the Ling family. Don't arrange anything for him. Just let him decide everything. Ling Lai's tone was very calm, as though he was talking about something insignificant. However, Ling Zhen and Ling Yu both understood what the old man was implying. Ling Yun didn't need to listen to any orders from the head of the family. Ling Zhen bowed immediately and said respectfully, I understand. That's good. Ling Lai nodded and said to Ling Yu, second brother, after tonight, if Ling Yun isn't busy, the two of you should talk more. Tell him everything that needs to be told. Don't hide anything or overlook anything. Ling Yu nodded happily. I understand. Okay. Ling Lai suddenly roared after he finished making the arrangements. Men. Cui Lao's side was almost done packing. He immediately sent 6 men of sacrifice back when he heard that the old man wanted people. Ling Lai pointed at Chen Haizhen, who was lying in the corner, and shouted, throw him and those 2 Japanese ninjas into the Ling family's dungeon. Yes. The 6 men of sacrifice responded and split into 3 groups. Without any nonsense, they carried the 3 men in pairs and walked towards the 8th courtyard. Obviously, the dungeon of the Ling family was in the 8th courtyard. This, we can't go over. When the 6 men of sacrifice arrived at the entrance of the 7th courtyard, they realized that there was a white fog in front of them. Where was the shadow of the 7th courtyard? To be continued. Brothers, you're awesome. We're still 15 votes short. Let's go all out. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Also, I'd like to thank Emperor Xianxia for his monthly votes. The armillary sphere maze formation was no longer needed. Ling Yan laughed heartily and flew into the armillary sphere maze formation. He sent out a palm wind towards the stone in the eye of the armillary sphere maze formation, causing the stone to deviate from its position. The white fog dissipated, leaving only the spirit gathering formation. Ling Xiao was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the spirit gathering formation with her beautiful eyes closed. She had entered a state where she had forgotten about everything around her. Ling Yin used his divine sense to scan Ling Xiao, who was immersed in her cultivation. He was shocked as he muttered to himself, so fast. It was indeed fast. Ling Xiao was originally at the beginning stages of Hotian realm level 9, but she had already reached the middle stages of Hotian realm level 9 in a short period of time. Furthermore, she showed no signs of stopping as she advanced towards the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9. The descendants of the Ling family, regardless of gender, were all terrifying in terms of cultivation. Of course, the most monstrous and heaven-defying one was naturally Ling Yun. Ling Yun hurriedly sent a telepathic message to the 6 warriors of sacrifice. Be careful when you go over. Don't disturb my sister's cultivation. With that, Ling Yun leaped and somersaulted in the air, traversing a distance of 70 meters like a bolt of lightning. He landed lightly beside Cui Lao. Cui Lao, are you done cleaning up? Ling Yun asked Cui Lao as he stared at the pile of corpses and the broken limbs of the Japanese ninjas. Yes, 4th young master. Cui Lao changed the way he addressed Ling Yun and gave him the 4th rank out of habit. Ling Yun furrowed his brows and stole a glance in the direction of the 7th courtyard. Then, he smiled bitterly at Cui Lao. Cui Lao, please spare me. Just call me 5th young master. Cui Lao was elated as he laughed. It doesn't matter. 5th young master is 5th young master. I'm really happy now. Ling Yun smiled casually, and a small medicine bottle filled with yellowish-white powder appeared in his left hand. Ling Yun opened the bottle cap and sprinkled a little bit of powder on the wound on the chest of one of the corpses. The moment the powder entered the wound, it started to react violently. Pist pist pist, the wound on the corpse instantly enlarged. The blood, muscles, bones, and other parts of the wound melted and turned into a pool of yellow liquid. The yellow liquid bubbled and white steam came out, continuing to corrode the surrounding area. Very quickly, the corpse was split into 2 halves from the chest area. The 2 halves were still rapidly melting, turning into more yellow liquid. The yellow liquid seeped into the corpse below and melted the moment it came into contact with the flesh. As the amount of yellow liquid increased, the area of corrosion also increased, and the speed at which the corpse melted was also increasing. Miao Xiao Miao would definitely take back the corpse dissolving powder if she knew about it. Only the shameless big brother Yun would be able to come up with such a weird idea. His first sentence was about understanding the will of the heavens, and now he wanted to use it on a living person for experiments. Pist pist, in just 2 minutes, the 14 Japanese ninja corpses had all turned into yellowish water. However, this yellow water didn't have any rotten or fishy smell. It didn't have any smell at all. This made Ling Yun click his tongue in wonder. 5th young master, is this corpse dissolving powder? Cui Lao asked. Yes, it is. Miao Xiao Miao gave it to me. Ling Yun nodded expressionlessly. Speaking of Miao Xiao Miao, Ling Yun suddenly missed the beauties in Xianxia City. Ling Yun picked up his phone and gave Miao Xiao Miao a call. The call was picked up after 2 rings. Hello, little poison lady, your corpse dissolving powder is very useful. Ling Yun said directly. There was silence. Then, Miao Xiao Miao's voice sounded. You've only been in Beijing for a few days, and you're already killing people? It seems like you've killed quite a lot, right? Ling Yun chuckled. Japanese ninjas, 20. However, there will be another 22 soon. Ling Yun included the 6 he killed in the Chen family's courtyard in the southern suburbs. Ling Yun originally thought that Miao Xiao Miao would scold him after he finished speaking. However, Miao Xiao Miao said, You have to be careful when facing so many enemies. Her tone was surprisingly gentle. Ling Yun was stunned. Did I hear wrongly? It wasn't Ning Er, it was definitely Miao Xiao Miao. Why aren't you saying anything? Hey, Ling Yun, don't forget what you promised me. I'll give you another month at most. Miao Xiao Miao reminded Ling Yun over the phone. Ling Yun knew that Miao Xiao Miao was talking about helping miracle Dr. Xue and Miao Fenghuang get back together and enjoy their old age. He had met miracle Dr. Xue before the college entrance examination. He used the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot in front of Miao Xiao Miao to suppress the heart-devouring goo insect in miracle Dr. Xue's body for 3 months. However, Miao Xiao Miao had requested that Ling Yun focus on controlling the heart-devouring goo insect instead of suppressing it. That was because at that time, with his physique tempering stage 8 cultivation base, he would have been able to force the heart-devouring goo insect out of miracle Dr. Xue's body and kill it. Controlling it with spiritual energy would have been much easier. When Ling Yan left Miracle Dr. Shui's place, Miao Xiao Miao had reminded him to rush to Miaojiang as soon as possible after the college entrance examination so that the two of them could get back together as soon as possible. After all, one was her biological grandfather and the other was her biological grandmother. Miao Xiao Miao would naturally feel terrible if her grandparents were in such a state. Ling Yan agreed at that time. However, there were priorities. Miracle Dr. Shui's matter could be delayed, but Chao Shanshan's matter couldn't be delayed. Furthermore, Ling Yan had to come to Beijing first since the Ling family was in trouble. Don't worry, I promise I won't forget. Now that Ling Yan had reunited with his ancestors and met his biological grandfather, he could feel his grandfather's love and care for him. He knew what it was like to be related by blood. Of course, he could understand Miao Xiao Miao's urgency. Moreover, Miao Xiao Miao had told him that the 100,000 mountain range in Miaojiang was filled with spiritual energy. How could Ling Yan not think about such a precious place every day? Big brother Ling Yan, why did you only call big sister and not me? In just a short while, the person on the other end of the phone had changed. Ling Yan knew immediately that it was Shui Mining. I have important matters to discuss with your sister. Ling Yan could only try to muddle through. TSK, what important matters? You were the one who killed someone again and even used Big Sister's corpse-dissolving powder. Shui Mining said unruly. I want to go to Beijing. Ling Yan was sweating profusely. He said resolutely, no. Ling Yan was busy dealing with Chao Shanshan's matter. If Shui Mining came along, he wouldn't be able to do anything. What's wrong with that? My parents are in Beijing now, I want to go. Shui Mining was very domineering. Ling Yan had left Qingshui a few days ago in such a hurry that she didn't even have time to send him off. She missed Ling Yan so much that she was going crazy. Ning Er, be good. Ning Er, be good. What you need to do now is to focus on cultivating the spirit potency art and the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot that I taught you. A doctor should have a benevolent heart, heal the wounded and rescue the dying. Ling Yan was absolutely shameless. Shui Mining could tell that it was not easy for Ling Yan to come up with such nonsense. She didn't insist anymore and changed her tone to a gentle one. Big brother Ling Yan, you have to be careful when you're alone in Beijing. If you're not busy, what do you want? Ling Yan was shocked. Idiot, I want to video chat with you. Shui Mining's face was red from embarrassment. No problem. Ling Yan agreed and hung up the phone. He threw the phone into his spatial ring. I knew it would be like this. Ling Yan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He didn't know where the two beauties were now. If they happened to be with someone else, he wouldn't be able to hang up the phone. He would have to keep calling. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yan realized that Ling Yong, Ling Li, and Ling Feng had surrounded him. The 3 of them were winking at each other ambiguously. Fifth brother, who are you calling? Ling Li asked with a smile on purpose. One of your sisters-in-law. Ling Yan smiled proudly. He didn't hide it at all. Oh, so it's sisters-in-law. Wait, why does this sound so awkward to me? Ling Li dragged the word out before realizing that something was wrong. There should only be one sister-in-law. Why would fifth brother say that? Could there be another sister-in-law? Ling Yan couldn't be bothered with this. He hurriedly instructed Cui Lao to flush the puddle of yellow water into the sewers before rushing to the 6th courtyard. Ling Yong, Ling Li, and Ling Yong naturally followed closely behind. How many people did the 3 of you kill just now? Ling Yan asked as he walked. 1 or 2. Ling Yong replied after thinking for a long time. That's too few. Follow me, I'll teach you. How to kill. Ling Yan said murderously. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li looked at each other and thought that this brother of theirs was really fierce. They hadn't even started teaching him martial arts yet, but he was already teaching them how to kill. Really? Ling Li was a little dumbfounded. The 3 of them were on the brink of annihilation during the battle just now. Therefore, they didn't feel afraid when they saw the ground full of corpses. However, when Ling Yan arrived and turned the situation around, the 3 of them looked at the ground full of corpses. The entire Ling family's 2 courtyards were like the azure hell. There were broken limbs and corpses everywhere. blood flowed like a river. The three of them vomited bile without exception. This was the first time the three of them had killed someone since they were young. An eye for an eye. We're really going to kill. We'll have to kill even more in the future. Let's practice first. Ling Yun didn't give the three of them a chance to hesitate. He had already arrived in front of the 20 ninjas with broken legs. At this moment, the 36 men of sacrifice from the Ling family had already finished what they were doing. When they saw that Ling Yun was about to kill, they immediately rushed over. Only 36 of the more than 100 men of sacrifice were left. In this tragic battle, 2/3 of their brothers had died. Such a blood feud had to be avenged. Killing the enemy with their own hands, a blood debt, of course, had to be paid with blood. To be continued. Ugh, this chapter was really difficult to write. After exhausting millions of brain cells, he finally wrote it. Big Brother Yun has a new heaven-defying skill. Let's celebrate. I'm only 10 votes away, everyone. Ling Yun's murderous aura rose as he walked. When he stopped, his murderous aura reached its peak as well. The murderous aura emanating from his body was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately saw a blood-stained sword that he hadn't put away on the green stone slab to his right. Subconsciously, he stretched out his right arm and grabbed at the air. Whoosh! That long sword was sucked into Ling Yun's hands by a huge suction force. Ling Li, you first. Ling Yun didn't notice this at all. He turned his head to look at Ling Li and waved the long sword in his hand at Ling Li. Ling Li's eyes were fixed on Ling Yun's right hand. His mouth formed an O shape as he stared blankly at Ling Yun's right hand. It was as if Ling Yun's right hand had become the face of the goddess that Ling Li had yearned for day and night. Ling Li wasn't the only one who was stunned. Ling Feng, Ling Yong, and the 36 men of sacrifice were all stunned when they saw Ling Yun's unintentional move. Telekinesis. Ling Yun could actually telekinesis. What's wrong? Ling Yun, on the other hand, thought that Ling Li didn't dare to kill them. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Even though these 20 ninjas were unarmed and had no power to fight back, they were the ones who killed 60 to 70 of the Ling family's loyal warriors in an instant. Fifth brother, you seem to have telekinesis just now. Ling Li raised his right hand in a daze and pointed at Ling Yun's hand with his index finger. Ling Yong also reacted at this time. He said excitedly, "What do you mean, fifth brother?" It was telekinesis. Oh my god, fifth brother, you even know telekinesis? That's a legendary skill. Ugh. Ling Yun was a little confused. Telekinesis? He looked at his right hand with some doubt. He carefully thought about what he had just done and realized that it was indeed the case. Ling Yun thought about it again and confirmed it. His heart was suddenly filled with joy. He had indeed unintentionally used telekinesis. Ling Yun's ecstasy was completely different from Ling Yong and Ling Feng's shock. Under normal circumstances, telekinesis could only be done with one of the two abilities. The first was to have a strong enough divine sense to form a connection with the object being taken. With a single thought, one could directly summon the object from afar. In other words, one didn't need to form a connection with the object from afar. As long as one's divine sense was strong enough, it could be used as a force. In layman's terms, it was like a spiritual tentacle. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it could replace one's hands to do many things. The further one's divine sense could cover, the further one could take in the object. Generally speaking, as long as a cultivator's divine sense was strong enough, they would be able to do this. The other ability was naturally to control one's palm strength. Not only could one wave one's palm outwards and spit true qi into the air to form a violent wind, but it could also be used in reverse, forming a vortex in the center of one's palm. The true qi in one's body would flow against one's energy center, and at the same time, the air would be sucked in, forming a huge suction field between the object and the palm. Naturally, the object would be like a nail being attracted by a strong magnet, flying towards the palm. This suction field, of course, was only related to a person's cultivation. The stronger one's cultivation, the greater the suction force. It was similar to how the larger a magnet was, the greater its magnetic force. It would be able to pull in a larger piece of iron from further away. It was the same principle. This was similar to a waterspout. but the source of the suction force was no longer the dragon's mouth, but the palm of the person. However, to reverse the flow of true qi through the palm of one's palm and form such a huge suction force was thousands of times more difficult than releasing a violent wind from one's palm. Even a Xiantian Realm Level 8 expert wouldn't be able to do it, not to mention Xiantian Realm Level 8, even Xiantian Realm Level 9 experts would find it difficult to perform telekinesis. That was why Ling Li said that this was a legendary skill. Ling Yan's current divine sense only had the ability to replace his vision. His divine sense wasn't strong enough, so naturally, it wasn't the first case. Then, it could only be that Ling Yan's cultivation was too strong, and he was able to control it as he pleased. Just now, he was focused on killing people, and subconsciously, his will moved. In the end, he was able to perform telekinesis, which shocked everyone. However, only Ling Yan knew that this wasn't the essence of the matter. Ling Yan was ecstatic because he knew that his yin-yang harmony balance had unintentionally made a breakthrough. The yin-yang true qi in his energy center was about to form a yin-yang vortex. When he was on Turtle Island, Ling Yan estimated that he would be able to perform inner vision after reaching physique tempering stage 8. However, now that he was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, he still couldn't use his divine sense to perform inner vision. Ling Yan had tried many times in the past, but they all ended in failure, which made him very depressed. As for the yin-yang god eye, he could see through steel plates, iron blocks, or granite rocks that were more than 10 centimeters thick. He could almost see through his own thighs. However, he couldn't see through his energy center. He couldn't even see through it. He couldn't even see through it. Since he couldn't use inner vision, Ling Yan didn't know what his energy center looked like. Therefore, he could only judge based on his feelings. As mentioned before, a person's energy center wasn't flat but spherical. However, Ling Yan's energy center was a yin-yang taiji diagram that was constantly rotating. If you could see it, Ling Yan's energy center would be a yin-yang taiji diagram no matter which direction you looked at it from. It was a complete yin-yang taiji diagram, and it was constantly rotating. From the two eyes of the yin-yang formation, new yin-yang qi was constantly being produced, providing Ling Yan with an endless supply of energy. His body could automatically produce yin-yang qi. Even a real immortal would go crazy with envy if they saw Ling Yan's ability. They wouldn't hesitate to kill Ling Yan because it was too heaven-defying. Everyone knew that mass and energy were conserved. It wouldn't increase or decrease, but it could be transferred. However, Ling Yan's body could produce yin-yang qi on its own. This couldn't even be described as creation. This was simply creating something out of nothing. How heaven-defying was that? Who wouldn't be afraid? Even Ling Yan himself would be afraid if he knew about this. That was because the original yin-yang harmony balance wasn't like this. The yin-yang harmony balance could absorb all spiritual energy and true qi. It could also transform all the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. It could also continuously increase the yin-yang qi in one's body through daily cultivation. However, it couldn't create something out of nothing. In the end, when Ling Yan successfully cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance in the crater, his energy center transformed into a strange and mysterious yin-yang taiji diagram. Two eyes of the yin-yang formation appeared. He managed to create something out of nothing, not to mention the current Ling Yan. Even if he was in the tribulation stage, he still wouldn't be able to explain this. Now, the Earth Emperor's book firmly occupied a position in Ling Yan's strange energy center. It guarded Ling Yan's energy center without moving. How many types of heaven-defying powers were contained in Ling Yan's energy center? Even Ling Yan himself didn't know. There was at least yin-yang qi, a pure golden dragon-shaped curve that looked like a real dragon, heaven and earth qi, and the power of lightning. There were simply too many. No one could explain how an energy center could contain so much energy, not even immortals. Even though Ling Yan didn't know all these, he knew that his energy center was definitely moving. In fact, it was constantly rotating. This was because when Ling Yan used the yin-yang harmony balance, the yin-yang true qi in his energy center mainly surged out from his conception and governing meridians. If his energy center was still, the yin-yang true qi that surged out from the conception and governing meridians should be fixed. However, after such a long time, Ling Yan realized that wasn't the case. Sometimes, the yin-yang true qi surged out from his conception and governing meridians. If his energy center was still, the yin-yang true qi that surged out from his conception and governing meridians should be fixed. However, since it was rotating, Ling Yin made a bold guess that it wouldn't only rotate in one direction. Perhaps one day, it would rotate in the opposite direction. The yin-yang vortex would form before the qi cultivation stage. This was because Ling Yin wouldn't be able to break through to the qi cultivation stage if the vortex didn't form. Moreover, Ling Yin estimated that the yin-yang true qi should be about to form the vortex now. This was because he was already at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. He was only one step away from the qi cultivation stage. The yin-yang vortex was impressive because it would form a nebula in Ling Yan's energy center. This way, when Ling Yan's yin-yang true qi was released, it would form a strange spiral shape. In other words, it would be like a tornado. The power would increase by 100 times, and naturally, the destructive power would also increase by 100 times. This was because the power of a hurricane at the same level couldn't be compared to a tornado. This was easy to understand. Even though Ling Yin had reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, he still wasn't able to reverse the flow of true qi. After all, compared to a Xianxia realm master, he was still a long way off. Therefore, Ling Yan's telekinesis could only mean two things. First, the yin-yang vortex in Ling Yan's body was indeed forming. Second, when Ling Yan was filled with killing intent just now, there was a moment when he unintentionally controlled his energy center. With a thought, his energy center reversed, and the yin-yang vortex that was forming followed suit. Through Ling Yan's palm, it acted on the air, forming a spiraling tornado that sucked the long sword into his hands. Amidst the ecstasy, Ling Yan's mind flashed. He felt that his guess was very reliable. The truth was indeed so. After Ling Yan reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, there were new changes in his energy center. His energy center was dominated by the yin-yang true qi. Under the state of rapid rotation, it formed a yin-yang vortex in the shape of a nebula. When Ling Yan was filled with killing intent just now, he unintentionally achieved telekinesis. It was precisely because he was completely unconscious that he controlled the yin-yang vortex to reverse its rotation that he was able to do so. As the saying goes, Tao imitates nature. Ling Yan could only achieve this without thinking. If he were to deliberately do it now, it would definitely be very difficult. However, without a doubt, the formation of the yin-yang true qi vortex marked the beginning of Ling Yan's journey to defy the heavens. To be continued. Ling Yan's physique allowed him to continuously absorb spiritual energy from all living things in the world. There was no need to mention intentional absorption. Even when Ling Yan was unconscious, his body could naturally absorb spiritual energy from all living things, be it when he was eating, sleeping, or doing anything else. This was already Ling Yan's instinct. It was as natural as breathing. In layman's terms, Ling Yan's physique should be called the spirit-gathering physique. His body was like a huge magnet, and all kinds of spiritual energy were iron powder. How could iron powder not be attracted to a magnet? Now, Ling Yan's energy center was too big. It had long exceeded his body. The entire invisible energy center had completely enveloped Ling Yan's body and extended into the air around him. This was already mystical and shocking enough. If someone could take a picture of Ling Yan and his energy center with a digital camera, they would be shocked to discover that Ling Yan was actually living in a colorful spherical yin-yang tai chi diagram. No matter which direction Ling Yan looked from, the result would be the same. It was as if Ling Yan was forever living in a spherical space formed by countless circular yin-yang tai chi diagrams. Furthermore, what was even more shocking was that his energy center was still moving. It was constantly rotating at a rapid speed. Now, in this huge, heaven-defying energy center, there was a yin-yang true qi vortex, like a spiral-shaped nebula. Once the yin-yang true qi vortex started to take effect, Ling Yan's spirit-gathering physique would absorb the spiritual energy around him at an astonishing speed. That kind of heaven-defying scene would be absolutely terrifying. That was because it wouldn't be passive absorption anymore. Regardless of what Ling Yan was doing, this yin-yang true qi vortex would continue to absorb all the spiritual energy in the air for him to replenish himself. If Ling Yan were to deliberately absorb the energy, it would be even more domineering. He would definitely absorb as much as he could, as long as his energy center could contain it. Ling Yan could absorb spiritual energy from all living things outside of his body to replenish himself. His body could also continuously produce new yin-yang qi. How heaven-defying was that, accepting no one and relying on himself, it would be strange if his cultivation did not improve by leaps and bounds. He had passed down many techniques in Xianxia city, including the stellar condensation technique, the omnipotent water control technique, the Arctic ice technique, the raging waves internal skill, the spirit potency technique, the yellow springs earth emperor skill, and even the dragon elephant divine force. These cultivation techniques were not cabbages that could be found by the roadside. They were all top-notch cultivation techniques in the cultivation world. Be it for cultivation or combat, they were powerful cultivation techniques that could make any expert cultivator fight over them. Could it be that Ling Yun wasn't afraid? Or did he really not think that in the future, whether it was his friends, brothers, or even his women, they might betray him and leave him for various reasons? Could it be that they might even become enemies with him in the future? Father and son could become mortal enemies, husband and wife could divorce, and there were many cases of brothers fighting each other. Why would the people around Ling Yun never betray him? Besides, even if his friends, women, and relatives would never betray him, what if they were caught and forced to confess through torture or secret techniques like the evil eye? What would he do? This kind of thing could happen too easily. For example, Xianxia's situation, Ling Yun was extremely intelligent. He had seen or heard of such things too many times in the cultivation world. Naturally, he had considered this point long ago. However, Ling Yun wasn't afraid. Or rather, he didn't care from the bottom of his heart. This was because he knew that no one could be faster than him in terms of cultivation speed. Originally, Ling Yu might be able to keep up with Ling Yun with her immortal spiritual body. However, once Ling Yun formed the yin-yang true qi vortex, he had absolute confidence that no one could be faster than him in terms of cultivation speed. That was because the yin-yang true qi vortex's function wasn't as simple as accelerating the absorption of the surrounding spiritual energy. It wasn't just telekinesis either. Ling Yun could also use this yin-yang true qi vortex to absorb the true qi from other people's bodies and then use his yin-yang harmony balance to easily convert it into his own yin-yang qi absorption technique. Imagine if Ling Yun were to fight with an enemy. Ling Yun would reverse his energy center and use the absorption technique. The enemy would get weaker and weaker, and Ling Yun would get stronger and stronger. How could he possibly lose? As long as the opponent wasn't too powerful, Ling Yun would always be invincible. Up until now, the only person that could form a strange absorption field around herself was the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. When my yin-yang vortex forms and I reach qi cultivation level 1, I'll definitely have a good fight with you. Even if I don't use my strength to bully you, I'll make you obediently throw yourself into my arms. Ling Yun couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart when he thought of the alluring Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. Little five, what are you thinking about? Ling Yong couldn't help but call out to Ling Yun when he saw that he was deep in thought while holding the long sword. Little five, when are you going to teach me telekinesis? It's too cool. Ling Feng was also shouting excitedly at the side. Ling Yun retracted his thoughts and chuckled. Nothing much. You want to telekinesis? You'll have to wait until you're strong enough. Let's talk about it after you reach the late stages of the Xiantian realm. When Ling Feng heard this, his originally agitated and excited expression suddenly became a deflated ball, wilting. How hard was it to reach the late stages of the Xiantian realm? Ling Yun smiled brightly at him. Don't worry, I guarantee that all of you will reach the late stages of the Xiantian realm in 2 years at most. With that, Ling Yun turned around and looked at the 36 men of sacrifice behind him. It's the same if you're willing to endure hardship, he said lightly to them. The remaining 36 men of sacrifice from the Ling family trembled when they heard Ling Yun's words. Their eyes were filled with shock, ecstasy, and confusion. Were their ears playing tricks on them? 2 years at most, everyone would be able to reach the late stages of the Xiantian realm. Men of sacrifice from the Ling family, thank you, young Master Ling Yun, for your guidance. After recovering from their shock, the 36 men of sacrifice exchanged glances with the people beside them. They suddenly bowed and said in unison. Ling Yun smiled faintly and gestured for them to not stand on ceremony. These were people who had been through life and death and were willing to give up their lives for the Ling family. If he didn't nurture such people, who else would he nurture? In Ling Yun's eyes, his trust in these 36 men of sacrifice far exceeded that of his first uncle, Ling Zhen. Ling Yan smiled at Ling Li and shoved the long sword in his hand into his hands. Sixth brother, you go first. Ling Li's blood boiled after hearing the roar of the 36 men of sacrifice. He nodded at Ling Yan like a chick pecking at rice. When he looked at the 20 Japanese ninjas again, his eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. Ling Yan turned to look at the 20 Japanese ninjas who were lying on the ground in pain. Who can speak Mandarin? He asked coldly. An expert above the Xianxia realm suddenly gritted his teeth and said in slightly broken Mandarin, if you want to kill, kill. None of us Japanese ninjas are afraid of death. Ling Yan had experienced the warrior spirit of the Japanese long ago in the waters of Turtle Island. Even the Japanese female soldiers were willing to protect their country's military secrets in the face of death, let alone these Japanese ninjas. He smiled faintly and said, I just want to ask, is there a ninja from the Tokugawa family among you? Ling Yan was concerned about the lid of the Shinnon cauldron. He knew that the lid was with the Tokugawa family, so he had to go to Japan to get it back as soon as possible. Therefore, it was natural for him to seize the opportunity to understand the Tokugawa family. That Xiantian realm ninja was stunned for a moment. He looked at Ling Yan and asked blankly, how do you know about the Tokugawa family? The Tokugawa family is one of the strongest warrior families in Japan. Of course I would know about them, Ling Yan replied. This answer was equivalent to no answer. Ling Yan didn't want to bring trouble to the Ling family. That Xiantian realm ninja smiled coldly. Of course, there's no need for the Tokugawa family to deal with a small family like Xianxia. The Tokugawa family is one of the most prestigious warrior families in Japan. They wouldn't come to Xianxia unless there's something really important. Ling Yan thought about it seriously and felt that these small fries probably didn't know much about the inside story. Instead of asking them, he might as well ask the 2 Xiantian realm level 7 ninjas. Therefore, he smiled faintly and said, is that so? It's a pity that you can't even deal with a small family like ours. Tonight's operation failed, and now all of you are lying here like mangy dogs with their legs broken. That Xiantian realm ninja shot a look of humiliation from his eyes. He roared, Baka. If it wasn't for you, we would have succeeded tonight. Ling Yan's eyes turned cold, and his voice was even colder. The reason isn't important. What's important is the result. With that, Ling Yan waved his hand lightly at Ling Li and ordered, Ling Li, kill him. Cut off his head for me. Ling Li rushed forward with a long sword in his hand. His right hand was obviously trembling slightly. Kill the enemy with your own hands, kill. Ling Yan roared. Ling Li gritted his teeth, his eyes widened, and the sword in his hand slashed down. Pooh! A human head rolled, the Xiantian realm ninja's head was chopped off by Ling Li's sword. He lay on the ground, blood spurting out from his neck and sprayed onto the other ninjas around him, instantly turning them into a pile of bloody people. Kill again. Ling Yan's expression didn't change, and his eyes were as cold as ice. Without hesitation, he ordered Ling Li to continue killing. Ling Li suppressed the disgust in his heart and slashed twice consecutively, killing another 2 ninjas before Ling Yan ordered him to stop. Spit it out if you want to. After this, you won't be afraid of killing in the future. With that, Ling Yan took the long sword from Ling Li's hand and passed it to Ling Feng. To be continued. Thank you for your monthly tickets. I slept at 4 a.m. today and didn't rest well. My condition hasn't been good, and there are guests in the afternoon. Hence, I'll send you 2 chapters as a guarantee for tomorrow. None of the men in the Ling family were ugly. Ling Feng had a pair of thick eyebrows, and his eyes were long and narrow. He was 185 meters tall, and his body was thin. His hands were long and powerful, and his fingernails were neatly trimmed. He looked like an unsheathed sword. With a sword in hand, even Ling Yan couldn't compare to Dugumo, who was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. Fourth brother, you like to use swords? Ling Yan asked with a smile when he saw that Ling Feng's aura had undergone an earth-shattering change after getting the long sword. My goal is to become a sword god. Ling Feng smiled proudly. Good. Ling Yan laughed. His swordsmanship finally had a dedicated successor. Ling Yan didn't only know the minor formless swordplay and the 9th killing swordplay. It was definitely enough for Ling Feng to learn. Use your strongest skills and best swordsmanship. Ling Yan said faintly. Ling Feng nodded and started to concentrate. He didn't even look at the ninjas on the ground. He only focused on increasing his own skills. Whoosh! Ling Feng's wrist shook, and the tip of the sword pierced down like a poisonous snake. The target was the throat of a ninja on the ground. The sword light flashed and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the ninja who was pierced, there was a red dot on his throat. Fresh blood flowed out. That ninja was already dead. Ling Yan nodded secretly. He was very satisfied because Ling Feng didn't act cool or use any sword moves. He didn't put on any useless airs. He already understood how to use a sword. He was definitely a promising talent. Ling Feng didn't put on any airs when he used his sword. However, this guy put on a cool pose after killing the ninja. The tip of the sword pointed to the ground and became an extension of his arm. It formed a 60-degree angle with his body. His thin lips pursed slightly as he asked Ling Yan proudly, "How is it?" Ling Yan rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "Nothing much. This speed is really too slow. I thought you were using chopsticks to stab a bun." Ling Feng was dumbfounded and deflated like a ball again. He had been destroyed by Ling Yun. However, Ling Feng's age had already reached 20 years old. He had already vomited once just now. Very clearly, whether it was before or after he attacked, he did not hesitate as much as Ling Li. He was infatuated with the way of the sword. The purpose of practicing the sword was to kill and take lives. If he was too obsessed with one thing, he would naturally be indifferent to other things. "Watch me," Ling Yong wasn't willing to fall behind either. Shwa, 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 he killed 3 people in a row. This fellow was normally courageous and decisive. His way of doing things was ruthless and swift. Although he seemed rash, he was actually very shrewd. That was why out of the 3 of them, his performance was the best. When he killed his enemies, he wasn't careless at all, not even blinking his eyes. He couldn't hold back at all. Ling Yan shook his head speechlessly. With a sway of his body, he dashed forward like lightning. He extended his right index finger and middle finger and easily caught Ling Yong's 4th slash. "What's wrong?" Ling Yong asked Ling Yan in surprise. He was in high spirits and didn't understand what was going on. "Second brother, it's fine if we kill 2 people to vent the hatred in our hearts. No matter what, they are defenseless and have lost the ability to resist. Leave the rest to them," Ling Yan said faintly. After saying that, Ling Yan turned back to look at the Ling family's kamikaze warriors standing behind him. Their eyes were all burning with hatred. They couldn't wait any longer. Nearly 70 lives were lost. They were all brothers who had fought side by side with them. They had gone through thick and thin with them. Yet, one by one, they had died under the blades of these Japanese ninjas. Who wouldn't want to avenge their good brothers? "Kill. Leave no one alive," Ling Yan ordered coldly. At the same time, he brought the other 3 brothers and retreated, leaving these Japanese ninjas to the 36 kamikaze warriors behind him. "Go, chop them to death." The Ling family's kamikaze warriors shouted angrily. Everyone rushed forward and raised their swords. With a series of clanking sounds, all the Japanese ninjas turned into a pile of meat paste in an instant. Even the 7 people who were killed by Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were the same. They were all a bloody mess, and it was impossible to tell who was who. Ling Yan went forward and sprinkled some corpse-dissolving powder beside the corpses. Then, he instructed the Ling family's kamikaze warriors, when they turn into a puddle of yellow water, flush it directly into the sewers. "Understood?" "Understood." At this point, Ling Yan's invincible, powerful, ruthless image was deeply implanted in the hearts of the Ling family's kamikaze warriors. Ling Yan was a god in their eyes. "Let's go. The 3 of you better go take a shower. I'll go see Grandpa." Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were all stained with blood. The stench of blood was pungent, and it was very uncomfortable. Without needing Ling Yan to say anything, they flew away and went back to their respective rooms to take a shower. Ling Yan turned and left. When he came to the center of the courtyard, he called the 4 members of the Blood clan over. His deep gaze swept across each of them. Pierce, Joyce, Chester, Paul. After half a day, Chester and Paul's injuries had completely healed. Paul's wings had also completely recovered. It was as if they were never injured. As long as they didn't suffer a fatal injury, such as being beheaded, having their hearts ruptured, or being cut in half at the waist, other injuries were no longer a concern for them. Ling Yan pondered for a moment before saying slowly, word by word, "This is the Ling family, my family. From today onwards, regardless of whether I'm around or not, regardless of whether you have my orders or not, the four of you must protect the members of the Ling family at all costs and by all means. Do you understand?" The four members of the blood clan nodded in unison and replied respectfully, "We understand, Honorable Master." Ling Yun nodded. "And I believe you already know who my grandpa is. From now on, any of his orders are equivalent to my orders. You have to listen to him unconditionally, understood?" Of course, the four members of the blood clan complied without hesitation. "All right then, the four of you better keep your wings and find a dark corner to hide in. Do your job of patrolling. But try your best to avoid being seen by the other members of the Ling family." The four members of the blood clan had completely transformed, and their clothes had long been torn. It would be very indecent if they transformed back into their human forms. Hence, Ling Yan instructed them to hide as soon as possible. Otherwise, why would Ling Yan leave Ling Xiu in the armillary sphere maze formation when there were so many people in the courtyard? Firstly, it was to let Ling Xiu obtain some cultivation benefits. Secondly, it was because the upcoming killing scene was too bloody, and Ling Yun didn't want Ling Xiu to see it. Lastly, it was naturally because of the four transformed members of the blood clan, which was even more unsuitable for Ling Xiu to see. The four members of the blood clan gracefully bowed to Ling Yun, then each walked off in a different direction. Ling Yan took one last look at the Ling family's death warriors who were busy using water pipes to wash the yellow water off the ground. He flashed them a mysterious smile, then walked towards the 9th courtyard of the Ling family. With his powerful divine sense, he already knew that Ling Lai was staying in the 9th courtyard of the Ling family. That courtyard was also very big, but it was a courtyard within a courtyard. Ling Lai usually stayed in the innermost courtyard. Ling Yan only had the mood to admire the Ling family's ancestral home now. He nodded continuously and muttered, "My Ling family's courtyard isn't smaller than the Qin family's at all. Just this 9th courtyard alone was bigger than the Qin family's southwest villa district and the mansion in the southern suburbs combined." One could imagine how powerful the Ling family was in Beijing in the past. "Little five, I'll kill you." The moment Ling Yun stepped into the 7th courtyard, Ling Xiu, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the spirit-gathering formation, leaped up. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her slender body twisted as she dashed towards Ling Yun. Half-step to the Xiantian realm. Ling Yan could tell Ling Xiu's current strength with a sweep of his divine sense. He couldn't help but be astonished. His sister's cultivation aptitude was too strong. She actually didn't lose to his aunt, Qin Dongxue. Ling Yan couldn't help but praise Ling Xiu in his heart when he saw her graceful figure pouncing towards him like lightning. He didn't dodge at all and stood firmly in place. Big sister's movements are so beautiful. Ling Yan grinned cheekily. He wasn't afraid at all. "Humph, you little brat. You think I won't hit you just because you suck up to big sister?" Ling Xiu gently landed in front of Ling Yun, and the distance between them was less than a foot. Ling Xiu clenched her fists, and her fists rained down on Ling Yun's chest. However, the sound of thunder was loud, but the raindrops were small. They weren't even enough to tickle Ling Yun. "Hee, congratulations, big sister. You're only a thin layer away from the Xiantian realm." Ling Yun didn't move and allowed Ling Xiu to hit him as she pleased. "Speak. Why did you lock big sister in that stupid formation? How infuriating." Ling Xiu didn't feel satisfied after hitting Ling Yun. She reached out and pinched Ling Yan's ear as she asked valiantly. "Aya, it hurts." Ling Yan exclaimed exaggeratedly. Why did his big sister have the same temper as his auntie? They both liked to pinch people's ears. Needless to say, Ling Feng and Ling Li must have suffered a lot. Ling Xiu giggled and quickly let go. However, she couldn't help but touch Ling Yan's earlobe, tickling him. Her voice turned gentle as she asked, "Does it really hurt?" "Of course not." Ling Yan chuckled and said, "Big sister, I think the most important thing for you now is to return to your room and take a bath. It's better to wash away the blood on your body, ah. Ling Xiu exclaimed in embarrassment and flew away. Her voice came from afar. Brat, don't go anywhere tonight. Wait for me to come back and see how I'll deal with you. Don't worry, of course, Ling Yin wouldn't leave tonight. There were 3 people locked up in the Ling family's dungeon, and he still had many things to do. Ling Yin arrived at the 9th courtyard of the Ling family in no time. He didn't stop and went straight to Ling Lai's courtyard. Yun Er, you're here? Come in quickly. Ling Yin heard Ling Lai's familiar voice the moment he entered the courtyard. He responded and flew into the house. There were only Ling Lai and Chui Lao in the house. To be continued. I'm sorry for the late update. I've kept everyone waiting. There will be 2 more chapters tonight. At this time, Ling Lai and Chui Lao had already taken a shower and changed into clean clothes. When Ling Yin entered, they were chatting in the room. Even though their faces were solemn and sorrowful, they couldn't conceal the happiness in their hearts. Solemn and sorrowful was naturally because the Ling family had just been annihilated. More than 70 loyal men of sacrifice had died in an instant. As for happiness, of course, it was because Ling Yin had arrived in time and defeated all the enemies single-handedly. Furthermore, he had returned to his roots. As for whether it was pain and happiness or happiness and pain, even Ling Lai and Chui Lao couldn't tell. The 2 of them looked at each other, tearing up for a while before grinning foolishly for a while. That scene was like 2 emotionally unstable children. However, the 2 of them only had one topic in mind, and that was Ling Yun. Grandpa. Ling Yun entered the room and knelt down once again. He kowtowed to Ling Lai respectfully. Ling Lai flew up and appeared in front of Ling Yun in a flash. He supported Ling Yun up with both hands and smiled as he looked at Ling Yun from head to toe. Finally, he grinned and said, "This child is indeed carved from the same mold as 3rd brother when he was young. His eyes look just like his mother's." Chui Lao smiled and nodded. This old man still had Ling Yun's photo in his pocket. He couldn't get enough of it. Now that he had seen Ling Yun in person, he still couldn't get enough of it. Ling Lai raised his hand and lightly punched Ling Yun's shoulder. He couldn't help but laugh. "Old Chui, do you see that? This is 3rd brother's son, my precious grandson. Our Ling family didn't suffer in vain for the past 18 years. The heavens really do have eyes." Ling Lai laughed until the end. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling once again. He allowed hot tears to flow from his eyes, and his Adam's apple trembled uncontrollably. Seeing that Ling Lai was crying again, Chui Lao hurriedly got up and advised, "Old master, young master is returning to the Ling family. This is a joyous occasion for the Ling family. Please don't be so excited, it's not good for your health, Yun Er, our Ling family isn't capable enough to protect you. You've suffered since you were in your mother's womb. You've been drifting outside ever since you were born. Grandpa has let you down. Please don't blame our Ling family, and don't blame your parents." Ling Lai sobbed for a long time before wiping away the tears on his face. "Child, your parents are the most powerful people in this world. They have given up everything for you. You must not harbor any hatred towards them. Do you understand?" When Ling Lai said this, the love in his eyes turned into endless worry. He was afraid that Ling Yun would go to extremes. Ling Yun nodded and said seriously, "Grandpa, Chui Lao has already told me everything. I understand how difficult it is for my parents, and I won't blame them. Don't worry." Ling Lai nodded and patted Ling Yun's shoulders. "Good child, it's rare for you to be so understanding. Grandpa can rest assured now," Ling Lai said with a smile. "Sit down and drink some water first." The 3 of them had just sat down when Ling Yun realized that Ling Zhen and Ling Yu had already changed their clothes and were at the entrance of Ling Lai's courtyard. "Big bro, second bro, come in," Ling Lai said at the same time, letting the 2 of them in. Ling Zhen and Ling Yu entered the house, and naturally, they exchanged pleasantries. When everyone was seated again, Ling Lai's expression became calm again. His face displayed the authority of a patriarch. He looked straight at Ling Zhen and finally spoke after a long while. "Eldest brother, is Ling Hao not back yet?" His first sentence was earth-shattering. Ling Zhen shuddered and stood up hurriedly. He bowed and said, "Father, I can't get through to his phone. I've already sent someone to look for him, but it might take some time, Ling Lai snorted angrily. Humph. Ling Hao only knows how to fool around with his scoundrel friends. When the family is in danger, I can't even find him. He's already 28 years old, but he's still stuck at the half-step Xiantian realm. Now, even that last Ling Xiao has reached the half-step Xiantian realm. Obviously, Ling Lai had sensed that Ling Xiao had been focused on her cultivation and had reached the half-step Xiantian realm. I wonder how he's doing as the eldest grandson of the Ling family. Ling Lai's face was filled with anger, and his words became more and more severe. Yes. Father, when Ling Hao comes back, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Ling Zhen was sweating profusely as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Ling Yun, Ling Yu, and Cui Lao didn't interrupt when the two patriarchs of the Ling family were talking. This was especially so for Ling Yun, who rejected Ling Hao the moment he saw his photo. His sixth sense told him that Ling Hao wasn't a good person. Ling Yun even thought that if Ling Hao had been present tonight, the Ling family would have been in trouble. Who knew, Ling Hao might have escaped amidst the chaos. Humph, it's his own fault. There's nothing anyone can do about it. Let him be. Ling Lai said disappointedly. He glanced at Cui Lao before turning to Ling Zhen. However, I heard that Ling Hao has been very close to Qin Sen, a descendant of the Qin family. Is that right? Hearing this, Ling Zhen immediately broke out in cold sweat. He bowed and said, Father, I'm not sure about this either. However, as soon as Ling Hao returns, I'll ask him about it. If this is true, I won't let him off. Since Ling Zhen knew that Ling Hao had sent someone to assassinate Ling Yun, he had investigated the matter thoroughly. Ling Hao's first target was Qin Sen from the Qin family. Now that Ling Lai mentioned Qin Sen's name with such confidence, Ling Zhen was naturally scared half to death. Furthermore, even if Grandpa Ling didn't know that Ling Hao had tried to assassinate Ling Yun and only mentioned it unintentionally, what was the Qin family to the Ling family? Mortal enemies. Irreconcilable enemies. Ling Hao's close relationship with Qin Sen was akin to courting his own death. However, Ling Hao's phone was switched off, and no one could contact him. Ling Zhen couldn't help his son even if he wanted to. Just now, when Ling Zhen heard his grandfather's disappointed words, he immediately knew that even if Ling Yun didn't want to be the next head of the Ling family, it wouldn't be Ling Hao's turn. Sit down first. Tell Ling Hao to come and see me as soon as he returns. The topic between Ling Lai and Ling Hao ended here. Everyone in the room knew that Grandpa Ling was really disappointed in Ling Hao this time. Ling Shui was on duty with the Condor team, so it was understandable that she wasn't home. However, Ling Hao, the eldest grandson, wasn't around. Grandpa Ling couldn't stop the disappointment from others. Yun Er, I see that you didn't kill the two ninjas. You even captured the head of the Qin family, Qin Haizhen. What do you plan to do with them? After Ling Lai finished talking about Ling Hao, he looked at Ling Yun and asked him how he was going to deal with the three of them. Ling Zhen broke out in a cold sweat. Ling Yu laughed in his heart. Grandpa Ling's attitude towards Ling Yun and Ling Hao was too different. Ling Lai was completely disappointed in Ling Hao. He even hated him. However, he loved and protected Ling Yun. Ling Yun was anxious about this matter. He stood up immediately and said, Grandpa, I have something to interrogate them. After that, I'll leave the rest to you. Ling Lai nodded and said affectionately, All right. Go now. I think Qin Haizhen's injuries are very serious. He won't be able to hold on much longer. Thank you, Grandpa. Cui Lao, accompany Yun Er. Ling Lai knew that Ling Yun wasn't familiar with the Ling family and was afraid that he wouldn't know where the dungeon was. What they didn't know was that Ling Yun had already used his divine sense to scan every inch of the 5 courtyards of the Ling family. Not to mention the dungeon, he even knew the condition of the 3 people in the dungeon. Cui Lao knew that the old man had something to say to Ling Zhen and Ling Yu alone. He stood up and followed Ling Yun out. Cui Lao arrived behind Ling Yun and heard Ling Yun's telepathic message. Cui Lao, have you told Grandpa about Ling Hao? Cui Lao nodded with a smile and replied, Once young master told me, I reported this matter to old master right away. He was furious when he heard it. Ling Yun's return to Beijing was a top secret for the Ling family. As the eldest grandson of the Ling family, Ling Hao had actually revealed such a thing to the Qin family. Even if it wasn't a betrayal, it was close to that. It would be strange if Grandpa Ling wasn't angry. Yet, the Qin family attacked the Ling family first. Everyone in the Ling family hated the Qin family. Ling Lai was even more furious. It would be a miracle if he wasn't disappointed in Ling Hao. Sigh. The Ling family's defense is too weak. Ling Yun didn't mention Ling Hao anymore. In his eyes, Ling Hao was so weak that he couldn't even be considered an ant. He wouldn't take him seriously at all. He walked forward and looked at the empty courtyard of the Ling family. He couldn't help but furrow his brows and shake his head, not to mention the fact that there were only 36 men of sacrifice left. Even if there were more than 100 of them, it would be nothing compared to the huge courtyard of the Ling family. Ling Yun secretly formed a plan in his heart. He wanted to forge the Ling family's ancestral home into a solid piece of metal as soon as possible. If the Ling family was attacked on such a scale again, he could guarantee that the enemy would not be able to return without losing a single soldier. They arrived at the 8th courtyard and walked into an inconspicuous side room. Cui Lao then opened a tightly shut secret door in the corner of the room. Once they entered the secret door, it was similar to the entrance of a subway station. Naturally, it was the Ling family's dungeon. It could be said that as long as it was a big family, there would be some places like this. It was not strange at all. Little young master, they're locked up below. Ling Yun nodded and sent a telepathic message to Cui Lao to wait outside. He walked down the stone steps slowly and entered the dungeon of the Ling family. To be continued. Sorry for the long wait. I've just finished the second chapter on the 14th. It's already 3:30 in the morning. Old Boo has gone to bed, so don't wait for me tonight. It was quiet, serene, and pitch black. One couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. However, such darkness was no different from daylight to Ling Yun, who had achieved some success in cultivating the yin-yang eye. It couldn't affect him at all. The Ling family's dungeon had a total of 4 steps. Each step was made up of 28 stone steps. After 3 turns, it led straight to the depths of the dungeon. Each flight of stone steps was 3 meters wide, enough for 5 to 6 people to walk side by side. The passageway to the bottom of the dungeon was very clean, well ventilated, and well lit. Ling Yun even knew where the lighting switch was. It was just that he was too lazy to switch it on. The design of the entire dungeon was very grand. Those who didn't know better might even think that they had walked into the underground palace of an ancient tomb. Ling Yun followed the stone steps all the way down. With his height, he didn't need to lower his head at all. Very quickly, Ling Yun walked up 4 steps and arrived at the lowest level of the dungeon. Looking up, he knew that there was a vertical distance of at least 9 meters from the ground. Even the most advanced artillery shell would have difficulty penetrating this place. The entire dungeon was very big. It was close to 1,000 square meters, only slightly smaller than the 8th courtyard above ground. If they squeezed a little, it wouldn't be a problem for it to accommodate at least 1,000 people. There were a total of more than 10 rooms of various sizes in the dungeon. They were all made of stone and green bricks, giving off a sense of security. At the end of the stone steps, where Ling Yun stood, there were 3 large jars. Each jar was 2 meters in diameter and 2 meters deep. They were filled with clean water. Moreover, Ling Yun used his divine sense to explore and found similar jars filled with water in a few rooms. It was just that those jars were much smaller than these 3 jars. Obviously, this wasn't just the Ling family's dungeon. In times of crisis, it was also a very good place to take refuge. That was because Ling Yun also found a few secret passages in a few rooms. They were very deep, extending at least 100 meters. Even with his divine sense, he couldn't find the exit. The entrance of the secret passage was seamlessly integrated with the wall of the room. It looked like a single stone wall. Those who didn't know would definitely not discover it. Not only could it be used for refuge, but it could also be used to hide soldiers. Such a dungeon had many uses for a big family. How generous! How generous! Ling Yun exclaimed in his heart. When he was on the surface, he had used his divine sense to explore the dungeon. He knew that the area of the dungeon was huge, but he didn't expect there to be a secret passage. The prosperous and mysterious capital city, the foot of the emperor and the root of the imperial city, was indeed not something the small Xianxia city could compare to. Compared to this place, Miracle Dr. Shui's mansion in Xianxia city and the secret room were child's play. With Ling Yan's intelligence, he instantly realized that the Ling family wasn't the only one with such a dungeon. Just like the Ling family weapon workshop, all 7 big families in Beijing definitely had one. Interesting. Is Chao Shanshan hidden in the Qin family's dungeon by Qin Jianwei? Ling Yan muttered to himself. However, he didn't find a dungeon in either of the Qin family's villas in the southwest or the mansion in the southern suburbs. Obviously, the Qin family had a private residence that was even more secretive. That was where the Qin family's base camp was. That was because Ling Yan did not find the head of the Qin family, Chen Haipeng, nor the head of the Qin family, Qin Jingtian. Chen Haizhen was already at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5. Chen Haipeng and Qin Jingtian were probably at a higher level. Ling Yan would be able to sense them if he were to discover them. In a flash, Ling Yan came to the wall of the dungeon tunnel and pressed the switch of the lighting device. The tunnel was instantly brightly lit, as bright as day. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked towards the 3 rooms at the end of the corridor. Chen Haizhen, Mitsui, and Yamada were locked in those 3 rooms. As he walked, Ling Yan tried to reverse his energy center again. He wanted to control the yin-yang vortex to produce the suction force from his palm. Unfortunately, the more deliberate he was, the less successful he was. Without exception, he failed. I'm a little too impatient. It seems like I can only use it unintentionally. I'm still far from being able to control it at will. Ling Yan naturally understood where the problem lay. He could only give up for now. Ling Yan's yin-yang vortex was still forming. How could it be so easy to reverse it just like that? Ling Yan first came to the room where Chen Haizhen was locked up. He pushed the door open and saw Chen Haizhen lying on the ground like a dead dog. Chen Haizhen had been stabbed in the chest by Ling Yan. The wound was too deep, and he had lost too much blood. Coupled with the repeated shocks and torments, he was already out of breath. He had 1 foot in the grave. Tisk, tisk. Once Ling Yan entered the room, he released a few gusts of wind from his fingers and unsealed all of Chen Haizhen's acupoints. Now, you can break your own meridians or bite your tongue to commit suicide. I won't stop you. Ling Yan's eyes were calm, but his gaze was cold and emotionless. He looked at Chen Haizhen, who was trying his best to get up, as though he was looking at a corpse. It was true that Ling Yan wanted to ask Chen Haizhen some questions. However, he didn't care if Chen Haizhen would commit suicide or not. That was because the Qin family's annihilation was already set in stone. It had nothing to do with Chen Haizhen's current behavior. Chen Haizhen struggled for a long time before he finally managed to sit up. He sat cross-legged and tried his best to circulate his Xiantian true qi so that he could speak. Only then did he open his eyes and stare at Ling Yan in fear and anger. What exactly do you want? Don't want to die? It was much easier if he didn't want to die. Ling Yan smiled faintly and asked, Your Qin family captured my second uncle and imprisoned him for such a long time. What do you think I want? You, who exactly are you? There's no such person in the Ling family. Chen Haizhen stared at Ling Yan for a long time, but he couldn't recall such a person among the younger generation of the Ling family. He asked in shock and confusion. You don't have the right to ask me any questions. However, I can still answer you. The Ling family didn't have someone like me in the past, but I'm sorry to say that there is now. My name is Ling Yan. Ling Yan smiled proudly. In his heart, he thought that Chen Sen was really a tiger. Ling Hao had told Chen Sen such important information, but Chen Sen actually didn't report it to the family. Ling Yan didn't know that Chen Sen and Ling Hao were the murderers who planned to kill Ling Yan. The secret between the two of them had nothing to do with the fight between the two families. Ling Hao only killed Ling Yan to prevent Ling Yan from competing with him for the position of the family head. Chen Sen, on the other hand, only wanted Ling Hao's 20 million yuan to repay his gambling debts. Ling Yan, why does that name sound so familiar? Chen Haizhen was at a loss. He seemed to be deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, You're the Ling Yan from Xianxia City who caused the Sun family to suffer and lose all face? Ling Yan was finally moved. It seemed like the news of him killing Sun Tianbiao's family wasn't kept a secret after all. The 7 big families in Beijing knew about it, there was no doubt about that. In China, Jiangnan province and Xianxia city were extremely important. Xianxia city had such a huge incident that even involved the Sun family, the Emperor Brush, and the Earth Emperor's book. How could the 7 big families in Beijing not investigate the ins and outs of the matter in secret? Congratulations, you're right. I killed Sun Xing, Miao Finjiao, Sun Tianbiao, and nearly 100 of the Sun family's ancient martial arts experts. Ling Yun didn't deny it. Why would he hide it from someone who was going to die? Chen Haizhen's face turned as ugly as a dead fish. Ling Yan from Xianxia city in Jiangnan province, the Ling family in Beijing. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Qin Dongxue from the Qin family appeared in Xianxia city because of you. Chen Haizhen exclaimed again. Now, all the big families in Beijing thought that Ling Yun, who was adopted by Qin Qiuyue from the Qin family, had the power to go against the Sun family. Qin Dongxue appeared in Xianxia city, and they all thought that the Qin family was going to rise again in Huaxia. They were thinking about how to deal with the Qin family, but they didn't expect Ling Yun to come to Beijing alone and become a descendant of the Ling family. It seems like you know a lot more than I thought. Ling Yun suddenly realized that there was no longer a need to hide his identity, and he couldn't hide it for long either. You saw it just now. Your Qin family sent 36 Japanese ninjas to destroy my Ling family. Therefore, there's nothing much to talk about between us. I'm here this time to ask you a few things. Ling Yun didn't continue chatting with Chen Haizhen. He got straight to the point. Chen Haizhen suddenly laughed hysterically until he coughed out a mouthful of blood. You want me, Chen Haizhen, to betray the Chen family? Dream on. Ling Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Betray the Chen family? You've overestimated yourself and underestimated me. Please use your pig brain to think about it. I alone can annihilate more than 100 ancient martial arts masters from your Chen family. Even the 2 Chunin realm level 7 ninjas were captured by me. Do you think I need you to betray the Chen family? Ling Yan's words had completely defeated Chen Haizhen. He was very domineering and direct. Chen Haizhen understood what he meant very well. If Ling Yan wanted to destroy the Chen family, all he had to do was make a turn and kill his way to the Chen family's headquarters. Then, he would start a massacre, and the Chen family would collapse immediately. There was no need for him to ask anything. After being stunned for a while, Chen Haizhen said in a raspy voice, Ling Yun, do you think that our Chen family only has a huge mansion in the southern suburbs and over 100 ancient martial arts experts? Do you think that's all we have? Aren't you underestimating the Chen family? You can try if you want to destroy the Chen family with one hand. Ling Yun didn't mind. He smiled faintly. 3 questions. First, how much power does the Chen family have? You can tell me. Second, where did you hide the 3rd young master of the Ling family, Ling Xiao? Secondly, Qin Jianwei captured Chao Shanshan. Where did he hide her? To be continued. Sincerely asking for monthly votes. There will be 2 guaranteed chapters today, and 2 more monthly votes. Asking for 40 monthly votes, Ling Xiao. Chen Haizhen lifted his head and stared at Ling Yan's face the moment he heard Ling Xiao's name. His mouth opened wider and wider, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Chen Haizhen suddenly realized something. Ling Yan looked too much like Ling Xiao. Oh my god, could it be that you're the vile spawn in Ling Xiao's womb 18 years ago, the one who committed treason with that slut from the devil sect? Pa. A crisp and resounding slap, Ling Yan slapped Chen Haizhen's face viciously, sending half of his teeth flying. Then, he slapped him again, knocking out all his teeth on the other side as well. Chen Haizhen really didn't know his place. Perhaps it was because he was used to scolding Ling Yan's family of 3. He was definitely asking for a beating. If you want to die now, I can send you on your way. Ling Yan's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said coldly. Ling Yan's 2 slaps sent Chen Haizhen into a daze. His eyes were seeing stars, and his entire head was buzzing. After a long time, he finally let out a pained howl. His teeth fell out, and blood spurted out of his mouth in a sticky substance. Ha 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 ha. Chen Haizhen suddenly ignored the pain. His eyes flashed with fear and ridicule. He pointed at Ling Yun with his trembling right hand and laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, I guessed it right, right? You are indeed the bastard child of Ling Xiao and that slut from the devil sect. So it's you. Hit me all you want. However, no matter how you hit me, even if you kill me, it won't change the fact that you are a bastard child. Not only are you an illegitimate child, but you're also a bastard that everyone in Beijing and all of Huaxia despises and cannot tolerate. If the ancient martial arts clans and secluded sects in Huaxia find out about this, you'll become a wild dog that everyone wants to kill. You'll be worse than a street rat. Chen Haizhen's face was ferocious and filled with hatred. There was even a hint of jealousy and hatred in his eyes as he scolded Ling Yan crazily. Buzz. Ling Yan only felt his blood rushing to his head. His handsome and calm face flushed red. Without waiting for Chen Haizhen to finish speaking, he raised his hand and pressed it against Chen Haizhen's chest. Go to hell. This palm didn't release a domineering astral wind, but a suction force. What a crazy suction force! The miraculous energy center was reversed, and the yin-yang vortex flowed in reverse. In a fit of rage, Ling Yan finally managed to pull off this move. He used all his might to activate the yin-yang vortex in his body, causing it to reverse faster and faster. The yin-yang true qi that seeped out of his palm gradually turned into a powerful vortex. Great absorption technique. Ling Yan gritted his teeth and enunciated each word carefully. Finally, he had successfully used the great absorption technique for the first time. Not good. Chen Haizhen suddenly felt the Xiantian true qi in his body being sucked in by a strong vortex. Or rather, it was being pulled towards Ling Yan's palm. Ah! Chen Haizhen screamed in pain. He was shocked and exclaimed, What kind of technique is this? A technique to make you shut your stinky mouth. Ling Yan snorted coldly as he activated the yin-yang vortex with all his might. He tried to activate the energy center to reverse even faster so that the suction force from the yin-yang vortex would become stronger. Chen Haizhen felt the true qi that he had painstakingly cultivated for decades draining rapidly towards Ling Yan's palm. He tried his best to control it, but he couldn't. As long as he wasn't in the advanced stages of the Xiantian realm, he definitely wouldn't be able to match up to Ling Yan, who was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. Furthermore, Chen Haizhen was severely injured. As Ling Yan controlled his energy center faster and faster, the suction force formed by the yin-yang true qi grew stronger. Gradually, Ling Yan's yin-yang true qi invaded Chen Haizhen's body, triggering all the meridians in Chen Haizhen's body. The true qi in Chen Haizhen's body no longer flowed according to Chen Haizhen's path. Instead, it became a spiral that rushed to his chest and into Ling Yan's body. The great absorption technique was simply too overbearing. Ling Yan, spare me. Seeing the Xiantian true qi that he had painstakingly cultivated for decades draining away so quickly, Chen Haizhen was truly afraid. It wasn't just heartache. It was excruciating pain and unbearable torture. Imagine a Xiantian expert. The 12 principal meridians, 8 extraordinary meridians, and the true qi and the dantian would no longer flow according to their own path. Instead, they would all turn into a vortex and rush madly towards one direction. How much pain would that bring? It was definitely more terrifying than going berserk during cultivation. Ah! Chen Haizhen's face was miserable as he screamed crazily. His eyes were filled with terror. He looked at Ling Yan as though he was a demon from hell. Don't you think it's a little too late for mercy now? I was talking to you nicely just now, but UF asterisk king spouted sh asterisk t over there. There's only one outcome for acting tough in front of me, and that's a fate worse than death. Ling Yan snorted with a hint of mockery. Ling Yan had gradually adapted to the energy center reversal. It could be said that he had complete control over Chen Haizhen's body. The pure Xiantian true qi that Chen Haizhen had painstakingly cultivated belonged to Ling Yan now. Ling Yan used the great absorbing technique to absorb more than half of the Xiantian true qi in Chen Haizhen's body. The absorbed Xiantian true qi was instantly converted into new yin-yang true qi by Ling Yan's yin-yang harmony balance. It continued to strengthen Ling Yan's meridians and energy center, as well as his yin-yang true qi vortex. In the blink of an eye, Chen Haizhen had fallen from the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5 to Xiantian realm level 3. He had completely lost the ability to resist. At this time, he couldn't even break his meridians or bite his tongue to commit suicide. That was because his true chi was completely out of his control. He couldn't even move his eyeballs, let alone control it. He couldn't even move his eyeballs. In this small room in the dungeon, the true chi surged. With Ling Yan as the center, the surrounding air was driven by the yin-yang vortex in his energy center, forming a huge vortex. It revolved around Ling Yan at high speed, forming a tornado. The dust and sand on the ground were all swept up into the air, spiraling upwards from the ground. Then, they all crashed into the ceiling and splashed in all directions. The entire room was filled with sand and stones, and it was a terrifying scene. Ling Yan quickly absorbed 80% of Chen Haizhen's power. In the blink of an eye, Chen Haizhen's realm fell below Hotian realm level 7. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. However, as the true chi in Chen Haizhen's body decreased, his pain lessened. Even though it was still painful, he could speak again. As Ling Yan absorbed more and more of Chen Haizhen's Xiantian true chi, Ling Yan's cultivation naturally improved. This time, he benefited greatly, and his expression gradually calmed down. However, he didn't let Chen Haizhen go. He continued to absorb his power, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Ling Yan was getting more and more familiar with the reverse circulation of his energy center. However, he said calmly, "Tell me, where did you hide my father, Ling Xiao?" Chen Haizhen was completely disheartened. He shook his head and said, "Ling Xiao's disappearance has nothing to do with our Chen family. How would I know where he's hiding?" Ling Yan was stunned. He immediately frowned and asked, "What?" Chen Haizhen was really convinced now. Ling Yan could see that he had lost the strength to fight Ling Yun. He had completely collapsed. What he was saying now should be the truth. Chen Haizhen's eyes were lifeless as he said indifferently, "Our Chen family didn't have any evil intentions when we captured your second uncle, Ling Yu. We just wanted to negotiate with your second uncle and make a deal. When our Chen family is able to step on the Long family's position, your Ling family will acknowledge and support our position as the overlord. It's just that your second uncle didn't agree to this because of the Long family's kindness to your Ling family. That's why we imprisoned him. After our Chen family defeats the Long family, we can use him as a bargaining chip to force your grandfather and uncle to submit to us. If you don't believe me, you can ask your second uncle now. Did our Chen family make things difficult for him in the past 2 months?" Chen Haizhen's explanation was very clear and reasonable. Ling Yan thought about it carefully. When he met his second uncle at the Chen family's mansion in the southern suburbs, Ling Yu was indeed fine except for his mental state. There were no injuries on his body, and he hadn't been mistreated in any way. Otherwise, how would Ling Yu be able to fight with such vigor after returning to the Ling family? Then why did your Chen family annihilate the Ling family? Ling Yan asked in a low voice. Chen Haizhen turned his head and looked at Ling Yan coldly. He snorted and said, "Our Chen family hasn't even made a move, yet you came to our house and killed more than 100 ancient martial arts masters. If our Chen family doesn't take revenge for them, how will the sects behind these ancient martial arts masters support us in the future? Moreover, your second uncle wasn't rescued by you. The Ling family's weak influence naturally wouldn't be taken seriously by our Chen family. That's why we couldn't be bothered to touch your Ling family. However, it's different now that he was rescued. Based on how grateful your grandfather is to the Long family, he will definitely report this matter to the Long family. When that happens, how will our Chen family accomplish anything without sufficient preparation? Your Chen family didn't hesitate to collude with the East Asians and betray your country in order to rise in power. You even sent Chen Jianwei to America to transform into the Blood Clan and bring back so many vampires. First, you destroyed the Chao family, then bullied the Ling family. Is it really that important for a family to rise in power?" Ling Yan asked hatefully. "I admit that your skills are superb, and you are indeed a peerless genius in the world. However, you are just a little kid. What do you know? The Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book have already appeared, and China is about to face an earth-shattering calamity. Which of the powerful families isn't training their troops to protect themselves from this earth-shattering calamity and fight for a chance to rise? Our Chen family has worked so hard for so many years. Why can't we use this opportunity to fight for a chance?" Chen Haizhen didn't have an impassioned expression towards the end. Instead, his expression was bleak. That was because he knew that no matter how the Chen family fought, there was no longer a place for him in this fight. To be continued. End of chapter 727. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.